Konoha 22 years. In a huge training site, Chiba leaned against the rock, watching a group of children in the distance practicing shuriken and ninjutsu hard. These children were several years older than Chiba. Hey! Chiba uttered a sigh. It has been 5 years since he came to Naruto World. He was born in a civilian family. His father was a tolerant, but he died during a mission. His mother died when he was born. Yeah, is an orphan in this world, living on monthly relief from the village. In this dangerous world, a village is destroyed at every turn. How can an orphan like him survive without background and talent? Thinking about the blank future, Kinyi frowned. Chiba was originally a humble otaku on the planet. His specific job was to deliver food. In his spare time, he likes to play chicken games and watch anime. Naruto has been chasing after him, and he just finished chasing him not long ago. Because I delivered more than a dozen takeaways in a row, I finally died suddenly on the way home, and came here inexplicably. God, doesn't every traverser have a golden finger? Why come to me with nothing? It's really unfair. Chiba thought that he might be the saddest reminder of all the traversers, and he was ashamed of all the traversers. At this moment, ding dong. At this moment, a mechanical voice sounded in Chiba's mind. The Peace Elite is being bound, please be patient and wait a few minutes. Suddenly hearing the sound, Chiba did not panic, but a surprise appeared on his face. As a young man in the 20th century, he didn't know how many novels he read. The word system is not unfamiliar, and his golden finger finally came. It seems that every traverser has a golden finger. It's not that it's not coming, but the time has not come. God, I take back what I said just now, and sincerely tell you I'm sorry. The system has been successfully bound. Please experience it by the host. Chiba wanted to ask the system some questions, but the system left this sentence and disappeared. Master of the system, please explain to me what functions the system. The system did not respond. If it weren't for the interface of the system in his mind, Chiba would have thought that the system had never appeared before. This was just an illusion. It seems that I can only find it on my own. The interface of the Peace Elite appeared in my mind, and it showed 4 words to log into the game. It seems that I can only log into the game to find the answer. Now this kind of environment is not suitable for researching the system, so he went home and researched again. Because he was eager to research the system, he didn't bother to watch those boring practices. Back home in a hurry, Chiba closed the doors and windows first, then lay on the bed and closed his eyes to study the system. He has already played the game of Peace Elite very well. Although the skills are still very good, he can still eat chicken occasionally. Log into the game proficiently, and the system begins to match game players, which is no different from the Peace Elite on Earth. The matched team is ready to board the plane. Everyone on the plane is a younger brother, some kind of come to the military base. Do you dare to come to Peace City? Beat you into a dog. It's a familiar scene. Chiba didn't dislike this boring scolding, but a kind of intimacy in his heart. Maybe it's been a long time since he left the Earth. Looking at the dialogue that appeared below Danmu, Chiba determined that the players matched by this Peace Elite were all Earthlings. He wanted to send a message to tell everyone in the game that he had crossed into the world of Naruto. Don't say whether they believe it or not. Even if they believe it, what can they do? Can they still go back? The security. The place where Chiba landed was a farm. There were fewer people here, so the chances of landing in boxes would be smaller. Entering the room and found a Bison submachine gun with only 60 rounds of ammunition. The ammunition capacity of this gun is still acceptable. There are more than 50 rounds, but the damage value is low. It is not stable enough. Many players in the game like this gun. I swept the farm again, with a first-class bag, a grenade, a smoke grenades, and a few bandages. The gun had an extra pistol. Now his equipment can be said to be very poor, but now he is still in the signal area and is not in a hurry to run poison. He quietly lie in a bush, acting as an old man, and waiting for the unfortunate person to die. Time slowly passed. The farm was very quiet. It was really strange. Where did the people go? Looking at the number of people on the upper left, there are now 50 people. If this goes on, there is a chance to make it to the finals. Suddenly footprints appeared on the map on the upper right, and the footprints became clearer and clearer. Someone ran over. He suddenly felt a little nervous. In his line of sight, a girl in a pink bunny costume ran over slowly. And the grass hides him well, so this young lady did not find him. Just when the girl was about to reach him, Chiba raised her gun and swept the girl wildly. Before the girl could react, she turned into a box with green smoke. He quickly got up to lick the box, opened the box. What is this glowing thing? Pick up G and skill perfect *1, 11, the number of fragments is full, you can use it directly. Key and skills, this skill is still very practical in the Naruto world. You must know that many ninjutsus rely on Ki-in to activate. Of course, some cannot use Ki-in, such as Helix Maru. I just don't know if Kyoen can beat Itaki Uchiha with perfect skills. You must know that Uchiha Itaki is 6 seals in 1 second. Looking forward to the limit of my printing speed. Now he knows the function of the system, which is to pick up enemy boxes through the game. Skill fragments are randomly exploded in the boxes, but it is not clear whether the probability of exploding fragments is high, but don't worry, he has time. Now he is full of confidence. With this system, not to mention becoming the #1 master of Hokage, it is no problem to become stronger. For the whole day, Shiba stayed in bed and played games. Unfortunately, since he exploded the Jian skill, although he licked a lot of boxes behind, he did not pick up any pieces. It seems that the probability of exploding pieces is still very low. He lay down for a whole day, and his stomach was groaning with hunger. Fortunately, he was just an insignificant ordinary orphan, so no one noticed when he was in bed for so long, unlike the prince who was stared at by Umbu at any time. In the following days, he will develop low-key, until he has enough strength to be able to make a high profile. After making a casual meal, Shiba fell asleep shortly after lying in bed. After all, playing games for a long time was very energy intensive. After waking up in the morning, feeling refreshed, and after cooking the noodles and eating, Shiba began to practice Ji-in. Any skill must be proficient before the skill can be upgraded. After all, talent is a talent, and does not represent strength. Just like Uchiha Itachi cannot achieve 6 seals in 1 second at birth. These are only obtained by continuous training. As Konoha Nakanobu, his father didn't leave anything. Except for a few deposits, there were scrolls for cultivation, but none of them were high-level scrolls. Detailed explanations of Ji-in gestures, ordinary chakra extraction techniques, 3-body technique. These can be learned as long as they enter school, but they are very useful to him now. By practicing ahead of time, he can be a little bit ahead of others. This is the principle of the so-called stupid bird flying first. The reason why chakra was not refined before was because he was still young, and practicing prematurely would have an impact on the future development of the body. Of course, these were all known from Hokage before, so he resisted not practicing. As for Ji-in, he tried to cultivate, but limited by his talent, he could not get started, so he tried many times and gave up. Now get the Ji-in skill fragment, and it is still a perfect fragment. Naturally, there is no talent problem in the natural practice of Ji-in. There are 12 seals in the Ji-in gesture, namely Chen, the thumb overlaps, the left thumb is up, ugly, the right hand is horizontal, the left hand is vertical, height, this pose requires good wrist flexibility, Mao, the right hand except for the little finger straightened, the remaining 4 fingers gently make a fist. Shen, the little finger and thumb are flat, Isai, the thumb overlaps, the left thumb is in the upward direction, Not, the thumb is stretched up straight and overlap, the left thumb is up, Noon, the elbows are stretched out, and the index fingers of both hands form a triangle, Su, put the right fist on the palm of the left hand, Yin, the thumbs of both hands should be straightened, You, pay attention to the angle of the thumb and the front and back of the fingers of both hands, Zi, the thumb overlaps, and the left thumb is up. Since I watched it many times before, the content of the Ji-in gesture was already clear to his chest. I saw that he closed his eyes and folded his hands. A strange feeling flowed in his heart, and his hands began to operate in accordance with Ji-in's requirements. As time went by, Shiba's hands got faster and faster. 1 hour later, Shiba opened his eyes and relaxed his hands. After an hour of practice, his hands were a little sore. The progress of this hour is visible to the naked eye. Now Shiba estimates that he can make 3 seals in 1 second. This is just the beginning, and he feels that his potential is far from over. In the next few days, he stayed at home all the time except when he had to go out to buy groceries. When he was tired from practicing Ji-in, he would play games for a while, repeatedly, except for bedtime. 3 days later, Shiba felt that the potential of his seal was drained, so he gave up practicing. Now his speed of seal is 8 seals per second, which has already surpassed Uchiha Itachi. It is only faster than the speed of seal. No one in the ninja world can surpass him. I haven't been out for a few days, and I feel that Konoha's air is much fresher this time. Walking on the road, I met many familiar people. Everyone didn't take him seriously when they saw him. It can be seen how weak his sense of existence is, and Shiba is no stranger to it. When they came to the practice site, many children looked at the 3 people not far away and worship. That's Princess Tsunade. I heard that they graduated from the ninja school when they were 6 years old. After graduation, they were taught by 3 generations of Naruto. I heard that their current strength is comparable to ordinary ninja. Yeah, that's amazing. I'm 10 years old this year and I haven't graduated from school yet. Let's find them for autographs, but they are too cold and I dare not go there. The future Sunin is commonplace for these admirers, and they stand there and talk indifferently. If you dare to approach me, Jiraiya will beat you into a pig's head. Cut, poor-breasted girl, who is close to you, you think too much. What? Tsunade was really violent. She hated others for commenting on a certain part of him the most. Jiraiya was also very nervous. Such words can also be said, and it is indeed a rhythm of death. What? A big bag was punched out of Jiraiya's head. Ashimaru looked cold, and there was no reaction on the face. He was used to this kind of thing. Shiba doesn't understand Jiraiya very well. He clearly knows Tsunade's violence, so why he always likes to mess with her? This is probably the power of fate. In fact, Chiba still likes Tsunade very much. Although she is still a poor-breasted girl, she does not have the temperament and charm of the future, but now she is very beautiful and cute. After checking her eyes, Chiba decides to pursue Tsunade. Of course he will not look like Ji-Lai is also so boring to look for death. Although he had never been in a relationship before on Earth, he watched too many TV series, and he still understood many routines. He can't get to know Tsunade rashly now, so that the other party knows that he wants to pursue her, and he will be defensive in his heart, and the pursuit will be more difficult at that time. Chasing girls must be cyclical and gradual, and you must slowly have your presence in the girls' hearts, so that quantitative changes can reach qualitative changes, and finally can conquer the hearts of beautiful women. Chiba calmly walked towards Sunan, and when he walked at Tsunade's side, he said to Tsunade, "Hello, hello there." Tsunade was greeted suddenly and responded conditionally, "Who is that kid? How to greet you, why only you?" Jiraiya also looked at Chiba who was going away and asked Tsunade who was next to him. Tsunade was also puzzled. It seemed that she didn't know the child. Maybe they just greeted him politely. Only Deshimaru looked at the back of Kinyi away, his gaze was more intriguing. Some people on Earth say that if you greet someone for half a month, you will have a sense of your presence in that person's heart. Chiba doesn't know what the theory is, maybe it's the power of habit. It's too early to go home, so he wanders aimlessly in the village, and when he sees people in need, he goes up to help him, so his sense of existence is very low, but the villagers are still very kind to him, not like the prince. The same was bullied by others. In order to celebrate the completion of his GN practice, he decided to go to Ma Po Po's noodle restaurant to eat noodles. Came to the ramen restaurant. My mother-in-law brought me a large seafood ramen. Okay. Ma Po Po smiled very kindly. Since the relief fund in the village is not very much, he did not come here a few times throughout the year. Soon the fragrant seafood ramen came up, the flavor was enough, and such a large bowl was enough for him to eat. Shoo, he eats noodles very quickly. After a while, he ate up a large bowl of ramen. After he was full, he was satisfied. After paying the money, Chiba walked towards the house. When he returned home, he had nothing to do and played the chicken game to see if he was lucky today and if he could pick up the pieces. After entering the game, he was matched with girls this time. They all said that 3 women had a scene. Chiba basically couldn't talk to these 3 women, so let's concentrate on playing the game. Little brother number 2 is so quiet. Don't be afraid of little brother, sister will protect you and take you to eat chicken. Number 1 Nizai is forbidden to hook up with minors. Go faster and let sister come. Number 4, you are so shameless. How do you know that he is a minor? It's not easy. Looking at his name, grow up soon, I am really worried about your IQ on the number 1. Several young ladies were arguing for him, and Chiba didn't bother to take care of these women and concentrated on searching for material. After a lot of hard searching, he finally found an M416 and an AK assault rifle. The equipment was not bad. Now he started to follow the young ladies and find someone to fight. These young ladies are very arrogant. They drove through Peace City and even honked their horns. I have never seen anyone so arrogant, but I finally saw it today. I haven't seen the young lady kill people yet, and I don't know how their skills are. If the rookie is still so arrogant, he is really speechless. Whatever I was afraid of, I was faced with a Maserati. Wow, a full formation of 4 people, and the equipment is very good at first glance, even AWM has it, and at first glance, it was an airdrop. Chiba suddenly became nervous, his skills were so good, and now he can only rely on these young ladies to turn the tide. After the 2 cars collided, Chiba immediately clicked to get out of the car, and then lay next to the car and hid. This kind of melee is not what she is good at. Da-da-da. The gunshots in Chiba's ear kept on, and the shots were fierce. Chiba lay beside the car and kept saying don't see me, don't see me. Maybe it was self-hypnosis. Those people didn't even see themselves. Suddenly Chiba saw an enemy lying opposite him. Good chance. Chiba raised his gun and fired at the enemy without even firing the scope. The hapless guy immediately turned into a smoking box. Those little sisters were really awesome, and it didn't take long for the full formation to be wiped out. Brother, you are too persuaded. If there are sisters who are afraid of you, the steal will be over. Well, people are children who have never seen the world, and this kind of battle will inevitably panic. Little brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't blame you. Okay, now all the boxes on the ground are for you to lick first. Chiba is also not welcome. He got up and ran to a few boxes and started licking it. It was really fragrant. He discarded the AK in his hand. He took the AWM. Although this gun didn't contain many bullets, the damage was high, 1 shot. It's cool to think of one, but it's a pity that I didn't pick up any pieces. Chiba got into the car obediently after picking it up. It was time for the young ladies to lick it. After licking the bag, several people beat up blood and continued to drive to find Rengong. In the following time, they had few people, so they advanced to the finals, and now there are 11 people left. Chiba found a grassland and lay down. The other young ladies were arrogant and jumped blatantly looking for opponents. The enemy is really a rookie. Don't be too turbulent in life. Pretending to be tired and chopped. Sure enough, Miss Number 1 didn't know where the bullet hit her head, and she knelt immediately. Help me! Help me! Chiba hesitated to save it, and now the enemy is secretive. It is easy to be attacked if he tries to save it, but if he doesn't save it, he feels bad about it. After all, I was still kind-hearted, and couldn't bear to die in front of me. Chiba threw a smoke bomb. After the smoke rose, he got up and ran to the little sister to rescue her. After rescuing the young lady, Chiba quickly ran to the delay and hit it. Thank you, little brother, when you grow up, sister will be your girlfriend, hee. I went, this rotten girl actually hooked herself up. So speechless there began to be continuous gunfire on the opposite side, and after a while there were only 5 people, that is to say, as long as one more enemy is eliminated, it will be a chicken. It's no surprise that this chicken was theirs. Now even Chiba himself started to wander. He began to run around looking for enemies. Just when Chiba was looking for someone, Miss Number 4 wiped out the person and ate chicken up. Before he quit the game, he quickly ran to the dead boxes to see if there were any fragments. Finally, in the last few seconds, Yang Yuchen finally picked up the fragments in the last box. Pick up, cooking skill *1, 11, the number of fragments is full, you can use it directly. Cooking skills? I was a little disappointed. In a high-risk world like Hokage, what can cooking do? Could it be that Uncle Swale opened a restaurant like that? Okay. The cooking skill is cooking skill, don't give it away for nothing, don't press yourself with too much skill. After using the shards, Chiba's mind is full of recipes and cooking experience. Now his cooking is definitely comparable to a 5-star chef. After playing a few more games without picking up any pieces, Chiba quit the game and started cooking dinner. A person's life is always very simple, just a meal. Under the influence of culinary skills, a bowl of fried noodles is freshly baked, smelling the fragrance, really appetizing. Chiba took a bite, it was damn delicious. I fell in love with the food I cooked, and whoever marries me in the future must be very happy. Chiba devoured it and ate up the fried noodles quickly. It was so cool. Go out to digest after eating. You came to Senju's residence as soon as you walked. How could you come here? Is it because you subconsciously missed Tsunade, this little beauty? Just when Chiba was about to turn around and leave, suddenly saw a familiar figure. Who else was not Tsunade? Is this Nizai working so hard? He was still cultivating at this time, so it's no wonder that he had good strength at such a young age. Do you want to go in and say hello to him? Wouldn't it be too abrupt? Just when Chiba hesitated, Tsunade found him. Isn't this the little brother who greeted himself during the day? How could it be here? Chiba smiled awkwardly. Tsunade walked towards him slowly and slowly approached. He was so stressed that he must calm down and don't let him see that he was afraid. Hello, why are you here? Are you following me? I said I was out for a walk. Do you believe me when I came here accidentally? Tsunade didn't seem to believe it very much. Why did you say hello to me in the morning? Although the little kid I met before all admired herself, but because of her identity, she didn't dare to approach her, so Chiba's behavior made her curious. This matter. That is when I see my sister, I think of the fairy in the dream. My sister is as beautiful as the fairy in the dream. Any woman who doesn't like others to praise her beauty will be of the same age, especially when she said this from a child. Tsunade was immediately secretly happy. Are you a kid who won't go home so late? I am the only one left at home, and it is boring to go back. Tsunade suddenly overflowed with maternal love. He is an orphan. It's amazing. Then you can play with your sister in the future. Is it really possible? Chiba said very happily that if he could meet Tsunade frequently, he would have a better chance of chasing her. What's your name? My name is Chiba, please give me some advice. What a polite little guy. Tsunade couldn't help but like Chiba's cute appearance. After a conversation with Tsunade, Chiba left. Tsunade looked at Chiba's small figure and felt a little bit reluctant. This little guy was so funny that he was often amused by him. Back home, Chiba lay on the bed, and Tsunade's cute look appeared in his mind. This girl is still very cute without getting angry. After playing a few chicken-eating games, I found nothing. I closed my eyes and went to sleep when it was too early to see. After waking up the next day, he solved his stomach problem first. Today, he plans to make fruit cakes. Making fruit cakes is not for him to eat, but for giving away. As for who to give, of course it is for Tsunade, only a little beauty. Taking advantage of the new acquaintance now, a thick-skinned relationship, women often say that to grasp a man's heart is to grasp a man's stomach. This sentence is also applicable to women. First, I went outside to purchase things, cleaned up and finally collected what I needed, and then spent several hours at home to make the cake. Looking at the masterpiece for a few hours, Chiba can only describe it in 2 words, perfect. A small house with many flowers outside, and a couple are drinking tea outside, so sweet and cozy. Is this cake very obvious? Does it imply that Tsunade is interested in her, and if she cares about her, she can think what she likes? Anyway, she has that meaning in the first place. I found a box to put the cake on and tied the ribbon. It looked like a beautiful gift. Carrying the cake, Chiba by Dian walked towards Tsunade's residence. She should be at home at this time. Yesterday, I heard her say that there is no task recently. Came to Senshao premises. Is anyone home? Not long after Chiba shouted, the door opened, but it was not Tsunade who came out, but a beautiful aunt with red hair. Seeing the obvious sign of red hair, she should belong to the Vortex family. Her identity. Uzumaki Mito, the wife of the first generation of Hokage Senjuzuma in the Country of Fire, and the princess of the Uzumaki clan, has a red hair exclusively for the Uzumaki clan, with a bald head. The first nine-tailed man has a gentle personality and a life. Jula has strong chakra and vitality, good at sealing technique, enough to suppress the nine tails, and has the ability to perceive. Maybe the reason she had practiced the yin seal, she looked very young now. Hello, Sister Beauty, I'm looking for Sister Tsunade to play. Whirlpool Mito was called a beautiful sister by a child. Of course she was happy, and the smiles on her face increased. She said that the child would not lie. How did she know that the child's body lived with the soul of an adult? Of course Whirlpool Water, who was already pretty, and he didn't lie. Look for Tsunade. Come in, she's practicing sealing technique now. Okay. After entering, Auntie Whirlpool took him to Tsunade. It's you. Why are you here? Tsunade was still a little surprised. She didn't expect that the younger brother she had just met yesterday would come to see herself today. This kid is still very special and innocent at all. I made a cake and want you to taste it. Chiba pretended to be shy and said, Cake? What kind of food is this? Tsunade looked puzzled, and Uzumaki Mito didn't understand. Chiba put the cake on the table and opened the gift box. When the box was opened, the appearance of the cake was revealed, and both Tsunade and Mito showed surprise expressions on their faces. It's so beautiful. This is a fairy tale world. Little brother, did you do this? Yes, I did it, Chiba said calmly, without showing off at all. You are too good, and this hand is too clever. Mito also agreed. He was told that he was an orphan, and he could make such exquisite cakes at such a young age. The child's hands were so skillful that he would be a great cook even if he didn't become a ninja. Can you not eat such a beautiful cake? Tsunade asked weakly, really reluctant to eat such a beautiful thing. It's better to eat it. If you don't eat it, the cake will go bad tomorrow. That's it. Let's eat it. Chiba took out the bamboo and cut 2 pieces of cake and handed them to Mito and Tsunade on the paper. The two looked at him with distressed faces and cut the cake. It was really cruel. When they took the cake, Tsunade licked the cream on the cake with his tongue, and Mito did the same. Not bad and delicious. It's very good. The two of them ate up the cake in a few clicks, and then before Chiba started to do it, they started to cut the cake by themselves. After eating a few pieces, the two of them stopped eating. If the cake was eaten too much, the cake would become crooked. Tsunade licked his mouth with his small tongue and looked at Chiba happily. This younger brother really didn't recognize him. He thought of this older sister whenever he got something good. Let's talk. I'm going to rest when I'm old. After talking about Aunt Mito, she walked away. Suna put his hand around Chiba's neck with his hands, and said happily, I didn't expect your stinky brother to have this craft, and you will make it for me if I want to eat cake in the future. Sister, let go of your hand first, my small body can't help you toss. Tsunade was embarrassed to let go. To be honest, the smell on Tsunade's body smelled really good. If it wasn't for her power, he wouldn't mind being trapped by her. Your small body really needs to be exercised, and you will practice with your sister if you have nothing to do in the future. Can I really practice with you? Is it really okay? It's all right that you are my brother. After staying at Tsunade's house for a while, Chiba left. After a long time, people will be annoying and the water will flow. On the way home, Chiba has been thinking about how to please Tsunade, what Tsunade likes best. In addition to food, of course there is a gamble. Although Tsunade is a gambler, his luck is really bad. Lose. Am I going to bring in the landlords from the previous life and do what I want? Chiba thinks this is a good idea. When he got home, Chiba started to make playing cards. This kind of playing cards is still very simple to make. He spent some money and asked the people at the ninjutsu shop to make them. After making them, Chiba went home directly. When he got home, Chiba dropped the paper randomly on the bed, and then lay down on the bed and started eating chicken. After playing a few rounds tonight, I still haven't picked up the debris. The probability of this game exploding debris is too low. Chiba usually sleeps on time. Now this body is developing rapidly. Adequate sleep is very important for physical development. He doesn't want to be disabled in the future. The next day, Chiba finished breakfast, played chicken at home in the morning, and started to prepare food in the afternoon. Today he is going to make Tsunade, mala tang. This is what Chiba likes most. In the past, Chiba ran to Tsunade's house with mala tang, and of course brought the deck of cards with him. When I came to Tsunade's house, I saw Aunt Mito before I saw Tsunade. Little guy, come to Tsunade again. What is delicious in your hand? Aunt Mito, I made mala tang today. If I make a lot of it, I brought it to you. Anyway, I can't eat so much by myself. Mala tang is another delicacy that he has never heard of. He should have invented it himself. Really funny little guy. I just wanted to go in to find Tsunade, but Tsunade had already heard the voice and came out by himself. Brother Smelly, you are finally here, you're so bored, and that damn Gillet is always bothering me with death. Chiba is really sad for Jiraiya. Why do you always do something inconsistent when you say that you like someone? Maybe he just attracted Tsunade's attention in this way. The way of expression is wrong, no wonder Tsunade was never caught up to his death. Seeing Chiba in a daze, Tsunade said with a smile, Brother Smelly brought me something delicious today. Today, I brought you my latest invention of malatang. Tsunade became interested when he heard the fresh food. Before Chiba handed over the box, Tsunade snatched it. Mito smiled helplessly when she saw it. Her granddaughter did everything with a grin. I don't know who can control her. Seeing the two beauties eating heartily, being a temporary chef is still very fulfilling. Brother Smelly, your spicy hot and spicy soup is delicious, but it's too spicy, and it makes me sweat profusely, but after eating, the whole person is very comfortable, just like a steam bath. Mito also smiled and nodded in agreement. After Tsunade had eaten enough, she lay lazily on the ground, her slender legs showing whiteness, not to mention the temptation. Chiba took a few glances and immediately turned his attention away, but don't let Tsunade feel that he is a pervert. It will be difficult to get close at that time. Now that he has a good beginning, don't lose on this kind of detail. My sister is full, or let's play a game. Chiba suggested. What game? I'm not interested in children's games, it's not a kid's game. This game is fun. This is much more fun than the games in the casino. As soon as he heard about gambling-related games, Tsunade became interested and immediately stood up. What kind of game is it? Seeing Tsunade's anxious look, Mito couldn't help but smile. The granddaughter learned this bad habit from her husband. She had to teach her to gamble and gambling. Hey, my game is Doutazu, when the specific game rules. After a few minutes, everyone knew the rules of the game. This game was simply too simple compared to the sealing technique. After listening to the rules of the game, even Mito became interested. Aunt Mito, come up and play together. This game requires 3 talents to play. Yeah. You can't do it without playing this game. Grandma, let's play together. Tsunade said coquettishly. Mito loves this granddaughter very much, so as soon as the granddaughter acted like a baby, she agreed. She was originally interested. In the next time, the 3 of them played happily, especially Tsunade played the best. It was getting late and Chiba and Mito were tired of playing, but Tsunade was still full of energy. No way, I can't afford to stay up late at my age, you guys have fun. Mito got up and left after speaking. Brother Smelly, let's continue playing. Sister, I'm tired too, I'm leaving, it's too late. Don't go to the decisive battle until dawn. Sister, please forgive me. I am growing up, and not sleeping can affect my development. This, or don't leave, just sleep here at night. What? Sleeping here, is this dreaming? What a daze. Keep playing. Oh, the next 2 played until the middle of the night, and Chiba couldn't hold it anymore. Sister, I really can't do it anymore. I won't play anymore if I kill him. Seeing Chiba look very tired, look at the cards on the table. Just play the last round, okay. The last game you said. The next round was round after round, endless, until at last Chiba fell asleep on the table tired, and Tsunade didn't wake up no matter what. Tsunade had no choice but to go back to the room to sleep, but our Chiba slept on the table when a woman married and slept on the first day. What a wonderful experience. I don't know how long I slept. After Chiba woke up, I felt sore all over. I was miserable by Nico Tsunade last night. After he said that the last round was over 100 rounds, he said that he would not play with her at all. Fighting the landlord. This bad gambling habit must be corrected for her if she has a chance, or she will marry herself in the future, and she will live a few more years if she does not say that she is bankrupt. This bad habit must be corrected. I got up and stretched and saw Aunt Mito approaching. My child, you slept here last night. This Tsunade is really too, and I don't know how to make a room for you to sleep in. It's really careless. It's okay, Auntie, I'm young, and I can stand it up. Let's have a meal together before leaving. No, I'm going home first, and my sister wakes up to say hello for me. Okay. Seeing the thin back of Chiba away, Mito really cherishes this child a little. He has become an orphan at a young age, and it is not easy for this child. After returning home, Chiba fell asleep on the bed without even eating. He was really tired that I slept until noon, then got up, washed casually, and then cooked a bowl of noodles to fill my stomach. The spirit is okay. Chiba didn't plan to go out today, so he lay in bed and played games. This time I entered the game and landed with good luck. I picked up an M416 assault rifle. A hapless guy suddenly rushed in. Seeing that Chiba was holding the gun in his hand, he was dumbfounded. Chiba watched him perform interestingly. Brother, let me go. Please, Damn, this kid is too spineless, so awkward, but this kind of situation has been seen on Douyin videos before. This kid is softened first, and when he finds the gun, he must kill himself. He must not leave a harm. He was sent off to make a plane when he fired a bullet. Killed this brother, even though he knew there was nothing in this brother's box, he still approached and took a look. Ah, what is this? This is a fragment. Brother, you are really my lucky star. I swear that I will kill you next time I meet you. You are Fuwa. Pick up, Physical Enhancement Fragment *1, 11. The fragments are Kanaha 22 years. In a huge training site, the physique has improved, and now I can try to refine the chakra. Take out the scroll and read it carefully. After confirming that there is no problem, Chiba sat on the ground and began to refine the chakra for the first time. Chakra is a kind of energy produced by the perfect fusion of the various components of the human body. It is a source of energy to perform ninjutsu, illusion, physique, or make a string to bind opponents or cut off the same material composed of chakras. And this kind of energy consists of the body energy that is taken up by the 130 trillion cells in the human body and the spiritual energy that has undergone many practices and accumulated experience. After the chakra is extracted, the shu can be used through ji-yin. There are two chakra changes, morphological changes and nature changes. How to extract chakras is to use the body to remember, extract the corresponding chakras according to different ninjutsu, and control the balance. This is a difficult training that cannot be learned without betting on life. The mental power of this body is stronger than that of an ordinary adult. After all, two souls are superimposed, but the talent of this body is really terrible. After 3 hours, he did not extract a trace of chakra energy. Chiba is not a person who gives up easily, so in the next few days, he spent time constantly refining chakra, so that he has not seen Tsunade in these few days. It really doesn't work. It is still impossible to extract the chakra. Although the cell energy can be sensed, the body's controllability is too poor, and the spiritual energy and the cell energy can never be perfectly combined. Hey, Chiba let out a long sigh. I haven't seen Tsunade for a few days. What kind of food should I go to see her this time? By the way, just make candied haws. There should be no such thing in this world. Just make it when you think of it. The making of candied haws is not very complicated, and the materials are easy to find. After several hours of busy work, candied haws are finally made. There are two flavors of candied haws, hawthorn and pomelo. Chiba tasted one by himself. It was delicious. I believe Tsunade will like it. Holding the stick of candied haws, he ran to Tsunade's house. When Chiba arrived at Tsunade's house and saw Aunt Mito, he greeted Aunt Mito first, and then walked towards Tsunade who was practicing. This kid has come up with something new again. What is that thing he held up, or did he eat it? This kid is really talented for food. Mito doesn't doubt Chiba's motives for approaching Tsunade. You think a 5-year-old child can have any motives, let alone Chiba's pursuit of Tsunade. Children in Naruto world are precocious, but they are not 5. Children start to learn to chase girls when they are as young as they are purely fond of good feelings at best. Tsunade saw that Chiba stopped practicing, but his face was not very happy. Chiba didn't know where it made the eldest upset. Brother Smelly still knows to see sister, why didn't you come to me these days? It turned out to be unhappy for this reason. Chiba's heart was a little bit happy. What this shows that Tsunade already has his place in his heart, so happy. Sister, I'm sorry, I'm cultivating at home these few days, so I didn't go out. You see what I brought you. What do you bring? That's it, candied haws, you can try one. Chiba pulled out one of the candied haws from the handle and handed it to Tsunade. Tsunade took the candied haws with a look of curiosity. This smelly brother can always surprise herself. Is this delicious? Don't you know if you try it? Tsunade bit one and put it in his mouth. It was really good. It was sweet on the outside and a little sour inside. It was delicious. Aunt Mito, you can try it too. Chiba smiled and ran to Mito and handed her a few candied haws. Mito is also a little curious about what candied haws are, is it? She tasted one, not to mention it was really delicious. How does your child's head grow? Why do you always have such strange ideas? Chiba touched her head shyly, a little embarrassed. Tsunade finished eating the candied haws in his hand, ran over to snatch Chiba's handle, and hid on the side and ate one by one. Mito shook his head helplessly. This kid is always like this. Which boy will like her in the future? After eating all the candied haws, Tsunade walked over with contentment. Brother Smelly will forgive you for seeing the candy haws this time. Next time, I won't stop visiting me for so many days. Of course, you must bring me delicious food when you come. I will make this kind of candy haws next time. Point. No problem, as long as the older sister likes to eat, the younger brother will make it for you. Brother Smelly, you are so kind. Mito also looked at them with a smile on his face. How long has it been for this kind of scene? As if the dead ghost is gone, it will begin. It is really good for Mito to have this brother. From now on, Mito really regarded Chiba as his child. Brother Smelly, let's go for a walk together. Okay. Grandma, we are out. Okay. It was already evening, and a little bit of stars appeared in the sky, and the two of them were walking along the path of Konoha, so comfortable. Brother Smelly, why do you think people are so troubled? Such a profound philosophical question was never understood in my previous life, and I still haven't figured it out in this life. Maybe this is life. How about I sing you a song? Brother Smelly, you can still sing, try it. Chiba cleared his throat, and then began to sing, and a pleasant voice reverberated between the two of them. Coffee on the left bank of the Seine, I taste your beauty with a cup mouth with lip marks. Who is wrong in the name of the florist Rose? The confession balloon wind blows across the street, smile flying in the sky. You said you're a little hard to chase after you let me retreat. You don't need to pick the most expensive gift, just the fallen leaves of the champs. After a song was sung, the voice seemed to still be echoing in his ears. With that beautiful melody and Chiba's moving voice, Tsunade looked intoxicated and hadn't recovered for a long time. Brother Smelly, what kind of song is this? It's so nice. I call this song Confession Balloon. Brother Smelly, you can still write songs, occasionally inspired. This is something Chiba said. He did not create this song. I'm sorry J. Joe, but I borrowed your song first. You will definitely not blame it. That's not right, this song is obviously a love song. Where do you feel such a small affection? This is the inspiration I got from reading novels. Look less about these messy things in the future. You can't get in touch with them too early when you are young. Oh, but I want to listen to this song in the future, so you can sing it to me, got it. The two were shopping, and suddenly a figure suddenly jumped from the side in front of them, and was a little frightened. At first glance, it turned out to be Jalea, and only Jalea would do such boring things. Jalea, do you want to die? Tsunade clenched his fists and looked furious. Jiraiya also backed away in fright. Tsunade shrank when he saw Jiraiya, accepting his anger. It's not that there is no task recently. Why are you looking for me? Leave aside this. Who is this kid? Why are you with him? What's your business? He is my brother. When did Aunt Mito give birth to such a big child? You idiot Jalea, he is my brother, and his name is Chiba. Jalea was too late to evade, and a big bag was punched on his head. Chiba was speechless when he saw Jalea doing the same. No wonder he was often beaten by Tsunade. Jalea touched his head in embarrassment. Where you go, I will go too. What's the matter with you? If you don't leave, believe it or not, I'll beat you so much that I can't take care of myself. Seeing Tsunade's posture, Jiraiya didn't doubt what she said at all, and disappeared. The world is quiet again. After shopping for a long time, Chiba very gentlemanly sent Tsunade home, and then went home by himself. After returning home, he lay directly on the bed and started playing games. One night's game did not yield much, and no fragments were picked up. Seeing that the time was almost up, Chiba just closed his eyes and went to sleep. When he woke up the next day, he ran around the streets of Konoha twice. Although his physique has increased, he still has a gap with the ordinary Xiao Ren. He doesn't know if he will pick up physique fragments in the future. It can only be strengthened slowly through exercise. After running 2 laps, he returned home to do 200 push UPS and more than 100 sit UPS. Sweating out, he cleaned up casually, cooked a bowl of noodles for himself, and ate it. Now the physical improvement is very slow. It seems that it is necessary to go to the ninja store to buy a load-bearing back. You must know that when Xiaoli was taking the Zongnan exam, the weight on his body scared everyone, and body bearing is indeed a good practice. Now his body is still developing, so the weight bearing cannot be done overnight, it must be cyclically and gradually, otherwise the damage to the body will not be worth the loss. But because I want to buy a weight-bearing ninja, I don't have much money, so I need to borrow some from Tsunade. I have been playing games at home in the morning, but unfortunately I haven't picked up any fragments. The probability of this game exploding fragments is too low. In the afternoon, Chiba bought a fish. He planned to make grilled fish. Grilled fish is fresh, fragrant, spicy, and crisp. To make grilled fish, you can choose grass carp, Xinjiang fish, blackfish, jiangtuan, and freshwater fish in the river. The main seasonings are dried chili, pepper, spicy sauce, tempeh, red oil, green onion, ginger, and garlic. The method of grilling fish: the knife should be deeper and denser on the side with fish bones, and the knife should be shallower on the other side without fish bones, so that the maturity of both sides is the same and the cut shape is more complete. Marinated fish. First cut half of the onion lengthwise into onion rings, or shallots, and spread ginger on the bottom of the baking pan. After the fish is freed, place it on the baking pan, sprinkle with salt and cooking wine, and marinate for 20 minutes. Put the marinated fish in a preheated oven at 400 degrees Fahrenheit and bake for 20 minutes. Control the time appropriately according to the size of the fish. Add rapeseed oil to the pot. When the oil temperature is high, pour in glutinous rice, bean paste, and minced ginger. Stir fry, then add cinnamon, white cocoa, grass fruit, bay leaf, star anise, sanaa, pepper, tangerine peel, American ginseng. Boil the soup until the color turns golden brown, add soy sauce, add some water, add sugar, bring to a boil, adjust the saltiness, add white pepper. Take out the baking tray, sprinkle the sliced celery evenly around the fish, do not sprinkle the fish, put it in the oven again and bake for 15 minutes. Give everyone the knowledge of grilled fish. After making the grilled fish, Chiba hurriedly sent the grilled fish to Tsunade and the others. It is estimated that they are still waiting to eat at this time. Sure enough, when he arrived at Tsunade's house, he saw Tsunade craned his neck and looked at him expectantly. Brother Smelly brought me anything delicious today. Mito sat in the room sipping tea while looking forward to the door. Today I made grilled fish for you. Grilled fish? This dish is quite ordinary. Tsunade was a little disappointed. She thought that Chiba would bring some fresh delicacies today, or else the sugar haws would be fine. Chiba immediately captured Tsunade's emotions. Sister, although my grilled fish is made of fish, the method of grilling fish is a new creation, which guarantees you will have endless aftertastes after you eat it. Tsunade's eyes lit up and immediately became interested. Quickly put it on the table and I'll taste it. Chiba put the grilled fish on the table, removed the oily paper, and put the prepared chopsticks in front of them. The service was really thoughtful. The two of them took a bite. It tasted really good. It was really delicious. Then the two of them started to eat. Chiba also took out his chopsticks and joined the foodies. There are many kinds of vegetables in a grilled fish, which is quite enough. 3 people eat the whole grilled fish, and their stomachs are supported. After eating, Mito makes tea for everyone to drink. The grilled fish is a bit greasy. Drinking tea just relieves boredom. After drinking the tea, Chiba and Tsunade went out for a walk outside. Brother Smelly, please sing yesterday's song again. I miss you so much. No problem, as long as you like me to sing for you all my life. After Tsunade heard this, she was a little moved. She turned her eyes and looked at Chiba a little strangely. Chiba was a little uncomfortable. She found out that she was trying, didn't she? Is my acting so bad? Tsunade looked at Chiba, suddenly let out a sigh, and whispered, unfortunately, he is too small. The voice was so small that Chiba could just hear him. What do you mean? Is she also interesting to herself, only limited to her own age? Is this a surprise? There is a saying on the earth, female juniors hold gold bricks, female seniors at 30 give the country, female juniors 300 feed the elixir, female juniors 3,000 fairy classes, female juniors 30,000 queen mothers feed, standing at the gate of the Buddha's 300,000 women's college, the women's college 3 million fairies casually. Age is not a problem, height is not a distance. By the way, sister, I want to borrow some money from you. How much to borrow? 100,000, is it all right? No, less. No problem. Tsunade readily agreed, and took out 100,000 from his body and handed it to Chiba. Don't you ask me what to borrow money for, is it necessary? Well, it's really unnecessary, this little money shouldn't be a big deal to her. After singing Confession Balloon to Tsunade, Chiba hopes that he will not ask to sing this song again next time. He can sing it. Tonight, he sang it several times. What kind of habit is Tsunade? Sister fan? When did she become a literary girl? Sending Tsunade home, Chiba went to a ninja shop to buy the weight and went home directly. Lying on the bed, Chiba smiled unconsciously. It seemed that he hadn't tried his best. Tsunade already liked him. If you make persistent efforts, the revolution has not succeeded. Comrades still need to work hard. Stop thinking about beauties, close your eyes and start the game. Everything is illusory, only strength is real. How to harvest love without strength, how to protect love. It's a pity that tonight's luck is still too bad. Not only did I never eat chicken, but I was scolded by the kids in the game, closed my eyes and started to sleep. In the early morning of the next day, Chiba put on the load and started jogging around Konoha. The load was only 10 kilograms. After putting on the load, he felt a little heavy on his body. He felt tired after running a lap. Changed from jogging to slow walking. I insisted on finishing the 2 laps. I took a sip of water when I got home, and then took a 10-minute rest before I started doing push UPS and sit UPS. Today, I can only do more than 100 push UPS and dozens of sit UPS. Now this body is still too weak. After finishing today's task, Chiba simply cleaned his lower body, and then lay on the bed to continue the game, hoping to have better luck today. This time I was lucky. I picked up an AK when I landed on the ground. The other people who landed at the same time hadn't picked up the gun. Seeing him picking up the gun, I was scared to run away. How could I miss such a good opportunity and leave me a box? After chasing these unlucky ghosts who fell to the ground and did not find the gun, only one was killed, and the rest ran away. Chiba walked to the box without hope and clicked on it. Ah, what is this? This is a fragment. Good luck. Could it be that today is my lucky day? It must have been yesterday that Tsunade accidentally penetrated the information that he liked himself, and only then can we start 666 today, we people. I am so happy today. Quickly pick up the pieces. Pick Chakra Control Perfect *1 11. The number of fragments is full, you can use it directly. Is not it? This luck is also great, the system is really timely rain, knowing that I can't refine the chakra, I specially sent this fragment, and it is perfect, it seems that I am going to rise from Chiba. Using the fragments directly in the game, a wonderful feeling flows through the body, this feeling is really intoxicating, this feeling is very short, only a few seconds to end, I really want to quit the game now, hurry up and experiment, think about it, forget it, if you were so lucky today, maybe you will pick up more pieces next time. The following facts prove that Chiba was thinking too much. The next morning he never picked up the debris again and quit the game. Chiba was not unhappy. He had picked up the Chakra Control Perfect debris, and he was already very satisfied. After quitting the game, he fills up his stomach first, then sits on the bed and starts to refine the chakra. Thinking back to the details of chakra, Chiba's mind and body are invested, and soon the body feels. A trace of energy is extracted from the body's cells, and then added with mental power. The two are easily combined to form blue energy in the end. This should be chakra. The energy fusion was quite smooth this time, as if it was an instinct. It didn't take a second to extract the chakra. It is true that chakra controls the perfect fragments. For the next hour, Chiba sat on the bed to refine chakras. From a little bit to the end, the chakras formed a lump. The refining speed was very fast. If Chiba knew that he was now refining twice as fast as ordinary ninjas. What a surprise, with such a speed, it is still very easy to achieve the chakra amount of shinin. According to the principle of conservation of energy, chakra does not come out of thin air. Excessive extraction will cause loss to the body, so Chiba only needs 1 hour to complete the chakra extraction. After waking up from the practice, Kinyi only felt a little hungry. This is the side effect of refining chakra. The energy of the cells can only be replenished through food. As for the mental energy, it should be restored after a sleep. This is why children are not suitable to practice chakra until they are 5 or 6 years old. Premature practice will damage their physical development. I saw that the time should be 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was time to prepare the food. The little beauty Tsunade was still waiting for the offering. What are you doing today? I hate the choice. After thinking about it for a while, Chiba decided to make boiled fish. The fish I bought yesterday is still in the bucket. With the culinary proficiency skills, the roughest ingredients can be made into delicacies. After a busy meal, the boiled fish is finally ready. Lifting the pot, Chiba ran towards Tsunade. On the way to Tsunade, he met Jiraiya and Oshimaru. Chiba didn't see him passing by, who knew that Jiraiya also suddenly blocked his way, almost spilled the fish soup, and was a little angry. If he couldn't beat him now, Chiba would definitely beat him up. What's the matter with you? What is it in your hand? I heard that you have been running to Tsunade recently. Jiraiya also asked domineeringly. Keep good dogs out of the way. You dare to call me a dog, kid boy, are you owed? It was humiliating to be ignored by a child in front of his partner, and he was a little angry at this time. Fight! Fight! Are you just a few years older than me? What kind of ability to bully, by the way? I heard from my sister, what do you call a crane tail? Chiba said this with a look of contempt, and Jiraiya was flushed with anger, which was caused by shame. I want to kill you, Dashuan, don't stop me. Deshimaru stood aside with a cold face, and didn't respond at all. People didn't even want to stop him. Kill me, do you dare? Believe it or not, I told my sister that you bullied me, and you will have no chance to chase my sister in the future. After Chiba said these words, Jiraiya really calmed down and looked very shy. I won't beat you, don't tell Tsunade that I am bullying you, and when do I want to chase Tsunade? I don't like a violent woman like her. It's just that the latter sentence is obviously guilty. It's okay if you don't tell, you have to compensate me for my mental loss. What, compensation, kid, you can't be too much. Well, since you don't want to compensate, I can only tell my sister about this matter. Seeing Chiba turning around to leave, Ji-Lai also hurriedly stopped. That's fine, compensation is for compensation, what do you want? Chiba thought about it carefully. Jiraiya has done the task now, so he still has some savings. He probably hasn't written a novel yet. You can compensate me for 50,000, it will what? 50,000. This is also called casual, although he is now a ninja, but the tasks he takes are also very low level, usually D level, and C level only occasionally picks it up. Boy, don't go too far. Forget it, let me tell my sister about this. And you just said that my sister is a poor breast girl at the airport. Little kid, when did I say that Tsunade is from the airport with a poor breast girl? I didn't say it just now, but I say it now, what? Ji-Lai also looked ashamed, with a dejected expression on his face. Okay, I'll give it to you. He took out 50,000 yuan from his body and gave it to Chiba, and Ji-Lai also looked distressed. Kinyi received the money, his face was very happy, and he turned to leave. Suddenly he turned to face Jiraiya. For the sake of money, I will give you a free pickup experience. What? Jiraiya was so impatient that he was unlovable and immediately became impatient. The experience is that chasing girls must be bold and thin-skinned. After talking about Chiba, he ran away, and Jilla also stood there, thinking about this sentence. The more he thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. Shimaru looked at the back of Chiba, leaving with an intriguing smile. He was really an interesting child. Chiba doesn't hate Jiraiya at all. On the contrary, he likes it very much. His favorite people include Jiraiya. This man has always been so strong, facing the betrayal of his companions and the death of his relatives. Having endured silently, Chiba prefers his sense of responsibility, whether it is to Konoha or Naruto. This windfall, Chiba has already planned. He wants to use the money to buy shurikens, hidden weapons, as a lesson that ninjas must learn. When he came to Tsunade's house, Tsunade saw him happily running over. "Brother Smelly, you are here, what delicious food to bring today." "I brought fish today." Tsunade had a bitter face. "Why is it a fish again?" "Although it's all fish, the method and the taste are different, so you can have a good aftertaste after eating." "It doesn't matter, the dishes you cook are delicious anyway, as long as you have something to eat." Little Chiba is here. "Hello, Aunt Mito." Seeing Mito, Chiba immediately greeted him politely. Originally, he wanted to learn from Tsunade's name as Grandma Mito, but Mito is a beautiful young woman like that. He can't call it out. Besides, women want others to call themselves old. Mito is not like Tsunade's nerves. She has been eating Chiba for so many days. She feels a little embarrassed and decided to treat Chiba better in the future. This boiled fish was delicious enough for everyone. After eating the fish, Suna pulled Chiba's hand and planned to go out to exercise and digest. "Brother Smelly, you said why the dishes you cook are so delicious. If this continues, I will become a big fat man. You are responsible to me." Kinyi was anxious to be responsible for her, but she couldn't say that so as not to let her see that her motives were impure. "My elder sister is naturally beautiful, and everyone loves to see the flowers bloom, and the moon avoids them. If you are okay, just eat. I will accompany you to lose weight when I get fat." "That's what you said." "Okay." This time they didn't go shopping, but walked in the courtyard where Senju lived. Chiba was very afraid that Tsunade would ask himself to sing Confessions Balloon again. Jay-Chu's song was good, and he was tired of singing too much. Fortunately, Tsunade seemed to forget that he didn't mention it, and Chiba was relieved. "Brother Smelly, you are 5 years old, and it's time to enter school. The school will enroll students tomorrow. Sister will take you to sign up." "Actually, you don't need a Tsunade belt. As long as you reach school age, the ninja in the village will inform him to sign up. He plans to enroll next year." Normally ordinary children go to school at the age of 6, except for geniuses such as Uchiha Itachi and Kakashi. Chiba's talent is too bad. Of course, he is better than many people in some aspects, but there are still many aspects that are still mediocre. Chiba also thought about why her talent is so poor. The reason is that she was a premature baby and was born at more than 7 months old. He was born with inadequacy. He didn't want to spend more time at home playing games at school this morning, picking up more pieces, and getting more capital for his own development. "And now that I have become my sister, it's not easy to learn things in school. Sister, I don't want to study this morning, I want to go to school next year." Tsunade was a little surprised. Generally, children heard that they were not happy to go to school, so why would he refuse? Although Tsunade was a little surprised, he didn't ask too much. Everyone had their own ideas. "By the way, sister, can you teach me the skill of shuriken throwing? My sister's shuriken kunao throwing skills are very general. The most powerful shuriken kunao throwing method is the Uchiha family. They have unique hidden weapon throwing skills, matched with their blood wheel eyes. Can the sister get their unique hidden weapon skills?" Actually, it's not a secret that their shuriken kunao throwing skills. Of course I can get it, but although I can get it, it is not easy to play tricks. It depends on personal talent and hard work. If Uchiha shuriken was not as easy to learn as throwing skills, it wouldn't be the original anime that only Shisui and Uchiha Itachi would slip away. Chiba knows that his talent is very ordinary, but he has a system, learn it first, and may use it later. "I want to learn, ask my sister to teach me." Tsunade nodded, and now she would agree to any request from Chiba as long as it was not excessive. Unknowingly Chiba already had a certain weight in her heart. Tsunade took out a handful of kunao from his ninja bag, and then began to introduce the various characteristics and shapes of kunao and shuriken. Chiba knows all these, but now he wants to pretend that he doesn't understand. "Look like." After introducing these, Tsunade began to teach Chiba kunao's throwing skills. In fact, any hidden weapon is a test of people's eyesight and hand power skills. Of course, if you want to play Uchiha Itachi like a dozen kunao in the air, and finally hit the target at a strange angle, it is more difficult. This not only requires a lot of training experience, but also tests people's brain power. The angle and strength of Kyowa in the air must be calculated, so that when Kyowa throws it out, it can hit the target. After introducing Kunao's throwing skills, Tsunade didn't go on. She let Chiba digest it first. Chiba remembered what Tsunade had just said in her mind, and remembered it several times in her mind, and felt that it was okay, so she raised her head and looked at Tsunade. I think I have remembered it. Well, now we start training. In the following time, Chiba kept throwing targets with Kunao. Tsunade continued to correct his mistakes. As time went by, Tsunade felt a little discouraged. Chiba's talent was really terrible. He was only 1 meter away, and he couldn't even hit the target. It seemed that he was really not suitable for being a ninja, so wait to persuade him to give up. In fact, being a chef is also good. At this time, Chiba was not discouraged. The reason why he was still throwing now was just to cultivate his hand feeling. After he continued to lose several times, Chiba returned Kunao to Tsunade. Brother Smelly, don't be discouraged. In fact, not everyone is suitable for being a ninja. You have such a strong talent for cooking, you can be a chef like Granny Ma. Okay. Chiba does not want to refute. It doesn't matter to him whether he can be a ninja. With a system, he has infinite possibilities. You can't tell Tsunade about system things. Low-key development is the kingly way. Especially Danzang is most interested in geniuses. He didn't want to reveal his strength and was drawn into his team by Danzang. Chiba returned from Tsunade's house, lay on the bed and closed his eyes and went directly into the game. Until he quit the game, Chiba didn't pick up any debris. This kind of thing can be met but not requested. If you don't want to, just follow the fate, close your eyes and soon fall asleep. When I woke up full of energy, Chiba walked out of the room and started today's morning exercises. After running around Konoha twice, I went home and did push UPS and sit UPS. Today I felt a little more relaxed, probably because my body started to slow down, slowly adapt to the weight. After breakfast, Chiba sat on the bed and began to refine chakras. An hour later, Chiba satisfactorily stopped practicing, and today the chakras have grown a lot. Chiba found that the speed of refining chakra was good, but after chakra was consumed, the recovery was a bit slow. There was no way to do this. Who told him that he did not have the physique of Naruto Uzumaki? After playing the game in the morning, he still didn't find any debris, and Chiba didn't care. Now his mentality is very peaceful. After eating at noon, Chiba came to the river. Today he is training to climb trees and tread water. Originally, tree climbing and treading were used to train chakra control ability. Chiba's chakra control ability is perfect. It stands to reason that training is no longer necessary, but you have not personally experienced it, and you will never know what climbing trees and treading water are. Feel. Chiba stepped on the tree and injected chakras on his feet, as if instinctively. The first time he climbed a tree, Chiba already knew how to control the output of chakras on his feet, and then it was the moment to witness the miracle. I saw Chiba slowly walk up from the bottom of the tree, and the 3-meter-high tree went to the top. Chiba found that climbing a tree was easy, so he walked down from the tree, came to the river and started treading water. The treading water was still easy to complete. After trying several more times, Chiba had already determined that he had learned to tread water completely. Lost interest in treading water and climbing trees. Come to the waterfall. He wanted to challenge the more difficult, because the waterfall is very urgent, not as calm as the river, so it is more difficult to step on the waterfall. After 2 more hours of hard work, Chiba has fully adapted to the waterfall, and now he can step on the water of the waterfall. This ability is known, but it will scare many people. At the end of the practice in the afternoon, Chiba began to go back to prepare today's gourmet meal. There is a long way to go for picking up girls. Since Tsunade went out to do quests, Chiba has been practicing at home these days. In the days without Tsunade, who can understand this loneliness? In the past few days, he has been practicing the 3-body art. Sanshenshu refers to transfiguration, substitute technique, and clone technique. It is also the focus of ninjutsu for Konoha Ninja School's graduation examination. It is the foundation of the foundation, so there must be an important basis for existence. Transfiguration is a temporary change of an object by chakra. The easiest thing to change is naturally his body, which is essentially change. The simplest form of transformation is tangible and intangible, and if it is tangible and qualitative, it is advanced ninjutsu such as hardening, doubling, jujitsu, and hydration. The clone technique is to create a controllable incorporeal clone, non-physical, that is, a holographic projection made by chakra. The essence is creation. Therefore, all fireballs, water polo and water body clones that are born out of nothing need this foundation. Imagine that if it is full of loopholes, the technique cannot be released. Stand-in one of the basic ninjutsu, level E, can instantly swap the position of animals and plants with one's own position to avoid attacks. Judging from the effects in the animation, there are even some spatial ninjutsu effects. Under normal circumstances, you can't see the seal of surrogacy, but Haruno Sakura once had the seal. The order of the seal is Wei Hyagli Shaoyan. Surrogacy is a well-deserved god among the 3 basic ninjutsu. Ninjutsu, in the entire Naruto, the double technique has saved the lives of countless ninjas. This E-level ninjutsu is comparable to the S-level God-level ninjutsu. This simple ninjutsu, which Chiba thinks is the most practical, is substitute technique. But this technique has a shortcoming that the replacement distance is determined by the amount of chakra in the body, and there must be a substitute, and the seal requires time. Imagine that the enemy's attack has arrived, and you still have the stamp of completing the stand-in, then you can imagine your fate. Because Chiba's speed of printing is very fast, the speed of printing is now even far faster than that of Uchiha Itaki. As long as it is not complicated ninjutsu, it can basically be instant. Chiba's lockrock control is perfect, so it's easy to learn these techniques. Now he wants to improve his ninjutsu, so that he can transform from reality to reality like Uchiha Shisui. After several days of groping, Chiba gave up. Without sufficient theoretical knowledge and practice, it was a wishful thinking to improve ninjutsu. No wonder Watergate and Kakashi were called geniuses. Even Shisui started to improve ninjutsu after learning the advanced 3-shen technique. Chiba closed his eyes and entered the game familiarly. This time he was not very lucky and matched a few elementary school students. It's not that elementary school students' skills are not good, but elementary school students are fond of pranks. After searching for a while, Chiba picked up a M49 submachine gun. This gun was equipped with 45 caliber bullets. The stability of the gun was good, and it was a low killer. Come on to the disabled. One of the children was hit and is now calling for help. Two of the children yelled and rushed up. They were hit by someone. As expected, they can only use steel guns. Can't they use their brains? The enemy was at the corner of the stairs and started shooting before rushing up. Do you think you are holding an M29 light machine gun? That gun has a capacity of 100 rounds, so you can do this stunt, and even if you rush up like this, you have to rush together, one by one. This is not equivalent to death, and whether the shot can be directly exposed in front of the enemy if the shooting is blocked. It is difficult for you to be immortal. At this time, it's important to save teammates. If you don't do it, your conscience won't be able to survive. Just when you wanted to do it, the few children who fell on the ground began to curse, "Are you Shibai on the 4th? Come and save us, he is already disabled." It was really irritating, and even scolded me, thinking about whether to save it, think about it or save it. What to care about with children? Chiba threw a smoke bomb on it first, and then rushed up. Suddenly he saw someone stuck in the corner of the stairs, and Chiba sneered. He rushed up, and when the man opened the gun, he went up with the Buddha's marksmanship, toot. This person was killed by a burst of random guns. I went, and it took half of the bullet to kill this person. This is also called Big Can, really speechless. It was too late to lick the box. Chiba saved the people first. After rescuing the children, she didn't have a word of thanks, so she went straight up to lick my box. It's ungrateful, but they are still children. After they finished licking the box, Chiba went up to lick the rest. Yee, what is this? It turned out to be fragments. Sure enough, good people are rewarded. Pick up painting skill *1,11, the fragments are full, you can use it directly. Chiba was a little disappointed, and it was this kind of life skill, it would be nice if he could pick it up. Using the fragments directly, a wonderful feeling flows through the body, and there is a lot of painting knowledge in my mind. For the next time, Chiba kept running with the kids, but I didn't know what was going on. Two of the kids ran away by themselves. He could only get into the lap with one of the kids. Wow, rely on me to drive the car into the poison ring, hey. Stop quickly, Chiba hurriedly typed on the screen, and the kid let out a sinister laugh. It's over, not being beaten to death by the enemy, but being sullied by one's own people, this is called death. Before quitting the game, he directly reported the kid, hey, the kid now is too impure. In the future, you must save snacks for children. After playing a few more games, Chiba didn't find any debris. After quitting the game, Chiba started cooking to fill his stomach. There is no need to deliver food to Tsunade in the afternoon. He, the temporary takeaway, can take a rest. I went out and bought some painting tools. When I returned home, Chiba spread out the paper. What do you want to paint? By the way, draw Tsunade. She must be very touched to give it to her after drawing. When I mentioned the paintbrush, Chiba's state immediately changed. If someone is around, there will definitely be an illusion, as if a master painting master is painting. This aura and posture makes people immersed in an inexplicable mood. The strokes of dragons and snakes are done in one go, as if painting is an instinct. 20 minutes later, Tsunade's portrait is finished. Putting down the pen, Chiba picked up the painting and admired it. It was so lifelike, as if he was standing in front of him, with a frown and a smile like this, as if Tsunade would walk out of the painting by looking at it more. This painting incorporates all of his feelings for Tsunade, all of which are unattainable both on the surface and in the realm. Perfect. In the future, if you just set up a painting stand outside, your business will be very good. After the watercolors were dry, Chiba carefully put the painting away, tied the ribbon, and smiled unconsciously on his face. In the afternoon, Chiba continued to play games at home, but unfortunately still did not find any debris. Tsunade has a few days to return. Chiba is boring, no one to accompany him to press the road, no one to speak to himself, lonely as snow. Walking alone in the streets of Konoha, Konoha is more prosperous than other shinobu villages. Don't ask me how I knew it. I watched it in previous life animations. Oncoming two Uchiha tribesmen, not very young, probably in their teens, with arrogance on their faces. Seeing them, Chiba chose to step aside, but he deliberately avoided it. The two arrogant Uchiha boys seemed blind, and one of them ran into him. Chiba was knocked back 2 steps. Doesn't the stinky boy have eyes? Seeing the clothes on Xiao's body, he still doesn't hide. The tone of speech is very arrogant. Uchiha's people probably have this common problem of arrogance. They may think they are a big family, or they may be eye-opening in negative emotions. I avoided it, you hid it yourself. Chiba said flatly. It's still my fault to say that, should I apologize to you? When the Uchiha boy finished talking about the yin and yang, the two began to laugh. So arrogant, it's no wonder that Uchiha was annihilated in the later period, and there must be results for reasons. If you want to apologize, I will reluctantly accept it. What brat, you dare to talk back, believe it or not, I killed you, and no one will hold us accountable. Chiba believed that he was just an ordinary civilian, and the village would not offend the Uchiha family because of him. Have you heard a word? What are you talking about? That is, a barking dog doesn't bite. Boy, it looks like you are really looking for death. Saying that one of them attacked him with his fist. Wait, the fist stopped only 2 centimeters from Chiba's face. What else can you say? Do you want to kneel down and beg for mercy? The two Uchiha boys looked smug. There are many civilians onlookers around, everyone hates Uchiha's people, but they are just civilians, and those who dare not openly confront Uchiha can only express sympathy to Chiba. No, I want to tell you that my sister is Tsunade, Princess Konoha, the granddaughter of the origin. After finishing this sentence, the two Uchiha boys on the opposite side showed hesitation, and their attitude was not so arrogant. Are you also 1,000 hands? Chiba smiled and did not answer his question. Everyone knows that Tsunade is very short-handed and very violent. Even in the face of 3 generations of Hokage, anyone who is unhappy can kick the door and slap the table. Chiba doesn't feel ashamed of eating soft rice. In this era, eating soft rice also represents a kind of ability. Hurry up if you want to fight, and I have to go back to sleep. Yee, the mouths of the two Uchiha boys were choked, and they didn't react for a long time. Fortunately for you kid, if you let me know that you are not Tsunade's younger brother, you will be dead. After speaking, everyone around him was very surprised. What the boy said that scared Uchiha's people to leave, and passers-by speculated. Chiba solved these 2 supporting roles, and had no intention of shopping, and went straight home. Sure enough, in any world, strength is the last word, let's hurry up and practice. In fact, he didn't have the ability to resist at all today. With his 8 seals per second and the 3-kun technique he has cultivated in the past few days, he still has a chance of winning accidentally. Back home, Chiba fell directly on the bed and closed his eyes and started the game. There was nothing in the afternoon, and Chiba was not in a hurry. He cooked a bowl of noodles, and when he was full, he rested for a while, and then resumed the game. In the next few days, in addition to going out to buy groceries, Chiba was playing games at home. It's a pity that I still haven't picked up any debris in the past few days. The good news is that Tsunade is back. Before Chiba could find her, Tsunade went to the door by himself. Tsunade didn't knock on the door when he came in. He pushed the door directly. Chiba was resting on the bed and was startled by the sudden sound. Seeing Tsunade, Chiba reflexed back onto the bed and put his hands on his chest. This action seems to be a natural reaction for a weak girl to encounter a bad guy bullying. Why don't you come in without knocking? Fortunately, I don't have the habit of undressing and sleeping, otherwise my innocence will be ruined by you. Tsunade let out a laugh. Brother Smelly, what is your head thinking? Why is it so strange? It's innocent. Do you have innocence? To say that innocence is my innocence was ruined by you, people or girls. That's right, why do I have this kind of reaction? Isn't it right that I didn't subconsciously treat Tsunade as a woman? Even if he didn't treat him as a woman, he shouldn't be seen as a man. Sorry, I was nervous for a while. Chiba said awkwardly. Sister, why are you looking for me? Why aren't you welcome? It's so sad, you don't have me in your heart if you haven't seen you for a few days. Tsunade looks aggrieved. Tsunade in this state is rare. No, it's just that the home is too rudimentary. I don't want you to see my fragile side. Will Chiba be vulnerable, and will he care about others' opinions? The answer is no, it's just nonsense. Tsunade looked at Chiba's house, his nose was sour, and his heart was inexplicably distressed. I will take care of you from now on. What? Do I really want to eat soft rice? Why didn't I feel insulted, but rather excited in my heart? It seemed that I was depraved. By the way, sister, I have a gift for you. Gifts? You still prepare gifts for me, brother Smelly. If you have no money, don't spend money arbitrarily. Chiba jumped off the bed and found the painting in the cabinet. What is this? Just open it and see. Tsunade took the painting, untied the tie, and slowly opened the painting. When the painting was fully opened, Tsunade had a shocked expression, his mouth opened wide, his eyes glistening with tears, and his shoulders shaking, making him feel confused. What a surprise, is this painting painted by myself? He was exactly the same as himself, not only in the form but also in the demeanor, but also lifelike. It was just another self. Is this painted by Brother Smelly? Is not it? His painting skills are so brilliant that he is rarely seen in the world. You drew this? Yes, I painted it. After you left, I missed my sister very much. Whenever it's dark, I can't help but think of you, so I painted your appearance. Since I can paint, this is the first time painting people. Sister, do you like it? Tsunade was so touched that the hardest part of his heart suddenly broke open, and an unprecedented feeling filled his body and mind. She approached Chiba, embraced Chiba with her arms wide open, and then kissed Chiba's cheek with her vermilion lips. Feeling moist on his face, Chiba is so cool, so soon I got Tsunade's first kiss. Tsunade kept holding the picture and looked at it. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. This gift is too precious. When the two went shopping, Tsunade kept looking at the painting, and even had no desire to talk to him. He didn't know whether it was right or wrong to send him the painting. The night slowly got deeper, and after pressing down on the road, Chiba sent Tsunade home and then returned to his home. Today, in the 22nd year of Konoha, Tsunade's younger brother, Nosuke, was born. As Tsunade's younger brother, Chiba naturally wants to visit Konoha. When she came to Senju residence, Chiba saw that Tsunade was holding the small rope tree, and she smiled and looked very gentle. Brother Smelly, you are here. Tsunade showed joy and passed the rope tree in his hand to Chiba. Chiba quickly took over. This was the first time he was holding a newborn baby. This little guy was very active, holding his little hand and holding his chest all the time. Clothes. The little rope tree is still very cute. Chiba held the little rope tree and shook it gently. I don't see that you are quite skilled. It seems that you will have an extra career in the future, a professional concubine. Chiba glared at Tsunade. Tsunade played out her tongue and made a face at him. Don't know when it would start. Tsunade began to show her girlish side in front of Chiba. Just as Chiba continued to sway the little rope tree peed on his face. Let me go, you stink boy actually shot me in the face. From now on, it's not a history of humiliation. It doesn't matter if you are a baby. Tsunade leaned forward and backward with a smile when he saw this picture. Killing me. Chiba was a little angry. He was unlucky when he was shot in the face. Tsunade ridiculed him. Uncle can bear it, but aunt cannot bear it either. Back to you. Chiba angrily returned the small rope tree to Tsunade. Suddenly the little guy started to cry, and the little hand kept holding on to Tsunade's chest and clothes. Chiba, what's wrong with him? Tsunade didn't know what to do when he had seen such a situation. You try to put your finger in his mouth. Tsunade put his fingers into the mouth of the rope tree according to Chiba's words. As expected, the rope tree stopped crying. At this time, his mouth started to suck. Itchy. Chiba, how did you know this way? I think he is hungry. Then what to do? Of course you nursed him. Chiba is speechless, and Tsunade is usually very smart, so how can he ask such a mentally handicapped question? What are you talking about? Where does the milk come from if they are not married yet? Tsunade looked at Chiba and said shyly. I mean Zaya Shengshu is hungry, you send him back to his mouth. Tsunade was embarrassed to scratch his hair. Tsunade went to return the small rope tree to his mother, and Chiba sat on the ground, picked up the tea on the table and drank. Aunt Mito opened the wooden door and walked in. It's Chiba. Hello, Aunt Mito. Mito went to the opposite side of the table and knelt down. I saw the portrait you drew for Tsunade. I was so surprised. I didn't expect you to be so talented in painting at a young age. No, I only made a temporary intention to paint for Tsunade. I have a request, can you draw one for me too? Of course it's okay. As long as Aunt Mito likes it, don't say 1, just 100. I will draw 10,000. Your mouth is always so sweet, no wonder my granddaughter always says you are good in front of me. Is it? Chiba couldn't help being happy. What did this show? This showed that Tsunade was already in love with him. Mito looked at him kindly with a smile. I will paint for you now. Mito asked the ninjas outside to go back to Chiba's place to get painting tools. After Chiba got the painting tools, he spread out the paper, adjusted the colors, and started painting. I saw that Chiba took a close look at Mito, then closed his eyes and recollected in his mind that painting must have the charm of the characters, and if you want to capture the charm of the characters, you must carefully experience it. A few seconds later, Chiba picked up the paintbrush and dipped it in the dye, and began to paint. The lines were drawn with delicate brushwork and smooth movements without any pause. After a while, Mito's appearance was drawn, and Mito looked at it. Can't help but be magical. When Chiba was painting, there was a mysterious aura on his body, which he had only experienced with respected people, but he did not expect him to have such a temperament at a young age. The listener said that this child's ninjutsu talent is really bad, otherwise he can really learn seal art. Knowing that his painting skills are so strong, learning seal art will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. 20 minutes later, Chiba put down his paintbrush. Aunt Mito has already drawn it. Mito stood up and walked behind Chiba, staring at the portrait. When I saw myself in the portrait, Mito's expression was the same as Tsunade's reaction when he saw the painting. It was too similar, as if he was another self. Mito picked up the painting carefully and looked at it with great joy. I can't put it down. When Tsunade came back, he saw that Grandma was looking at a painting and looked at it curiously. When she saw the painting, her face was surprised. The painting was painted by Chiba. Chiba, let me tell you that in the future you can only paint for me and Grandma. If you let me know who you paint for, I will ignore you. Got it. The thought that Chiba would paint for other people in the future made her feel uncomfortable, and that's why she said such unreasonable demands. Mito looked at them with a gentle smile. As someone who came by, she could understand the reaction of her granddaughter. Put away the painting carefully, and then exit the room. Suna took Chiba's hand and ran outside. Why didn't the smelly brother bring any delicious food today? Today I want to make a new thing. What new thing? Barbecue in the open air. Barbecue, what's new about barbecue? They often go out to do tasks, and often eat barbecue in the wild. The taste is very ordinary. When it comes to barbecue, Tsunade is not interested. My barbecue is very different from yours. To be sure, Chiba's cooking is so delicious, and this barbecue is definitely different. Chiba has prepared the barbecue tools and spices this morning. Tsunade and Chiba returned to Chiba's house and walked toward the river with barbecue items. What are you doing? On the way to the riverside, I saw Jiraiya and Oshimaru, and Jiraiya saw Tsunade approaching his face again. What's your business? Go away. Chiba doesn't matter. Barbecuing would have to be crowded and lively. We are going to barbecue by the river, don't dislike it, let's go together. Okay, Jill said loudly. Deshimaru also nodded with interest. When he came to the river, Chiba put the things first, and then started to burn charcoal. Jiraiya, you go to the river to catch some fish. Why me? Why didn't that guy go? The guy Jiraiya said was Oshimaru. Because you are so bullied, Nanny? Jilla also jumped up and down with anger, which was too bullying. Even Dashyuan twitched his mouth. Originally, he still had to resist, but under the threat of Tsunade's fist, he obediently went to catch the fish. Chiba prepares a lot of ingredients, including meat, vegetables, and meatballs. I love to eat chicken wings, but your old lady said that you will ascend to heaven. Because you are about to ascend to heaven, you have to eat chicken wings. When you don't eat it now, you can eat it. Chiba was grilling chicken wings while, Brother Smelly, what do you sing is really ugly. People laugh at me too crazy, I laugh at others and can't see through. There is no tomb of the Wooling heroes, no flowers and no wine to hoe the fields. Who knows the loneliness in my heart? Brush a layer of oil on the chicken wings, then turn it over several times, sprinkle spices on it, and look at the golden color, which makes you appetite. After the chicken wings were roasted, Chiba put them on a plate and brought them to Tsunade and Oshimaru. You are welcome, eat and drink well, please visit my shop next time. The most important thing is to give 5-star praise. I'll go and take out what I said about being a takeaway all my life. Brother Smelly, why do you always say strange things? At this time, Zilai also happened to catch a few fish ashore, and saw Chiba throwing the fish on Chiba with a flick of his hand, and Chiba caught it steadily and swiftly. You are here just right. This is chicken wings that have just been roasted. Come and eat it quickly. Don't say I didn't take care of you. You have a conscience. The three of them took one each, and ate them with their mouths open. It's so delicious. It's so delicious. Jill shouted loudly. Tsunade and Osamara nodded in agreement. The three of them ate up the chicken wings in their hands in a blink of an eye, and the last three people stared at the last chicken wing on the plate at the same time. Three people look at each other, and their mental activity may be like this at this time. Tsunade, this is my old lady, whoever dares to snatch my chicken wings, I will fight hard. Jiraiya, this chicken wings are so delicious. I'm going to make it better later, don't let Dashyuan be strong first. Oshimaru, now the situation is obvious. Everyone wants this chicken wing. Jiraiya and Tsunade will definitely not let it go. It seems they can only outsmart it. At the time of a tenth of the incense, the murderous aura in the eyes of the three people had fought for 300 rounds. Just before they were about to start, the last roasted wing was taken away by a thick hand. Who? The three angrily looked at the guy who had taken their chicken wings and didn't know whether to live or die. When they saw the person stealing the chicken wings, the three of them were discouraged. Teacher. It turns out that the man who stole the chicken wings was the teacher of the third generation of Naruto, Sarutobi Hizen and Sunan. Very good, this is the first time I have eaten such delicious chicken wings. Sarutobi Hizen smiled kindly. Teacher, why are you here? The teacher smelled the scent and found it after looking for it. Is the teacher's nose a dog nose? Jilla also whispered. Jalea, what did you say? Jilai also jumped in shock. Teacher, I mean if the teacher wants to eat, ask Chiba to bake more. After Chiba cleaned up the fish, he carried the fish and walked towards them. Hokage-sama, you are here too. It's really an honor, you must stay and try my cooking skills. I mean it. You guys wait for me to bake. Sarutobi Hizen looked at Chiba's figure and nodded. For the next time, Chiba kept grilling, and the four of them kept eating, and the ingredients they prepared were also visible to the naked eye. When the last eggplant was roasted, Chiba realized that he hadn't eaten anything. It was a loss to just serve them. After eating the last barbecue, Chiba wiped his mouth and came to the four of them. It's so enjoyable, I haven't eaten so full for a long time. Gillette also yelled, and Ashimura nodded in agreement. Your name is Chiba, yes, you have a talent for cooking, or I will ask you to come to my house as a cook, Sarutobi Hizen said with a smile. Thank you Hokage-sama for your kindness. I'm still young and don't want to be a child laborer. Okay, you young people, let's play. I still have official duties, so I'll leave first. He came quietly, just like he walked quietly, waving his sleeves without taking a bamboo stick. After Hokage left, Chiba packed up and prepared to go back with Tsunade. Gillette also ran over and put his hand around his neck. When will we grill the little kid? I will prepare the ingredients next time. Okay. Chiba agreed vaguely. I'm going, you guys who have no conscience, patronize and eat, and didn't save a few for this young master. I am so embarrassed that there will be a next time, but there will be no next time. Tsunade and Chiba moved their things back to Chiba's house first, and then Tsunade went back. When I got home and felt my stomach was groaning and groaning. It was really unlucky to come back on an empty stomach with so many delicious foods. After cooking a bowl of noodles, Chiba closed his eyes and played games after eating. After playing for a few hours, don't say that you found the debris, just say that you didn't eat the chicken feathers. Turn off the game, and Chiba closed his eyes and went to sleep. When he woke up the next day, Chiba opened the door and ran 2 laps around Konoha. Just after the lap, in a clearing, a short man was practicing physical exercises, and Chiba curiously stopped to look. This man's physical skills are very powerful, and his movements are very clean and neat. Looking at this posture, he is more powerful than Kei's appearance. Konoha is so powerful at this time. Could it be him? According to what the original anime has seen, Chiba is a little sure. Teacher Chen is a character in Naruto, known as Konoha's strongest ninja, whose real name is Chen Beojun. His unique trick was Konoha Dragon God, who died in the Third Ninja World War, and had friendship with Xiaoli. Teacher Kai called Konoha's hero. Konoha Ryujin uses the high-speed rotation of his body to form a tornado to attack his opponent. Of course, with this trick, Xiaoli used Lianhua to break Teacher Chen Konoha Longshen. I don't know if he created Konoha Dragon God at this time. Kinyi didn't want to learn this trick from a teacher in the past. With his current physical condition, let alone Konoha Dragon God, he couldn't even use it. After watching for a long time, Chiba left and ran the rest of the road by himself. After returning home, Chiba did push UPS and sit UPS again. Now he can do what he didn't carry before with weights. This is also the result of practice during this time. After breakfast, I refined the chakra for 1 hour, and the next time is to play games. Until the afternoon, Chiba didn't pick up any pieces in the game. Fragments, hurry to the bowl. In the evening, I went to Tsunade's residence again to visit Xia Shengshu. Xia Shengshu had just eaten and was sleeping comfortably in the cradle. After watching the small rope tree, Chiba accompanies Tsunade to practice in the yard. With a grass in his mouth, Chiba leaned against the tree and watched Tsunade's cultivation leisurely. After watching it for a long time, Chiba became sleepy, greeted Tsunade and went back. When he got home, he played a few games and didn't find any debris, so he closed his eyes and went to sleep. In the next few days, Chiba's life was as regular as before. In the morning and afternoon, he practiced, played games, and worked as a takeaway in the evening. Chiba took so many dishes in his mind and made them for Tsunade and Shui every day. Households eat, not repeated every day. The 50,000 yuan that had been blackmailed from Zilla before, is now almost gone, and there is about $5,000. Except for buying a dozen kunao, the remaining money is almost spent on buying vegetables these days. It's time to think of a way to make some money. How to make money, now he is not a ninja, cannot take on tasks, go out to set up stalls to draw pictures, sell snacks, but the money comes slowly, let's forget it. After thinking hard, Chiba thought of a way to make a fortune. This method is actually very simple, is to pull Tsunade to the casino. You must know that Tsunade's gambling luck is very poor. It is known as the little sheep of the casino. As long as you take Tsunade, with her as the beacon, it is not difficult for you to make money. Thinking of this, Chiba couldn't help being excited, and ran out of the house towards Chiba's residence. Why Brother Smelly came so early today? Sister, do you want to get rich? What do you mean? Do you want me to pay you back sooner? Well, what does that mean? I'll ask you if you want, just one word if you want, just 2 words if you don't want it. Chiba's appearance is so mean, which makes people feel uneasy. I tell you I will not betray my virginity. Who wants your virginity? I won't rob with you either. Tsunade stared at Chiba and said in a certain tone. I said, sister, what do you think about in your head? Would someone as pure as your brother take you to do these things? Then what do you mean by making money? Chiba told Tsunade about the casino, and Tsunade became more interested as he listened. Can we really win? Sister, you don't believe in your own skills. I'm so disappointed in you. Okay, it's done. Are you going like this? How can I go otherwise? You used the transformation technique to change your appearance. Is this necessary? Just listen to me. Well, I'll listen to you. Chiba turned Tsunade into a bet without letting people know that she was Tsunade. The two came to Kanaha's casino. Kanaha's casino is forbidden to children. In fact, Chiba took out a handful of money and shook it, and the people at the casino let them in. Brother Smelly, what are we playing? Just play dice. This kind of game is relatively simple. Chiba is not very clear about other games, so I chose the simplest one. When he came to the place where he played the dice, Tsunade knelt down and Chiba sat cross-legged next to him. As soon as Tsunade came up, he threw out 50,000, and the people at the casino suddenly came to their spirits, and it seemed that the opposite was a big fat sheep. Thousands of hands quickly reached out and took back 49, leaving only 1,000. Brother Smelly, what are you doing? How can you make money with so little? Sister, you just listen to me today. Chiba whispered in Tsunade's ear. After getting the money back, Chiba threw the 5,000 yuan in his body to the opposite place of Tsunade's bet. Tsunade immediately knew what Chiba was paying attention to. This smelly brother obviously looked down on him, but did he really think he would lose? But now that he had promised the smelly brother to listen to him today, Tsunade resisted the attack. By now. 4, 5, 6, 15 o'clock. Sister, we won. Brother Smelly, you won, I lost. If I win, you win. Do we still share each other? After saying this, Tsunade's mood was obviously better. In the next time, Chiba began to win a lot of money, and the others around saw something and followed suit. Now Chiba has more than 400,000 in hand, and the last one is more than 400,000. Pushing it down, the people around made bursts of surprise. People in the casino sweat even more. Buy it. 2, 3, 3, 8 o'clock. Yeah, I won, Chiba shouted happily. After getting the money back, Chiba asked the casino to deposit the money in the card, and left with Tsunade who wanted to continue gambling. Brother Smelly, that's how you make money from me. Do you know that your sister will definitely lose? This is intuition, today you will lose intuition. Chiba dare not say that she is the big sheep of the casino, so as not to be knocked out. Someone followed my sister. Tsunade had discovered it a long time ago. It was probably the people in the casino who were unwilling to see that they had won money and wanted to get the money back. Brother Smelly, you are here waiting for me, I will solve them. Tsunade left in a blink of an eye. When the few people were about to rush up, a person suddenly appeared in front of him, who turned out to be one of the people they wanted to follow. Knowledge and return the money, or you will look good. Tsunade didn't bother to talk nonsense, and removed the transformation technique and returned to Tsunade's original appearance. After seeing Tsunade, the faces of those few changed with horror. I'm sorry, Princess Tsunade, this is a misunderstanding. After talking about these people, Tsunade disappeared. Tsunade often appeared in casinos. These people knew Tsunade. When Tsunade came back, Chiba looked in admiration. Sister is still great, please be respected by the younger brother. Tsunade was amused and gave him a roll of eyes. Start to divide the money. This is the money we won. We divide you half, and this is the money we owe you to return to you. Now we have both cleared our debts. Going out with 5,000, now there are hundreds of thousands in his hand. Kinyi is secretly happy. Although Tsunade got the money, she wasn't excited at all, and she had to win the money personally to enjoy it. Now that the money issue has been settled, he won't have to worry about money for a long time, so let's practice with peace of mind. When he got home, Chiba cooked first, and when he was full, he started playing games. I had a good luck landing today. I picked up 98k, but this gun is too magnificent, otherwise it would be a fire stick in my hand. Fortunately, luck was really good. I found a Bison submachine gun and a quadruple mirror in a toilet. Now you can search for bullets and medicine to find someone to shoot the gun. A man in a frog suit was running up 200 meters ahead. Chiba switched to 98k and hit the enemy's second level head with a single shot. With just one shot, the enemy fell to his knees, and Chiba faced him again. A shot was made for the damaged second stage head. The man went straight to take the next flight. After observing and confirming that there were no people around, Chiba ran up to pick up the box. What is this? This is a fragment. Seeing the long-lost fragments, Chiba couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. Pick up Hidden Weapon Skill *1, 11. The fragments are full, you can use it directly. What a pleasant surprise, the shuriken that I just learned some time ago has no throwing skills, and it took a long time to pick up the hidden weapon skill fragments. It seems that the system also exploded fragments according to their needs. Using the fragments directly in the game, a wonderful feeling emerges in the body, and there are many hidden weapon use skills and insights in my mind. This feeling is really cool. It is a pity that in the next game, Shiba never picked up the fragment again, but with this fragment, Shiba was already very satisfied. After quitting the game, Shiba checked the time, and it was time to deliver the food to Tsunade. After preparing the new dishes, Shiba sent home and began to take a ninja bag to practice in the woods. When I arrived in the woods, it was already around 7 o'clock in the evening, and no one was seen around, only an owl was sleeping on the tree with its eyes closed. Shiba took out kunao from the ninja bag, drew a circle on the tree, and then drew a thumb-sized circle in the middle of the circle. He stepped back 1 meter, holding Kyowu in his hand and concentrating calmly. This time when he picked up Kyowu, his feeling was much different than before, as if Kyowu was part of his body. Call out! Kyowu flashed a cold light and shot it towards the target quickly, only to see Kyowu flying past the tree trunk without any touches. This time is not a pure accident. Shiba comforted himself, and then went to pick up kunao, and when he returned, he continued to start again in the same place. This time, Shiba closed his eyes and revisited the hidden weapon skills in his mind, feeling the temperature of karma in his hands, and a sense of familiarity emerged spontaneously. Call out! A cold light flashed, and a handful of Kyubyavyu thorns hit the target. Although it didn't hit the bull's eye, this time it was a lot better than the last time. Shiba returned to Kyowu, thinking about the reason for the mistake just now. After finding the reason, Shiba calmly shot Kyowu in his hand again, and this time Kyowu directly hit the bull's eye. Great! Shiba jumped up happily, and Shiba's hit rate reached 100% in the next minute. Shiba felt that his limit had not been discovered at all. He continued to step back 1 meter, and now he was 2 meters away from the bullseye. Over time, Shiba stopped at 5 meters. At 5 meters, it was difficult for him to hit the bullseye. It was not that Shiba's skills were not good, but that his wrist was not strong enough. A few centimeters away from the bullseye fell down. It seems that if you want to take a step closer, you must increase your physical strength. Now that the straight line hit rate is 100%, it seems that I can practice down the curve throw. Parabolic formula. General formula: y equals x2 plus bx plus c. A, b, c are constants. A is not equal to 0. Vertex formula: y equals a, xh 2 plus k. A, h, k are constants. A is not equal to 0. Intersection formula: 2 root formulas: y equals a, xx1, xx2. A is not equal to 0. Where is the parabola? Y equals x2 plus bx plus c. A, b, c are constants. A is not equal to 0. And the coordinates of the intersection of the x-axis are the two real roots of the equation x2 plus bx plus c equals 0. This is a complicated physics problem, so I won't explain it in detail here. In short, curve throwing, Kyowu throwing out, its trajectory is a curve, and this curve conforms to this curve formula. To put it simply, if you want to fly according to a mysterious curve, you must control the strength, centrifugal force, and angle of the wrist. Because of the concealed weapon fragments, Shiba knew these things very well, and at this time he was just familiar with it. With a flick of his wrist, Kyubyavyu shot out. If you look closely, you will see that Kyuwu's trajectory is a curve. Kyubyavyu hit the target without accident, but it didn't hit the bullseye. Shiba's thinking may be that the strength is not enough, which leads to the curvature not being big enough. After a minute of hard work, Shiba successfully mastered the curve throw. Now it is time to practice the most difficult throwing skills. And this throwing skill is to make duo Kyowu meet in the air, and finally hit the target from a weird angle. Shiba only saw Shisui and Uchiha Hatake use this skill in the anime, and he didn't know the others for the time being. This skill is not only a test of skills and experience, but also a test of calculation. Then when Shiba went to bed, Shiba had been practicing this throwing skill until he returned home. He had successfully controlled the 3 kunao to collide in the air and finally hit the target. Shiba feels that this is not his limit, and he has to continue practicing. In the next few days, Shiba stopped playing games, so he concentrated on practicing this skill. A few days later, he had successfully controlled 28 kunao to collide in the air in 1 second, and finally hit the target. Not only that, Shiba also managed to collide dozens of kunao in the air, and in the end several kunao hit the target from different angles. This technique absolutely made opponents unable to defend. After continuing to practice for a few days, Shiba felt that he had reached the limit. No matter how much he practiced, he didn't make any progress. Shiba knew that his talent could only reach that. In fact, this level is much better than Shisui and Uchiha Hatake. So at this level, Shiba is already very satisfied. On the way home, a crow flew over his head. The most annoying thing was that he shit on his head. Where did the damn crow go? Shiba looked at the dazzling crow, and the kunao in his hand flew out. The crow temporarily changed its flight direction. Shiba again hit the front of the kunao with a second shot. The crow thought he was okay, but didn't know what was going on. Kumo suddenly shot directly from the top of his head and pierced it. This crow didn't know why it was dying. He obviously avoided it. Why did dead? Tsunade went out to perform the task again, and Chiba hasn't seen Tsunade for a long time. Although you can't see Tsunade, Chiba can visit the small rope tree. At this time, the rope tree is still very cute. Every time Chiba visits the small rope tree, he will bring delicious food to Mito as usual. Mito has always been embarrassed. As the saying goes, Mito has been thinking about how to care about Chiba. In the past few days, she finally decided to teach Chiba seal art. Although she knew that Chiba's talent was terrible, it was one thing to learn it. The key was her own mind. Chiba was very happy when he heard that Mito was going to teach himself sealing techniques. Thank you, Aunt Mito, I will study hard. Starting today, Chiba will come to Mito every afternoon to learn about sealing techniques. Chiba's memory is still very good. During the learning process, he can remember as long as Mito tells him once, but in order to hide his clumsiness, Chiba still pretended not to understand and asked him several times, and Mito took the trouble to Chiba explain. The result is that Chiba's basic knowledge is very solid. The painting seal technique is Chiba's best. With painting skills, the painting seal technique is still very easy, which Mito had anticipated in advance. Sealing is very difficult to learn, and it needs to be explained systematically. Compared with spiritism, sealing is relatively unpopular. Sealing can only control the enemy, but cannot kill the enemy, so many ninjas are not very interested in it. Although the seal technique is relatively unpopular, it can be effective on some occasions. Chiba is interested in everything that can increase strength. Tsunade went out to perform the task for half a month, and Chiba also studied for half a month. In the past half month, he has learned a lot of sealing knowledge, and now he can easily use the sealing technique. Of course, Chiba only experimented with sealing techniques in private. He still had a terrible talent in front of Mito, unable to use even the most basic sealing techniques. Chiba made a scroll of sealed objects, and sealed all the important things on his body in the scroll. Tsunade hasn't returned yet. Chiba hasn't even wanted to find someone to talk to. Today, he suddenly doesn't want to practice or play games. Maybe every man has such a day every month. Walking boringly on Konoha's streets, Konoha's side is relatively peaceful compared to other parts of the ninja world, and the streets are so lively for the shops to do business and the pedestrians on the street. Suddenly Chiba saw a few children beating around a teenager in front of him. The boy who was beaten was wearing green clothes with a cute haircut, and a person appeared in Chiba's head involuntarily. Matt Dai. Medi's father, who had been doing nothing in his life, was an ordinary patience. Like Medi, he often uses the word youth in his verbal language. It took a 10,000-year-old person in Konoha village to comprehend Baemon Dungia for 20 years. Personality, hot-blooded, crying, suspected of fond of cats. Stunt, 8-door Dungia. Death, after opening the 8 gates of Dungia and Ninba, they died during the battle. Quotations, even if you can't escape, you must protect your most important things. At that time, Metkai, Shiranui Genma, and Ebisu were on a mission. They were surrounded by the 7 ninja swords of the mist. Metday arrived in time to cover the 3 retreats, and Matt wore 8-door retreat. The last door of the array, sacrificing one's own life, is the price of one battle 7. Kill 4. You know, the opposite is the cooperating 7 ninja swordsmen. Both this man and his future son are worthy of respect, and of course this man is still a teenager. Might Day doesn't know how to use ninjutsu or illusion. He only specializes in physical skills. After 20 years of comprehending the 8 techniques of evasion, this man has come out of a different path. He is definitely a strong man, at least in Chiba's heart. At this time he was being bullied by a few children under 10 years old. He was lying on the ground and protecting his head, looking very embarrassed. In any world, people are good at being bullied, the strong bully the weak, and the rich bully the not. There is no exception. Chiba can't see it. Stop! With a loud shout, the few beating children on the opposite side stopped and looked at him strangely. When they saw a child younger than them, the faces of several children showed contempt. Little boy, did you call to stop? Your eyes are okay, who else is here besides me? Do you want to be assaulted? Hole. Who is the pup calling? The B D calls you. So it was the pup who called me. The talking boy reacted at once, and the other children also reacted one after another. His face was wonderful, and he felt uncomfortable for wanting to laugh but being afraid of being scolded by the boss. The Kid King was teased by a kid in front of his little brother, with a face of shame and anger. I want to kill you, brothers beat him together. Although these children had already gone to the ninja school, Chiba didn't care about it at all. Now his ability to deal with these children who have not graduated is just like playing. Please slow down. The children stopped just as they rushed up. What else do you want to say? Do you want to kneel down and beg for mercy? You have misunderstood. I want you to see something. Chiba took out a large amount of banknotes from his pocket, and the little boys saw so many banknotes, their eyes straightened. Boss has a lot of money. Yes, you can buy a lot of balls. When the Kid King saw Kinyi taking out the banknotes, his face instantly became gentle. It looks like you have spared you with so much money. I think you have misunderstood. The money is not for you, but for them what? For us. All the kids except the Kid King are very excited. What do you mean? I'm the boss, I don't take it, and they won't take it either. Boss, I want it. Boss, I want it too. I haven't seen so much money yet. Several other children agreed, and the Kid One looked angry. You dare not listen to me. Chiba stood watching their infighting. Mike Dai looked at Chiba strangely. Who is he? Why do you want to help yourself? Know that the children in the village do not play with themselves, they will only laugh at themselves. Have you said enough? Now listen to me. Now you beat up your boss. The money is yours. Chiba shook them with money to seduce them. A few children hesitated at this moment, but seeing that Chiba has so much money in his hands, a few children, you look at me and I look at you, and at the same time they have a decision. Boss, I'm sorry. You turned out to be traitors. The words are not finished yet. A few little kids go up and have a ruthless K, and the one who starts is called a ruthless. It is really righteous to kill the relatives. After a long time, several children stopped after getting tired. The boss was so badly beaten that his eyes looked a little scared when he looked at Kinyi. Chiba threw the money on the ground, and several children went up to grab a meal. Are you okay? Chiba stretched out his hand to face Matt Dai, smiling very brightly, not at all in touch with the despicable look just now. Mike Dai was a little flustered and stretched out his hand. Chiba took his hand and pulled him up. Introducing myself, my name is Chiba, and I am an orphan. Hello, my name is Mike Dai, please give me some advice. Can I be friends with you, friend? When he heard the words friend, Dai's body was visibly shaken, and his eyes were shining with tears, as if moved to cry. Do you mind if I am the tail of a crane? I make friends and don't care if he has the strength or not, anyway, I don't have the strength. It's strange that this sentence isn't what the clergyman on the earth said, how natural it is to say it now, but it is natural that he has the potential to pretend to be coercive that it can be seen that Dai is very moved. For our acquaintance, I invite you to eat ramen. Okay. When I came to Ma Po Po's noodle restaurant, Chiba ordered 2 large seafood ramen noodles. Dai seemed to be very hungry, and the way she ate was exaggerated. Chiba hadn't eaten a few mouthfuls yet, and Dai had finished eating. Can I have another one? Of course, I will be responsible for you to support you today. So this is youth. Dai was moved once again. This teenager is easily moved. Maybe it is this character, so his life is always optimistic. After eating enough, the two met to practice together tomorrow, and then went home separately. I am very happy today. I have another friend in Konoha. People are social animals, and a person is always lonely. In the afternoon, Chiba continued to learn the sealing technique with Mito. After the study, it was until the evening, and Mito stayed in Chiba for dinner. After the meal, Chiba went to see the small rope tree. Zaya Shengshu can really sleep, and I see him sleep every time I come. Maybe a newborn child is like this. It was 8 o'clock when I got home. Chiba lay in bed and started playing games. It was only this time today. When he woke up the next day, Chiba went to look for Dai. Yesterday they had agreed to exercise together. After Chiba arrived, Dai was already training and was doing push UPS at this time. The passionate youth of Chiba can't let go. Let us run 10 laps around Konoha. What? I usually run 2 laps by myself. Can I finish the 10 laps by myself? But seeing Dai-Ne's passionate appearance, Chiba can only bite the bullet, and the man can't say that he can't. In the next time, Chiba and Matt Dai ran around the village of Konoha. The first 3 laps were fine, and by the 4th lap, Chiba's footsteps began to become a little heavier and began to lose track of Dai's rhythm. Chiba is only the 4th lap, youth is not allowed to give up, come on. After that, Dai's speed increased again. Is this guy's current physical strength still so good? His physique has improved once, but he still can't match Dai. I don't believe that he can do it. I will not be able to do it in Chiba. Chiba cleared up his mood, looked at Dai in front, gritted his teeth and chased after him. 5 laps, 6 laps, 7 laps. On the 8th lap, Chiba lay directly on the ground tired, and now no matter what the chicken soup of the soul could not tell him to continue running. Dai stepped back to him, showing white teeth, and showing his thumbs to Chiba. Chiba, you did a good job, but today you said 10 laps. Youth is not allowed to lie. You will continue to run after a rest. Oh my god, you monster, how old I am, how old you are, now you ask me to do what you do. Isn't this child abuse? But what Chiba can do, he must do what he promises. This is Chiba's principle of life. After a good rest, Chiba got up and continued running the rest of the road. When Chiba finished the rest of the road, it was 8 o'clock in the morning, but he left at 6 o'clock. The whole body was sweating profusely at this moment, as if walking out of a steam room. Chiba next, we will do 500 push UPS. Hearing Dai's words, Chiba fell down. Elder brother, please let me go. Dai, youth is long. It doesn't need to bloom for a while. I have something to do. I will be here today and I will find you to train tomorrow. Dai was a little disappointed, but a smile appeared on his face in a blink of an eye. Okay, let's burn our youth together. See you tomorrow, Chiba. See you tomorrow. After Chiba said these words, he ran away. When he got home, he took off the load on his body. That's right. After running 10 laps today, he ran with a load. Of course, he also believed that Matt Dai also took the same, practicing with heavy loads. Without the strength to take a bath, Chiba lay on the bed and closed his eyes and started the game directly. Playing till noon, luck in the morning was still bad, and Chiba still did not find any debris in the game. Chiba was not discouraged either, just getting used to this kind of thing. After eating at noon, Chiba sat on the bed to gather chakra. Chiba's current refining speed is not bad, that is, the amount of chakras is a little less, and his chakra amount is now 1/4 of Zyren. And his chakra's automatic recovery speed is very slow. There is no way to do this. Who says his physique is average? If it weren't for his physique enhancement, and he picked up the chakra perfectly controlled fragments, now he can't even refine the chakra. The current amount of chakra has been used up after a few uses of the 3-body technique. In fact, it has only been more than a month and a half since Chiba really refined chakras from the beginning. At this point, it is very good to be able to refine so many chakras, and the time for cultivation is still too short. After refining the chakra for an hour, Chiba went to take a shower, and finally lay on the bed to continue playing games. Still nothing gained in the afternoon. Chiba prepares new dishes and sends them to Aunt Mito. In the past, Chiba cooked dishes for Mito, perhaps out of favor, but now Chiba is more grateful, who told Mito to treat him so well. When he arrived at Mito's residence, Mito was holding the rope tree and singing a cappella. The little guy stared at Mito with a dull look with wide-eyed eyes. Aunt Mito, I'm here. It's Chiba. You are here, by the way, why didn't you come to study with me this afternoon? Sorry Aunt Mito, I practiced excessively with Mike Dai in the morning, and I didn't bother to come in the afternoon. Oh, don't be so desperate, you have to alternate between loosening and tightening in your cultivation. Yes, Aunt Mito, the little rope tree is getting more and more cute. Aunt Mito, I made 60 dumplings. You can eat it first, and I will bring the little rope tree. Fortunately, Chiba. Unfortunately at all. As soon as Mito heard that there was something delicious, the smile on her face increased. Mito is not a greedy person. She is still used to this problem by Chiba, who told him to have one dish every day, and the dishes are not repeated. The most anticipated thing every day is Chiba's dishes. Mito picked up a ball and put it in his mouth. With this strength, the taste is really great. Mito ate the meatballs with a look of enjoyment, and Chiba shook the rope tree in his arms. This little guy would laugh now, so cute, but unfortunately his life was short, and the internal organs of the corpse were hollowed out after death. Looking at the small rope tree, Chiba said to herself that history would never repeat itself. Now there are 9 years before the Second Ninja World War, he must hurry up to improve his strength, so as to protect the important people around him. After shaking for a while, Zaya Shengshu fell asleep. Chiba carefully put him in the cradle, watching him sleep soundly. Chiba smiled and left. Chiba came to Mito and was planning to pack his dishes and leave. Who knew that Mito asked him to stay for tuition? Chiba had no choice but to work overtime until 9 o'clock in the evening before Chiba could leave. Kanaha is always quiet at night, and Chiba walks home looking up at the starry sky. There was a song Stars Light Up in my mind. Chiba hummed this song along the way, missing his home on the earth and his relatives on the earth. Early the next morning, Chiba came to the training site early, and Matt Dai just came over. Chiba is great. Today you are as early as I am. Youth is not allowed to be wasted. Burn it. Let's warm up first and run 10 laps later. This time, Chiba didn't complain anymore. Seeing rope tree yesterday gave him a sense of urgency, and he wanted to hurry up and improve his strength. Today is a little better than yesterday. He stopped to rest until the 8th lap. After 10 laps, he laid down directly. When Dai offered to do 500 push UPS, Chiba didn't make any excuses to refuse. Do 500 push UPS one after another. Kinyi did 500 push UPS for an entire hour and a half. In the end, he didn't know how to hold on. In the end, he went home wearing his back. This body is still too weak. If I had such perseverance in my previous life, I might be able to make a career. Back home, Chiba only felt her body trembling, too tired, and now it is difficult to move her body. Fortunately, I can still play games now. Chiba enters the game directly. This time he chose to jump to the military base. This place has always been a holy place for steel spears, and people with poor marksmanship are generally reluctant to jump here. After landing, Chiba rushed directly to the C-shaped building, turned the window directly, and saw a spray. He quickly picked up this weapon. Although the gun was not easy to use, it was a gun anyway, and it could kill the enemy. A person happened to be hit by mistake and ran in. After entering, this person was blinded and Chiba was also a little dazed. Just when the person reacted and was about to run away, Chiba raised his gun and fell down instantly. The power of this spray is still good, that is, the pause for a shot is too long. With this time, the enemy can kill himself. Although there was a spray in his hand, Chiba was still very unsafe. He seized the time to search the building. After searching the building, there were only a few more medicines. At this moment, footsteps came from the stairs, and the footprints on the map in the upper right corner became clearer and clearer. Chiba felt a little nervous. He hides his body behind the box and then gets stuck. He has only one shot. If this shot does not knock the enemy down, he will be very passive next. I have already seen the enemy. Although the enemy is within the damage range of the spray, the damage is limited, so get closer. 1 meter half meter at this time, Chiba quickly switched the probe, and then shot the enemy's head with a flashing gun, and the person was instantly knocked down. If you know that at such a close distance, Chiba is shooting again, and the bullets are not scattered, but gathered, you can imagine the damage value. One shot to make up for the opponent, Chiba went up to pick up the box. Huh, what is this? This is a fragment. I waited for a long time and finally waited until today. Fragment, I really love you so much. Pick up, straw skill, *1,11, the fragments are full, you can use it directly. My going is also a life skill. I really want it or not, and I will give you what I don't want. This system is really naughty. Chiba directly used the fragments, and there were a lot of straw weaving skills and insights in his mind. This straw weaving is actually well understood as weaving straw shoes and bamboo dragonflies. Anyway, as long as we use straw weaving, any animal or plant can weave it. After licking this box, the supplies are not bad. One M416 and one M24 are equipped with a 6-fold lens. There are 300 rounds of bullets left, and there are several medicines. It's really fat. Sure enough, people have no windfall and are not rich, and horses have no night grass and no fat. Now that the equipment is complete, Chiba has a lot of courage, and takes the initiative to look for enemies outside to fight. He chose to go directly to the elevated. This place is condescending and has a wide field of vision, which is very suitable for sniping. Switching out of M24, Chiba searched for enemies everywhere. In a short while, someone was running on the grass in the distance. Running enemies are not easy to fight, so you have to prejudge and shoot in advance. Chiba's sniper technique is very general, and at this time he can only rely on random marksmanship. Bump! The voice was loud. Chiba looked at it and didn't hit the enemy, but the man had already found out, and he started to move in snakeskin. Chiba calmed down and took aim again. This time, after repeated predictions, Chiba didn't hesitate and shot past, and finally hit, but this person was just stubborn blood and didn't fall. Chiba looked at the distance and chose to let him go. See you in the finals. Chiba continued to wait on the elevated bridge for a while, and no one was seen again. At this time, the poison circle was coming. Chiba no longer hesitated, quickly ran off the elevated bridge, and then ran to the side of the motorcycle on the highway. The speed of the motorcycle is really fast, that is, it is easy to overturn, and it rushes all the way to the viaduct. It's not easy for someone to block the bridge, and it's a full formation. Seeing that the poison circle is about to come, he has to make a quick decision now. There are now 3 options. 1. Fight the enemy with a gun. 2. Drove a motorcycle and rushed past. 3. Come to the bottom of the bridge to swim. The first plan is obviously not working. The first time it is not allowed. The second, the firepower is not allowed. And the third, even if the enemy is defeated, he will be rescued by his teammates. In the second plan, the enemy was holding 4 guns, and he estimated that if he drove the car to the middle of the bridge, he would be killed by random guns. There is only the last way to swim from the bottom of the bridge. No longer hesitating, Chiba threw a few smoke bombs on the bridge, then drove to the bottom of the bridge and swam quietly. The smoke bombs were set to confuse their opponents and make them think they were still on the opposite side. Chiba didn't know if his opponent would be fooled. Anyway, he had to do it all, and the rest was luck. Chiba sank into the sea for a while, then floated up to breathe the air, and finally came to the other side. Finally came ashore. Chiba ran away quickly. This place was too dangerous. After running fast all the way, he finally ran away without any risk. It is estimated that the people on the bridge began to scold his mother at this time. The poison circle shrank again, and Chiba continued to run poison without even having time to rest. Finally arrived at the finals, and now there are still 17 people left. Chiba chose a meadow to hide quietly. The surroundings are very quiet. How did so many people hide in such a small circle? Chiba turned his angle of view, and no one could see it. It's all Voldemort. By now, the rest were masters, and Chiba didn't dare to be careless. Finally, there was a gunshot not far away. As soon as the gunshot sounded, it didn't stop, and it became more and more intense. One by one, he continued to join the battle. Chiba's patience was better. He didn't want to fish in troubled waters now. He wanted to watch the fire from the shore. There were so many people just now. Now there are only 5 people left, and the 5 people include himself. The surroundings became quiet again, but the poison circle shrank again. This poison circle is very poisonous, with only 20 seconds to run the poison. Chiba quickly crawled into the circle. Sometimes running poison is more important than killing the enemy. Finally successfully entered the circle in the last few seconds, but there were two unlucky ghosts who were not so lucky. They didn't have time to run the poison and instantly turned into a smoking box. Now there are only two opponents left. The circle is very small, and you will be spotted if you move around. The grenade is very useful at this time. Kinyi has two grenades on his body. This one should be used. Before he could pull the thunder, a grenade fell down not far away, and with an explosion, he immediately left blood. If the grenade was thrown again, he would become a box. He saw the grenade thrown in the direction just now. At this moment, he pulled up the grenade and delayed it for 2 seconds and threw it in that direction. After one was thrown, the last one was also thrown in it. There were two explosions before and after, and a green smoke rose over there. Kinyi was overjoyed in his heart, and now there was only one person left. Just now he threw the grenade to reveal his position, and he couldn't stay here anymore. Throwing all the smoke bombs left on his body, Chiba took advantage of the smoke and slowly crawled to the side. The man was a little uncomfortable, and shot at the smoke indiscriminately. Hearing to argue, Chiba already knows the enemy's position, but unfortunately there is no grenade in his hand, otherwise it is definitely enough for the kid to drink a pot. Now that the enemy is bright and I am dark, I have a little more chance of winning. At this moment, the poison circle shrank again, and Chiba was in the signal circle. That person was not so lucky. As a last resort, he had to run the poison. At this time, Chiba Fruit disconnected the gun. Eat chicken. Chiba got up and ran towards the box quickly. What is this? It's fragments again. 2 fragments have been picked up today. Could it be that today is my lucky day? Pick up, ninjutsu talent, *1, 12, the fragments are dissatisfied and cannot be used. What a surprise, this talent is very practical, and practicing ninjutsu by himself will be much smoother. It's a pity that the fragments are dissatisfied, so I have to pick up another one. I don't know if I can make up the pieces. Not only did I eat chicken today, but I also picked up 2 pieces, which is really good luck. It's a pity that Chiba never picked up any debris in the next game. In the early morning of the next day, Chiba got up at 5 o'clock. When I got into bed, I made 2 bentos, one for myself and one for wearing. Coming to the training ground, this time, Kinyi came earlier than Dai. Chiba warmed up first, and came soon after wearing it. Chiba, you came early enough. It's true that youth has to work hard. As he spoke, he stretched out his thumb to Chiba, showing a mouthful of white teeth. I have finished warming up. When you warm up, we will race together. Okay. When Dai finished warming up, the two began to race. Today's goal is 11 laps. This morning is a little better than yesterday. Physical training can never be accomplished overnight. It takes years and months of exercise to have an effect. After running, the two of them took a break and started doing push UPS. They still completed 500 sit UPS. If they couldn't finish them, they would do 500 sit UPS. This self-punishment method might be the reason why Mike and his son became stronger quickly. Chiba thinks that his perseverance is pretty good, but he still has a big gap compared to Mike Day. It was to squeeze out one's physical energy again to end the morning training. After taking a break, Chiba picked up the lunch prepared in the morning. Wearing this one is for you. Chiba, is this really for me? Dai's watery eyes stared at the bento, looking moved. Yes, I made one more if I want to eat anyway. Dai took the bento and opened it. It was so rich. There were meat, vegetables, ham, sausage, and balls. When the bento was opened, the aroma came out, and Dai couldn't help but drool. I'm welcome. The two settled the lunch as quickly as possible, and after eating, they put on a face and enjoyed it. Chiba's bento is so delicious. I didn't expect your cooking to be so delicious. Hee, I will make one more for you in the morning after that. Is it really possible? Of course, we are friends after all. Friend. Mike whispered these 2 words repeatedly in his mouth. Yes, we are friends, good friends for life. At the end of the morning training, Chiba returned home to refine chakras for an hour before starting to play games. In the morning, I still got nothing. After lunch, Chiba went to Mito to learn the seal technique. Last time at Mito's house, Mito told him that he doesn't have to bring vegetables every time he comes here. There are all kinds of ingredients and he can cook what he wants to eat. Chiba knew that Mito didn't want to work hard on his own, but also saved himself money. To be honest, Chiba learned the seal technique quickly, and now he has learned the seal of fire seal. Sealing technique, sealing fire, sealing method, B-level. The auxiliary range is close, fierce flames, dark fire, and all flame ninjutsu are sealed in a scroll. Jilla also used this ninjutsu to seal the Amaterasu used by Itaki. After the caster has used the seal, as long as he doesn't use the unlock technique, the seal technique will no longer be effective. This kind of technique can prevent the dangerous technique from causing harm again. Mito knows that Chiba's chakra volume and skills are too poor, so he uses a duck-filling teaching method. It is to let Chiba remember the content and drawing methods of the seal technique, and because Chiba's memory and painting are quite powerful, this kind of duck-filling teaching is most suitable for Chiba. The seal technique is very precious, and Mito can teach it all to Chiba without concealing it. From this we can see Mito's love for Chiba. The sealing technique is so complicated, how could Chiba completely master it? He just memorized the content and learned how to draw. The seal technique is a technique used to seal opponents' chakra etc. with a seal. Among them, the particularly powerful seal technique can also restrict the opponent's body or soul. Seals are divided into even-numbered seals and odd-numbered seals, and each has its effect. A sealing spell that uses a spell to block the opponent chakra, and the sealed person will appear on the body. Sealing is a spell full of mystery. In Naruto, the Maelstrom family is particularly good at sealing, and the 3 generations of ghoul seals are also from the Maelstrom family. After studying in the afternoon, Chiba stayed at Mito's house for dinner. Of course, Chiba cooked this meal. After eating, Chiba went to see the little rope tree. The little guy became more and more active and liked to laugh. Chiba picked him up lovingly. The little guy happily saw Chiba, and his chubby little hand was holding Chiba's clothes, and his mouth was yelling. But this little guy has a bad habit, that is, he always likes to drool. After a while, Chiba's clothes got wet with saliva. The character of the young rope tree is like Naruto when he was a child, with a kind heart and a heart that became Hokage. The first owner of the necklace, amulet, hanging on Naruto's neck was the rope tree. After Nusuke died, Tsunade gave the necklace to her boyfriend Kato-tan. Soon after, Kato-tan also died, and the necklace had no owner for a long time. Finally, in the Battle of Sunin, Naruto used his life to protect Tsunade, and Tsunade saw his younger brother in Naruto, so he gave the necklace to Naruto. At the same time, Shenshu will become Ashimaru's apprentice in the future. After the death of Shenshu, Ashimaru will still cry in tears. Tsunade has 2 important people in his life, one is Roppongi, and the other is Kato-dan. Of course Kato-dan is his future rival in love. He doesn't care too much about his life or death, but Rope-shu, the person he has embraced, will not watch him leave the world, even for Tsunade. After holding the rope tree, Chiba went home and still found nothing at night. Time is always lost unconsciously. After 7 or 8 days, Tsunade finally came back. After finishing her practice in the morning, Chiba ran to find Tsunade. After these 7 or 8 days of intensive training, Chiba's physical strength has increased significantly. The most intuitive thing is that you can do 300 push-ups in one breath. When he came to Tsunade's residence, Tsunade saw Chiba happily running over and hugging Chiba's head. Brother Smelly wants to die, sister. Chiba felt a little bit tired when she saw that she had just returned. I miss my sister too. How much do you think about it? Tsunade looked at Chiba and asked slyly. A little more than you. A little more is how much? Anyway, just a little more. Talking and talking, the two became chasing, and the laughter of 2 people was left in the yard. The 2 of them came to sit on the grass by the river. After the task came back, they were most relaxed now. The breeze was blowing gently, and the weeds on the shore swayed with the wind. Sister, let me give you a gadget. What? You wait a minute. Chiba got up and went to the edge of the wild grass, pulled out a few long green grass, and came to Tsunade's side. Brother Smelly, what are you doing by pulling weeds? Wouldn't you give me weeds? Don't worry, you wait a moment. Tsunade was very curious about what Chiba would do with weeds. I saw Chiba's hands weaving straw very dexterously, and they looked very skilled, and a green locust was born in Chiba's hands in no time. This is a locust. Oh my god, you can weave locusts. What else do you keep from sister? I can make up everything. Bring it. Then you have a question. Just the bird on the tree. Chiba took a few grasses again, and those grasses finally turned into green birds under Chiba's dexterous hands, which looked very realistic. Oh my god, it's so alike. Like it, like. Give it to you. Really, this is still false. As long as you want in this world, I will find it for you. Brother Smelly. Tsunade was very moved. She stared at Chiba forever. Chiba was embarrassed to be seen. After sitting for a long time, the 2 of them went back. Tsunade's return from the mission did not disrupt Chiba's step-by-step training. Every morning, I would still go to Dai to practice together. After practicing, I would play at home in the morning, continue to play in the afternoon, and go to Tsunade to play in the evening. Half a month passed unconsciously. In the past half month, Chiba's physical fitness has improved significantly. Now he can run 10 laps around Konoha, and he can do more than 350 push-ups. The improvement is not small. Chiba's sealing technique was basically completed, and even Mito taught him the technique of sealing out ghouls. Mito may feel that he can't be a ninja in his life, so it's nothing to teach him, and he won't be able to use it anyway. The ghoul is sealed, from the Japanese anime Naruto. Originating from the super powerful seal technique of the Whirlpool family, the caster follows the order of Esai Hiwaimao Suzi Ayu Uesai. After the seal is made, the hands together can summon the god of death, and then the god of death will use the sword cut off the target's soul and engulf it in the abdomen, thereby sealing the target's soul. The size of the sealed soul is determined by the caster. However, at the same time as the completion of the seal, the caster also made a contract with the god of death, selling his soul to the god of death, which means that after the soul of the target is swallowed, his soul will also be swallowed by the god of death. After that, the souls of oneself and the enemy will hate and fight each other forever in the belly of the god of death, and will never be able to transcend. In addition, the ghoul seal can be unlocked. If Mito knows that Chiba's talent is not that bad, and because of the system, his talent may become very strong in the future. By that time, Chiba may be completely sealed off by the ghoul. If she knew, maybe she would decide not to teach Chiba this technique. After learning the sealing technique that Mito understands, Chiba no longer needs to go to Mito to learn. In the future, he only needs to study it by himself. Although I didn't go to Mito to study anymore, I didn't have enough time in Chiba. He has to arrange some time to exercise his physical fitness, arrange some time to refine chakras, arrange some time to play games, and arrange some time to study the sealing technique. The time of the day was so full that the time he and Tsunade met was getting shorter and shorter. For this, Tsunade complained many times, and every time Senju sent food or small gifts to Tsunade, only accepted his apology. That evening, Chiba and Tsunade made an appointment to go to the deep forest outside the village to roast sweet potatoes. It's boring to say, roasting a sweet potato has to be outside the village, so I roasted at home. But Tsunade said the atmosphere there is better. If someone goes to eat steak, ask the waiter, "How do you eat steak, gentlemen?" The waiter must say that eating with your mouth is more gentleman. Similarly, is the atmosphere really different at home and outside? There is no way to tell Chiba to chase people. Before he gets it, he always wants to be as satisfied as possible. After he gets it, he asks Tsunade to roast sweet potatoes every day at home. When dating men and women, boys always have to arrive early. Don't ask why, because the relationship between offense and receiver determines the relationship between status. Arrived half an hour earlier, Chiba kicked the tree boredly. There were so many mosquitoes here. I really don't know which of Tsunade's tendons was wrong. I chose this place. Just when Chiba was complaining, a slight noise instantly alerted Chiba. Who is it? As soon as the sound fell, a person fell from a tall, dense tree. As soon as this person appeared, Kinyi had a dangerous aura. Look at his dress and the signs on his forehead. This is a ninja from Yin Village. I didn't expect to encounter Kanaha's little ghost when I came out on a mission. It's really boring. I still appreciate your alertness if it is not enough. That Zongren felt that the chakra fluctuation of Chiba's body was very small, and there was no forehead on his head. He should be a little devil who had just cultivated, and he couldn't even count his Zionin. Chiba didn't know that what he was facing right now was Zhongren. He just felt dangerous. Why the damn Tsunade girl hasn't come yet? She doesn't have the experience of fighting against people, let alone dealing with ninjas. It's fake to say that she is not nervous at this time. Chiba forced herself to calm down and quickly deduced tactics in her mind. The opposite Zongren saw Chiba look sluggish, with contempt on his face, and there was no sense of accomplishment in killing this kid. He picked up a shuriken from the middle and index fingers of the ninja bag. The child wants you to have a good baby in your next life. With a squeak, the shuriken flew towards Kinyi. Seeing Chiba motionless, his face showed a chuckle. It's over, it's really boring. Bump. The shuriken shot at Chiba, and suddenly Chiba turned into white smoke with a touch, and the smoke spread out to reveal a section of wood. What? When did he get the seal? How come I didn't see it? That's right, at the moment the ninja took out the shuriken and shot it over, Chiba replaced the wood with a substitute technique. I really underestimated you. At this time, the ninja began to be serious. Chiba's body appeared not far away. The Yin ninja deducted a handful of kunao and quickly rushed towards Chiba, and Chiba also took out a handful of kunao and started to fight. The two Kivyavyu collided together, bursting out a burst of sparks. Chiba felt a huge force coming from Kivyavyu. Being hit by this force, Chiba's body unconsciously retreated, and the hand holding Kiwa was a little sore. The strength is okay, but it's much worse than me. Chiba knew that he couldn't fight against him, he had to use his own strengths to attack his shortcomings. Chiba picked up several kunao with both hands and shot at the ninja. Several kunao rammed in the air, and finally disappeared. The ninja showed disdain, thinking that the hidden weapon was too powerful, and the bells and whistles were of no use, and he couldn't shoot himself while standing still. Just when he was about to ridicule Chiba, he suddenly felt a very dangerous sensation in the back of his head. He immediately moved his head away quickly, but in the end he still didn't completely get away, and the kunao cut his ears open. He thought it was just that. Where did he know that two more Kumo shots came towards where he was standing now? He had no time to escape, so he could only use his hands to block, and two shurikens did not accidentally hit his arm. Damn it, I want to kill you. This ninja was surprised by Chiba's superb throwing skills. Is this a kid who has just practiced? The surrogate technique just now and the current Kyowa throwing technique can't even be done by Shinobu. Konoha is really a place rich in genius. He was a little jealous of Chiba's talent. How much effort would it take for a ninja like his talent to reach his current strength is really unfair. His hands quickly formed seals. Earth done. Earthy gun. Suddenly a few sharp rocks protruded rapidly under Chiba's body, and Chiba immediately used a substitute technique to escape. Really a tough kid. After Chiba avoided, he quickly backed away, and then threw out all the remaining kunao. I still want to use this trick. The same trick is useless to me. 2 done. 2 Lyubi. An earthen wall rose in front of him, and he held Kyowa focused on the back. Bang bang bang, 3 kunao and 2 hit the earth wall, and 1 shot from behind, and the middle ninja was separated by the kunao on his hand. The earth wall receded, revealing the cruel smile of that name. It seems that you have only these methods. Then accept the verdict of fate. After speaking, his hands began to seal. Earth done. Earth dragon bullet. After Jian was shot, Chakra created an unearthed dragon that opened its mouth and sprayed mud towards Chiba. This trick Chiba saw during the 3 generations of Naruto and Ashimaru. At that time, the 3 generations used fire dragon bullets and used compound ninjutsu, which was powerful, very strong, but now that Zhong-Ren is used, the scale and power are too far apart. The Tulong bullet hit Chiba without error. Is it over? Really a difficult kid, he almost died in his hands. At this moment, Chiba hit by the earth dragon bomb suddenly disappeared. Nanny! It turned out to be the avatar technique. When did he get the seal? Could it be when he used the earth flow wall to block his vision? Where is he now? The Yin Nakanobu looked around Chiba's hiding place. No need to find me here. Boom! With a cry, a Kyowa view on the ground turned into Kinyi. That name Zongren was shocked, but unfortunately it was already too late. A flash of Kyohan light pierced his chest. When did you use the substitute technique? When you used the earth flow wall, I used the clone technique and the substitute technique at the same time. I know that Kyowa cannot stab you under the defensive situation, so I take the risk and use myself to replace it. A moment. There was surprise and fear in the eyes of that name, such a terrible little devil. His fighting consciousness was too strong. He could think of this method in such a short time. Moreover, his sealing speed was so fast that he didn't even know when he ended. Printed. After all, he underestimated the kid. His consciousness became more and more blurred, and that Zhong reluctantly closed his eyes. The continued fighting made Chiba's physical strength very exhausted, and the chakra in his body was basically used up. It was too thrilling. If this ninja had more experience, he might be lying on the ground now. Through this battle, Chiba has a clear understanding of himself, and now he has no problem dealing with normal shinin, but he is still a little reluctant to deal with Zongren. The battle didn't last long. Before Tsunade came, Chiba began to destroy the corpses, picked up the kunao scattered on the ground, threw the ninja into the river, and finally returned to the spot and waited for Tsunade. Come. Sorry, I'm late. Tsunade didn't expect Chiba to come so early, and it was a bit embarrassing to see Chiba at this time. It doesn't matter, being late is the privilege of girls. Really? I didn't expect you to understand this in Chiba. It seems that Chiba will be able to take care of his girlfriend when he grows up. What is a girlfriend? Chiba pretended not to ask. Brother Smelly, you are still young, and you will know when you grow up. I'm not young anymore. I saw a puppy holding a bone to a B*****ch the day before yesterday. Is that B*****ch the girlfriend in your mouth? Tsunade looked shy. How to answer this question? No one would use a puppy as a metaphor. You are not allowed to ask anymore. Why are there so many questions at a young age? Kinyi complained in her heart. She was not much older than herself. On the earth, she was still a minor lowly, and she dared to teach herself. Strange, why are there traces of battles here? Unexpectedly, he had cleaned the battlefield very carefully, but the problem was discovered by the experienced Tsunade. I don't know, maybe there were ninjas fighting here before. Tsunade didn't think much after listening to it. In the ninja world, ninja fights are very common. The two set on a fire and began to roast sweet potatoes. By the way, why would you choose roasted sweet potatoes here? Don't you think the stars here can be seen very clearly? That's right, the stars are really clear here, and the birds and flowers here are really suitable for picnics if it is daytime. Brother Smelly hasn't heard you sing for a long time, or maybe you sing Confession Balloon again. Now that Chiba is a little greasy when he hears this song, he won't sing this song anymore. I recently composed another song, and I sing it to you. Yeah. Kinyi felt his emotions, and then began to sing. The backpack is stuffed with green memories, is about to embark on a journey of growth. Just come to this intersection, don't send me, you go home, meet and say goodbye. Everything in the past won't reappear. Time of loss, please believe in yourself like I do. I still meet you when the world is so big. How many times crazy and how now you've dreamed together one day we will meet our hometown again. I still meet you when the world is so big. Walk through Many 4 seasons together north and south, don't forget the friendship between us. The backpack is stuffed with green memories, is about to embark on a journey of growth. Just come to this intersection, don't send me, you go home, meet and say goodbye. Everything in the past won't reappear, time of loss, please believe in yourself like I do. I still meet you when the world is so big, how many times crazy and how naive, dream together. Chiba's voice echoed in the quiet woods, his voice was crisp and moving, the lyrics were vivid and touching. Tsunade dragged his chin and looked intoxicated. At the end of the song, Tsunade still has no idea. Brother Smelly, what's the name of this song? It sounds so sweet that my ears are crisp. This song is called The World Is So Big, Still Meeting You. It is not easy for two people to meet in the vast crowd. Since they can be together, they should cherish each other. Brother Smelly, please sing it to me again, it's so nice. Okay, I really hate to be a repeater and sing a song several times over and over again. I feel boring to think about it. After singing it again, Tsunade's eyes were a little wet. I don't know how your little head grows. You can make such beautiful lyrics at such a young age. Sister, don't you know that there is a genius in the world? When you say you are fat, you are still breathing. Continue to create new songs. I will be the first to hear new songs you create in the future. Sister, you are so domineering. Why are you not convinced? I'm your sister. Tsunade drew out his fists. The momentum was too scary. This woman really had no choice but to be domineering. After the song was finished, the sweet potato leaves were eaten, so I could only feed the mosquitoes here. Chiba suggested to go back. Tsunade was still a bit reluctant, and the time with Chiba was always full of joy. Sending Tsunade home, Chiba dragged his tired body back home. When I got home, I had a simple wash. I sweated a lot during the night battle. After taking a shower, Chiba lay directly on the bed, and fell asleep without even having time to think about it. Woke up early the next day, Chiba prepared a lunchbox, and then went out to find Dai to practice. Fighting with the ninja yesterday, Chiba knew his gap, which made him feel a bit of urgency, strength, he must quickly improve. Today, Chiba seemed to be crazy. After running 10 laps, he dragged his tired body and insisted on running 2 laps. After finishing the morning practice, Chiba dragged his heavy body home. After fighting with the Yin Ninja, Chiba knew that he was not enough to chakra, and released a few simple ninjutsu. In the past few days, Chiba's research on sealing techniques focuses on yin seals. Yin seal is a kind of sealing technique. The users are Uzumaki Mito, Tsunade, and Harano Sakura, belonging to the auxiliary category, S level. Only Tsunade and his disciple Harano Sakura, first used in 632, can be used. The yin seal is to accumulate chakras on the forehead at ordinary times, and at the same time form a diamond-shaped mark on the forehead. When needed, unlock the seal through the yin seal solution ninjutsu and release a large number of chakras. The function of the yin seal is to instantly replenish a large amount of chakras, as a prerequisite to release medical prohibitions, creation and regeneration, and the technique of 100 lords. Chiba wanted to use this technique to store a part of the chakra that was usually extracted in the yin seal, and release it during battle. The difficulty of practicing this technique is still great for Chiba, but Chiba will not give up. After a month of studying the meridians and constantly asking Mito, Chiba finally completed this technique with the assistance of Mito. Tsunade's yin seal is on the center of his eyebrows, which is a diamond-shaped mark. Chiba is on his arm, and his yin seal is a 7-pointed star, which is released directly when used. Because Chiba's chakra control is very fine, Chiba decided to learn the strange power from Tsunade. The monster force technique is also a method of physical destructive power. At first glance, Tsunade and Reikage are a bit similar, but in fact they are different. Tsunade's strange power is actually a special chakra control technique. The principle is to concentrate the chakra on one part of the body and then burst out instantly to achieve great destructive power. This was actually used by Dinkai in the early days. When playing against Dashawan's men, Dinkai, who took the forbidden drug, concentrated all the chakras on his right hand, and then killed the opponent with one blow. The principle is the same. And Tsunade's strange power is difficult to refine and control chakra. To use the strange power in time and battle, then the speed of concentrating chakras must be fast. However, if the chakra is consumed at such a high speed, the user's continuous combat power time will be greatly shortened, so the speed of the chakra needs to be refined to keep up. Of course, refining chakras consumes physical and mental power after all, so the shortcomings of Tsunade monster's high consumption of power are unavoidable, so Tsunade developed the 100 Heroes art to make up for it. The technique of Baihao is to store daily chakras in the form of yin seals, and use them freely when the seals are unlocked when needed. This solves the shortcomings of high consumption of strange power to a certain extent. However, it takes a lot of time to accumulate chakras with the technique of hundreds, which is unavoidable. In conclusion, Tsunade's strange power is actually to concentrate a large number of chakras in an instant to achieve the effect of increasing destructive power. The limitation of this technique is the user's concentration of chakra and physical endurance, otherwise it is easy to maim himself. When Chiba and Tsunade proposed to learn the magic power technique, Tsunade's expression was very surprised. Although the principle of the strange force technique is simple, it is very difficult to practice, and it can easily damage the body if it is not careful. Please, sister, I'm just studying, I don't want to practice, please satisfy my curiosity. Tsunade wasn't actually reluctant to teach Chiba strange power, but he was afraid that he would do it indiscriminately and hurt himself. Chiba is not so easy to give up. After pestering Tsunade for a week, Tsunade finally let go. Tsunade wrote down the principle of strange power and some precautions for cultivation on paper and brought it back from Chiba. Kinyi received the most precious treasure, put away the paper with the strange power technique, and then rushed home to practice. Seeing Chiba running away, Tsunade didn't think that Chiba could practice successfully, not to mention that Chiba's talent was terrible, and it was impossible for ordinary ninjas to practice successfully. Tsunade thought that Chiba was just curious, but didn't expect that he would really practice. When he got home, Chiba closed the doors and windows, took out the paper from his arms, and looked at the content full of strange power techniques. Chiba couldn't help being excited. After reading it many times, Kinyi only started to practice until he kept it in his heart. The first time he practiced, Chiba was very nervous. He planned to experiment with a finger first. He didn't dare to input too much chakra for fear that the fingers could not bear it. He first injected a small amount of chakra into his finger, which felt a little swelling. Chiba spent the whole night in constant experimentation, until the chakra in his body was exhausted, and then he ended his practice and went to sleep. The physical training is long-term. Without getting the physique fragments, at present, we can only rely on exercise to improve the physique. After finishing the exercise in the morning, Chiba returned home to refine chakras for an hour before entering the game. I was not so lucky this time. I didn't even pick up a pistol, only a few bandages. Without a gun in his hand, I panicked. Seeing someone running towards him, Chiba was frightened and ran away, but fortunately that person did not catch up. When I came to the farm, it hadn't been searched yet, so Chiba hurriedly searched for supplies. I scraped the entire farm inside and out, and I got an M16A4 in my hand. The feature of this gun is that it can output 3 or 4 rounds of ammunition. The disadvantage is that it stops output. Just have a gun, I don't pick it either. No, there was fierce gunshots from the beach ahead. Do you want to fish in troubled waters? If you are dry, you are in danger of wealth and wealth. When Chiba came to the beach, there were 2 pairs of horses and guns. Chiba hid on an opposite slope, sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. No, one of the pair is about to be beaten up. If this pair is eliminated, they will beat themselves in turn. At that time, it is as easy as drinking water to deal with a few. Chiba showed his head and aimed at a guy who was hiding in the corner. Chiba opened the sight and aimed at the person's head, and the person was knocked down immediately. The person was so crushed that he couldn't lift his head. Feeling less pressure, he got up and started fighting back. Chiba continued to hide after firing the gun. His teammates came to rescue him. The man put a smoke bomb, then squatted down and began to save people. Chiba couldn't see anyone. He took out the grenade from his bag and threw it. After a few seconds' delay, there was an explosion, and 2 green smoke rose in the smoke. On the other side, the person who had been crushed and beaten also successfully eliminated the enemy. Now there are only 2 of them left, and the 2 of them can only walk out of the seaside alive. Chiba quickly ran to the box. Not bad, really fragrant. After picking it up, Chiba has an M416 and an M24 in his hands, and there are a lot of bullets and medicines. Now the weapon is excellent, and Chiba is confident of the front steel gun facing that person. The man was lying on the opposite slope by the sea. Chiba probably knew his location for a long time. There were a few grenades in his hand, and Chiba threw them all towards one place. The person was crippled by the bombing. How could Chiba let go of this opportunity, and rushed up to shoot at him? After being killed, Chiba hurried to pick up the box. Fragments. Seeing fragments again, Chiba couldn't help but feel joy. Pick up, ninjutsu talent, *1, 12, the fragments are full and can be used directly. After more than a month, it was not easy for Chiba to finally gather the pieces. I have picked up the debris today, and it doesn't matter if I find nothing next. In the next few games, Chiba did not pick up any more debris. After exiting the game, Chiba directly used the fragments. A wonderful feeling traveled all over the body. This feeling was so wonderful, but the time was too short. According to past experience, his talent for ninjutsu now is no worse than that of Heifeng Shuman and Senjutsu, or even more than a little bit. After several days of experimentation, Chiba's strange power technique was basically successfully practiced. Chiba tried the power, and the effect was only average, and it was far from Tsunade. The main reason is that the amount of chakra is too small and the physical strength is not strong enough. But now he can break a small tree with a big mouth by using the strange power spell. As his chakra points increase in the future, the power of the strange power technique will become stronger and stronger. The sun was shining, and Chiba decided to go out and relax. On the way he meets Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Osameru. Tsunade was very happy to see Chiba, and ran over to wrap his neck with his hand. Let go, I can't breathe anymore. Jile also looked sympathetic. It's been a long time since Chiba. Today is a good day. Why don't we go barbecue by the river? Ashimura nodded in agreement. Chiba also wants to build a good relationship with them, and they will be Konoha's main force in the future. How about I invite you to have hot pot? Is the hot pot delicious with barbecue? Of course I have. I will buy the ingredients first, and we will gather by the river later. Okay. Tsunade wanted to buy ingredients with Chiba, mainly because he was very happy with Chiba. The two bought a lot of ingredients and took 2 big bags and walked towards the river. When they were approaching the river, Chiba asked Tsunade to carry the things first, and he went back to get the juice. This juice is brewed by Chiba itself. Although the taste is not better than the juice of the previous life, it is absolutely 100% pure juice brewing. When she came to the river, Chiba brought up the ingredients and went to the river to clean it. Tsunade wanted to help, but Chiba refused. Tsunade's 10 fingers were not touched by the spring water, so she would help more and more. Chiba first filled a large iron pot with water, and then put the bones in the large pot. These bone soups are the bottom soup of the hot pot. Chiba slowly simmers it over a high fire, and when the soup is about 3/4 of the pot, the bones can be picked up and thrown away. The 3 of Tsunade were sitting by the river playing cards. There were a lot of papers on Jileya's face. Tsunade posted 2 or 3, but only Ashimura didn't. Jile also yelled out of anger, yelling for revenge. Chiba washed the ingredients and processed them, and the bone soup was almost there. You guys don't play anymore, come and make hot pot. Jile was also the most active. He threw down his card and ran to the cauldron. Wow, so many things, can we finish eating in Chiba? If you can't finish it, you can take it away. Great. Tsunade and Ashimura also surrounded them, and Ashimura looked at the thick soup, and her saliva was about to come out. Everyone puts on whatever they want. Just cook for a few minutes and you can eat it. Jile was not polite at all. He picked up a few meatballs and put them down, Dashuan put down a few pieces of meat, and Chiba put some of everything, a big pot full. Chiba is so interesting to eat like this. How do you make the hot pot base? How can it taste so delicious, without the mutton smell at all? This is my secret hot pot recipe, I can't tell you. Sniff. Jile was also naturally optimistic. At this time, all his attention was in the pot, and other things were temporarily unable to attract his attention. Chiba took out the cup and poured a glass of juice for everyone. What is Chiba? Oshimaru asked curiously. This is the juice I brewed with dozens of fruits. It's delicious. Don't miss it, Mr. Dashuan. Really, then I have to taste it. The 3 picked up the cup and took a sip. Wow, it's really delicious, especially the juice icy, and the taste is even better. I have never had such a delicious juice. Dashimaru smiled and agreed. Brother Smelly is such a good thing that you only brought out now. Do you still have my sister in your heart? Sister, you have wronged me. This juice was made recently. I just thought about offering it 2 days ago. Isn't this just a good time for dinner? I just took it out for everyone to taste. Yeah. Good things need to be shared by everyone, Jileya said while drinking the juice. You have a conscience. Chiba brought a small bucket of juice, so he didn't worry about not drinking enough. While drinking the juice, while waiting for the pot to be cooked, it's almost time, everyone can take chopsticks. Several pairs of chopsticks were put into the pot together, and everyone picked up what they like to eat. Chiba took a slice of beef and put it in Tsunade's bowl. The thing that just came out of the pot was still a bit hot, and Jilai was too anxious. It's just autumn in August, and the weather is very cool. If you eat hot pot in winter, it's more suitable. Everyone's mouths never stopped, everyone was sweating profusely, and they were screaming in their mouths. Chiba puts things into it while eating, always serving the people with a little thoughtfulness. After eating this hot pot for 2 hours, some of the soup was drunk by Jile. Too full. Everyone felt their bulging stomachs, sitting on the ground really didn't want to move. There will be such gatherings in Chiba in the future, and we must be called. Okay. The few people were struggling to eat and were too lazy to move now, so Tsunade suggested to play fighting landlords. With the addition of Chiba, Dashuan didn't have the luck before, and there were a lot of notes on his face. It was Chiba who got the big snake pill. Luck. A few people eat, drink and have fun together, and this relationship has also improved a lot. This group of guys slapped and left after eating, leaving themselves to clean up the mess. Chiba took the pot to the river and washed it clean, and the remaining half of the juice was divided by Dashuan and Jileya. Accompanied by the sunset, Chiba went home with a black pot on his back. Back home, Chiba put the pot on the stove, then took off his shoes and went to bed to play games. No debris was picked up at night. Chiba turned off the game and went to sleep with his eyes closed. The next day, Chiba got up early, made a lunchbox, and went to practice with Dai. Recently, Chiba's practice has been very desperate, although it is very difficult, but the effect is also very obvious. Now Chiba's ninjutsu talent is very good, and it is no longer difficult to learn seal art, but limited by the amount of chakras. There are many powerful seal art that cannot be used. It's chakra again. Think about Naruto's huge chakra, which can be used unscrupulously. A multiple shadow clone is thousands of people. If you replace it with yourself, it will be difficult to separate a shadow clone. I'm jealous. If the more powerful fragments cannot be picked up in the system, then in this world where the master walks around and hangs like a dog, his strength is mixed to the shadow level at most. In the early stage, Hokage can still walk arrogantly, but in the later stage, he can only roll up his tail to be a human. It's no use thinking more. It's most important to seize the time to improve your strength. After making a bento early in the morning, Chiba went to see Mate for practice. The training of physique has always been the hardest, and the effect is the slowest. Many ninjas cannot bear this kind of pain, so they choose to practice ninjutsu and illusion. But Chiba knew that physical exercises were very useful. In the later stage, yin and yang escape can absorb ninjutsu, and then physical skills will show their true value. Why can yin yang dun absorb ninjutsu? I think so. The most primitive power in Hokage is the power of nature. Yin and yang escape is a technique in which a living body combines physical power and spiritual power on the basis of the power of nature. The six immortals differentiated a series of ninjutsu systems with different levels and conditions through yin and yang escape. Ninjutsu fairy skill less than or equal to yin yang escape natural power ninjutsu. There are also high and low levels of ninjutsu. The attributes of chakra determine ninjutsu. Some are bloodstained boundaries, and some are universal. Zyanshu, it originated in Mima Mountain, Longdi Cave, and Wet Bone Forest. What is the relationship between these three and the six Dao immortals? Why can Toad immortals see the future? I won't talk about this issue here. Yin and yang escape, it has 5 attributes: wind, wood, water, fire, and earth. This is the basic element that constitutes all things. It can create or destroy the world, and it can also differentiate into different levels of ninjutsu. Force of nature, Tokuo is currently the largest absorber of the force of nature. It can be said to be completely equivalent to the force of nature. The body and nature are basically in a state of dynamic balance, but entering the body of Tokuo will definitely produce energy conversion, and imperfection lacks spiritual power. This is different from Zyanshu. Through this sort of source system of ninjutsu, then yin yang dun can eliminate all ninjutsu, it is obvious. In addition, the tail beast is derived from the 10-tailed beast. Another point to explain is that Zyanshu is equal to yin and yang escape, which is only from the effect of attack. Zyanshu does not possess other functions of yin yang escape. Yin yang escape possesses all 5 attributes and has many functions. This is incomparable to Zyanshu. In the morning, I still ran a dozen laps around Konoha, then did hundreds of push UPS, and finally learned some basic physical skills with Dai. After practicing in the morning, Chiba went to the ninja shop. The previous load had no effect, and this time he had to add some weight. After choosing the load, Chiba did not rush to leave. Boss, do you have a chakra test paper? Some are more expensive. Give me one. Okay, wait. The boss smiled and walked away, and soon handed Chiba a piece of paper, which looked very ordinary. Is this the chakra test paper? Just such a thin piece of paper is really expensive. After paying the money, Chiba left the ninja shop. Back home, Chiba couldn't wait to know his chakra attributes. Chakra test paper, as the name suggests, it can detect the properties of chakra possessed by ninjas. It can be seen from the above that chakra is divided into 5 attributes: fire, wind, thunder, water, and soil. Fire, paper will catch fire. Wind, the paper will split in the middle. The paper will get crumpled. Water, paper will get wet. Soil, paper will shatter. If all 5 attributes are possessed, then it will appear that one area is on fire, one area is split, one area becomes crumpled, one area becomes wet, and the last area is broken. Note, the degree of paper change depends on the possession of chakra ninja. Chiba took the test paper and poured chakras into the test paper. Soon the test paper showed a reaction, and a part of the test paper became Zozo Baba, which means that he has the thunder attribute chakra, and then a part of the test paper was split. This is the chakra with wind attributes, and then there is no response. Is there only 2 types of chakra, thunder and wind? Chiba is a little disappointed. You must know that Sandei and Dashimaru have 5 attributes, but in a blink of an eye he wanted to open it. It's actually very good to have the 2 attributes of wind and thunder, and these 2 attributes are still very practical. Naruto's Helix Maru and Sasuke's Chidori are non-attribute and thunder forms respectively. These 2 ninjutsu are still very practical. At this time, these 2 ninjutsu have not yet been invented. If you study it by yourself, the copyright of these 2 skills will belong to your own. Anyway, the changes in the nature of other chakras can be slowly exercised in the future. Knowing what attributes he is, Chiba has a direction for cultivation. In addition to improving physical fitness, the next time is to study Helix Pill and Chidori. I saw Hokage before. Both of these techniques are briefly introduced in the plot. With his current ninjutsu talent, it is only a matter of time to reproduce it completely. After refining the chakra in the morning, Chiba suddenly became uninterested in the game, so she chose to go out and relax. Walking on the Hokage cliff, there are sculptures of the first, second and third generations of Hokage. Chiba never thought about being a Naruto. He knew that Tsunade would be a Hokage for the 5th generation in the future, and he had a wife to be a Naruto, so it would be nice to be a good helper by himself. Chiba has all thoughts about it. In the future, Chiba will cook at home, take care of children, and his wife will make money to support herself, so she will concentrate on being a family boy. What is Chiba-kun thinking? The sudden voice interrupted Chiba's thoughts. It turned out to be Ashimaru-kun. It's rare to see you. Didn't we just met yesterday? I'm talking about being alone. There is no way, do tasks often, but also practice. There is no time to relax. You really worked hard. Tsunade said you have no ninja talent. Do you really plan to become a chef in the future? What can I do? I'm a poor talent, but it's not bad to be a chef. At least I don't have to face the bloody storm every day. I really envy your optimism, Chiba-kun. What ideals do you have? In the original anime, those who are interested in Ashimaru will ask this question, and Chiba thinks about it and said, human life is a flash in the pan, so short, sometimes so fragile. Human life is so short, but there are thousands of ninjutsu, it is impossible to learn all of them after all. I really want to have a long time. After Chiba finished speaking, Ashimaru's eyes glowed, and he kept staring at Chiba with a strong resonance in his heart. Isn't this my lifelong ideal? It's a pity, Chiba-kun can't be a ninja, otherwise we can cooperate and explore the true meaning of life together. Ha ha, Chiba smiled wryly. In fact, Chiba's ideal is to protect the most important people and make everyone around him happy. After chatting with Chiba for a long time, Ashimaru seemed to treat Chiba as a confidant, talked a lot, and smiled more on his face. Let's talk about it today, and talk about it another day. I'm looking forward to when Chiba-kun will have dinner. As long as you have time, you can. Dashiwan nodded and left. Looking at Dashimaru's back, Chiba's eyes were a little complicated. What kind of person is Uncle Snake? After returning home, Chiba went to meet Tsunade after eating. When I came to Senju residence, I saw Mito kneeling and sitting in the corridor drinking tea. After greeting Mito, Chiba came to Tsunade's boudoir. The other girls' boudoirs were all decorated very cutely, but Tsunade's room was very mediocre. Except for the smell of girls, it's no different from boys. Tsunade lay on the bed, with two plain white legs tilted up. His head didn't turn when he heard the movement behind him. Brother Smelly is here. Well, my sister is wearing very simple clothes today. Tsunade turned her head and saw that Chiba was staring at her exposed long legs with a look of color. She shyly covered her long legs with a skirt. Does it look good? What? My legs. I didn't look at it, or let me see it again. Lie, your eyes were staring at someone clearly just now. You may have misunderstood. I was in a daze just now. But, just watch it if you want to, and I won't blame you. Why do you play so contemptuously? You said it, then let me see it again. Okay. You said you haven't watched it yet. Expose it, hypocritical man. This, she went in accidentally. Ha, what is this? Chiba took it curiously, and Tsunade saw that he was eager to snatch it back. Chiba quickly turned around and opened it to see. It turned out to be this photo album. This is the first generation of Hokage. It is not as majestic as the Hokage rock sculpture, but rather stupid. This is the second generation of Naruto. Why are you so cold? This is the third generation of Naruto, Danzo, Zhuangzi Xiaochun, and Mito Minion. It's rare to see photos of them together. Turning the page again, he finally saw Tsunade. Tsunade was laughing happily on the head of Senjujuan. The picture of Tsunade showing two small tiger teeth is very cute. Chiba looked over and commented, Tsunade's face getting darker and darker. Yes, it looks more and more feminine. If the place is bigger, it will be perfect. Brother Smelly, what are you talking about? Ah, you are so proud that you forgot that the Lord was beside him. Looking at Tsunade, who was furious, Chiba dropped the album, turned and ran towards the door, but was chased by Tsunade's instantaneous technique as soon as he reached the door. With a single finger, Kinyi was like a heavy blow. His body was bounced to the ground, and his forehead was red. The smelly girl made a heavy hand. Tsunade's anger faded after seeing Chiba's painful look, and she looked at him with a smug look on her face. Don't be with that idiot Jalea from now on, because I'll spoil you. If Jalea was there, he would definitely burst into tears, yelling that I was wronged. Coming back from Tsunade's house, Chiba was a little depressed, and her husband was uncomfortable. If the man had no abilities, the woman would ride on his head. On the contrary, if a man has the ability, a woman would rather let you ride under him, and then it will be no problem for you to ride a horse all night. To say that the skills of the current Chiba Club are too sophisticated, but one thing is that the lethality is not high, and there is no large-scale tricks. It seems that I have to copy Helix Pill and Chidori earlier. After learning, I will use Helix Pill in my left hand and Chidori in my right hand to see who dares to bully me. The next day, after Chiba and Matt Dai had practiced in the morning, they went to Kanaha Toy Store and bought a big bag of balloons. Everyone knows what balloons are used for after watching the plot. What the reader said, balloons are used as sets, and you can use them more easily. I can only say that your brains are too big and your thoughts are not pure. Of course, the balloon is used for practicing spiral pills. Helix Maru is a powerful A-level ninjutsu commonly used by the protagonist Uzumaki Naruto in the Japanese anime Naruto, created by the fourth generation of Naruto. The principle of this technique is the same as that of the tail beast cannon. There is no need for imprinting. The chakra is concentrated on the hand and its shape change is carried out to the extreme. Stop the flow and compress it to form a palm-sized chakra ball and then attack the opponent. Once it hits the opponent, it can not only cause surface damage, but also cause internal damage, and it has a strong attack power. The main users are Hafong Watergate, Uzumaki Naruto, Jiraiya, Heiji Kakashi, Sarutobi Konohamaru. There are 3 stages of helix pill practice. The first stage, gather the chakra in the palm of your hand. Second stage, it is the first stage of further practice, which is to release chakras steadily and continuously. For example, put a balloon filled with water on your hand, and then release the chakra to make the water inside the balloon move irregularly until the balloon explodes. The third phase, also known as ball practice, note that it is stronger than a balloon, according to the self-described 100 times stronger than a balloon. Maintain the released chakra and materialize it until the ball can be broken. After this stage of training, the spiral pill can already cause damage, but it can only cause relatively slight surface damage and cannot penetrate trees. In the final stage, the cohesion releases chakra. Combine all the things in front, gather the chakra in your hand, continue to release it, maintain it, and finally solidify it to become a small typhoon with strong power that can penetrate trees and crush rocks. Chiba practiced for the first time. With a little impression of the original animation, he successfully gathered chakra twice in his hands. Learning the first stage so quickly, mainly because his chakra control is very fine, and his current ninjutsu talent is too enchanting that if it weren't for his lack of ninjutsu knowledge, maybe given some time, he could also create his own ninjutsu. The first stage is completed and the second stage begins. The second stage is relatively more difficult. However, this kind of difficulty is nothing for Chiba now. After he has used dozens of balls, he will also successfully practice in the second stage. With only the last step left, Chiba put away his excitement and began to merge the previous 2 steps together. In just 5 minutes, Chiba completed the entire helix pill training. If the Watergate who was created Helix Maru knew about this, he would have shouted evildoers. You should know that it took Watergate a few years to complete this technique, and Naruto also took a week, and it was barely successful with the help of the wireless chakra and the shadow clone. At that time, Naruto successfully practiced helix pills but used 2 people to rub the pills together. Now Chiba can quickly release helix pills with 1 hand. It's a pity that his chakra volume is flawed, and the spiral pill released is too small. The entire cultivation process, Kinyi, only took less than 20 minutes. The terrible talent can be imagined. Some people like to raise the bar, saying that the author's description is too exaggerated, but that can only be said that you don't know how terrible the fragments are. Without this ability, Chiba still wanted to become the #1 person in the ninja world. It was wishful thinking. Helix pill successfully cultivated, and then Chidori also successfully cultivated, his strength will rise a lot. After checking the time, Chiba took a bath and then lay on the bed to play a game. After the game ended without gain, Chiba went to sleep peacefully with his eyes closed. Although it was too early to go to bed and wanted to practice Chidori, the chakra in his body was almost exhausted and could not support it at all. He used Chidori once. Some book friends said that the practice of helix pill is too fast. If Chiba is familiar with helix pill's training skills, coupled with very good talent, would he be too exaggerated to learn helix pill in 20 minutes? Without thinking about cultivation, Chiba lay on the bed and closed his eyes and played directly. After all, the game is the real practice. Obtaining a useful fragment will improve your strength faster than if you immerse yourself in hard practice. After a few games, Chiba had no gain, so she closed the game and went to sleep. In the early morning, Chiba gets up early and makes a friendship bento. The bento is filled with sushi and caviar, and served with fragrant rice. I really have an appetite. When he came to the training ground, Dai ran over to take his bento. During this time, Dai was blessed. Chiba would bring him a bento every day. The content of the bento was different each time. During this time, Dai was looking forward to the most. It is the practice every morning. The morning practice was very hard. This kind of practice method that exhausted one's physical energy is really not something ordinary people can tolerate. Back home, Chiba refined the chakra for an hour as usual. Chiba refining chakras is twice as fast as ordinary ninjas, but the time to start refining chakras is too short. This chakra is not like a ninjutsu practice, and you can learn it once you understand it. After supplementing the chakra, Chiba began the practice of Chidori. Reidun Chidori, a type of ninjutsu in the Japanese manga Naruto and its derivative works. Developed by the 6th generation of Hokage Hakaki Kakashi in his teenage years, this technique has both changes in the nature and form of chakra. Lei-dun chakra is gathered in the palm to form a high-intensity current, and the palm of the hand is like a sharp blade with extremely strong penetrating power. It is named because the sound made is like the sound of 1,000 birds singing. The disadvantage is that you need to rush to the opponent quickly when attacking. It may be too fast to see that the enemy is counterattacked by the opponent. You need to cooperate with the writing wheel to play the best role. Kakashi later taught this technique to Suzuki Uchiha. Uchiha Suzuki also developed derivative techniques such as Chidoryu, Chidori Blade, Chidori Sharp Gun, Chidori Komodo, and Kirin. Chidori was developed by Heiki Kakashi. This is a thunder dance ninjutsu that combines the nature of chakra and changes in form. At the same time as this technique is activated, the chakra has changed to the nature of thunder, which can produce great offensive current, and directly rush to the enemy in a straight line. The trick of ninjutsu is the speed of the stab, and the physical activity that can create a powerful chakra. According to Kei, because Kakashi used a Chidori to cut off lightning in nature, he also called the Chidori Rachel. This ninjutsu was specially developed for assassination, but in fact, whether it is Chidori or Rachel, it is rarely used as an assassination in the original work. Moreover, whether it is Kakashi or Suzuki, the early use of Chidori must use long-distance stabs, which cannot play the role of assassination at all. In fact, this technique is not suitable for Chiba for the time being. His reaction nerves are not very strong. This kind of skill of using spurs, even if he has mastered it, he can't exert its maximum effect. But Chiba still has to learn. This technique has many extended skills, but it is very practical in actual combat. Chidori's knot seal is also very simple. There are only 5 seals in total, namely Zi, Wu, Shen, Wu, and Mao. Chiba recalled all the details of Chidori's cultivation in his mind. After confirming that they were correct, Chiba stretched out his hand, and the chakra attribute in his body switched to the thunder attribute. Chiba's ninjutsu talent is really amazing. After a while, the palm of his hand begins to condense current, and the intensity becomes stronger and stronger with the output of Chiba chakra. The palm of the condensed current is a bit painful, which is a manifestation of not fully mastering this technique. Chiba condenses the current while feeling the changes in the shape and nature of the current. With the passage of time, the current condensed in the palm has been maximized, and the high-intensity current emits the chirping of 1,000 birds, and the 1,000 birds finally take shape in their hands. The joy of success appeared on Chiba's face, but it was a pity that Chidori only maintained it for a few seconds, and was disconnected due to the exhaustion of chakra. If this technique is practiced at will, it is easy to damage the palm. No wonder there are not many people who learn this technique in the original book, and talent is absolutely important. Without chakra, Chiba did not continue to practice Chidori, and started the game on the bed. Until the afternoon, except for a plate of chicken, nothing else. Before Chiba went to find Tsunade, Tsunade came to the door himself. Brother Smelly, accompany me out for a walk. Okay. The two of them walked to the training ground. It's so lively here, what's the matter? I squeezed in and saw that someone was in a duel. Look at the clothes that the Hyuga clan and Uchiha clan are in a duel. Chiba didn't know these two teenagers, and they were probably school students. Do you know that the two of them are the strongest this year? Really, the genius teenagers of the two big families are duel. This time there is a good show. Do you think it is Hyuga or Uchiha who is great? Who knows? I heard that Hyuga has already rolled his eyes. He should be great. The crowd was discussing the two on the stage. This kind of rare duel. Chiba showed great interest, and Tsunade felt bored. As soon as Tsunade arrived, his aura was too strong, and there was a bit of a crowded place when he first arrived, and suddenly an open space was vacated. When everyone saw Princess Tsunade, she gave in. The blood of the Hyuga clan rolls his eyes. Super inside eyes, the inside is almost 360 degrees. More importantly, the meridian system of the human body can be clearly seen with a bare eye. The meridian system of the human body is the tube that allows the chuck position to reach all parts of the body. White eyes and blood wheel eyes are both very powerful pupil techniques. The two saluted each other and began to fight. In the beginning, the boy Uchiha shook his shuriken as soon as he shot it. Seeing that the shuriken was playing, the accuracy was very good. The shuriken swiftly flew towards the boy's body, and the boy easily dodged with a stand-in, and then quickly approached his opponent. The Hyuga clan is very good at close combat. They click on the acupuncture points to restrain their opponent's actions. The boy Uchiha knew his purpose. He quickly backed away, and then quickly formed seals with his hands, and fire spurted from his mouth. It turned out to be the art of fireball. This ninjutsu is not something that students who haven't graduated can easily learn. How fireball is one of the signature ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan. Seeing that the other party used ninjutsu, Hyuga boy used a stand-in technique to escape, and after avoiding he threw kunao at Uchiha boy. The boy Uchiha quickly jumped and dodged. Quickly seal with both hands. Fire escape. The technique of impatience. Seeing the admiration of the people around this ninjutsu, Chiba was also a little surprised. Before he became a ninjutsu, he would be able to use fireball and impatience skills. The talent of this young man was not lost to that of Uchiha Sasuke of the same period. Uchiha is really rich in geniuses. It's just that such an outstanding talent is not famous in the later period. It is estimated that he died early. Sure enough, genius did not grow up but just a fame. Seeing that his opponent used ninjutsu again, Hyuga hurriedly used the substitute technique to get away. After using the substitute technique several times in a row, his chakra consumed a lot, but the opponent consumed more than him. It is estimated that there are not many chakras anymore. Sure enough, the boy Uchiha finished using this ninjutsu, standing on the court and panting. "It seems that I won this game," said Hyuga, staring at his opponent. Boy Uchiha looked at his opponent with an ugly expression. At this moment, the boy Hyuga suddenly launched an attack. He first used Kunao to consume the opponent's physical strength, and then quickly got close, trying to solve the opponent with melee. The boy Uchiha drew away from Kuna in embarrassment and wanted to keep a distance from his opponent, but his movements were a bit sluggish, and he was quickly caught up by the boy Hyuga. Bagua. 24 palms. Rukwin, the family's unique knowledge of the Hyuga family, Konoha's strongest genre of physical skills. The fist technique that directly attacks the vein system can damage the viscera, even if it is rubbed, it may be fatal. It can also destroy the substances based on chakra, such as the spider silk of the ghost child pill. Ning Si even touched acupuncture points with his white eyes. Soft boxing Bagua 64 palms. Hyuga Ryu's oral secret, attacked on 64 acupoints, and released it to seal the opponent's chakra. It is an attacking style of acupuncture, that is, causing meridian damage to the opponent, and its high-speed continuous attack is enough to penetrate the tree. This young Hyuga could learn gossip. 64 palms before he graduated from school and received the guidance of his instructor. Unfortunately, he could only play 24 palms. It seemed that he was far from Ninkai's talent. With a quick blow, the boy Uchiha was beaten with no backhand strength, and soon lost his combat effectiveness, standing on the ground. "I said, I will defeat you personally and put away your Uchiha's arrogance. Our Hyuga is the largest family of Konoha. Both families are paying attention to this game. Although it is a boring fight between two school students, it is about the honor of the two families. The strength of the two families is generally reflected in the younger generation." It seemed that the outcome was already known, and it was the boy Hyuga who had won. The surrounding people who eat melon think so too. Only Chiba and Tsunade felt that this was not the case. Even though the boy Uchiha was beaten with no backhand, he had lost his combat effectiveness. But Chiba found it strange, that was the look in his eyes. Uchiha's people are so arrogant, shouldn't it be resentment in the face of failure? But this person's eyes were very peaceful. Just when everyone thought that the duel was over, the boy in Hyuga thought so too. The boy Uchiha who was standing on the ground touched him and disappeared. "What? Disappeared? What's the matter? Could it be that we are dazzled?" Tsunade was also a little surprised to see the scene. It turned out to be a shadow clone. No, a 6th grade student who hasn't graduated yet can actually be a clone. Even if there are many ninjas, even the ninjas can't do this trick. Just when everyone was guessing where the main body was, suddenly a hand broke out of the soil, and this hand grabbed the boy's feet and pulled him into the soil, revealing only his head. Earth escape. The art of beheading in the heart ninjas at this time are generally stronger, as can be seen from the future Sunin, Heiji Kakashi's father, etc. Therefore, it is understandable that some talented teenagers at this time are more exaggerated in their strengths. "When did you use the shadow clone?" young Hyuga asked suspiciously. "At the very beginning, I used 3/4 of the chakra to separate the shadow clones. After that, the shadow clones were fighting with you, but I went into hiding to find a chance to give you a fatal blow." You boy Hyuga loses nothing to say, even if he learns to gossip. 64 palms, the final outcome is the same. What he loses is not ninjutsu, but fighting consciousness. "Did you know that in order to defeat you, I learned the shadow clone from the family? This ninjutsu, which has just been practiced, is still very unstable. I am also betting that the shadow clone can last to the end and create opportunities for myself." The two families who followed this game, one happy and the other upset, had different moods. After watching the duel, Kinyi had a lot of insights in his heart. Before he felt that his strength should be invincible under endurance. Now he puts away his contempt. In this world, there is a hidden dragon and a crouching tiger. Genius is like stars, and he must not be proud or slack. From now on, Chiba's mentality began to change, and he became more humble. The two were walking down the streets of Konoha, and Tsunade watched him absent-mindedly. "What do you think, Brother Smelly?" "Nothing, the battle just now was too exciting, I haven't recovered yet." Tsunade thought he was sad that he couldn't be a ninja. "Brother Smelly, ninja is a very dangerous profession, and sometimes being a civilian is also very happy." "I know. Are civilians happy? In this kind of chaotic world, one destruction is the destruction of a village. Can ordinary people stay out of it? Many times, they die without even being cannon fodder. Only strength is the guarantee of survival at any time. Do not move." "What's happening?" Seeing Chiba's serious eyes, Tsunade was a little panicked. Chiba slowly stretched out her hand to remove the weed from her hair. There is a grass on your head. Oh, Tsunade was very nervous just now. She thought that Chiba wanted to touch her face. At this moment, she was relieved, but she felt a little disappointed. The two continued to go shopping. Passing a flower shop, this flower shop was opened by Aunt Yamanaka. Tsunade and Auntie Yamanaka greeted each other, and it was obvious that they knew each other. It's Tsunade, it's been a long time since I saw you. The longer it gets, the more beautiful it gets. I just came back from a mission recently. What is this little guy? His name is Chiba, my goddamn brother. Auntie Shanzhong squatted down and grabbed Chiba's face with her hand. This kid is so cute and delicate. He must be a handsome guy when he grows up. I don't know how many girls will be charmed by that time. Chiba wanted to avoid the harassment of the ant in the mountains, but did not avoid it. Although it is a good enjoyment to be molested by a beautiful young woman, the body of Chiba lives in the soul of an adult. Tsunade felt very strange when he heard that many girls were fascinated by him. After finally getting rid of Auntie Yamanaka's hand, Chiba turned the topic to Hana. Auntie Yamanaka, I want to buy flowers. Hey, the little guy wants to buy flowers for whom? I want to buy flowers for my sister. Ah, Tsunade didn't expect you to have such a small suitor. Tsunade blushed at the words. She looked at Chiba quietly, and she was relieved when she saw that Chiba didn't respond. Auntie Yamanaka, don't talk nonsense. He is still a child and will teach bad children. Aunt Yamanaka smiled and said, Kiamba, why do you want to send flowers to your sister? Her smile is a little strange. Nothing, I just saw boys giving flowers to girls on the street. It should be a polite greeting. Tsunade and Yamanaka looked at each other, feeling speechless. Tsunade was a little bit lost in her heart, even she herself didn't know why she was like this. Chiba finally bought a bunch of lilies for Tsunade. Although Tsunade has a carefree personality like a boy, he is a woman after all, and he is very happy to receive flowers from the opposite S**X. Brother Smelly doesn't know not to give flowers to people in the future, he will make jokes. Got it. Send Tsunade home, and then Chiba returned to his home. Time always passes in practice. The new weight-bearing Chiba has adapted, and the daily high-intensity training has greatly increased Chiba's appetite. The good news is that Chiba's height has grown by 1 centimeter and successfully reached 1 meter. As mentioned before, Chiba is a premature baby with a congenital deficiency, so he grows slowly. This is one of the reasons why Tsunade likes Chiba in his heart but has always restrained his thoughts. Today's weather is a bit sultry and it is estimated to be raining. In such hot weather, I sweat a lot after training. In this world, Chiba's house has no air conditioner, no fan, only a piece of paper. At this time, Chiba fanned the paper and passed this breeze to relieve the heat. After fanning for a while, his hands were a little sour, and he randomly threw the paper aside, and the Chiba plate made chakras that were refined on the bed for an hour. Although there are not many chakras that are refined every day, the accumulation of less will add up, and one day it will become a pond. At the end of the refinement, Chiba closed his eyes and started the game. He picked up high-level fragments before, but no fragments appeared since then. Fortunately, Chiba's mentality is calm, otherwise he will die in a hurry. I just finished eating at noon and wanted to take advantage of this time to play a few more games, but the family was rudely pushed away. Chiba doesn't need to open his eyes to know who it is. Chiba doesn't have many friends. Only Tsunade can do this. Brother Smelly, don't pretend to be asleep. Chiba couldn't help but open his eyes, rolled over and sat down. Sister, it's a hot day. If you don't take a nap at home, what are you doing here at noon? It seems that you don't welcome me to come. It's not welcome. Don't you know that I am growing up? Not getting enough sleep can affect development. As soon as Chiba finished speaking, she was pulling her ears. It hurts, and let go. It's not accustomed to talk to me in this tone less. I was wrong, next time I will be gentle and talk to you. Tsunade let go with satisfaction. Chiba murmured in his mouth. Brother Smelly, what do you grumble about? It's nothing, by the way, are you looking for something to do with me? I want to take you to the hot springs. Why don't you go to a hot spring on such a hot day? Can you say that again? Tsunade crossed his fingers, and his bones crackled, so scary. I mean yes. Chiba wanted to change his clothes before going, so Tsunade directly took his hand and left. Come to Kanaha Hot Spring. The hot spring is divided into men and women, separated by a high wall in the middle. When I came to the gate of the hot spring, I saw that Jiraiya and Oshimaru were also preparing to enter with clothes and bath towels. It's Chiba. You also come to the hot spring with Tsunade. Okay, it's been a long time since Chiba has a dinner party. When will it be held again? What a long time, it didn't take long for it to pass clearly. This can be done anytime if you have time. Yoshi, then look forward to Chiba-kun's notice. Oshimaru nodded at Chiba and Tsunade and went in. Chiba, let's go in too. Okay. Just as Chiba was about to go in with Jizu, Tsunade pulled his collar from behind. Sister, what are you doing? Gillette is also a little strange. Chiba wants to follow me, what? Gilletta immediately became envious, jealous, and hateful. Chiba, this kid is really beautiful, and he can soak in hot springs with Tsunade. That Tsunade, I want to go with you too. Jireya's tone was very wretched, and his expression was even more wretched. Boom! Jireya was hit hard on the head. Go away. Jile also walked into the men's hot spring with a decadent expression. The figure from the back was too cute. Sister, I am also a man, I want to go over there. What kind of man are you? At best you are a kid. Sister, why am I not a man anymore? Don't insult people. Don't be wordy, come in quickly. Chiba really didn't want to go in. What's so good about taking a hot spring with a group of Obamas? Chiba would rather practice at home. However, Tsunade, a violent girl, dragged Chiba into the women's locker room. As soon as he entered the locker room, Kinyi's nose seemed to have something to spray. There were dozens of women, all white flowers, and Kinyi was so scared that he quickly covered his eyes. Wow, where is this little brother so cute? Soon Chiba was surrounded by a group of Obazan. Who is grabbing my face, who slaps my A***, and who slaps my little brother too much? Chiba seemed to be in hell, smelling inferior perfume, and even body odor, and even a few Obazan even went so far as to hold him in his arms. Chiba can't struggle and has no love for life. Fortunately, Tsunade arrived in time to help him out. Tsunade had already changed his clothes, and at this time he was hugging his body with a scarf, revealing his beautiful collarbone. Sister, I want to leave. Everyone came in, what are you shy about? Chiba wanted to say anything, but Tsunade violently restrained him, took off his clothes, and only left a pair of panties. Soaking in the hot spring, Chiba covered his eyes with a towel. It is not suitable to not go to see the children. The key here is that except Tsunade can see, everyone else is an ant. The tuft of fat reminded him of the pig in the pig pen. Brother Smelly, come over and rub my back. Nanny, is this the protagonist's welfare? Chiba swam over with a sound. Chiba took the bath towel and started rubbing Tsunade's back. To be honest, Tsunade's back is still very delicate and smooth, but it is a young girl. Chiba didn't dare to look at it more, and rubbed it carefully. When his finger accidentally touched Tsunade's skin, Chiba was so frightened that he shrank his hand quickly, and Tsunade chuckled when he saw that he was covering his mouth. Brother Smelly, sister's skin is not slippery. Slip, do you want to touch it again? Yes, oh, I don't want to. Smelly brats are not allowed to think randomly. Chiba's head hurt when he was bounced. At this moment, Chiba felt peeping, and Tsunade felt it too. He used perception techniques to find that Jile in the corner was also peeking. Seeing him drooling, his appearance was too wretched. Tsunade was furious in an instant. Jile too. The sound was loud, and Jile was so scared that he fell off the wall. The whole female hot spring was in screaming chaos. Tsunade punched the wall through with a fist, and came to Jiraiya in an instant. The next scene is very bloody, so I won't describe it too much here. After a violent beating, Tsunade's anger disappeared. Looking at Jiraiya again, Chiba couldn't bear to look directly, it was too miserable. Chiba also deeply sympathizes with Jiraiya in his heart. After returning from the hot spring, Chiba vowed that even if Tsunade threatened and lured him, even if he killed him, he would never go to that place again. It was too spicy. When he got home, Chiba was more tired than practicing. He didn't want to do anything while lying on the bed. He didn't dare to think about it. As soon as he closed his eyes, he walked around in front of him. This sleep is time for dinner. After Chiba had eaten, he stayed at home and played games without going anywhere. After playing for one night, I didn't see the fart. The next day, Chiba prepared a lunchbox and went to the training ground to find Dai to practice together. The morning practice was still very hard. Chiba sweated out and went home and took a shower. After taking a bath, Chiba sat on the bed and began to refine the chakra. After an hour of chakra practice, Chiba closed his eyes and started the game. No debris was picked up in the game from the morning until the evening of the afternoon. Chiba turned off the game and started cooking. After eating, Chiba went out for a walk. At this time, many people came out for a walk with a meal. The ninja world estimated that only Konoha could see such a peaceful scene. Meow meow meow. Several children ran after a stray cat. They were chasing and beating with small branches in their hands, and laughing happily while beating. The kitten was frightened and avoided everywhere. One accidentally, his leg was violently twitched. The stray cat immediately barked in pain and limped when he was running. Chiba really can't stand it, and such a cute little cat can afford its stop. Several little kids who were as old as Chiba looked at him curiously. Don't worry about him continuing to chase. Seeing that it was useless to speak, Chiba could only offer the ultimate weapon. Shaking his hand, several banknotes appeared out of thin air. You give me that kitten, the money is yours. Seeing the money, several people immediately changed their attitudes. We let the kitten go, will you give us the money? Yes it is. Then this kitten will be handed over to you. Chiba took the cat and handed the money to them. Chiba has always pursued a principle: don't do anything that can be solved with money, it is too troublesome to do it. The stray cat is very dirty and smelly. It is estimated that it has picked up the trash can. Chiba was a bit disgusted, to be honest. He found the bag and put the cat in, and finally mentioned Tsunade's house. Why didn't he mention his home? Chiba's explanation was that his home was too small and crowded with no room for a cat. When he came to Tsunade's house, Chiba saw another girl present. Brother Smelly, this is Plum. Sister Miyaizi is good. Tsunade is your brother? How come I don't know when your mother was born? Tsunade flushed. What are you talking about? He is my goddamn brother. So it's like that, you goddamn brother is so cute. After speaking, Hayaga Mako wanted to grab his cheek, and Chiba swiftly avoided it. I'm really depressed. Why do girls always like to pull their faces? Is it because their faces are so cheap? Seeing Chiba ignore Miyaizi, Tsunade smiled happily. Okay, you dare to make fun of me. After speaking, the two women were frolicking together. Chiba was left aside, a gust of wind blew, Chiba adjusted her awkward hair. The two of them gathered around Chiba after having fun. Brother Smelly, what are you holding in your hand, and still move? Oh, this is the stray cat I picked up on the side of the road. Stray cat? Ignoring the reaction of the two, Chiba opened the bag to reveal a cat's head. It smells so bad, take it farther. The two women covered their noses and retreated far. Chiba took the bag and went to a pond not far away. When they came to the pond, Chiba threw the kitten directly into the pond. Tsunade and the other two looked around curiously. After the kitten was tossing in the water for a long time, Chiba took out the soap and smeared it on the kitten. Scrubbing. After brushing and rinsing again with clean water, the kitten changed its appearance. Now it looks very cute, unlike its previous dirty appearance. The two girls immediately rushed to hug the kitten. Chiba is speechless, just hope that the little cat will be safe under the kneading of the two. The two women began to prepare a small home for the kitten. Chiba left for a while and went to say hello to Aunt Mito. After seeing Mito, Chiba went to see the small rope tree. Not long after the little guy had eaten enough, he fell asleep at this time. The longer the little guy got stronger, his face was red and cute. There are servants in Senju's residence, so the kitten is here. Even if Tsunade goes out to do tasks, he will not starve to death. When they came to Tsunade's boudoir, two women were lying on the bed and playing with kittens. Seeing Chiba coming in, the two of them just looked up and then lowered their heads to play with the kitten. Miyaizi, let's give the kitten a name. Okay, what do you call it? The two thought for a while, and Miyaizi said, just call him Xiaomei. Okay, this name is very cute. Chiba was speechless. I said, two ladies, this kitten seems to be male. Is it a male? Tsunade rudely turned the kitten over and saw that it was really male, and the two were a little embarrassed. Since it's a male, call it Xiao Qiang. Oh my god, what kind of woman are these? Xiao Qiang, so let's call it Cockroach. Chiba didn't bother to explain what was his love, and he didn't call it himself. Let's dress up the kitten, Miyaiza suggested, and Tsunade immediately agreed that girls always have a natural interest in dressing up. As a result, after the kitten was tossed, Chiba saw the kitten again and almost fainted. They even dressed the kitten in skirts and tied bows. He thinks the kitten's psychology is broken. The thoughts of these two women are too strange. Tsunade, don't you find it boring to dress up a kitten? Yeah, I feel that way too. It would be great if someone dressed us up. Chiba was playing with her nails boredly when she suddenly saw two women looking at him with strange eyes. What do you want to do? Tsunade leaned over with a smile. Brother Smelly discuss something with you. I will not betray my body. What do you think? Who wants your body? My chastity is as important as my body. Chiba put his arms around his chest, looking defensive. The two women couldn't laugh or cry. Chiba was so funny. Brother Smelly, let us dress up. No. Don't worry, we will dress you up beautifully. Don't kill me either. Really don't. Tsunade crossed his fingers and kept making noises, which looked terrifying. Ah, don't. Chiba was dragged to the dressing table by Tsunade, and the two women began to dress Chiba. Time passed slowly, 20 minutes later. At this time, Chiba looked at herself in the mirror, and her heart was very broken. I saw a beautiful loli in a skirt looking at herself in the mirror. With that cute look, Chiba almost thought it was a girl. Oh my god, Brother Smelly looks really good looking, he looks as good as a doll. Miyaiza nodded in agreement. Unexpectedly, Chiba was even more beautiful than a girl when she wore women's clothing with a little makeup on her face. Kinyi looked in a trance, and looked like he was unlovable. If this matter is known to others, it would be too humiliating to laugh at him. Chiba took off her skirt very angrily, put on her own clothes, wiped off the lipstick from her mouth, and went out angrily. What happened to Tsunade? I don't know, maybe I'm too happy. Back home, Chiba burst into tears thinking of what happened today. Damn Tsunade, if you dare to tell others about this, I'll die. When he woke up the next day, Chiba had automatically forgotten what happened yesterday. and he came to the training ground when he prepared his lunch. After warming up for a while, Chiba and Dai began to run around Konoha. No matter how good Dai's physical fitness is, it seems that he will always be short of it no matter how he catches up. Is he really a genius of physical skills? After successfully running 14 laps, Chiba stopped. Matt Dai said that he had just warmed up and continued to run. According to Chiba's estimation, Dai could run at least 50 laps, which is really a monster. Chiba rested for a while, then went on to do push UPS, finished 400 push UPS, and 200 sit UPS. When all these were done, Dai had just finished running. Next is a duel between two people. Their moves are very ordinary, one punch and one leg, but their punches are very fast. If Chiba doesn't use ninjutsu, basically they can only parry. Will lose. Sure enough, he is a physique expert, and his weak chicken is still incomparable. After sweating, the morning practice was finally over. Back home, Chiba took a bath and then began to refine chakras. At present, it is impossible to increase the amount of chakra quickly, unless the physical energy is up, otherwise it is basically hopeless. To get physical energy up, you can only pick up physique fragments in the game. But if you want to pick up physique fragments, this kind of thing is like buying a lottery ticket, with a very small chance. The 1-hour chakra practice is a hard target and must be completed. It's over, chakra practiced, and Chiba started playing games. In the eyes of others, playing games is not doing business, but in the eyes of Chiba, playing games is doing business. This time I played 4 rows of singles. Chiba chose to land in the ruins. There are few supplies in this place, and most people would not choose to jump here. After landing, Chiba quickly searched for supplies. After searching, Chiba got an M762 assault rifle in his hand. This gun has a fast firing speed and high damage. It is very suitable for close combat, but the bullet is too far away. Generally, with this gun, Chiba's marksmanship can only be relied upon. This gun has 2 modes, single shot and automatic, which can attack and defend from far away. If the gun is powerful, this gun is really good. It's a pity that this gun doesn't have many bullets, only more than 60 rounds, and Chiba can only save a bit of it. Suddenly there are footprints on the map in the upper right corner, and it must be a man-machine to be able to get close to oneself silently. The man-machine gave himself equipment, and Chiba happily took the initiative to receive the man-machine. Soon I met a man-machine. This man-machine was quite powerful. When I met myself, I would use the Buddha's marksmanship, but it was a pity that I was holding an M4, but it was single shot. Chiba makes it into a box with a few shots. Picking up the man-machine box, this man-machine is richer than himself. Not only does it have M4, bison, and a lot of medicines, Chiba bluntly accepted it. Passing the highway, I saw a jeep. Chiba got in the car and ran to the shooting range. There were a lot of supplies in the shooting range. Galloping all the way, Chiba finally reached the shooting range. Suddenly I saw a bomb shelter that was fully woven into the shooting range. It is because there is a way to heaven. You don't want to go, and there is no way to hell. The jeep swept wildly, and soon the car exploded. This full formation was completely blocked inside. The sharks outside, plan to jump to the military base, and see if I won't kill you. Various vicious words came out of these people's mouths. They drove whole wheat, and everyone knew that a group of sand sculptures were blocked in the air raid shelter. Chiba didn't bother to take care of such people, so let them slowly feel despair in it. Chiba searched the shooting range and was picked up very clean by the group of sand sculptures before. Chiba could only search for supplies elsewhere. It's weird. There is a Maserati parked on the highway. There must be a demon if something goes wrong. Is it because the car is out of gas? Chiba's cautious character told herself not to be hasty. Chiba hid behind the rock and observed carefully, and he found out that there were many oil drums under the car. This was because he wanted to get in the car and blow himself up. Are people so overcast now? Chiba decided to come to a mantis to catch the cicada, with the oriole behind. The person who set the trap is waiting, and so is Chiba. Time passed, and 2 people ran up and saw Maserati parked on the side of the road. They rushed up without thinking about it. As a result, the gunshots sounded as soon as they got in the car, and the 2 were riding on rockets. Fly to the sky. The pair was overcast and rushed down the hill in excitement, but they didn't know that there were surprises waiting for them. Seeing them rushing down the hill, Chiba calculated the time in advance and pulled the grenade away. When the pair of people licked the box, Chiba solved them with a grenade. Chiba proudly went up to lick the box. As soon as he licked the third one, Chiba found the fragments, and a feeling of surprise flowed through his body. Pick up, illusory talent, *1, 12, and the fragments are dissatisfied and cannot be used. It turned out to be a fragment of illusion, Kinyi's unspeakable joy. Now Chiba ninjutsu talent has been abnormal, physical skills are currently very general, and illusion skills are basically not touched. It is estimated that the illusion talent is also bad. It seems that the system wants to make oneself fully developed. Full of enthusiasm, Chiba went on a crazy game, until there were stars in the sky, and then quit the game. I'm so hungry. I checked the time. It was 10 o'clock in the evening. I played games for 10 hours. I'm so glad I didn't die suddenly. After cooking a large pot of noodles, Chiba ate cleanly. Just after eating, before the pot could be cleaned, Tsunade and Miyaize rushed in. Brother Smelly, you are only eating now. Yeah, I'm busy. Pay attention to your body when you are busy. By the way, what do you want me to do? If you don't ask me, I forgot. You quickly see what's wrong with this kitten, why his face is so ugly. Miyaize also killed her with anxious expression. Don't worry, let me see what's going on. Isn't Tsunade known as Konoha's strongest medical ninja? No matter how you look at a kitten, isn't it because he hasn't started contacting medical ninjutsu yet? Chiba took a look at the kitten and was speechless. Who put the bow tie on the kitten? Who tied this bow tie to the kitten? It's me, isn't it beautiful? Tsunade said smugly. Idiot, the tie is too tight, and the kitten has trouble breathing. No wonder the kitten's face is so bad. It turns out that this is the reason. Miyaize hurriedly grabbed the kitten and helped the kitten to untie the bow tie. Once the bow tie was untied, the kitten's complexion returned to normal soon. Both women are very happy. Suddenly Tsunade thought of something and stared at Chiba ferociously. Brother Smelly, what did you call me just now? What are you scolding? You dare to call me a fool? Chiba was beaten so badly that Miyaize closed her eyes and dared not look directly. Chiba got up from the ground in pain, watching Tsunade and the others go further and further. Wait for me, one day I will make you kneel and sing to me to conquer. Who on earth gave you the courage to beat me up? Is it Liang Jingru? Hey, a man with no strength is really good. The next day, Chiba completed the arduous physical training in the morning, returned home to refine the chakra for an hour, and left home. Chiba came to the place where Chiba lived. Tsunade was accepting Mito's guidance to practice assiduously. Seeing Chiba's arrival, Tsunade ran over happily. This Nizai has no sense of guilt. Has she forgotten the scene of beating herself up yesterday? Chiba decides to put Tsunade aside first. Women can't get used to it, and they get used to the B****************. Tsunade was about to open his arms to give Chiba a passionate hug. As a result, Chiba ignored him and walked by. A cold wind blew through. Tsunade's heart was a little messy. Hello, Aunt Mito. Mito looked at Chiba with a kind smile and nodded to him. Mito saw that Chiba and Tsunade must be awkward, but she was someone who came over. This kind of thing is simply not worth mentioning. Youth should be like this. She was a little envious in her heart. Tsunade ran over to stand in front of Chiba. Brother Smelly, you dared to ignore me. Are you itchy skin again? Seeing that Tsunade was about to do something, how could Chiba dare to pretend to beg for mercy? Don't doubt Tsunade's violence, so that only oneself would be abused. By the way, Brother Smelly, you came so early today. What's the matter? I want to see the scrolls about illusion. My physical skills and ninjutsu talent are not good. I want to see if illusion can be. Well, then you can try. If it doesn't work, don't be sad. You still have a lot of skills. Being a civilian will be very nourishing. Okay. Regarding all the requirements of Chiba, as long as it is not very difficult, Tsunade will generally meet. Grandma, I took my smelly brother to the underground library. Well, go. After twists and turns, Chiba and the others finally came to the library. This library contains all the ninjutsu scrolls of the first and second generations of Naruto. Of course, there are many other ninjutsu. It can be said that this library is a treasure house. The entrance of this library is blessed with seal technique, and multiple seal techniques are combined together. Chiba can recognize the name of seal technique with a few eyes. Although he knows how to unlock it, Chiba is limited by his own strength and cannot solve it temporarily open. Although Tsunade is good at strength, it is also very difficult to unlock the entrance seal. Fortunately, this compound seal can be unlocked by sensing chakra. This is the same as fingerprint door locks on the earth. The door will only open if the fingerprint is correct. After entering Kinshao's library, Chiba couldn't help being surprised by the size of the library. This library is no different from the library of the previous life. It is divided into multiple areas, including ninjutsu area, physique area, illusion area, sealing area, and forbidden area. Seeing the forbidden area, Kinyi's saliva almost came out. Brother Smelly, you can check the information here, but don't read it in the forbidden area, understand? I know my sister. After Tsunade gave his account, he walked out of the library. Chiba resisted the excitement in his heart, did not look at the forbidden area, and went straight to the illusion area. Only the Kinju family has such a large collection of books, and Chiba thinks that even Konoha is nothing more than that. With this library, he could learn what he wanted to do and what he wanted to learn. My own advantage is too great. Chiba picked up a detailed explanation of the basics of illusion. Illusion as a kind of mental attack is the three necessary skills, ninjutsu, physique, and illusion, for ninjas. Illusion is based on the enemy's five senses, as the target of attack, causing it to fall into illusion. Smart illusion users can even manipulate the flow of chakras in the enemy's brain as they wish. This is a fighting method that requires extremely high IQ and combat literacy. Usually, chakras are used to interfere with the opponent's five senses, disturb the opponent's chakras, and make them fall into hallucinations, such as the monthly reading of the visual department, the magic sound lock of the auditory department, and the azinamai of the tactile department. The principle of unlimited monthly reading is unknown. According to the comics, this illusion is somewhere between vision and touch. Note, the visual illusion is not effective against opponents of the same visual system. Illusion is one of the three basic skills of ninjas, and there are many ninjas who know how to use it, but most of them are supplemented by illusion. There are only a few people who specialize in illusion, such as Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, Yuihon, Teiwa, Ghost Lantern Moon, Kurama Yakumo, TV Original, and so on. Usually illusion uses the five senses as a medium, and if you want to avoid it, you need to close the five senses as a method. For example, Medi's unique fighting method without looking at the opponent's eyes, and the fairy wing with snake eye masks can block vision, etc. But, because solids can also transmit sound, sound illusion is the most difficult to avoid. Non-pupil illusion, you can disrupt the flow of chakra yourself to solve illusion, such as the chakra accumulated by Deodara. Pupil illusion, it can only be solved by disrupting the flow of chakra by others. However, if there are two types of chakras in the body, such as Naruto's tail beast, Sasuke's curse seal, etc., the pupil illusion can also be solved. Chiba's memory is very good, and he has basically never forgotten. This is the most intuitive manifestation of the superposition of two souls and strong mental power. Chiba watched very carefully. From morning to dark, Chiba has been immersed in the ocean of knowledge, and Tsunade in the middle came to deliver the food, and Chiba reluctantly stopped. As the amount of reading increases, Chiba has a deeper and deeper understanding of illusion. The more you know your insignificance, and the more humble you are. Seeing that the time was almost up, Chiba could only close the book reluctantly and walk out of the library. After dinner at Tsunade's house, Chiba greeted everyone, and Chiba went straight home. When I got home, my head was still rising. I received too much knowledge in my brain, and the CPU was overloaded. Now his head is groggy, and he fell asleep as soon as he lay on the bed. I got up a bit late today, and arrived at the training ground at 7 o'clock. Dai saw that he was not in good spirits. Chiba, are you okay? Did you not rest last night? One thing, it's okay, we start training. Cultivation in the morning was still very difficult. After Kinyi gritted his teeth, even Dai was moved by his perseverance. As a result, Dai Shiyu practiced harder. After returning home in the morning to complete the 1-hour chakra practice, Chiba lay directly on the bed to take a rest. After sleeping until 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Chiba woke up and washed his face before Chiba went to find Tsunade. In the next week, Chiba went back and forth to Tsunade's house in this way, studying hard for a week, and finally finished reading the book on illusion on the shelf. Now Chiba has many illusion skills in his head, but limited by chakra and illusion talent. Chiba has never tried to practice. Any technique used in chakra can be attributed to ninjutsu, and illusion is a branch of ninjutsu. Practicing the spiritual power of illusion is the prerequisite for cultivation. Any practice requires hard work, and of course talent accounts for the majority. A great scientist in the previous life said that genius is 99% of sweat and 1% of inspiration. Sometimes this 1% inspiration is better than 99% perspiration. Of course, God rewards hard work. Hard work is always rewarding, it's just the amount of goods received. Time is always lost unconsciously. 2 months later. In the past 2 months, Chiba has read all the books that can be read in the Chienshao library, and the remaining forbidden area. Because the scroll is set with a seal, Chiba cannot read it. It's not that Kinyi didn't know how to unlock the seal technique, but that his own strength did not allow it. Looking at the seductive forbidden area, Kinyi sighed and could only give up. Mito and Tsunade were also surprised by Chiba's serious spirit. They didn't expect him to have such perseverance. It would take him more than 2 months to settle down in the library. A lot of Chiba's knowledge is simply recorded in his head, and there is still a long way to go to get it all together. After more than 2 months of arduous practice, Chiba's physical fitness has been greatly improved. Now he can run 20 laps in one breath, and can also do 300 or 400 push UPS and sit UPS. In the Naruto world, due to the energy of chakras, ordinary children have greatly improved their physical fitness after refining chakras, and ordinary school children can easily lift hundreds of caddies. Chiba's physical fitness can only be considered average in school. No way, congenital deficiencies can only be made up a little bit the day after tomorrow. In more than 2 months, the amount of chakras in Chiba has also increased a lot, and now it is estimated that the amount of chakras in Chiba is 3/4 that of Shinin. The refining speed is twice that of ordinary ninjas, but unfortunately there is too little physical energy, which also results in not much refining. Life in Chiba is very busy now, and the day is very full. Morning physical training, 1 hour chakra refinement, 2 hours game, afternoon study of seal and illusion, and set aside some time to meet Tsunade in the evening. Hayaga Mako came to Chiba's house frequently in the past 2 months, because she came to take care of Chiba's life, but every time she came, she would eat and drink. Chiba couldn't help but want to drive her away several times. This person couldn't help but mutter, "It's not that Kinyi just made a meal, this stinky girl came. Brother Chiba didn't bother you, right? Don't you have any eyesight? Excuse me, I can't watch it. Wow, what is made of that smells so good." Saying that, he stretched out his evil claws and wanted to get Chiba's bowl. Chiba hurriedly hid the bowl behind his body. "This, Chiba, I'll just take a look, don't be so stingy." Miyai's eyebrows were wicked, and Chiba felt even more uneasy when he said this. "Go back to my own house." Chiba is not polite at all. Don't look at Hayagameko's good looking, but Chiba is not the kind of person who can't walk to see beautiful women. "Brother Chiba, let me have a taste." The voice was sweet, and Chiba almost couldn't help but agree. "Where to cool down? Wow, you are so ruthless." Speaking of Miyai's, she just blinded her eyes with water vapor, and she seemed to cry if she didn't give it to her. "Will you give it or not? I will cry for you if you don't give it." "Oh my god, did I steal your melons in my last life or owe you money? Why are you torturing me so much? Hee, who told you to cook so delicious?" Chiba had no choice but to pass her dinner to her. The woman was not polite at all. She ate it fiercely when she got her hand. Chiba grumbled while watching her eating. Why was she so cheap at the beginning? Why should she stay at home for dinner? This trouble was caused by herself. After a while, the plums were cleaned, wiped their mouths, and said embarrassingly, "Make a little more next time, don't eat enough." "Are you a pig? You are full of such a big bowl. You still said that you don't have enough. Do you want me to make a big pot in front of you and let you eat slowly? Have you finished eating? Okay. Then what else do you have? No. Will you not leave without you, waiting for me to keep you overnight?" Kianba said fiercely. "Isn't it just eating your bowl of rice? Why be so fierce? It's a big deal that people pay for the meal." "No need. Brother Chiba, why are you so good to Tsunade's wife? Why are you so bad to me? Do you want to know the answer? Well, say it quickly. Because you're not as good looking as her, but not her butt." "What? Brother Chiba, take a good look, people here are bigger than her." Chiba looked at her with disdain. "Isn't it just Xiao Long Bao? From now on Tsunade will be a super big hamburger." "Okay, I'm going to bed, please leave." "Ah, do you go to bed so early? I need to go to bed early if I don't grow well." "Then you have a good rest, I'm leaving." Seeing this troublesome woman finally leave her home, Chiba felt a headache when she touched her head. Looking at the empty bowl, Chiba's stomach protested, but Chiba had no choice but to make another bowl. The next morning, Chiba finished his physical training, returned home, took a shower, and then began to refine chakras. An hour later, Chiba stopped. Before that, Chiba has successfully practiced Helix Maru and Chidori. If you want to continue to develop other ninjutsu, you must master the changes in the nature of chakra. Any ninjutsu can only be powerful if its nature changes are added. Therefore, the nature change is equal to ninjutsu plus chakra attributes. Changes in form and changes in nature can form advanced ninjutsu. The nature of wind is cutting, the change of nature of fire is burning. In the original anime, Naruto's practice style changed in the waterfall practice, and he successfully practiced with the assistance of Yamato and the multi-shadow clone. But Chiba can only comprehend it by himself. He is holding a leaf in his hand, and it is true that he uses the leaf to practice the changes in the nature of chakra. Chakra test paper is very sensitive to the properties of chakra. For example, when testing the windy property, the chakra test paper will be cut. The leaves are very poorly sensitive to the properties of chakra, so as long as they can practice successfully on the leaves, the change of chakra properties will be completed. Initial stage. Chiba's head contains a lot of cultivation knowledge, so he knows how to practice. In the next half month, Chiba practiced chakra's nature change when he had time. His excellent ninjutsu talent, fine chakra control, and rich theory. The chakra nature changes of the 5 attributes of chakra were all successfully practiced by him. In the next time, he will practice all the ninjutsu extended by Helix Maru and Chidori. The practice of ninjutsu progresses very fast, while the practice of illusion is relatively slow, and now even the simplest illusion is not used. But Chiba doesn't care at all. Now he has picked up an illusion talent fragment. As long as he picks another one, his illusion talent will be as powerful as the ninjutsu talent. Cultivation always has to be relaxed and moderate. A bowed head practice will only put the cart before the horse, and the inner goal will slowly get lost. We want to control power, not to be controlled by power. So Chiba has always cared about his inner practice. Every ninja has his own way of forbearance. A ninja without nindo is not a true ninja. When you are in the dark, only nindo can let you move on. Chiba's shindo is to guard the important things around him. This autumn is about to pass, winter is coming, and when winter comes, the new year will be soon. In 2 months, I will be 6 years old. It has been 6 years since I came to this world unknowingly. Although it has been a long time since I have been here, Chiba always feels incompatible with this world. No matter how the external environment changes, Shiba's life is still in order. In the morning, I practiced with Mat Dai. Without using ninjutsu and other methods, Shiba has been able to fight Dai for more than 10 minutes without using ninjutsu or other methods. After refining the chakra in the morning, Shiba went into the game. It has been more than 2 months since the last time he obtained the illusion fragments, and he has never picked up the fragments again. Shiba was a little depressed, but after being depressed, he devoted himself to hard training. The extended ninjutsu of Helix Maru and Chidori, after a month of groping, has successfully replicated Fengdun. Spiral Shuriken, Oyu Helix Maru, Chidori Razor, Chidori Ryu, and Chidori Shuriken. By copying these ninjutsu, Shiba's strength has been greatly improved, and it will not be restrained everywhere when fighting against people. After a long period of cultivation, Shiba was a little tired physically and mentally, and no longer thought about cultivation. Shiba walked out of the house directly. I haven't seen Jiraiya for some time recently. I finally met him today. Shiba walked over and put his shoulders on him. It's Chiba. Geleda is still very happy to see Chiba. Where have you been recently? It wasn't the last time you peeped at Tsunade. You were beaten to escape. Hee, how is it possible? I let her, but my strength has improved a lot recently. I'm asking where you went. I have been practicing in Miyamu Mountain. Chiba didn't know when Sunan got the psychic beast. Maybe it happened in the past 2 years. Are we good friends with that Jiraiya? Of course it is. Jilla was also very nervous and didn't hear the extraneous sound. If your friend has something, you will definitely help, right? Yes. Then can you lend me the psychic scroll and let me write my name on it? Shiba, you also think my psychic beast is better than the two of them. This idea jumps a bit faster. Where? Yes, your psychic beast is the most powerful. In fact, Shiba didn't lie either. Ashimaru's psychic beasts are strong, but it's hard to tame. Tsunade's psychic beasts are not strong, but they are pretty good as a medical aid. In combination, they are still Jiraiya's psychic beasts. The beast is the strongest. I also heard that Chiba said that he was the strongest in Chiba and smiled happily. Among the three, his talent is the worst. He has always been the tail of the crane in the team. It is rare to win in the selection of psychics one round. With a touch, a cloud of white smoke rose, the smoke dispersed, and a scroll appeared on the ground. Jiraiya opened the scroll, and there was only Jiraiya's name on it. It seemed that he was second, Watergate third, and Naruto fourth. As long as you write down your name, you will have a contract with the Psychic Beast of Myomushin, and you can summon the Psychic Beast of Myomushin to fight at any time in the future. Chiba bit his finger and wrote his name on the psychic scroll with blood. Does Chiba need me to teach you psychic spells? No, I will. Unexpectedly, Chiba, you would actually be capable of psychic skills. This is what my sister and I learned. We haven't found a suitable psychic beast, so this technique has never been useful. Are you going to Tsunade's house? Yes. Then let's go together. I haven't seen her for a long time. Okay. Chiba is sure that Jiraiya also likes Tsunade, but Jiraiya's way of pursuing Tsunade is too weird, but he is so strange that he is not with Tsunade. Now that Chiba is chasing Tsunami, he naturally wouldn't be so stupid to teach him how to pick up girls. Tsunade and Hayaga Mako were there when they came to Senju residence. Miyaiza saw Chiba happily greeted him. Brother Chiba, just now I told Tsunade that I would go looking for you together, but you came here unexpectedly. Oh, Ji-Lai was also a bit embarrassed. No one would care about him if someone his age was here. Hello beauty, my name is Jiraiya. I'm on the same team as Tsunade. Please advise. Chiba, I'll buy what you want to eat, no need. A cold wind blew by, tears burst into his heart as well. Brother Smelly has rarely seen you ask Miyaiza and me to find you every time recently. Do you still have my sister in your heart? Sister, you have wronged me. Recently I have been trying hard to practice. You also know that my talent is terrible. If I don't spend more time practicing, how can I get into school? Well, I'll forgive you this time, but you have to make good food for us. Okay, there are delicious ones. Miyaiza, you are a little greedy ghost. You are so embarrassed to say that I was someone who asked me to go to Chiba's house for a meal one day. I said, beauties, I've been standing for so long, so no one pays any attention to me. Jill said aggrievedly. Tsunade, do you want to let Chiba cook the last dish? The dish is really delicious. Jiraiya's heart is completely broken. Is he just so inexistent? Miyaiza grabbed Chiba's hand and was about to pull it in, and Jill also looked envious. Tsunade saw Mako holding Chiba's hand, and his heart was sour. He happened to see Jiraiya approaching, and Tsunade's anger that had nowhere to vent all vented to Jiraiya. Bump! Jill was also beaten to the ground, and blood sprayed out of his nose. Chiba was not happy at all when Mei Ziai held her hands. He pushed Mei Ziai's hand away. Beauties are different between men and women, please respect yourself. Miyaiza was a little disappointed. Tsunade's mouth was slightly cocked when he saw Chiba unmoved, showing an imperceptible smile. Tsunade was a little proud, but the smelly brother still got close to him. Coming to the back room, Chiba saw the kitten who was sleeping late. After 2 months, the kitten has gained a lot and its hair has become shiny. These 2-month kittens eat well and sleep well, and it's hard to think about not getting fat. Chiba glanced at the kitten and didn't pay much attention to it. Now 2 beauties are urging him to make good food, and Chiba can only go to the kitchen himself. After making a large table of dishes, Chiba took out a special juice, which was made at Tsunade's house before, and it happened to be taken out to drink at this time. Looking at a large table of delicious food, Jalea and others couldn't help drooling. Can Chiba be eaten? Of course. Chiba poured drinks for everyone, then sat on the ground and picked up chopsticks to eat slowly. Compared with the 3 of them, Chiba is more elegant in eating, and he can often eat the dishes he cooks, so he is not as urgent as they are. All 4 people ate the 7 or 8 dishes cleanly, and even drank a lot of juice. It's really a bad day. Jalea was lying on his stomach and enjoying it. Brother Chiba's cooking is so delicious. Who can marry him must be very happy. Tsunade feels a crisis. This crisis comes from his girlfriends. As the so-called fire prevention, anti-theft, and prevention of girlfriends, he should look good on his smelly brother in the future to avoid being taken advantage of by bad women. After eating, Jiraiya and Chiba left, and Miyaiza said that he would stay at Tsunade's house at night. Jalea held the back of his head with both hands, watching the sky while walking. The plum man in Chiba seems to like you very much. I really envy your Yanfu. Don't you think she is annoying? And I'm just a child, the type she likes is a bit strange. Children in the Naruto world are relatively precocious. Children who are about 10 years old on the earth don't know what it means to like. They have become commonplace here. Anyway, Hyuga Plum is not the type he likes. He still likes Tsunade, a nice and delicate girl. The key is that a certain place is outstanding. Jiraiya also seemed to be in a daze. At this time, Jiraiya also shuddered at Tsunade's violent appearance. Women are indeed scary sometimes. Jalea, how do you feel when you use reversal spiritism? You're talking about the feeling of being teleported to the psychic world. It's similar to the feeling of dizziness. The first time Jiraiya used spiritism, he was teleported to Miyama Mountain. The first time Naruto used spiritism to summon tadpoles, Chiba didn't know what would happen to him the first time he used spiritism. Back home, Chiba took a shower, and then lay on the bed thinking about things. If you want to try spiritism, forget it. If you summon a huge guy like Toad Wenta, your little house will be ruined immediately, and you will have the opportunity to try it out in an empty space with no one. There are many ninjutsu in Chiba's mind, except for forbidden ones, from E to a level. Because there are too many things to practice, Chiba hasn't had the opportunity to experiment one by one. Human energy is ultimately limited, and it seems that it is necessary to learn the Shadow Clone, but his own chakra is so small that it is simply not enough to maintain the Shadow Clone. Chakra is still a chakra. Although he has successfully practiced the Yin Seal, he also stores the chakras that he does not use every day, but the chakra stored in the Yin Seal is used at critical times. After playing a few games, Chiba quit the game and went to sleep. While Chiba was asleep, 2 beauties couldn't sleep because of him. Miyaiza, what's wrong with you? Why are you still awake? Aren't you asleep either? Tsunade, I found out that I like Chiba. What? Not only does Chiba look cute, but he also has such a good cooking skills and is gentle with others. He must be a good boyfriend. But he is still young. Tsunade felt a little anxious when he heard that Miyaiza liked Chiba, as if his favorite thing had been snatched away. He is only a few years younger than me. You know, my father is many years older than my mother. Isn't he living happily? But, Tsunade, what's the matter? You seem to be nervous. Do you like Chiba too? How is it possible? Who would like that boring guy? And only a fool like you would like him. I wouldn't like a kid. Tsunade's appearance was a bit ostentatious, and she looked flustered when she was said to be the main thing, as if she was caught by someone as a thief. Fortunately, Miyaiza didn't notice it. I don't know if Chiba will like me. It's so annoying. How can I confess to him? Is this the girl's troubles? Tsunade's heart is very mad at this time. Stinky woman, Chiba is mine, don't fight with my mother. In Tsunade's mind, she was pinching Mako's neck and shaking her furiously. The next day, Chiba woke up early, made a lunch for the 2, and then ran to the training ground. When he arrived, Dai was already warming up. Chiba immediately joined the training. After warming up, they started running around Konoha. After finishing the morning practice, Chiba returned to his home and began to refine the chakra after a simple cleaning. An hour later, Chiba finished chakra refinement and started playing games. I started the game today. I was lucky enough to match a few young ladies. The voices of these young ladies are very sweet, and one of them sings while playing the game. That singing can participate in the Supergirl voice. Chiba was lucky, and saw an M24 in a room. This sniper rifle was a bit stronger than 98K. Just as Chiba picked it up, a young lady ran in. Little brother, let me play with the M24 on you. Kinyi didn't bother to pay attention to her, and what he said about borrowing was just borrowing but not repaying it. Chiba wanted to leave, but this stinky woman actually blocked the door to prevent herself from going out. Chiba jumped vigorously, but couldn't get out. Chiba hurriedly typed, "What do you want? Brother, I haven't played sniper before, can you let me play for a while? I'll trade the bison for you." "I believe you a stinky woman," Chiba typed over, "not borrowing." The young lady looked anxious. "Do you borrow it or not? If you don't borrow it, I will blow you up with a grenade." Speaking of this, young lady really pulled the grenade. Wow, it was really playing. Chiba was so scared that he quickly dropped M24 and retreated to the corner of the wall. "Count you acquaintance." The young lady looked smug. At this moment an unexpected thing happened. The grenade exploded. The young lady fell to the ground in an instant. Fortunately, Chiba retreated far, but now it's just that Tekken has not been knocked down. This is called playing with thunder and self-explosion, and karma is called you willful. "Little brother, save me, I will return the gun to you." Kinyi didn't bother to pay attention to her and put on a bandage by herself first. The little sister saw that he could not save him, so she began to scold Kinyi. "Smelly boy, if you don't save me, I'll report you, and I'll draw a circle and curse you, curse your little Tintin forever by a centimeter." This lady is not a good person, and her words are too poisonous. She was still soft-hearted just now, and now Chiba is hard-hearted. Soon the young lady became a box with green smoke. Chiba walked over and wanted to retrieve his gun. "Yee! This is fragments, oh my god, you can also pick up fragments by picking up your teammate's bag." He had known that this would happen, so he thought about how to shame his teammate. Pick up, illusion talent *1, 12, the fragments are full and can be used directly. No surprises, no surprises. Chiba directly used the fragments in the game, and his mind was refreshing. The whole world seemed to be static, his mental power also skyrocketed, and his head seemed to be washed. This feeling was amazing. In the next few games, Chiba did not pick up any fragments, but Chiba was in a good mood. After more than 2 months, the fragments of the illusion talent were finally collected, and there was unspeakable joy in his heart. After quitting the game, Chiba was not in a hurry to practice illusion, but to fill his stomach first. In the afternoon, Chiba was practicing illusion at home. With the talent for illusion, Chiba's practice went very smoothly. He had already cultivated magical tree-bound kill in one afternoon. In this illusion, the user first disappears, the phantom of the tree grows from the opponent's feet and binds the opponent, and the user then drills out of the tree to attack. This illusion is one of the signature illusions of Shiri Hong in the original anime. After practicing this ninjutsu, Chiba stopped with satisfaction. After dinner, he went to Tsunade to press the road. When he came to Tsunade's house, Chiba looked around, but fortunately Mei was not there. Tsunade saw what Chiba hadn't seen, as if there was air in front of him. Tsunade just finished his practice and wiped the sweat off his head with a towel. What happened to this woman today? Could it be that the ant came here? Chiba carefully thought about whether she had offended her recently. No, she was behaved recently and treated her the same as before. It's really inexplicable. "Sister, what's wrong with you, is it uncomfortable?" Tsunade dropped the towel at random and knelt down in the corridor to drink tea slowly. Chiba leaned over. "Did Jiraiya provoke you? I'll find him to vent your anger." Chiba pretended to leave after speaking. "Stop, what does it have to do with others? It's your smelly brother that made me angry." "Sister, why did I make you angry? Do I have this ability?" Chiba kept grimacing to make her happy. Tsunade smiled without being stretched for a while, and saw that Tsunade smiled. Chiba was relieved. "You haven't been very close to that woman recently." "Which woman are you talking about?" "It's me Aize, I tell you to ignore her in the future, know that." "Why?" "Don't ask why, I don't like you being with her anyway." "But isn't she your best friend?" In fact, Chiba knew why, but at this time he was just pretending to be a fool. "What's wrong with your best friend? Can your best friend snatch someone else's man?" After Tsunade finished speaking, he realized that he was covering his mouth quickly and blushing. His eyes did not dare to look at Chiba. "Sister, you said she was the man who snatched the plum." "Brother Smelly, if you don't let you get close anyway, don't get close, there are so many problems." Oh, Chiba was very happy. What does this mean? It means that Tsunade has regarded himself as his own man. Chiba is not bragging right now. As long as he speaks a little bit of love, Tsunade might agree to be his girlfriend. But Chiba does not want to confess now. First, he is still very young. Second, he is not sure about it. Third, he knows the plot well. He knows that his competitor is only Kato Dan, and Kato Dan is short-lived. Ghost, just say that he has the advantage now, what he can do with himself. Don't worry, good things are hard, and good food is not afraid of late." Chiba picked up half of the tea that Tsunade had just drunk and drank it. Tsunade blushed when he saw it, and didn't blame him. After seeing it, Chiba was smug, pretending that he didn't intentionally pull Tsunade's hand. Let's go out for a walk." Tsunade pretty blushed, lowered his head and gave a hum, and Chiba pulled him out. "This woman's hands are really slippery, and she doesn't know how the hands are so well maintained for those who fight every day. It's really unscientific. Some things can't be excessive." If you want to leave, Chiba let go of Tsunade's hand when going out. Tsunade was rather reluctant. The two of them wandered around how they came to Konoha Casino. When Tsunade saw the casino, his hands were itchy again. "Brother Smelly, lend me some money. Before you didn't divide you hundreds of thousands. You made a lot of money by doing tasks yourself. What about your money?" Tsunade said embarrassedly, "It's all lost." Chiba just need to ask this sentence. The casino Big Sheep is not a vain name. It seems to be very expensive to marry Tsunade in the future. "I'm sorry I didn't bring any money with me, and my money was spent almost without borrowing you. Don't you have hundreds of thousands? How much can you spend alone?" "Sister, don't I need money for making good food every day, don't I need money for ninjas, and don't I need money for some messy things?" Tsunade was speechless, and she didn't know how much Chiba spent. "That can only be borrowed from the casino." "Borrowing, isn't it just borrowing usury?" 9 out of 13 return, "The interest of usury is so terrible. Isn't this a free gift to others?" "Sister, do you want to make money? Are you thinking about playing the casino again?" "I don't want to be like the last time. It's meaningless at all." "No, we are earning money this time. How to earn and do tasks." "No, listen to me." Chiba told Tsunade of his thoughts. Originally, Tsunade looked uninterested, and the whole person became energetic after hearing it. In fact, this idea is not called creativity, it is just a way that Chiba plagiarized a game on the earth. Buffet. Chiba will hold a buffet dinner at the place of residence in Chiba. Everyone who participates will have to pay 1,000 yuan, and the number of places is limited. Not everyone can participate. It must be an invitation card. It is expected to receive 500 people. We can calculate an account, that is 1,000 yuan per person, then 10 people is 10,000 yuan, 100 people is 100,000, 500 people is 500,000, deducting the money for buying things, the maximum pay is tens of thousands. Is the transaction a big profit? Brother Smelly, your idea is good, but how many people will come? I have my own way of this, you don't have to worry about it, you can rest assured to wait for the money. Chiba is a person who does what he thinks of, dreaming can only mislead the country, and only by working hard can he get rich. Chiba went to a nearby store to buy a lot of paper, and then wrote 500 invitation cards. The people invited by these 500 invitation cards were all respectable people from various Konoha families. Chiba took a while to finish writing, and then went to the roadside to find a dozen children, and then each child paid 500 yuan and asked them to send invitation cards. The first child came to Sarutobi's home and saw Master Naruto. This is what the child said to Naruto. "Naruto-sama, this is an invitation card for a buffet party held in Chiba. It will invite Konoha celebrities. Mito-sama and Danzo-sama and others have already participated. The quota is very limited. Chiba asked me to deliver it to you personally." Sarutobi Risen took the invitation card and opened it to read the content inside. "Tell Chiba that I will attend on time." The same kid came to Tuan Zhang's house. "Danzo-sama, this is a buffet invitation card held by Chiba. It contains invitations to Konoha's celebrities. Uzumaki, Mito and Hokage have already participated. Chiba asked me to invite you. Did that fellow Yuen Fei also participate? Tell Chiba that I will go then." The same scene was staged in front of the patriarchs of the major families, and everyone who received the invitation card agreed to come. After all the invitation cards were distributed, Chiba made a count and all the invited people agreed to come over. This is not a simple buffet gathering. He represents his identity and honor, and he should feel honored to be invited. The buffet time was set for the day after tomorrow. In the past 2 days, many people who were not invited asked Chiba to give an invitation card. 200 additional copies. These 200 photos greatly eased the pressure on Chiba. Unexpectedly, the invitation card is so popular, as high as Konoha, ordinary ninja, and even businessmen want to get an invitation card. The money received in these 2 days alone amounted to more than 600,000 yuan. On the day of the buffet, Chiba was crowded with colorful flags, and it was very lively. The buffet time has not yet arrived. Except for important people such as Hokage, who can go in and have tea with Mito-sama, everyone else can only wait outside. The villagers of Konoha also came to join in the fun. Some climbed up the wall of Senju residence, and some wanted to sneak in. Unfortunately, the ninjas of the Senju family dared to come out. Some vendors even made business here, selling balloons. There are all kinds of people who sell meatballs, and this place has become a temple fair. The Thousand Hands residence is very lively, just like a holiday. Chiba had ordered the ingredients yesterday. Vegetable farmers delivered the food one after another at 4 o'clock in the morning. Chiba got up at 3 o'clock and was busy from 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock in the morning. There is only one chef in the back kitchen of the Chiba family, and that is Chiba, and the other chefs have arranged to wash the vegetables. The buffet menu is very rich, including Western food, Chinese food, fruit salad, special snacks, etc. The drinks include red wine, white wine, and fruit juice brewed by Chiba. Here's an explanation: all the wines are made from sake purchased from Chiba and added to their own unique formula. As for red wine, it is not made from grapes, but a red wine. The ingredients ordered this time were purchased at wholesale prices because they were purchased in large quantities. These costs totaled 50,000 yuan under the calculation of Chiba. In other words, after this event, Chiba's net profit was at least 600,000 yuan. Whether there is huge profit, Chiba feels that he is a business genius. At 10 o'clock in the morning, everything in Chiba was ready, and Chiba sent someone to deliver one dish. This time a total of 200 plates were loaded. The buffet venue is also very distinctive. A table is built in the middle, with a lot of flowers on the table, and a microphone like one is placed on it. The host of this time, Chiba invited Hayaga Plum, mainly because Hayaga has a good image, sweet voice, and good eloquence. Hayaga Mako accepted Chiba's invitation with pleasure. When the time came to 11 o'clock, the buffet officially began. Mako Hayaga took the microphone and said loudly, "Thank you all VIPs for participating in the buffet gathering in Chiba. This gathering is the largest in Konoha's history and the largest number of attendees. Now, please let Hokage-sama tell us a few words." Sarutobi Rizen did not expect that this event would even arrange for him to go up and talk, and saw the warm applause below. Yuan Fei was driven off the shelf by a duck. Master Naruto walked up, everyone's eyes were on him. Master Naruto cleared his throat and said, "Where the leaves fly, the fire is endless. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and let the new leaves germinate. This is the will of fire. Konoha is everyone's home, and everyone is responsible for protecting their home." Master Naruto spoke for a few minutes and then stepped down. The people below were very excited and touched, and they were all exaggerated by Huo's will. From this sentence, everyone found a sense of belonging, which is the bond that Naruto often said. Chiba didn't feel anything when he heard it. Isn't this just brainwashing of MLM in the previous life? The method is the same. Such words can only fool ignorant ninjas and civilians. Who cares if they have a certain identity? The secret of the buffet is to climb in hungry and go out with the help of the wall. I started to eat. Everyone took their plates and walked towards their favorite food. Some people were very greedy. The plates were filled and they added something. Chiba forgot to write a banner, "Eat as much as you want, refuse to waste, and leave more than half a caddy double fine." This time, Jiraiya, Oshimaru, and Matte were all on the invitation list. Because they were friends, Chiba did not collect their money. Everyone is full of praise when they eat what Chiba has made, saying in their hearts that the 1,000 yuan is worth it. Just when everyone was eating right, the host Miyaiza Hayaga took the stage. I believe everyone must be very enjoyable. Now let's have something to add to the fun. When our chef Chiba will come on stage and offer a song, our chef Chiba not only cooks delicious food, but also sings excellently. If everyone thinks he sang well, did you see the flower basket next to him? A flower basket is 200 yuan, and you can send a flower basket later. In fact, this flower basket was also an idea that Chiba came up with. Of course, the purpose was to make money. He had contacted Aunt Yamanaka from the flower shop and discussed with her. He paid a 100% commission for every flower basket sold. In fact, the cost price of a flower basket is only 60, and Aunt Yamanaka has a net profit of 40. Of course she is willing. When Chiba came on stage, some people in Konoha knew Chiba. Of course, more people didn't know Chiba. People who didn't know Chiba thought that cooking so delicious must be a middle-aged fat man. It smashed everyone's eyes and turned out to be a child. Everyone is very curious about the identity of this child. To be able to invite all the upper-class characters of Konoha, this child's background should be very good. Thank you all for participating in the buffet party, thank you Aunt Mito for the venue, and thank Master Naruto for your passionate speech. The song I am going to sing below is my original song called Little Apple. As Chiba's recorded opening accompaniment remembered, everyone's emotions were suddenly ignited. I planted a seed and finally grew fruit. Today is a great day. Take off the stars and give it to you, pull down the moon and give it to you, and let the sun rise for you every day. You are my little girl, I don't want to love you too much. The little red face warms my heart, ignites the fire of my life. Fire, 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 fire. This song seems to be magical. Everyone who hears this song ignites in their hearts and swings unconsciously. Some even hum along. After singing a song, everyone's hearts are still shaking. Why the lyrics are so simple, but people can't help but want to swing the body. It is a divine comedy. After Chiba sang, Mei Zi went on stage to fool the audience. Do you think Chiba sings well? Okay. Everyone applauded unanimously. Then you are willing to present a flower basket to Chiba. Willing. Then start to show your enthusiasm and let Chiba see your sincerity. Who will come first? At this time, it was time for the support arranged by Chiba to play. I saw Tsunade, Jiraiya, Oshimaru, and Matt vying to present the flower baskets to Chiba first. Under their lead, many people followed their emotions and brains to give the flower baskets. When the host came on stage again, the stage was full of flower baskets. Miyaiza counted and received a total of 400 flower baskets. Thank you for your love of Chiba. Please continue to enjoy the delicious food. The buffet lasted until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After it was over, Chiba sold the flower baskets he received to Aunt Yamanaka for 20 yuan each. The next time was the time to divide the spoils. This buffet deducted the activity expenses and extra money, and made a net profit of 680,000 yuan. Chiba and Tsunade divided the account for 5 to 5, each taking half. Seeing so much money, Tsunade smiled. This time all the food was done by Chiba alone, so after the event, Chiba dragged his tired body back home quickly to rest. At this moment, in a dark room, a man with sharp eyes, insidious and handsome, was looking at the information handed over by his subordinates. Chiba, an orphan, 5 years old, his father used to be Zongren, with a terrible talent, and he is not related to the Senshao clan. This piece of information is clearly written about Chiba, and it has been written in great detail from birth to now. And the man who was looking at the information was right, Danzo. Danzo at this time is not the ugly look of bandages in the future. Sir, would you like to send someone to stare at him? No, a waste with no talent for cultivation is not worth wasting resources. In the eyes of Tuanzang, apart from the cultivation talent, even if he has talent in other aspects, it is difficult to get into his Dharma eyes. Yes, the humble job got it. After speaking, one instant disappeared. Looking at Chiba's intelligence, Danzo rubbed the paper in his hand. The paper immediately turned into fragments, and then the fragments flew into the air. In Naruto world, strength is the last word, and other hobbies are not worth mentioning. A similar scene appeared in major families. Chiba didn't know what happened to him and made many people notice him. Fortunately, Chiba's information was very clean and his talent was terrible. So after this incident, everyone no longer paying attention to him. Days returned to calm, Chiba's life became the same again. Don't look at the many ninjutsu skills Chiba now knows. Many of the skills are very good. However, due to the influence of chakra and physique, Chiba's current combat effectiveness is still very mediocre. In the morning, Chiba and Mike Dai had a youthful duel. During the whole process, Chiba had not used ninjutsu, but had always used physique and mat to deal with each other. Chiba, be careful, Konoha kicks around. A strong force was transmitted to his arm, Chiba's arm felt numb, and his body continued to recede, but it still didn't work. No matter how hard he tried, physique had been unable to keep up with Dai's bad body. Mat Dai's punching speed was too fast, Chiba's reaction has been unable to keep up, and after a while, Chiba suffered a lot of injuries. Chiba, you still surrender, I don't want to wait for you to go back. You can attack, don't keep your strength, I can hold it. Mat Dai looked at Chiba's stubborn face, nodded, and then rushed towards Chiba with all his strength. One's own shortcomings are obvious, that is, the physical strength and reaction speed are not strong enough. Chiba had quickly deduced tactics. Konoha steel fist. Mat Dai hit Chiba's arm directly. If it was hit, Chiba's arm would break immediately. Chiba wouldn't be stupid to hardwire it. An iron bridge bent back into an arch, and dodged the punch in a thrilling manner, but Dai did not easily let him go. Rolling next to him, it was a thrilling escape. Chiba, I think you should admit defeat, our gap is too big, you can't beat me, is it? Mat Dai looked at Chiba's confident expression a bit strange. Is there any way he can? It's impossible, unless he uses ninjutsu. This time it was replaced by Chiba's active attack. Although Chiba's speed seemed to be fast, it was still too slow in Dai's eyes. He easily resolved all of Chiba's attacks. Suddenly, an unexpected situation happened. I saw Chiba accidentally falling down heavily. Just now, he jumped and did not control his figure in the air. As soon as his body fell, Mat Dai hurried to catch Chiba. Just when Mat Dai happened to catch Chiba, Chiba smiled, and his body slid down behind Mat Dai like a loach, then squatted down, forming a tiger seal with his hands, yin, and inserted Mat Dai Chakara's weakest position, anus, millennium kill. Mat Dai's face flushed with pain, and then he jumped into the air. Get it done. It took a long time for Mat Dai to return to normal, but the place of chrysanthemum was still a bit sore and painful at this time. Kiamba, what physique do you use? Why have you never heard of it? This is my own physique, Millennium Kill. It tastes good, do you want to do it again? After Chiba finished speaking, Mat Dai felt the chrysanthemum tight, and shook his head again and again in fear. Millennium Kill introduced the cultivation method in the original animation. With Chiba's talent, I learned it in a while. After the morning practice was over, Chiba returned to his home, took a bath and began to refine chakras. I played games at home in the afternoon until 5 p.m. When I was playing games in Chiba, I suddenly felt an itchy nose, and Chiba immediately withdrew from the game. When I opened my eyes, it turned out that it was Hayaga Mako who was sparing her nose with her hair. Why are you here? Chiba, you go to bed any time now, and you are not afraid of not falling asleep at night. You want to control, I won't sleep if I can't sleep. Chiba, let's go out and play. Not interested. Brother Chiba, don't be so unfeeling, Hayaga Mako said in a coquettish voice. I said, girl, you are fond of my strengths, can't I change it? Please don't pester me in the future, I am still young and not suitable for dating at all. Miyaiza chuckled. Chiba is so cute that he speaks seriously. Well, it's a bit difficult for me not to pester you, unless you make me good every day. Beauty, you should kill me with a knife. Chiba has never felt that a girl can make him so troublesome. He used to envy 3 wives and 4 concubines in ancient times, but now he knows that there are too many women and worry about it. Hyaga Plum successfully took advantage of another meal at Chiba's house. After eating, he left contentedly, and said to Chiba before leaving, "I will come again." Chiba almost didn't fall. Time always goes by unconsciously, and the new year will be in a few days, and Chiba has started preparing for the new year in these 2 days. In fact, there is nothing for a person to prepare, mainly for food and clothing. Chiba also prepared gifts for Tsunade, waiting for her on New Year's Eve. Today, it is rare to have no practice and rest at home. As soon as he was about to enter the game, Tsunade came to him. "Brother Smelly, don't go to bed, there is something wrong with the kitty." "What's wrong with the kitty?" Chiba only saw it a few days ago. At that time, the cat was healthy enough to eat and sleep. What's wrong with it only a few days ago? The little cat doesn't know what's wrong in the past 2 days. Recently, the sound is always making strange noises. The sound sounds weird. Strange sound? Learn how it is called. Meow meow meow. The voice yelled from Tsunade's mouth, quite tempting. Chiba carefully savored it. How could the tone of this voice be so like a meow calling spring? The more I heard it, the more similar it became, and Chiba knew what was going on in his heart. Don't worry, there is nothing wrong with the cat. He wants to fall in love. This is animal instinct. Do animals also fall in love? Of course, otherwise, how could there be a next generation? Then what to do? Just find it a female cat. Oh, Chiba, you know so much, you know this too. Chiba was a little embarrassed. I watched the cats on the side of the road when they were looking for someone who called them like this. Yesterday I told Tsunade that the kitten wanted to fall in love, but the woman gave herself a task to find a female cat to come back and ask the female cat to be more beautiful. How do I know the aesthetics of cats? If you don't have an object, you can find someone for the kitten first. What is it doing? Chiba walked boringly on the street, looking around to see if he was lucky enough to see the female cat. After walking around for a long time, I didn't even see a male cat. It's strange. I don't want to see it. I can see several of them a day. Now I want to see but I can't see one. If it weren't for Tsunade's threat to make yourself look good if you can't find it today, Chiba wouldn't do such a boring thing. It's not a way to find it this way, but you have to find another way. Chiba went to the store to buy some paper and pen, and then began to write the kitten's marriage proposal. I have a male cat who is very brave. Since I have reached my age, I want to find a female cat as a companion. If anyone has a female cat, please follow the contact information above to find me. After the incident is completed, I will be rewarded with 10,000 yuan. After writing 100 sheets, Chiba spent some money asking people to paste them everywhere, and then went home to wait for the news. As soon as he got home, Tsunade found him. This girl was very caring about the cat, but it was not Tsunade's heart, but the kitten was so strange every night. "Brother Smelly brother, did I find the female cat you were looking for?" "I'm looking for it. There should be news soon. Sit down and drink a glass of juice." "Well, I believe you once." Chiba poured her a glass of juice. Tsunade didn't treat herself as an outsider at all, and pulled Chiba up from the bed and sat down by herself. Chiba really couldn't help her. "It's been a few hours, why hasn't anyone come to the door? Is the reward too low?" Just when Chiba was suspicious, there were messy footsteps at the door. "What's going on?" Chiba walked out the door to see. Chiba was shocked at this sight. "I saw hundreds of people rushing here holding the cat. It's the personal notice you posted." "Yes, it's me. What do you think of my cat?" "Let me tell you, my cat's blood is very noble. Children don't listen to him. Look at my cat. My cat loves to be clean. It definitely meets your requirements." "I'll look at me first. Look at me first. Shut up all to me." Chiba really couldn't stand it, and shouted loudly. Tsunade heard the movement outside and walked out. Seeing so many people outside holding the cat, I was very surprised. She leaned close to Chiba and asked in a low voice, "What's the matter? How come so many people are holding cats over here?" "I'll talk about this later, and deal with the immediate matter first. Brother Smelly has so many cats. It is very offensive to buy someone who doesn't buy it. You have to find a way. You make me think about it. Yes, any solution. Let the cat choose." "What kind of solution is this? How does the cat choose?" "You're so stupid. You put the cat in the middle of this group of female cats, and he will go to whomever he likes." "I don't understand such a simple truth." "Brother Smelly, are you itchy?" "Kidding." Chiba smiled and backed away a little. After hearing Chiba's explanation, Tsunade felt that it made sense and went back to hug the cat. After the cat came over, Chiba asked them to put the cat on the ground and catch it, and then put his own cat over. The cat was obviously excited to see so many female cats and began to walk around the group of female cats. Suddenly the cat stopped in front of a Persian cat whose body was snow white and eyes were like amber, and then stretched out his tongue and began to lick the Persian cat. Chiba and Tsunade looked at each other and smiled. That's it. Chiba found the owner of the Persian cat and gave him 10,000 yuan, and then the transaction was completed. Although the other cat owners were a bit resentful, they dispersed without saying anything. Seeing the cat and his girlfriend lingering over there, Chiba couldn't wait to kick him flying. It's a lot of things every day. After solving the cat's problem, Chiba finally got a good rest. The long-awaited New Year finally arrived. On the night of New Year's Eve, Konoha village had no Chinese New Year atmosphere at all. Everyone was still the same as usual. It seemed that they were not New Year in the Naruto world. Every Chinese New Year, Chiba is very lonely, he always thinks of that home on the earth. Chiba ran to Tsunade's house and asked her for a walk. Sister, we haven't been to Hokage Rock for a long time, or let's go there for a walk. Tsunade didn't doubt. The two of them walked together to Hokage Rock, standing on Hokage Rock overlooking the entire Konoha village. Sister, today is the last day of the year, I have prepared a special gift for you. Gift? Tsunade was a little curious, what kind of gift it was. Chiba walked to the front and took out the fire to light the candle on the ground. After the candle was lit, it illuminated the entire Hokage Rock. Suddenly Tsunade saw something, tears flickering in his eyes, and he looked very moved. I saw a heart shape after the candle was lit, and flowers were spread in the middle of the candle, and a few words were written in the middle of the candle, Happy New Year, my sister. Chiba walked at Tsunade and took her hand affectionately and said, You are the only important person to me in this world. Every time I see you, I am the happiest time. Because of your company, I am not so alone anymore. I spent half an hour doing this. Do you like it? Okay. It was too romantic. Tsunade's heart was strongly stimulated, and now her mind was empty, and her heart was moved besides being moved. Don't look at me like this, it's not over yet, there are surprises waiting for you. Surprises? This is already a pleasant surprise. Chiba walked forward, took out the fire and lit all the fireworks. Just listen to bang bang, the fireworks bloomed in the sky, and the fireworks kept ringing, embellishing the sky and the night beautifully. All the villagers of Konoha looked to the sky curiously. The fireworks in Chiba shocked everyone in Konoha. There is a question mark in everyone's heart, who set it off. The fireworks are so beautiful, everyone can't help but watch. Even Hokage-sama stood in front of the window and looked at the sky above Hokage Rock. A ninja appeared behind Naruto. My lord, this firework was set by Chiba and Tsunade. Got it. The little guy Chiba always has so many weird ideas. At this time, Tsunade could no longer control his feelings. He rushed up against Chiba's back, and then hugged Chiba's head to his chest. Thank you, stinky brother. As long as my sister likes it, I like it very much. Tsunade turned Chiba's little head around, and when Chiba was still at a loss, he gently kissed Chiba's mouth. This is a gift from me. Chiba touched his lips, as if there was still some temperature at this time. My first kiss was gone. The two of them sat in Hokage Rock for a long time, and then they left until it was late. He sent Tsunade home, and when Tsunade turned to leave, she suddenly kissed herself again. Chiba blankly watched her enter. Is this a catch? A few days have passed since the new year, and days have returned to normal. Ade, we're here to do more than push UPS. If we lose, we have to ask each other to eat ramen. Chiba, you are going to be a treat. That may be true. When you ran before, you ran many laps more than me. Now our physical strength should not be far apart. It's a really exciting game. Youth should be like that. Prepare, start. The movements of the two are surprisingly synchronized, and they are both very fast, 100, 200, 300, 351. At this time, Chiba's movements were already very slow. Looking at Matt Dai, his speed was only a little bit slower than before. 382, 389. Finally at the time of 389, Kinyi finally couldn't support it, tired and lying on the ground, sweating all over, panting like a cow. Matt Dai next to him had already made 600, but he still didn't mean to stop. Chiba just lay on the ground to see what he could do. 1,100, 1,200, 1,500, and finally 1,500, Matt Dai finally couldn't help but got down tired. What a monster, how can this physical strength be so good? Are the people of the Matt family all geniuses of physical skills? After resting for a while, his body regained some strength, and then Chiba got up with his hands on the ground. Ade, let me ask you to eat ramen. I'll be full today. Okay. Two good friends put their shoulders on each other and walked towards the Maple Ramen restaurant together. Come on, 3 bowls of seafood ramen. Okay, just a second. Ma Popo smiled and walked into the back kitchen. Before long, 3 bowls of seafood ramen were delivered. Chiba divided 2 bowls for Ade, and he was full after 1 bowl. The speed of eating noodles between 2 people was very fast. After a while, the two of them killed a bowl. Chiba was already full, but Matte was only 4 minutes full. He picked up another bowl and started eating again. Bottomed out. It's really satisfying to eat. Ade sighed. Yes, it is sometimes simple to eat, but sometimes it is the truest wish of most ninja civilians. After paying the money, Shiba and Dai separated, and then they left for their own home. Just after cultivating and sweating, Shiba took off his clothes, threw the clothes into the bucket, and then went to take a bath in boxers only. I love taking a bath with good skin, oh. I love taking a bath with good skin, oh. Shiba likes to sing while taking a bath. The man always washes quickly in the bath, solves the problem in 5 minutes, walks out naked, and pours himself a glass of juice. Shiba is very leisurely with Erlang's legs upturned. Just when Shiba sighed that this was life, the little door was violently pushed open. When Shiba was about to scold A B asterisk 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 D, he suddenly saw that the culprit was Tsunade. Tsunade saw Shiba naked to the top, wearing boxer pants with Jiro's legs tilted, his eyes a little dazed. Shiba followed his eyes and looked at himself. What? Seeing that he was still naked, Shiba hurriedly looked for clothes to put on. After getting dressed neatly, Shiba walked out of the back room. In a complaining tone, he said, I said, eldest sister, can you knock on the door next time you come? Tsunade sneered. I don't care, what do you care about, like you are indifferent, you don't look at it at all, no one cares about it. Shiba was deeply hit. You ruined people's innocence, and you humiliated me. If you didn't beat you, I would have your butt open. If you are looking for me, it won't be looking for me to go shopping. I am very tired after my practice. Next time, Smelly Chiba, it's an honor for you to be able to date Miss Ben. You still have a look of disgust. It seems that you have been itching for a few days. Okay, I admit it wrong, but I'm really tired. Can you next time? No, I invite you to eat at home at noon, and this lady will cook herself. Tsunade actually cooks himself, and he is sure that today is not April Fool's Day, or the sun is coming out from the west. Hokage fans, have you seen Tsunade cooking? Shiba's hand was on Tsunade's forehead. Sister, are you ill? You are sick. This lady kindly invited you to dinner, but you said I was sick and you really begged. That's all right, I'll go with you. Can you eat rice cooked by Tsunade? Do the Hokage minis envy and hate? Someone said I was a dog licking. Now you know the strategy of this pig's feet. As the saying goes, pay first and then gain. When she gets married in the future, she turns over and sings, and she will surely let her kneel and sing to conquer every night. I came to Tsunade's house in a good mood. I originally wanted to work under the guidance of the kitchen, but I didn't expect others to be shy and drove me out and surprised me by saying something. Shiba was looking forward to it. This surprise was not a surprise. Shiba sat at the table, boringly tapping the cup with a chopstick in his hand. What the hell is this? It's been here for an hour, and I haven't seen a single dish. If it wasn't for Tsunade's threat to go in and interrupt her leg, Shiba really wanted to go in and see how many dishes she had cooked for so long. Alone I am drunk and drunk I'm drunk alone drunk and paired that beautiful woman 2 eyes are alone I just want him to return sweet girl. I light the piano and play my purple bamboo forest. Shiba was so bored that he had to take out the rap from the previous life. It's a pity that I can't remember the lyrics. Looking forward to the stars and the moon, at the moment when Shiba's patience was about to be polished, Tsunade came out with a vegetable in his hand. When this dish was placed in front of Shiba, Shiba's expression was complicated and indescribable. Sister, can you tell me what this dark thing is? This is green vegetables. Let me go, your greens are black, bully me that I have never eaten greens. Any other dishes? I'm sorry, I bought fish but I can't make it, but I bought meat, but I can't cut it. What you mean is that you made this black thing just 2 hours after you went in, right? I'm sorry, the first time someone cooks, you can tolerate it. Tsunade's cute look, Shiba's belly full of words, he couldn't bear to say it for a while. The chopsticks in his hand hesitated very much, whether to eat it or not. Looking at the dark green vegetables, Shiba was afraid that if he would eat it, would he immediately go back to the earth. But looking at Tsunade's extremely expectant appearance, Shiba endured the fear in his heart and took a green vegetable into his mouth. How? Tsunade asked expectantly. Very good, very good, very good. It's just that Shiba's expression is very strange, she looks like she has nothing to love. I'll try it too. Tsunade was so praised by Shiba that he really believed that he had a talent for cooking. It's just that she spit it out as soon as she ate the food in her mouth. It's too unpalatable, even worse than shit. Tsunade had a stomach nausea and ran out to vomit. Shiba was puzzled. She hadn't eaten shit before, how could she know that it tasted worse than shit? Through the lessons of this failure, Tsunade will no longer mention cooking in the future, and there is one less harm in the world. Going home hungry, all of Shiba's happy mood was ruined, and he just cooked a bowl of noodles and ate it. One word of advice to everyone, choose a wife or choose someone who knows how to cook, you can't eat beautiful. This sentence is for you to hear, and it is invalid for the protagonist. The protagonist still likes to be beautiful. It was another rare good weather. Shiba put his hands on the back of his head, sang a small song, and walked on the streets of Konoha. If you mention a bird cage, it will look like the second ancestor of the Qing dynasty. Wandering around, he came to the residence of Hagaki Ziyuyun, Konoha White Fang. It's been 6 years since I came to Konoha. The mysterious boss has never seen him. The main reason is that Chiba's home is in the East End, and Heiji lives in the West. So it's hard to see me. He glanced at the gate of Heiji's house. Chiba removed his eyes and just wanted to leave, and there was a sound of Huoha training. Isn't Hahagis Sakumo at home? When I came to Hokage, I couldn't see Konoha White Fang, which was a pity. Chiba came to the wall and jumped to the wall easily. I saw a young man holding a chakra short knife with white chakra light scattered on the outside. This knife should be white teeth. Then the identity of this person is ready to be revealed, isn't it Son Hagaki, and Konoha White Fang? He has silver white hair and a cold face, and he looks like a master at the sight of this posture. Chiba could see that. Suddenly Son Hagaki's short knife was facing him, a locked and terrifying aura rushed towards him. Chiba's hair exploded, a kind of fear and great pressure dominated his brain, making his body unable to move. What a terrible sword posture. The flagwood sword technique is a powerful ninjutsu that consumes chakras very much. Apart from other things, the Lei Dunlei instantaneous body created by the flagwood sword technique alone would consume a lot of chakras if only one shot of the instantaneous body was used, which was almost equivalent to a shot of 1,000 birds. However, it is undeniable that only with Lei Shushin's Heiji sword technique is Heiki Sakumo's powerful sword technique that can kill an elite shanin with a single blow. There are 8 methods for knives, which are divided into sweeping, chopping, plucking, cutting, sweeping, cutting, and stabbing. But the chakra sword art of the Flagwood clan only focuses on cutting, slashing, and stabbing. And these 3 methods, cut, or stab, especially fast, accurate and ruthless. Flagwooden knife method, instant cut. There are 3 types, namely, instant cut in 2 stages, instant cut in 4 stages, and instant cut in 8 stages. Flagwooden sword technique, thunder cut. There are 2 styles, namely, drawing the sword and thunder cutting and the ghost and animal thunder cutting. Flagwood knife method, chase teeth. There is only one way, that is, chasing teeth, or piercing the throat, or piercing the heart. There is no escape. Originally, Chiba still had a little pride in his heart. His 6-year-old combat power was comparable to tolerable. He was the first person in the same year and even at school. But today, when I saw Hagaki-san, Chiba knew what it means to be unbearable hit. What is mayfly shake the tree? Just when Chiba was about to be unable to bear this kind of aura, Son Heiji reduced his aura, and Chiba immediately felt relieved. Who are you? Why are you lying on the wall and peeking? Son Heiji's voice was a bit cold. Chiba wiped the sweat from his head and jumped off the wall. My name is Chiba, and I am an orphan of Konoha. I just passed by here and heard the sound of cultivation inside. I was curious to climb up and take a look. Son Hagaki's expression softened slightly, and he looked at Chiba much more kind. You watched it too, you can go. I'm not going. I want to learn swordsmanship from you. I won't teach you. Why? Because we are not familiar. Well, this reason is perfect. You mean that as long as we are familiar, you will teach me? Son Hagaki glanced at Chiba. Your talent can't learn my family swordsmanship. How do you know if you don't let me try? Son Hagaki was too lazy to take care of Chiba, put away the knife, and walked to the house alone. Hey, stop for that guy. If you don't accept me as a disciple today, I won't leave. Casual. Kinyi was depressed. Her protagonist's halo was too small, and she couldn't be so cute. The swordsmanship of the Hagaki family is very powerful, and Chiba must learn it if he meets it. Son Heiji is just as cold on the outside as his son Kakashi Heiji, but he is not as cold as he is on the inside. How can he make him promise to accept himself as a disciple? Chiba touched his chin with one hand, looking at the direction of Heiji's disappearance, thinking, when you came in, you climbed the wall, and when you went out of Chiba, you walked through the gate. After returning home, Chiba didn't think about Hagaki-san, and went straight into the game. Chiba landed in Cho's Port N. The matched teammates were relatively normal this time. They quickly landed on the container and Chiba landed a pistol. The teammates also quickly searched for supplies. Grandma's land, what kind of teammate is this match? The speed of grabbing equipment is too fast. Just saw an AK, just about to pick it up, a figure rushed up, and then the gun disappeared. There is no way, the technique is not good, I can only blame myself. Chiba can only collide with his teammates as much as possible. After searching for a while, Chiba only had an extra spray. No, the teammates and people in front started to do it. The gunshots were really fierce, but soon Chiba was dumbfounded. Your teammate, Merry Boy, was killed by the Kuaishao anchor. Don't ask the pig. Your teammate Enthusiastic Turkey was killed by the Kuaishao anchor. Wow, I lost 3 teammates within a few minutes. What should I do now to avenge my teammates? Forget it, his teammates were killed for such good skills, and he couldn't hold back his gun and died faster. Chiba found a container and hid in it. This Kuaishao anchor is really going to fly to the sky. Does he want to slaughter Hong Kong? After watching, the anchor had already killed several people, and Chiba was shivering a little while hiding in the container. Don't find yourself, or you must be finished with this spray in your hand. It seems that the more afraid something is, the more likely it is that something will happen. This anchor fights drugs and hides the container towards Chiba. Don't come, don't come. But destiny made a joke with Chiba, and when he said in his heart that he didn't want it, the anchor appeared in the container. Bang bang bang. Chiba panicked and shot wildly with the spray on his hand. Under what circumstances, the anchor was knocked down by himself. It turned out that Chiba had just fired in a hurry, and one of the shots happened to hit the head of the anchor, which was also very lucky. I think that anchor must be very depressed. I didn't expect that he was so powerful that he would fall into the hands of a sprayer. The fans of the anchor were all laughing. The anchor asked you to pretend to be forced, and you were struck by lightning. The anchor just said that if this one doesn't eat chicken, it will eat live and wait for the anchor to eat. The anchor was handsome in only 3 seconds, and he died in the hands of a weak chicken in the end. It's really a laugh. The anchor watched his fans teasing him, and he was so depressed. How could he have thought that someone would hide in the container, and he had reacted very quickly, but it was still unlucky to get hit by the spray, and I was hit, what a shame. Chiba quickly went up to make up for the anchor, and then began to lick the bag. Wow, it turned out to be fragments. Pick up, writing talent, *1, 11. The fragments are full and can be used directly. What the hell, why isn't it a talent for cultivation or something that improves your strength? What the hell is this talent for writing? I don't want to be a writer. I picked it up, I can't throw it away. I used the fragments in the game. There are many writing skills and rich vocabulary in my mind, and a wonderful feeling fills my brain. According to past experience, if a fragment is picked up today, it will not be picked up in the next game. Sure enough, no fragment was found in the next few games. After quitting the game, Chiba saw the pen on the table and had a strong desire to create in his heart. Chiba couldn't help but pick up the pen. When Chiba picked up the pen and just thought about writing something, the ideas in his mind burst out like sparks, and Chiba picked one idea and started writing for the first time. Title: My Girlfriend is a Ninja. Next, Chiba wrote down the main line of the story and the main plot. I wrote an outline of 20,000 words in one go. After the outline was written, Chiba massaged his sour hands. He never thought that he could write so smoothly. In the past, writing an 800-character composition on the earth would have to rack his brains. Now this state is simply too happy. I never thought that writing a novel can make the spirit happy. Looking at the 20,000-character outline, Chiba wanted to write the story quickly and publish it so that everyone in Naruto could see his work. With a touch, a shadow clone appeared. Shadow clones use chakras to create entity clones. They can act and fight like the caster. They have the consciousness independent of the caster and have certain anti-strike ability. They can be applied to various ninjutsu. After the normal release, the memory and experience of the clone will return to the main body. The next thing is left to you. I'm going to cook. No problem, go to the main body. There are too few chakras in Chiba, at most only one shadow clone can be separated, and the time is not long, only half an hour. Yinclan sat down obediently, picked up a blank piece of paper, and started writing with the brush in his hand. The writing speed was still quite fast. Chiba made the meal, brought the meal to the table, while eating the meal, while watching the shadow avatar writing. After Chiba had eaten enough, he washed the bowl by the way, and the shadow clone was just released. Chiba picked up the novel written by the shadow clone and read it from beginning to end. It was very good, the story was very attractive, and the brushwork was delicate, and the words were precise and sophisticated. It's just that the number of characters is a bit too small and only 2,000 characters. This is really not enough. Chiba's novel is estimated to be 200,000 characters. According to this progress, it is estimated that it will take a few months to write. It was a waste of time to write a novel for so long, so Chiba picked up the pen and wrote down the plot below. This writing is a bit unbearable, from 6 o'clock in the evening to 10 o'clock in the evening. After Chiba put down the pen, he felt that his writing hand was about to be used up. This writing is also a hard job. Not to mention the backache, it was quite exhausting. Please respect the author in the future. I looked at my results for a few hours, and it's true that the number of words has reached 20,000. Putting the deposited manuscript into the drawer, Chiba got up and exercised, then climbed onto the bed, covered the quilt and went to sleep. The next day, Chiba finished her hard physical training, then went home to refine chakras for an hour, and finally separated a shadow clone to work at home, but Chiba walked out of the house by herself. He said he wanted Son Heiji to be his own master. How could he give up halfway? When he came to Flagwood's house, Chiba didn't knock on the door and went in. Son Heiji is cultivating again, this talent is still working so hard, you deserve to be so strong. As soon as Chiba stepped over the wall and came in, Son Hagaki noticed it. It's you again, why are you here again? I didn't say anymore. I won't teach you, you have to die. I'm not here to apprentice, I'm here to apply for child labor. Child labor? What can you do when you are so young? I know more things, such as cooking, washing clothes, painting, and sleeping with me. Sleep with me? Son Heiji looked at him strangely. Don't get me wrong, I mean sleeping in the same room together, for fear that you will be bored sleeping alone. Son Heiji was amused by Chiba's unreasonable way of playing cards. He was really a funny guy. I don't need child labor here. If you don't take me in, I won't leave. Believe it or not, I'll hit you. Fight. Fight, I'm just a child who has no power to bind a chicken. If you are not afraid of people from the rivers and lakes making fun of you, just fight. This. Son Heiji has never seen such a rascal, and for a while, he couldn't help Chiba. You continue to practice, I promise not to disturb you. This. Son Heiji is a kind person, and he really has nothing to do with a 6-year-old child. Son Heiji sighed and then practiced his sword skills. Chiba casually found a clean place to sit down and watched him practice. This Heiji Ziyun always had an inexplicable aura when he was practicing the sword technique, and the swords he wielded had an inexplicable charm. Chiba dragged his chin to savor. He didn't know why, just a few simple movements of the knife, and Son Hagaki played, but he was very high and inexplicable. After watching it for a long time, Chiba didn't see the fame. Is it really like he said that his aptitude is dull is dull? Anyway, if there is a system, he may become genius if dull, just like the talent of ninjutsu. Unknowingly it was noon, and the Kimura family was so thin that even a few people couldn't see such a large venue. Chiba rushed around to find the kitchen. There are a lot of food in this kitchen. Chiba picked up the knife, thought about what to do, and then started his child labor career. After practicing the sword, Son Heiji turned around and didn't see the kid, and thought he had gone back, so he didn't care. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind. My lord's rice is ready, please mitsumasu. Son Heiji looked surprised. He disappeared not to go home, but to cook for himself in the kitchen. You don't have to, I said I won't take you in. It's okay, the meal is ready, let's eat first. This. Son Heiji hadn't encountered such a difficult kid, and there was no better way at this time. When I came to the house, I saw a lot of dishes on the table. They looked pretty good, and I had a lot of appetite. You did it all. Didn't I say that I can cook? Adults, please taste it. Hagazu Ziyun worked hard to cultivate. At this time, he was a little hungry. When he smelled the fragrance of the dish, he couldn't help but sit down, picked up his chopsticks and started tasting. When he ate the first bite of the dish, his expression was a little surprised. It turned out to be so delicious. The dishes are well done. Thank you for your compliment, my lord. Son Heiji started to eat after he was full, and when he was full, he saw Chiba sitting and watching him eat. You haven't eaten yet, let's go together. It's an adult. Chiba was hungry for a long time, and he had been holding it up just now. Now that he ordered, Chiba got up and quickly walked over, picked up the chopsticks and quickly picked up the dish and delivered it to his mouth. After eating, Chiba cleaned up the dishes and made tea for Hagaki Ziyun. Son Heiji watched him busy, and his mind began to waver. My lord, everything is done, do you have any other orders? No, by the way, don't you want to stay here? I agree, but I often go out. If I am not at home, you cannot use it. That's great, he finally got his approval in exchange for his chiki. It seems that there is hope for the apprenticeship. I see, my lord. Chiba went back at noon and said that Hagaki Ziyun was at home, and he would come to cook at noon every day, but he did not need to come at other times. Chiba still has a lot to do, so I can't focus on him. At noon the next day, Chiba went to Hagaki Ziyun's house again. When he got there, Chiba didn't wait for his instructions. He cleaned the entire yard with a broom before starting to cook. After the meal was finished, Chiba brought out the dishes, and then asked Son Heiji to come over for dinner. I said, Chiba, why do you need this? Your talent is really not good. Even if I am willing to teach you, you will not be able to learn it. It's not my business to learn how to learn, you just need to be responsible for teaching. You little kid is so stubborn. Then you mean promise me. I'll only teach you once, it's up to you if you can learn it. Okay. After dinner, it is rare for the two to drink tea together on an equal footing. I can teach you the swordsmanship of the Heiji family, but I can't be your master, and you must ensure that the swordsmanship of the Heiji family will never be passed on. Okay. Had it not been for the swordsmanship of the Heiji family, the ghost would recognize you as a master, and I, Chiba, would only speak for myself. The two of them came to the yard after drinking tea. Next, Son Heiji dictated the swordsmanship of the Heiji family to Chiba first. Chiba's memory is very good, and he has completely remembered it twice. Son Heiji was a little surprised by his memory. Then Son Heiji personally rehearsed the sword technique again. Chiba took it very seriously, and compared with Son Heiji's words before, he found evidence one by one from his actions. Chiba kept asking Son Heiji to play it again, until the fourth time, Chiba stopped him, closed his eyes and recalled Son Heiji's knife skills just now, and felt that there was no omission, so he was relieved. You can't go far now. Do your basic skills first. Don't underestimate the basic movements of the sword technique. As long as you practice 10,000 times a day, you will have new insights for a period of time. One day, your sword technique has its own potential. Hideo, your sword technique is also considered the first glimpse of the door. Excuse me, what is the power and way of the sword technique? It's hard to say, just like the momentum of my sword technique is indomitable, one blow will kill, and everyone understands things differently, and the final understanding will be different. The most important thing is what is the most important thing in your heart. The most important thing? Chiba seemed to understand but not, as if caught, and as if not caught. Chiba originally wanted to fight with Heiji-san for a long time, and impressed him with his own obsession. He didn't expect to learn Heiji's sword skills the next day. This can only be said that Heiji-san is not as cold as his appearance. He is a good person with cold outside and hot inside. Although San Heiji didn't admit that he was his master, Chiba knew it in his heart, so it didn't matter whether he admitted it or not. Let me ask you a question, what is the most important thing in practicing the sword technique? Of course, you have to have a good knife. What kind of knife do you practice without a knife? Chiba came to the ninja shop. Boss, do you have a good knife here? Yes, take me a look. The boss brought Chiba to the warehouse with a few long knives lying in it. Chiba walked over and picked up one and flicked it with his fingers. There was a buzzing sound from the knife edge, and then he went to try some other knives. Boss, the knives here are very ordinary. Are there any knives made of chakra metal? Yes, but it's too expensive. What you said means I can't afford it, right? Don't grind, just bring the knife. As long as the knife is good, I will buy it. Okay, I'll get it for you. Soon the boss brought a long box, then opened the box, revealing the knife inside. The knife was full of cold light, and the blade was very sharp. Chiba gently picked up the knife and poured it into the chakra. The knife was immediately issued. The white chakra light is a good knife. This sword is called the Tyrant Sword, and it is made by a famous craftsman in the country of iron. If you like it, I will sell it to you for $500,000. The more I look at this knife, the more I like it. This knife is definitely worth the price. Okay, I'll buy it. After paying the money, Chiba left the shop with the knife. Earlier hundreds of thousands of dollars, now there is not much left because of buying this knife. Still have to find a way to make money. When I got home, I looked at the manuscript left by the shadow avatar on the table. The number of words was not more than 2,000 words. In the past 2 days, I wrote more than 30,000 words, and there are still 170,000 words before the book can be finished. Chiba sat down and continued to write down the plot. 2 hours later, Chiba put down his pen. It would be much more convenient if he had a computer. Handwriting was too slow. Put the written manuscript into the drawer, Chiba entered the game and played a few rounds, and then quit the game without gain. After dinner, Chiba went out to see Tsunade to play. Chiba left the knife he just bought at home, and it was too hard to carry the knife when he went out. Tsunade was very happy to see Chiba. Brother Smelly came so late, people are boring to death. A little too busy. Brother Smelly, let me take you to see the cats. You haven't seen them for a few days. Okay. These 2 cats are really a perfect match. They are so lazy, they sleep together when they are full, and they don't even catch the mouse. Brother Smelly, this female cat seems to have a bad appetite recently and eats very little. Is it because of the cold weather that I have lost my appetite recently? I don't know. Anyway, I feel that the female cat is obviously not moving. Didn't you learn medical ninjutsu? Wouldn't you show it to it? I show it to people, but I don't show it to cats. Kinyi was speechless. He took a closer look at the female cat and found that its belly was slightly bulging. Kinyi had an idea in his heart, but he was not sure. I guess it might be pregnant, with a baby in his belly. Really? How did you see Chiba? It's amazing. You see, if his belly is a little bulging, and if he started to eat soon after being with the cat, combined with what you said, if he doesn't move, I guess he is pregnant. That's great, Brother Smelly. Do you know what cats eat when they are pregnant? It's fine as usual, as long as the reaction period is over, the appetite will gradually improve. This action is fast enough, and there will be a next generation after just being together. It's really a dirty cat. After watching the kitten, the 2 went out to relax. Today, Tsunade took a task and will leave the village tomorrow. Chiba told her to be careful about the task. After the 2 had gone for a long time, Chiba sent Tsunade home and then returned to his home. Back home, it was too early to go to bed. Chiba took out the domineering knife and practiced in the house according to Professor Heiji-san. It wasn't until bedtime that Chiba took the knife and went to bed. In the following days, Chiba became even busier. In the morning, I will practice physical fitness and chakra. I will spend a few hours in the middle of practicing the knife. I will spend an hour writing in the afternoon, and I will have time to play games and sleep. Human energy is really limited. If you have enough chakras, you can create more shadow clones to help yourself, and you don't have to do everything yourself. It's too tired and inefficient. The next day, after finishing her practice in the morning, Chiba rushed over to send Tsunade off. That's how it is to do the task. Every time I leave the village, it takes 10.5 months. It is quite reluctant to not be able to meet for so many days. Chiba, you are not here to send us off, you should be here to send Tsunade off, Jilla also said with a hippie smile. If you know you still ask. Ha ha. Oshimaru stood aside and looked at Chiba and them with a plain face. Brother Smelly, if you have a conscience, you still know to see him off. I'm just one of my sisters who cares about who is wrong. This is the lunch I made early. You eat on the road. Chiba, you are so thoughtful, you are such a warm man. Tsunade was very touched, especially when he heard the sentence that was wrong with you and whom he was interested in. He was very happy. Seeing them go away, Chiba returned to the village. Back home, Chiba set up a shadow clone to write a novel, and sat on the bed to refine chakra. At a young age, Chiba finished his practice and read the manuscript of the shadow clone. The writing was really good, with the level of a platinum god at the starting point. Chiba continued to write down the plot below. After writing for half an hour, he put down the pen and put it down. After placing the manuscript, Chiba picked up the tyrant knife and began to practice in the house. I really didn't have the talent. I couldn't find the feeling after 2 hours. I clearly remembered all the moves in my memory, but why did I feel so awkward when I played? The talent is not enough to work hard. I don't believe that you can't practice swordsmanship without talent. This time, Chiba only picked the knife, which was a simple split. From noon to the afternoon, he swung the knife tens of thousands of times in one move. After the end, Chiba couldn't lift his arm. In Tsunade's absence, Chiba didn't have to ask her to press the road, so after dinner in the afternoon, she lay in bed and played games. The next day, when I got up, Chiba's arm was still a little sore. It seems that I was overtrained yesterday. At the end of the practice in the morning, Chiba also invited Mai today to eat ramen. Now almost every other time, Chiba asks to where the restaurant. Chiba knows that Mai today's life is difficult, so she can only do a little bit of life. Back home, Chiba set up a shadow clone to create a novel, and began to refine chakra himself. After finishing the chakra practice, Chiba read the manuscript of the shadow clone, and then wrote the following story. Putting down the pen, Chiba took a look at the time. It was almost noon. He took a shower first, and then went to the place where Hagaki lives. This time, when he came to Son Hagaki's house, Chiba opened the door openly. Son Hagaki was still a little surprised to see him. What are you doing here? I'm here as a volunteer worker. Chiba was too lazy to explain. He picked up the broom and started cleaning the courtyard. When there was no water in the teapot, he added some water. At noon, Chiba still cooked a table of dishes. After Chiba finished cooking, he did not consider himself an outsider. Eat with Heiji-san. I said, Chiba, isn't your purpose of the flag with swordsmanship? I have not taught them all to you. Why are you doing this for me? The grace of dripping water should be reported by the spring. Although we don't have the name of a master or apprentice, you are already my master in my heart, so shouldn't you do something for the master? Ziyun Hagaki was moved a little bit. He taught him the Hagaki sword technique before, but he didn't want him to bother himself in the future. He didn't expect him to be so conscious. It's a pity that his cultivation talent is too bad, and he can't really inherit the Kimu family sword skills, otherwise it would be good to accept him as an apprentice. After returning from Kimu's house, Chiba has been at home in the afternoon. In the afternoon, he practiced illusion. Compared with swordsmanship, the practice of illusion is much better. In one afternoon, Chiba's illusion has improved a lot. After dinner, Chiba practiced swordsmanship for 2 hours, and the rest played games until he went to bed. A few more days passed unconsciously. The life of the past few days is still the same as before. The daily practice is fully arranged. Such a focused practice made Chiba a little bored, so I ended my practice in the morning, went home and took a shower, and created a shadow clone to create at home. I went out to hang out. When they came to the fields, many villagers here were farming. Chiba found a slope and sat down to watch them work. At this time in Konoha, several villagers would share a cow for farming. The villagers' clothes were a little shabby and old, and each villager looked a little thin. It was obviously malnourished. In times of war, civilians were not as good as dogs. Konoha is like this, let alone other shinobu villages. Looking further away, I saw an elderly grandmother who was very old. At this time, she was still plowing in the fields with a small hoe. After doing a few times, she would stop to rest and watch her hunch over. Looks very lucky. Chiba is not a hard-hearted person, and it is a bit sad to see this scene at this time. Chiba ran downhill, and then ran towards the grandmother. Grandma, let me help you. Grandma saw a very cute child standing in front of her and smiling at her. Grandma smiled and said, you still can't do anything, thank you. Grandma, I'm a ninja, this is a trivial matter to me. Ninja? The profession of ninja is still very high for civilians. In the village, she has seen how many years old children can fly around in trees, so when she hears that Chiba is a ninja, she doesn't treat him as a normal child. Chiba took the hoe and started to work. The field was not very big. Chiba finished it in a short time. Grandma brought him water to drink. Chiba saw that the bowl was missing a corner and didn't care. The bowl was facing her mouth. Drank it. When I was working just now, I knew that the old man was lonely and his son was beaten to death by bandits when he was out. In the world of Hokage, this kind of thing is too common. As an ordinary person with low strength, he can't change this kind of thing for the time being. Chiba took out tens of thousands of dollars from her and stuffed it into her grandmother's hands. There was nothing she could do. Back home, Chiba looked at the shadow clone and left the manuscript, then sat down and wrote down. From noon to night, until bedtime, Chiba put down the pen in his hand and looked at his 7 or 8 hours of results. It was not too bad that there were about 30,000 words. If you insist on it for a few days, the novel will be finished. After this is written, it is always going to be published. I have no experience with this, so I still have to ask Aunt Mito to operate it. The next day, Chiba came to the training ground. This Matt Dai was always so optimistic and passionate. Seeing Dai's perseverance, Chiba's desire to be lazy suddenly disappeared and immediately joined the training. After practicing in the morning, Chiba returned home and separated the shadow clone to continue to create. He practiced chakra by himself. After the chakra practice, he practiced a few more hours of swordsmanship, then practiced illusion and ninjutsu, and played 2 hours in the evening. The day is over again like this. Days always repeat yesterday. Such days are not boring, but they are too monotonous. This morning, Chiba was writing a novel. He heard someone knock on the door and opened the door to see that he was a ninja. "My lord, what's the matter?" "The school asked me to inform you to go to the school to sign up tomorrow." "Got it." It turned out to be the recruits of the ninja school every year. Chiba just reached school age this year, so the school will send a notice. To be honest, if you don't go to school, Chiba doesn't care at all. Mainly, it's too boring at home. You can meet a few new friends at school. After completing all the practice today, Chiba went to sleep. The next day, after Chiba finished her practice in the morning, she went home and changed into clean clothes and went to ninja school to sign up. Chiba arrived at the ninja school. There were dozens of people lining up to sign up here. Chiba was in the crowd and saw Uchiha child who was led by an adult to sign up. The reason why Chiba paid attention to him was because the others who signed up were all a child from a civilian family. Chiba walked to the side and just heard Uchiha Tommy Take. It turned out that he was Uchiha Tommy Take, the future Uchiha Patriarch, Konoha Guard Captain, and also the father of Uchiha Itaki and Suzuki. Unfortunately, he died in the hands of his son, but not worthy of sympathy. Chiba queued to the end of the line and waited a long time before it was his turn. After filling in the information, Chiba went straight back. Ninja school is still a few days away, and Chiba didn't take the beginning of school seriously. School will start in a few days. Chiba has basically stayed at home these few days. The novel has been completed, so I will discuss publication with Aunt Mito. Chiba sorted out the manuscript and went out to find Mito. Came to Thousand Hands residence. It's little Chiba. Tsunade hasn't come back yet. "Aunt Mito, I am not looking for my sister, I am looking for you. Find me. I recently wrote a novel in my spare time. I want to get you to sign a name, write a good comment by the way, and help me contact the publishing house." "You still write a book?" Mito's expression was a little surprised. "This is a book I wrote. Please read it through Aunt Mito." Chiba respectfully handed over the deposited manuscript, and Mito took it over. She thought that Chiba was writing a fairy tale, but she did not expect it to be a romantic novel. Mito didn't think Chiba could write very well, but at this point, she was deeply attracted by the story. As time passed, Chiba became impatient, from sitting upright, to lying reclining with his head in his hands, until finally Chiba fell asleep. When Chiba woke up from the cold, he found that Mito was still looking at the manuscript quietly, but his eyes were clearly passing by. Chiba looked at the weather outside, and it was too early. It was estimated that Mito would not be able to finish it for a while, so he went back without saying hello. The next day, as soon as Chiba came back from practicing, the people from the Chienshao family came over and informed him that Mito-sama wanted to see him. Chiba knew it was related to the novel as soon as he guessed it. "Aunt Mito, you don't seem to be in good spirits." "It's okay. In fact, the reason is that Mito read the novel all night last night and kept seeing it at 2 o'clock in the morning. Anyone who likes to read novels knows what's going on. Chiba, your novel is so well written, the words are accurate, the feelings are also delicate, the plot is twists and turns, it makes people feel one after another. Your novel is published, it must be very popular." "That's great, then can you ask Hokage to sign the book?" In the previous life, those bestsellers would ask people to sign and write a preface, so that the books would sell better. "I'll go and invite the little monkey, it's okay." "That's great, thank you Aunt Mito." "What are you kidding me about? But your talent for writing novels is as high as your talent for cooking, so next time you publish a new book, remember to let me read it first." "No problem." After coming out of Mito's house, Chiba even talked about how much a book would cost, but didn't say how much money he made for a book. He believed that Mito would take care of it for himself. The fact is also true. On the next day, someone from a publishing house contacted him. That person was not arrogant because he was a child. Chiba knew that he was afraid of Mito. Chiba invited him into the house, but did not invite him to drink the water. Chiba's rude behavior made the person not angry, but more respectful. He took out 2 contracts from his bag. How come there are 2 contracts, my lord? One of the 2 contracts is a buyout and the other is a share. How do you say the buyout? How do you say the division? If you want to buy out, we will buy out at 200,000 words. If it is divided, we can only give you 20% of the net profit. In other words, if you buy out, you can only get 40,000 yuan for this book. If it is divided, if it sells well, it may be more. Whether a book will sell well or not is actually unpredictable. So many authors will choose to buy out, and a small number of people who are confident in their own work choose to cooperate and share. Chiba lost the contract without even reading it. The man suddenly became nervous. Do you really think I'm so foolish? I believe you have read this book and asked someone to evaluate it. I don't need to say how the book is. Needless to say, it is directed at Mito and Naruto's signature and preface. This book will not worry about selling. Now you take 20% to send a beggar. Although Chiba's tone was plain, the person on the other side was fidgeting. Indeed, as he said, this book is absolutely exquisite. As long as there is a little publicity, it will definitely not worry about selling. Then how appropriate do you think? I want this book to make 40% of the net profit. In other words, if the book is sold for 40 yuan, Chiba will get 16 yuan. This is my bottom line. Your interests have been fully considered. If you still hesitate, I believe there will be many publishers willing to accept my price. Well, my lord, you are really a good negotiator. Let's reenact the contract. Next, Chiba and him negotiated all the details of the contract. Finally, the contract was okay, and then he signed his name. Happy cooperation, Mr. Chiba. Happy cooperation. The person who sent away from the publishing house, Chiba did not worry about the matter, but Mito and Hokage-sama supported him. I believe he dare not engage in ghosts. The previous contract had delayed his practice, so Chiba hurried. Picking up the domineering knife, Chiba waved it once and again. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Chiba put away the knife and his arm was about to be broken. The talent for cultivating the sword is really poor. It has been a few days since I can't find the feeling. Except for the improvement of proficiency, there is no substantial progress. It seems that if you want to become stronger, you have to rely on the system. The burst rate of the fragments of this system is too low. If this continues, in the late stage of Naruto, he is still cannon fodder. Chiba intends to temporarily abandon the practice of swordsmanship and focus on the 3 aspects of forbearance, body, and fantasy. At present, only these 3 aspects can quickly improve their strength. Tomorrow is about to go to school. Chiba sees that it is time for bed, so he quit the game to go to sleep. The next day, Chiba did not go to the training ground. Yesterday, he told Ade to go to school today. It is ridiculous to think about how ridiculous I have been in my previous life and the age of my entire life, and have to sit in a classroom with a group of little kids. After tidying up the messy hairstyle and putting on the clothes that were washed yesterday, Chiba went to school. Before going to school, I had to carry a small school bag, but now I go directly to school empty-handed. At school, Chiba came to a temporary class for first-year freshmen. To say that it is a temporary class means that the current class is only temporarily assembled. Selection will start today. If the talent is good, it will be selected into the fast class. Those with ordinary talent can only enter the ordinary class. If the talent is too bad, they will be dissuaded from leaving. The selection method is a race. The first dozens of people enter the fast class, the middle group of people go to the ordinary class, and the last dozen are directly dismissed. When I came to the class, Chiba didn't know anyone except Uchiha Take. This Uchiha Fudake is not always arrogant like other Uchiha kids. He looks calmer. No wonder he can be the head of the patriarch in the future. This natural beauty is hard to give up. Chiba casually sat down in an empty corner and didn't strike up a conversation with other children. After sitting down, he lay down in the seat and watched coldly. The distribution in the classroom is also very peculiar, with men and women sitting on one side of the classroom. A few boys are in the discussion class. The girls are pretty, and the topic of girls is inseparable from boys. This group of children are too precocious. A few girls looked at Chiba's direction and chatted and didn't know what to say. Have you seen that guy over there is so cute? Yeah, he is more beautiful than a girl. If he weren't wearing boy clothes, I would admit it wrong. I really want to sit with him. Yeah, if you can be in the same class, that would be happy. Chiba was in a daze and didn't hear the girls' conversation, but other boys heard it, so some of them didn't look so pleasing to Chiba. The classroom is too noisy. Finally, a young male ninja walked from the outside of the classroom, and the ninja was quiet as soon as he came in. The ninja swept off the class and nodded. My name is Sato Kawasaki. I am a ninja, one of today's chief examiners, and there will be other ninjas serving as judges in the future. Let's follow me to the training ground. All the students followed Na Zongren out of the classroom. Everyone came to the training ground. Chiba stood in the corner at will, not wanting to show off. Seeing Hokage in the training ground, Chiba, the other children were very excited when seeing Hokage. Chiba didn't have this emotion. Hokage was just a high-level village chief in his eyes. One of the teachers from Zongren explained the rules of the game and asked all the children to stand on the same starting line and prepare to start. In fact, this method of elimination is not very scientific. If you say that some children have poor physical strength, it means that they are not good at ninjutsu and illusion. There are children from other families who start training too early. Is this fair to commoner children? That's right, the world is inherently unfair. The strong bully the weak, and capital bullies the common people. No matter how much it is useless. At the start of the race, the children of several other families took the lead. Uchiha Tomite took the first place. Chiba ran at the usual running speed. Although he did not exhaust his full strength, he ran faster than many children. By the fourth lap, Chiba was already in the middle of the team, and by the sixth lap, Chiba was already in the top dozens. Seeing that Chiba continued to run at this speed, it was easy to enter the fast shift, so he pretended to be weak and slowly slowed down. In the end, Chiba's results were very ordinary. Unsurprisingly, Chiba was selected into the general class. The dozen or so eliminated were brought home by their parents crying. The next selected students will be brainwashed. At this time, the Naruto Sarutobi / but it was not the time when Zongnin took the exam to deal with Oshimaru, the first generation and the second generation Naruto alone. At this time, Sarutobi Risen was young and strong, and it was the peak stage of strength. This Hokage wants to talk about his will of fire again. Chiba heard that everyone was sleepy, and the other children became more excited as they listened, and they wished to act as cannon fodder for Konoha immediately. Finally, the talk was over. Chiba breathed a sigh of relief. After Hokage stepped down, Chiba still saw the admiring look in the eyes of many children. MLM killed people. Next, the classes were divided into classes. Those who were assigned to the fast class were taken away by the teacher, and the normal class was taken away by the teacher. Chiba came to the ordinary class, and the little loli who discussed Chiba before saw that Chiba was so excited in her class. Only then did Chiba realize that she was quite popular with girls. Chiba pretended to be indifferent. This temperament was so pinched that the little girls became more excited when they looked at Chiba. It's a pity that the quality of the girls in this session is not very good, otherwise it would be good to be eaten by them. Think of Tsunade's top-of-the-line high-end equipment. Chiba seems to see a Maserati and a whole row of Geely. Of course, Chiba would choose Maserati. How versatile is this driving out? Besides, Tsunade's princess disease, she dared to open the harem, she absolutely dared to chop off her little brother, and Konoha's first eunuch was born. Considering that this possibility is very high, for the sake of future sexual happiness, absolutely must resist the temptation. The previous Mr. Sato came in again. My classmates, I will be your teacher in the future. I will teach you the knowledge you must know about ninjutsu and ninjas. You must listen carefully. This is related to your lives. Sato said a lot of non-nutritive words, and finally asked each classmate to introduce himself. 4 out of 10 children want to be Hokage. It seems that Hokage's brainwashing is quite successful. It's Chiba's turn. Hello everyone, my name is Chiba, I like to be quiet, and my ideal is to be a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. The students and teachers below don't know what Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are. Do you know what Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are? I don't know, I guess he wants to be Shinobu, the same name as the original Hokage. He said so loudly that he wanted to be Shinobu. Listening to the brains of the classmates, Chiba wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are of course a mutant turtle, and the turtle that can endure lives the longest. Chiba's ideal is to go to the later stage of Bo-Ren Chuan. Of course Chiba won't explain it anymore. Explaining is very laborious. It is not very good now. Everyone is shocked by their lofty ideals. The teacher couldn't help but look at Chiba in surprise. This kid is too pragmatic, and he wants to be like the original Hokage. It would be nice if you can be as good as Lao Zi. After Chiba stepped down, he lay on the table and continued to listen to other students' boring ideals. Finally, after school was over, the other students got together to get to know each other, and Chiba ran out of the classroom and disappeared very quickly. A few people who wanted to talk to Chiba were disappointed when they realized that the Lord was not there. When he got home, Chiba first cooked and eaten, and then began to practice. The next day, Chiba finished morning exercises, and then went to school slowly. When I came to the classroom, Chiba could see that the distribution of the classrooms was a bit strange. Before, boys and girls accounted for half of the classroom. Now boys surround the girls, and the girls sit in the middle of the classroom. These little boys are really precocious. When Chiba entered the classroom, it attracted the attention of many girls. He came. A small number of girls screamed with excitement, much like the scenes of female fans chasing stars in previous lives. Chiba doesn't want to be the last one. You see that the consequence of the limelight is that half of the boys in the classroom are hostile to him. Chiba sat down in a corner at random. A few bold girls ran over and sat around Chiba. My name is Maiko Muto, please advise Mr. Chiba. My name is, please remember Chiba. This name is very familiar to me in my previous life, and I don't watch any action movies less about her. I wasted thousands of future generations because of her. It's hard to remember the name. These women are twittering, Chiba really has a headache. Most of the boys in the class saw that Chiba is so popular with girls, and they were so jealous that they wanted to put Chiba on the ground. This beauty, just talk and don't move. And you, don't touch my face, we are not familiar to this level. Wow, Chiba is so cute, especially when he is decent. Yes, you see how smooth and delicate his face is, better than mine. 3 women in a play, 7 or 8 women in a symphony concert. After finally supporting the teacher, Chiba's ears finally became quiet. The things taught in the ninja school are relatively basic, such as basic chakra refining techniques, kunai shuriken throwing techniques, 3 body techniques, use of detonation talisman, how to make traps, and regular illusion techniques. Everything is very basic but very practical. Try to learn well, at least the chance of living on the battlefield is slightly higher. As for high-level things, ninja school will not teach it. This is because you have to follow your instructor after graduation, and people will teach you a little. Therefore, it is not easy for civilians to become stronger. The first lesson today is about teamwork, how to match tactics, support teammates, and win the final victory. Chiba became sleepy when she listened. Finally, after school, Chiba opened his sleepy eyes and walked towards the classroom door. Suddenly a few little boys surrounded themselves. Do you have any suggestions? Seeing you are upset and want to beat you up. Ha ha. Several other little kids followed and laughed. If you want to hit me, just do it, you're welcome. Amount. The little boys were a little surprised. The plot seemed wrong. Shouldn't he kneel and beg for mercy? What kind of situation? This is too embarrassing. Just when they were surprised, they touched, a puff of smoke appeared, and after the smoke dissipated, Mr. Sato appeared. Teacher! What are you guys doing? Aren't you bullying your classmates? Teacher, no, we want to get to know Chiba classmates. It doesn't seem to be the case, but I heard all of your words just now, and I want to quibble. Teacher, needless to say, the first day I came to school, I bullied my classmates. I cleaned the classroom all the time. After washing, I knelt in the classroom and said 100 times that I am a pig. If you don't come here tomorrow, you don't want to come. Teacher. The little kids looked depressed. The new classmates didn't bully, but put themselves in. It was too unlucky. Mr. Sato finished talking and disappeared. You are here to confess, I will leave first. Chiba walked out of the classroom slowly after speaking. The little kids watched Chiba leave, furious. Coming out of the classroom, Chiba couldn't help but smile. Just now, Sato-sensei was transformed into a shadow clone, and because he got the seal too fast, the little boys didn't notice anything. When Chiba came home, those children were miserable. The classroom was too big, and how long would it take to wash them all? A few children wanted to be lazy. Suddenly Mr. Sato passed by the classroom and scared the children to scrub quickly. Mr. Sato was very pleased to see that these children were cleaning the classroom. This year's students are really good. After cleaning the classroom, the children began to kneel and sit in the classroom and call themselves pigs. Because they didn't know if Mr. Sato was staring at them, the children were afraid to be lazy and called out 100 times that I am a pig. Only then did they walk out of the classroom with a frustrated look and return to their home. In the afternoon, Chiba came to the classroom. The little boys saw that Chiba's eyes were even worse, and Chiba didn't care about it. In the afternoon, the teacher began to teach them the basic chakra refining technique. Compared with the refining techniques of other families, the refining efficiency of the basic refining technique was too low. Chakra is a prerequisite for all ninjutsu, so the school will teach them chakra refining techniques a few days ago. I have already said what chakra is, so I won't explain it too much here. Mr. Sato can be regarded as a dedicated teacher. He repeatedly investigated the matters needing attention in karate's practice and asked his students to take good notes. Chiba lay his head on the table and wandered away from the sky. He didn't even listen. He knew more about these things than Mr. Sato. You must know that he had been in the Chiba library, and now he has learned all the 5 nature changes of chakra. Speaking of knowledge, he is much better than Sato. Listen and listen, Chiba actually fell asleep. It didn't matter if he fell asleep, he was still drooling on the table. Sato was spitting in the lecture, and suddenly saw a classmate in the second row next to him actually sleeping on the first day of his class. Mr. Sato was a little angry. Why did such a desperate guy go to school? It was a waste of a place. The girls nearby couldn't help being nervous when seeing the teacher looking at Chiba. A girl also pushed him a few times with her hands. Don't make trouble, I'm eating pork knuckle. The whole class couldn't help laughing. Sato was even more angry. Seeing Chiba's little head, the powder in Sato's hand flew past. The chalk hits Chiba's head very precisely. Who attacked Lao Tzu? Chiba stood up angrily in pain. Suddenly hearing the whole class laughing, Chiba realized that something was wrong, and opened his eyes to see if it was no good. Sato Laozi looked very angry. You actually slept in my class the first day. You went out and gave me a penalty station. Where did Chiba dare to resist, obediently bowed his head and walked out of the classroom to stand outside. The previous classmates who bullied him gloated. Chiba stood outside looking at the sky, and a few birds flew over the sky. Unexpectedly, I was punished to stand on the first day of class. I failed too much. After school, Sato asked him to stay again, and then he let Chiba go home after turning over ideological education. Back home, Chiba was depressed to die. After eating, she practiced ninjutsu and illusion in the house. The next day, Chiba arrived at school very late. Last night, she practiced very late for the first time. As she had to go to school during the day, she could not practice. He also thought about using the shadow clone to go to school, but due to Chakra's reasons, his shadow clone can't last too long. If someone knows his age, he will be a shadow clone, and then everyone will see him only that day. At that time, it will be impossible for oneself to grow up quietly. As soon as he walked to the door of the classroom, Chiba felt that something was wrong. The door was concealed. When he looked at the door, there was a wash basin. It might have been a prank by the children, aiming to fix himself. Chiba was standing at the door and didn't go in. The classmates inside were watching in a hurry. Strange why he hasn't come in yet. I don't know what I am doing. The girls are a little worried, but they have been threatened before. If anyone tells the story, they are the public enemy of the whole class. Waited for a while. Will he know that we are fixing him, so he dare not come in? I don't know, it doesn't look like it. At this moment, Mr. Sato came over. Chiba, why don't you enter the classroom? It's nothing, I forgot one thing. I can't remember it for a while. Teacher, you are advanced. Oh, then you come in quickly and class will start right away. As soon as Mr. Sato opened the door of the classroom, the children covered their eyes and said, "It's over." A basin of water fell down from the door. Everyone thought that Mr. Sato was going to become a chicken. As a result, Mr. Sato responded quickly, and a substitute technique was dangerously avoided. Mr. Sato appeared on the podium, and a chair soaked in water. Chiba is happy to see this situation, and see what you do now. Chiba slowly walked into the classroom and sat down in a random place. Who did it? Most of the students looked at the instigators. Sato-sensei understood instantly. Punish you guys to copy the ninja school discipline 100 times and give it to me in class tomorrow. Is teacher. The few prankster students looked discouraged and didn't understand how things could become like this. After the lecture this morning, the afternoon is the kunao shuriken throwing practice class. Both the kunao and the shuriken are made of wood. It is impossible for the freshmen who just entered the school to use the real kunao shuriken, so as not to hurt others by accident. Sato explained the basic kunao shuriken throwing skills. The students were very enthusiastic and practiced with wooden kunao one by one. Except for a few, I can barely watch it, but the other students' Kyowa throws really can't be seen. Some are even exaggerated to the point that the target is in front, and Kyowa is flying towards the skill. Classmates, you should not be a ninja, so as not to cheat your teammates. Chiba's kunao shuriken throwing skills have become superb, and this thing is no longer interesting. At this time, look for a big tree to lean against and enjoy the afternoon sun leisurely. Teacher Sato disappeared after teaching. He was really an irresponsible teacher. The afternoon sun was warm, and Chiba almost fell asleep leaning on the tree. After school in the afternoon, Chiba was walking on the way home. Several people appeared in front to block their way. These are the students again. In the morning, Chiba failed to rectify and was punished by the teacher. I was very suffocated, so I negotiated a lesson to Chiba after school. Please get out of the way, classmates. Boy, you are very arrogant. Generally the third in the class. Brothers, beat him. The few kiddos hadn't been systematically trained, and their movements were as slow as a tortoise in Chiba's eyes. Chiba flashed, one of them hit the bridge of the nose of the other with his fist, and the nosebleeds all came out, and the other kicked. As a result, Chiba twisted his A***, and that person's foot kicked on the other person's A***. Why are you hitting me? I did not do it on purpose. A few minutes later, several people lay on the ground with bruised noses and wailing, while Chiba stood intact. It's a hell, he doesn't have a backhand. How can he hit his own people all the time? You still can't fight. If you don't fight, I'm going home to eat. You look at me for a few children, and I look at you, with a helpless look. How can I fight this? I haven't backhanded, and a few of my own have been hurt like this. Do not fight. Chiba patted his butt and walked away. As soon as I arrived at the door, I saw Hyaga Plum. Miyaiza saw Chiba running over with a smile. Chiba, you are over from school. Well, are you looking for something to do with me? This is a love bento made by myself. Miyaiza took out the lunchbox from behind. She put her hands on her body before, but Chiba didn't notice that she was holding a bento in her hand. Looking at the bento that Miyaiza handed over, Chiba didn't know whether to pick it up or not. Finally, he took it, mainly because Miyai's eyes made Chiba couldn't bear to refuse. The two entered the house. Chiba opened the lunchbox. There were eggs, meat, and sushi, etc. It was very rich. To be honest, Chiba is still a little hungry, so I don't want to be polite at this time. I'm welcome. Chiba took a big bite to eat, and soon the contents of the lunchbox were packed into his stomach. Miyai's smiled happily when seeing Chiba eating so deliciously. Yes, your cooking skills are 1/10 of my strength. Really? I have been learning from my mother for a long time. Chiba is false to say that he is not moved. Miss Miyaizi, it is really impossible for me and you. There will be no results if you waste time on me. I advise you to give up. No result now doesn't mean there will be no result in the future. Besides, I won't regret it even if there is no result. Do whatever you want. Miyaizi is really diligent. The clothes that Chiba changed in the morning were taken and washed, and the floor was cleaned. It's all good, but the feelings are hard to return. Miyaizi finished this, then sat for a while and left. Chiba lay down and played games. In the next few days, Chiba's life returned to normal, and the bear children never bothered him. Chiba's work and rest time became regular again. In the morning, I went to the training ground to practice physical exercises with Matt Dai, and then went home to change to clean clothes and go to school. During the class, when someone else was attending a class or going on a business trip, Chiba lay on the table and slept. Chiba went home and practiced ninjutsu and illusion at his own home. The game playing time has become longer these days, but still no debris is picked up. Although the fragments were not picked up, Chiba's physique, illusion, and ninjutsu have improved a lot. It's been a week, and Tsunade hasn't completed the mission yet. Ninja is actually a dangerous and hard job. However, Miyaizi came every 2 days and brought delicious food every time she came, and Chiba felt more and more guilty of her. In order to compensate her, Chiba invited her to have a big meal at home after school. Mako Hayaga misunderstood Chiba and accepted her. This was an appointment with her, and she dressed beautifully that day. The two had a great dinner. After dinner, Miyaizi said that this life is really like a couple, and Chiba almost tripped over her feet. Many days have passed, and Chiba has forgotten about the publication of his novel. Had it not been for the discussion between boys and girls in the class, Chiba would have never thought of his novel for a long time. Have you read the novel My Girlfriend is a Ninja? I saw that. I went to bed late last night. It was so wonderful. I didn't know how many tears I shed. I also read it. Recently Konoha and even other places have been discussing this book. The writing is so touching. You said that the pen name is Orange. It's a man or a woman? Of course it's a man, and a woman's writing should call my boyfriend a ninja. That's not necessarily true. Nowadays, some female authors write boy-style novels, and it is not allowed to read the title of the book. I heard that this book is selling crazy now. There are not enough books in the bookstore, and many people are queuing to buy it. I don't know if the author is handsome or not. If he is a handsome guy, I want to be his girlfriend. Dinosaur girl, you should wash and sleep. The author is a man you can't get. You are no more prettier than me with freckles. The classroom was talking about this novel. Chiba expected that the novel would sell well, but he didn't expect the time to be so short, and Chiba thought it would take several months to ferment at least. In fact, this book can become famous so quickly, thanks to the signatures of Mito and Hokage. These two people have too much influence in Konoha, and even in the entire ninja world, so when they hear the signatures of Mito and Hokage, everyone will buy a copy for home collection just for the signature. Not to mention that the quality of the novel is very good, and it can definitely be included in the boutique. The owners of the publishing house that Chiba cooperated with are all laughing now. They haven't put much effort into advertising. They just shop for simple books. It's so inexplicable. Now they work overtime every day and they don't have enough printing. It's really sad. This is a feeling of pain and happiness. It's uncomfortable to make money but not make money. At present, this book has sold 100,000 copies, and only a few days later, it is expected to sell 500,000 copies by the end of this month. The concept of 500,000 copies is equivalent to one copy of many people in the village of Konoha. At present, the manuscript fee has not been sent to Chiba. According to the contract, the money is settled on the first of every month. Thinking of the time when there were millions of dollars in income, Chiba was thrilled to think about it. At the beginning, Chiba added a clause in the contract that the author's personal information cannot be penetrated, and the party who violates it will compensate the author for spiritual damages of 5 million. Because of this article, no one knows that the author is Chiba, except for Mito and Hokage. Today, Mr. Sato began to teach everyone the 3-body technique. He asked everyone to make notes and write down the order of the seal and the things that should be paid attention to in the technique. Sanshenshu is the only ninjutsu that students can learn in ninja school, and it is also a must test for the final exam and final exam, so the importance of the 3-shinshu is self-evident. For ordinary children, the 3-shen technique is the only ninjutsu they can learn in school. After graduation, they must rely on the 3-shen technique to save their lives when performing tasks, so there is no need to say more about learning the 3-shen technique. Chiba had already learned the three Shenzhen technique very early, so he didn't even listen to it, let alone take notes. Fortunately, the teacher did not notice him. Now Chiba has put chakra refinement in games in the classroom, so just concentrate on practicing ninjutsu and illusion when you go home. Speaking of chakra refinement, since Mr. Sato taught everyone the basic chakra refinement techniques, there are still many people who have not yet refined the chakra. Of course, this situation is also normal. It is good for ordinary people to extract chakras in a few months. Of course, it only takes a week for geniuses. It has not been distilled how chakra practices the three-body art. Now the teacher just asks everyone to take notes. After all, the three-body technique and the chakra practice run through the entire school time. The school generally has theory in the morning and practice in the afternoon. The subjects in the afternoon include shuriken throwing practice and some physical training. The afternoon sun is warm. Chiba lay on the grass, watching his classmates work hard. Hey, just keep practicing like this. Kyu shuriken can hit fixed targets at best. After a few glances at Chiba, he lost interest, closed his eyes and started thinking. In the eyes of the classmates, Chiba is lazy. He doesn't listen carefully to lectures in class, never takes notes, and he casually handles training sessions in the afternoon. Most of the time, he is lazy. Just as Chiba was thinking about when Tsunade would return, a few girls in the class gathered around. A boulder used his hair to go around Chiba's nose. Yawn. Several girls laughed when he saw him sneezing. Chiba opened his eyes and looked at them speechlessly. I said that some young ladies don't train to play tricks on me. It's fun. Yeah, Chiba classmate is too lazy, everyone is practicing, just come here to sleep. No way, who told me that I was so talented that I couldn't learn it, so I didn't learn it. Student Chiba, you can't give up, otherwise you won't be able to graduate. Why don't you train with us, as it is said that men and women are not tired from working together. Although these girls are difficult and not ugly, Chiba has no interest at all and accompanies them to train. Isn't this a doctoral student taking a kindergarten? It doesn't match. Forget it, I don't have the strength right now, so let's take a break and go to train, otherwise it won't be good if the teacher can't find it. Let us go unless. Unless what? With a pop, a girl sneaked into Chiba's face with her mouth. I also want. Suddenly, several watermarks appeared on Kinyi's face. After these female hooligans succeeded, regardless of Chiba's feelings, they left happily. Who says that men are lustful? Women are more crazy than men's lust. Chiba concluded that the reason they dared to offend themselves was because they were too easy to talk, so they felt that even if they did something excessive to him, he would not be angry. At this time, Chiba is indeed not angry, but rather depressed. Next time I can tell you clearly in advance, you can kiss, don't drool too much. Chiba never thought of opening a harem in Naruto world. He just wanted to grow old with Tsunade as a pair of Condor heroes. Of course their psychic beast is not a divine statue, nor is he Yang Guo, and he has not severed his hand. This is just a metaphor. After school in the afternoon, these rotten girls had a lot of teamwork. They were not satisfied with the kiss, and wanted to hold hands and hug them. Can Chiba be a random person? Of course, he is not a person. Chiba decisively stay away from them. Running home all the way, Chiba couldn't help but sigh that the girls in Naruto world were too unrestrained. I haven't been to see Aunt Mito for many days. I haven't eaten yet, so I just went to her for a meal. Mito saw Chiba with a smile and said, my granddaughter is not here, you don't like to see me anymore. Aunt Mito, see what you said, isn't this going to school? I have been busy recently, so I haven't visited you for a while, so I will see you if I don't have time. Mito was just joking with him. After a meal at Mito's house, Chiba was content to go home. Just when I came home from school today, I saw Miyaiza standing at the door waiting for herself, carrying vegetables in her hand, and it seemed that she was going to eat here tonight. Hi, Chiba, you are back. Okay, Chiba, you can see that I bought a lot of vegetables. We can have a big meal tonight. Oh, why do you look unhappy? Why are you here again? Didn't you say that you will visit me less in the future? I know you don't like me, but can't you be a friend? Really just friends. I am now a friend at this stage, and probably not in the future. Still didn't give up. Chiba is not a cruel person. People bought so many dishes, if you turn away, it seems a bit unsatisfactory. Because of the face of the dish, he reluctantly invites her in. I live in Chiba alone. Although the cabin is not big, it is clean and tidy. You wait here, I'll cook. Chiba, let me help you. No, I am enough for this. Hayaga Plum sitting on Chiba's bed, her two white little feet dangling. There was the smell of Chiba, and it smelled so reassuring. After a while, when Hayaga Mako was looking at the photos of Chiba after a few hours, Chiba came out with a meal. Dinner time. Hayaga Plum immediately dropped the album, ran to the table and picked up chopsticks to prepare for dinner. After Chiba put all the dishes on the table, he washed his hands with water and sat down. Hayaga Miyaiza moved quickly and began to pick up vegetables. Hold on. What's up? Stretch out your hand. Hayaga Miyaiza didn't know what he wanted to do. she stretched out her hand with a look of anxiety. Chiba grabbed her hand. Miyai's heartbeat suddenly became faster, and thought, why are you so anxious? You can't wait for the meal and then pull the other's hand. Chiba, don't. Miyai lowered her head shyly and whispered. Chiba took her hand and sniffed it. You didn't wash your hands in the toilet, it smelled like shit. What? Miyai was so frightened that she withdrew her hand, feeling a little angry. Smelly Chiba, what did you say to Dai Chiba? I have never been to the toilet. Seeing you are nervous, I lied to you. You're so disgusting. I said this when I was eating, but I didn't let you eat it. You eat, I didn't stop it. Miyai is speechless, and Chiba is sometimes too rude. The two began to eat. Plums ate quickly. Chiba looked at her mouth, chirp, and couldn't help but say, life is prosperous or not. It depends on whether the woman is fat or not. Are you fat? Fat. You still eat so much to be fat. Chiba slapped him on the A***. Ah, Chiba, you are looking for death. Then Miyai chased Chiba and ran around the house. The house was too small. Chiba was caught by her and she was riding under her. Then there was a soft fist scout. The eldest is forgiving, I dare not. You little rascal, actually hit Miss Ben, in. Miyai blushed again when she said there, and she felt hot when she was hit by Chiba. The posture of the two was too ambiguous. It was not Kianba's random grab. Originally wanted to grab her hand, but they grabbed the wrong place and caught the water dragon bomb. What? With a sound of 800 decibels, Chiba's house was almost shattered. Stinking rogue. Miyai was anxious and shy, got up from Chiba and ran away. Chiba looked at these sinful hands and recalled the feeling of the hands before. He didn't expect Mei Ziai to look thin, so sensual to the touch. Mom, what's wrong with me? Could it be that I have been single for too long in my previous life plus this life, and I have committed a D******K? After Miyai left, Chiba cleaned up the food on the table, washed the dishes and chopsticks, and then began to practice ninjutsu. Now Chiba has temporarily given up the practice of swordsmanship, mainly because it doesn't feel any way to practice. It is better to spend time in ninjutsu and illusion, so that the strength will increase faster. In recent days, Chiba has been studying fusion ninjutsu. His idea is to fuse Fengdun Spiral Shuriken and Yandun Spiral Shuriken into a fusion Spiral Shuriken. Recently, Chiba has read a lot of this information in the Qianshao basement library, and also experimented a bit. Chiba found that among the 5 nature changes, the lightning attribute is difficult to merge with other attributes, because the lightning attribute itself is more irritable. It is very difficult to control one, and it is more difficult to control two. After reading a lot of information, Chiba felt that only the fire attribute and wind attribute were less difficult to integrate. Other soil, water, and attributes are not suitable for the spiral pill. One is in form and the other is in nature. The quality is relatively large in form, and the power is too small in nature. There is a lot of wasted chakra, so there is no soil in the animation. Escape. Spiral Shuriken. It is very difficult to merge the two chakras with changing properties. One is to control the output ratio, and the other is to keep the two chakras stable. To achieve the above 2 points, one must know enough about chakra, and the other is to have sufficient control over chakra. Chiba satisfies these two conditions, so he will try to merge the two changes in nature. Even if Chiba's conditions are met, it is still very dangerous to merge the two chakras. An accident may be played by oneself. Chiba's own ninjutsu talent is very good, and because he has read many books about ninjutsu, when he had this idea, he came up with many possibilities in his mind. He stretched out 2 hands, one hand made spiral pill with wind attribute, and the other hand made spiral pill with fire attribute. Release the spiral pill with both hands at the same time to see how powerful Chiba's chakra control is. Chiba closed his eyes and quietly felt the change of the spiral pill in both hands. The frequency and direction of rotation are different for different attributes. To find the intersection of two attributes, you must find their resonance frequency. The calculation formula of frequency is F equals 1T. Its meaning is the number of times a substance completes periodic changes in one's called frequency, which is often represented by the letter F, and its physical unit is Hertz. Chiba was better in physics in his previous life, so this formula is still remembered, and his head is easier to use in this life, so the understanding of this formula is even better. To find the resonance frequency of the two properties, without the help of physical experiment equipment, you can only rely on countless experiments to find this balance from the feeling. When Chiba puts the two spiral pills close together, you can feel that the repulsive force becomes larger and larger as the distance gradually shrinks. It still doesn't work. It's easy to collapse if you barely merge together. Just when Chiba was in trouble, his eyes saw the spiral pill's rotation change. By the way, since spiral pills in different directions are difficult to get close together, is it easier to fuse spiral pills with the same frequency in the same direction? Thinking of this, Chiba immediately controlled the direction of one spiral pill, making him rotate in the same way as the other spiral pill. When the two spiral pills' rotation methods were the same, Chiba controlled their changing speed again. Unfortunately, just when Chiba was about to see the results, the chakras in his body ran out, and Chiba had no choice but to give up. Kakashi is called 5th Kakashi by netizens. Why is this? It stands to reason that he has a lot of ninjutsu, is talented, and has a strong sense of fighting. Still lack of blue. Now Chiba's situation is very similar to Kakashi, who knows a lot of ninjutsu, and has excellent skills in all aspects, but there are too few chakras, and powerful techniques can't be used. In the next few days, Chiba stayed at home after school to experiment, and it didn't take long for the fusion ninjutsu of the spiral shuriken to be successfully developed. Chiba found an empty space for experiments and used 1/10 of the chakra to release the fusion spiral shuriken. As a result, Chiba was a little surprised by the power, and a large pit with a depth of 1 meter was blown out. It seems that the power of fusion ninjutsu is not as simple as 1 + 1, but a geometric multiplication. Like Naruto, there will be so many helix pill-derived ninjutsu in the later stage. In fact, Chiba can do it now, but it lacks the necessary energy. Find a time to go to Miyama Mountain to learn Zanshu. This is too awkward, just like holding a good gun, but there are too few bullets. This weapon is so useful. The ninja school was really boring. I was with a group of little kids all day and couldn't communicate at all. Chiba thought of dropping out in his heart. The next day, Chiba came to school and went directly to Sato's office. "It's Chiba, what's the matter? I want to apply for withdrawal." "Why?" "My talent is too bad, staying in school will only waste time, it's better to be a civilian." "You think it over. Well, please make it through the teacher." "I see, I will explain to Master Naruto." Sato-sensei is actually not surprising at all. An untalented ninja like Chiba is really not suitable for being a ninja, and the profession of a ninja is too dangerous. It is better to let him be a civilian and live a stable life. Chiba returned to the classroom, and as soon as she found a place to sit down, a few girls in the class ran over to sit next to Chiba. If it had been before, Chiba must have had a cold face, but today Chiba smiled at them. "Wow, Chiba actually smiled at me. It's so stinky, Chiba is smiling at me." Then the two girls began to tear each other. Chiba smiled helplessly, he really didn't mean it. In the afternoon, Chiba received news from Sato, and Hokage had approved him to drop out. Chiba left the school directly after receiving the notice and did not say goodbye to his classmates. Anyway, he can often see him in the same village. Back home early in the afternoon, Chiba did not waste time to start practicing. Until the evening, Miaiza stood outside the door and wondered why Chiba hadn't returned. This hasn't happened before, so there will be no accidents in Chiba, right? At this moment, the door suddenly opened and Chiba came out of it. "Chiba, you are at home." "I didn't go to school." "You skipped class?" "I dropped out of school." "Why, didn't you do well in school?" "I have poor talent and I can only waste time in school." "It doesn't matter if you don't be a ninja, anyway, your cooking is so delicious, and it's not bad to be a chef." Miaiza comforted with a smile. "You won't be here early. It's dark now, and it's hard to control the time when practicing now." "Well, I waited outside the door for an hour." There was a touch in Chiba's heart. "Plum, what's happenin'? I don't deserve you to treat me like this, and I already have someone I like, and that person is Tsunade's sister." Miaiza was surprised. "But you are not a sibling?" "We are not sisters and brothers." A 6-year-old child said he likes a person. This picture is a bit funny, but it is normal in Naruto world. Mako suddenly remembered Tsunade's reaction that night and suddenly understood. "I won't give up anyway." "You are not together yet." "Why are you?" "Anyway, no matter who you will choose in the end, we are all friends for life." Regarding emotional matters, Chiba said that he could not do anything about it, so let's take one step at a time. The two had been shopping outside for a long time. Chiba sent Miaiza back, and then went home. The next morning, Chiba made a lunchbox and went to the training ground to find Mat Dai. "Chiba, hurry up and train, or you will go to school again." "Don't worry, I will accompany you to the end today." "What do you mean?" "I dropped out of school. I think it was a waste of time in school." "Great, we can train together in the future." This morning the two were very happy in training. They stopped practicing until they drained all their energy. They ate their lunch, and Dai smiled very happily. True friendship is always like this, and companionship is the greatest happiness. Back home, Chiba met the person who had negotiated the contract at the door. "My lord, you have come back from practicing." His smile this time is much more sincere than last time. Capitalists are like this. Whoever can make money for them is their parents. "You should come to me to give money." "My lord is right. Go in and talk." After the two entered, Chiba did not ask him to sit down, let alone pour him water. He is still young, even if he is rude, he won't be offended. "My lord, this time the book sales are very good. By the end of this month, 400,000 copies have been sold. According to the agreement, I should give you 6.4 million. Please keep this card." Chiba put away the card indifferently. This attitude awed him even more, and he was a big man who could be indifferent to millions. If there are millions of thousands of leaves on the earth, they will be too excited to sleep, but here, money is far from the temptation of strength. Books are very popular now, adults. If you hold a book fan signing event now, the sales of books will definitely be higher. Adults, what do you think? I'm sorry, I'm still young and don't like to be famous too early. That's a shame. You don't have to do this. I will continue to write books from now on, and I will work with you when that happens. That's great. I really hope you can write your next book as soon as possible. In fact, he was thinking that even if the quality of the next book is not as good as this one, as long as it is signed by Mito and Hokage, the sales of this book will not be bad. The two were polite for a while, and Chiba sent him away. Pulling out the card from his body, Chiba glanced at it and threw it on the bed at will. I'm rich, but I don't know how to spend it. Now he wants to develop in a low-key manner, so he will talk about building a big house later. Now this small wooden house is quite comfortable to live in. Putting away his mind, Chiba began to refine the chakra. After chakra was refined, Chiba began to practice ninjutsu and illusion. Now he has mastered several illusions. At this stage, he is conceiving an illusion. The name of this illusion is samsara. The illusion of reincarnation is like a maze. It is superimposed by 3 levels of illusions. The practitioner will not be able to distinguish between reality and illusion. The illusion is more confusing, and it is not an illusion that everyone can never solve. The days without a big murderer are as plain as water. We haven't discussed each other for a while. Today let us have a friendship contest, and those who lose have a treat. Okay. Book friends can calculate how much Ade's heart is. The two didn't use gorgeous moves to fight each other. You punched me to the flesh, until Chiba was beaten to the ground, and there was no backhand strength. The exchange of friendship was considered to be over. Ade is still stronger than you. Chiba stretched out his thumb to Ade, and Ade showed a bright smile with white teeth. Others in Chiba don't know you, but I know you are great. If you use ninjutsu, I guess you will be defeated in 1 round. We work together and make progress together. Chiba, let us burn our youth together. Chiba lost, and Chiba treats him. Originally, today he wanted to let Ade slay his local tyrant, but Ade chose ramen in the end. Well, the ramen is actually quite delicious. The two ate 3 bowls, of course Chiba only ate 1 bowl, and Ade ate the remaining 2 bowls. On the way back, Chiba suddenly heard a familiar name Kato Denmark. Kato Denhara anime is Tsunade's lover, but unfortunately he is a short-lived ghost. He went to see the god of death without even getting married. Of course, after the arrival of Chiba, Kato Den is just a ninja soon after graduation. At this time, Kato Swan and his team had just separated. Chiba stared at Kato-tan, with long silver hair and a handsome face. He was indeed a handsome guy. No wonder he could chase Tsunade. Chiba, what are you looking at? Do you know him? Ade, are we good friends? Of course, now Konoha village I have only you as a good friend. Then I ask you, what would you do if your brother's girlfriend is robbed? What will it do? Of course I beat him. Yes, that's right, beat him. Have you seen that one who is very tugging? His name is Kato-tan, who is robbing your brother's girlfriend. Do you want to help your brother beat him together? Chiba, do you have a girlfriend? Ade looked a little surprised. Can't I have a girlfriend? But you are still young. Can't you have a girlfriend when you are young? Don't talk nonsense, I'll ask you if you can help. Ade hesitated for a few seconds and then agreed to help Chiba. Chiba took the lead, Ade followed closely, and the two broke off at Kato. As soon as he got close to Kato, Chiba punched past without saying a word, and Ade didn't lag behind. Who are you and why are you hitting me? Did you say that you liked Tsunade? You want Tsunade to be your girlfriend. I do not have. You mean Tsunade is so cute? You don't like Tsunade, do you hate her? Call me. Aha. Kato was beaten as soon as he answered the first question. Now I will ask you if you liked Tsunade and want her to be your girlfriend. Like, okay, you admit that you liked Tsunade. Just now you said no, it's true and hypocritical, squash him. It was another beating. I ask you one last time, do you like Tsunade or not? Me. If you can't answer it, it means you have a ghost in your heart, crush him. Adai couldn't bear to start, this guy was too honest, he didn't even backhand when he was beaten. I will ask you if it is enough to call you a widow. I am a dog. You have admitted the wrong person. My name is Kato Dan is not a Japanese or enough. Did you admit it wrong? You can't be wrong. You look a lot like that hanging hair. You guys really admitted wrong. My name is Kato Denmark. It's not Japanese or enough. I'm sorry, brother, are you hurt? Chiba's performance was simply too exaggerated. Kato burst into tears. Did this hurt? Big brother, don't cry, so let's not fight or know each other. In order to make amends, I invite you to dinner. No, I'm unlucky. Absolutely not. If I don't invite you to dinner, I will say that I am bullying you. Kato Den and Matt Dai were speechless. They both beat people like this and called them not bullied. Really no need, I forgive you. Absolutely not. I am a principled person. If you don't agree to me, you won't forgive me, then my heart will be very guilty. You don't want to see me feel guilty and painful." Before he refused, Chiba took him to the tavern next to him. Kato was very speechless. He didn't watch the day when he went out today. He was admitted to the wrong person, and the innocent was beaten up. "I was the one who provoked someone." Chiba ordered a table of dishes, and finally said with water instead of wine. "Kato breast, it was a misunderstanding today. I am here to apologize for you." After finishing talking, I looked up and drank the water, which was unspeakable pride. Kato couldn't help but drink the water in the bowl. "Ade, don't look at you either, you have to apologize with Kato chest." Matt Dai was very speechless. "Didn't you let me beat him?" "I am sorry. Brother Kato, I'm sorry." "It's okay. Okay, everyone will be friends in the future." Kato breast came to taste the meat here, it's very fresh. Chiba gave him a piece of meat. Kato-tan was embarrassed by Chiba's enthusiasm. After half of the food was eaten, the three were mixed. Chiba leaned on Kato's shoulder and said, "Kato B***** BS, since we are friends, I have to say, the so-called friend's wife should not be bullied. Tsunade is my girlfriend who will become my wife in the future." He pays attention. "Brother Chiba, I'm really not interested in Tsunade." "Then it's okay, come and we continue to drink water and eat meat." Kato cut a meal inexplicably, and finally separated in confusion. He didn't understand why. Chiba and Ade are walking on the way back. "Chiba, shall we do this?" "What's wrong, don't you know what it means to prevent it before it happens? If something doesn't happen, it doesn't mean it won't happen in the future." Matt Dai was not very smart at first, and he became even more confused after hearing what Chiba said. Ken Kato is indeed very good. This person has a sense of justice and is dedicated to the village. If it is not a relationship between rivals, Chiba feels that he can definitely be a good friend with him. When he got home, Chiba set aside Kato's affairs and sat on the bed to refine the chakra. An hour later, Chiba finished the refining, and it was time to see that it was noon. The previous talk with Kato-tan at the tavern was too fun, so the time to go home became a little later. "Now I'm not hungry." Chiba didn't cook and eat at noon, went to take a bath, and then continued to practice ninjutsu and illusion. The previous illusion reincarnation still has many areas to be improved. This illusion Chiba gave him a grade. The power of this illusion is also determined by the ability of the caster. I haven't picked up the fragments for a long time recently, so that I almost forgot what the fragments looked like. In the morning, Chiba and Ade finished their practice, and the two went out again. Ade knew that Chiba made a lot of money with this book, and now he has no pressure to eat Chiba. Ade is a good friend of himself, so apart from the system, he will tell him other unimportant secrets. Ade's mouth is also very strict, so he will not tell anyone. "Ade, let's ask A to break together. After all, I misunderstood and beat him yesterday." "It should be." Matt Dai also thinks that Kato-tanen is very easy to get along with. Chiba took out all the juices brewed at home today in order to invite Kato Denmark. The two came to Kato Den's home. "Is Kato at home?" "At home." Kato Tsunami's voice came from the room inside. Kato opened the door and saw Chiba and the others, so scared that he covered his head with his hands. "Don't hit me, I really don't like Tsunade." Chiba and Matt Dai looked at each other with awkward smiles. The child was hurt so badly by them that there was a shadow on them. "It was a misunderstanding yesterday. Now we are good friends. I'll invite you to eat out." "No need, didn't you invite it yesterday?" "Yesterday I am apologetic. I invited you as a friend today, unless you don't want to be friends with us." "Okay then." Kato couldn't say anything about Chiba. Chiba's eloquence was so good that he was often speechless. "When I came to the restaurant, Chiba ordered another big table of dishes. I couldn't finish it yesterday, but I can definitely eat it today, because they haven't had breakfast after training in the morning." Chiba took out the juice he brewed himself. "What color is Chiba strange?" "This is called fruit juice. It is made by pressing fruit." Chiba poured him a glass. "You try to make sure you love this taste." Kato took a sip. "The taste is really good, sweet and cool, full of taste." "Is it difficult to make something like Chiba?" "It will not be difficult, but not, if you like it, I will give you a bucket later." "I'm sorry that." Although he said embarrassed, his eyes were full of longing. "If you are a friend, don't meet outside." Chiba is so good to Kato-dan, that he is embarrassed to start when he meets Tsunade even if he likes it very much. Of course, Chiba also really wanted to make a friend of Kato-dan. 3 people eat and drink well, and more than a dozen dishes are eaten well. Of course, most of them are eaten by Matt Dai. After this meal, the relationship between the three of Chiba has improved. Chiba had just arrived at the door of his house, and it was strange that the door was closed when he came out. Why is it open now? Is it a thief? No one knows that he has a lot of money, so he tried to steal it. Chiba walked in quietly, and suddenly saw a person lying on the bed covered with a quilt. The house in Chiba was very small, and you could see the bed as soon as you entered. Okay, he didn't even rush to steal something, and even dared to lie on my bed. It was too arrogant. Does he think he is a child and has no backhands? Today I will let you know why the flowers are so red. Sheba came to the bedside, and then a Titian pressed against the quilt. Damn the thief taking his life. Sheba punched the quilt. Ah, it hurts. It was strange how the voice was so familiar. Suddenly he realized that Tsunade might be in the bed, so scared that he immediately pulled his hand back and got off the bed. Tsunade opened the quilt, felt the place where he had been beaten, and said angrily, "Brother Smelly, you dare to hit me? I didn't know it was you in the quilt. I thought there was a thief at home." "You mean I am a thief? Where, isn't this a misunderstanding? By the way, when did you return to the village, sister?" "I went back to the village in the morning. I came to your house first after I explained the task. Because I was tired, I slept in your bed." "That's not right. What's wrong? You seem to be changing the subject. What should I do if you hit me just now?" Tsunade rolled up his sleeves, beating someone fiercely. "My sister is misunderstanding, or I will invite you to dinner." "What?" 10 seconds later, Sheba touched the beaten head, her face was deformed with pain, and this woman was too violent. "This problem must be corrected. Does it hurt?" "It's your grandson that doesn't hurt. I don't have a grandson as old as yours. I am too old to be my son." "You." Sheba was so angry that she had nothing to say, and she couldn't say anything if she couldn't scold her. Seeing her smug look, Sheba had a scene in her mind. Sheba put Tsunade on her leg and then patted with her hand her little A** star. Not very happy to see Chiba, Tsunade changed to a gentle look, putting his body on Chiba's arm. "Brother Smelly, don't be angry. Fighting is painful and scolding is love, not beating or scolding is a monster. Then you give me a pain, let me scare you a bit, no more." After saying that, Tsunade grimaced at Chiba and ran out of Chiba's house. Looking at Tsunade like this, Chiba had no choice. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time. As soon as they met, Chiba was a little bit dumbfounded. Knowing that Tsunade had just returned from the task, it was very hard, so Chiba didn't go to play with him in the afternoon and practiced at home by herself. In the afternoon, Chiba went to Tsunade without eating. It was gone for a while, and Chiba wanted to pick up Tsunade. Suddenly an idea popped into Chiba's mind. If Tsunade and Kato are cut off in advance, what will happen to them? Chiba really wants to know whether the two will have any results if they intervene. Chiba goes to Tsunade's house first. Fortunately, before Tsunade had a meal, Chiba asked him out as soon as he made an appointment. "Brother Smelly, even if you have a heart, you still know how to take care of your sister. That is, you don't see who I am, a brother." Tsunade was amused by his funny look. "Tell my sister honestly, have you been close to Miyaiza during my absence?" Sister, what do you want to eat tonight?" Boom, Chiba's holding her head hurts. "Sister, don't start, you will become dumb. Who told you to change the subject? Tell me if there is any." "No, how can I get close to her, she is not my type." "Then what type do you like?" "Let me think about it, it must be beautiful, it must be good enough, it must be gentle enough. I think my sister is very suitable for my requirements, but..." "Just what?" Tsunade was excited and happy at first, but the latter one suddenly made her nervous. Chiba stared at her up and down, especially the important parts above. "Forget it or don't say it. Brother Smelly, you must say. This is what you forced me, so I'll talk about it." "Stop talking nonsense, talk quickly. My sister is good everywhere, but it is too flat to like it. You asked me to say, you can't beat people." Chiba saw that the posture was not right, and immediately ran away. Tsunade looked at Chiba and then at his chest, clenched his fists and said, "I will get bigger, wait and see." Chiba first went to Matt Dai's house to inform him that he had a dinner in the evening. Matt Dai looked excited after hearing this. He had just left the restaurant this morning and had a dinner in the evening. It is good to be a good friend of Chiba. After notifying at A, Chiba came to Kato Den's home. "Is Duen at home?" "Coming." When I walked out, I was a little surprised to see Chiba's expression. "Chiba, is there anything you want to do with me? My girlfriend came back from a task. You must come to dinner at night." Kato Dan still wanted to explain, but Chiba ran away after speaking. Kato Dan looked at Chiba's back and sighed. In the evening, Chiba went to pick Tsunade to the restaurant. Seeing Tsunade, Chiba could clearly see her dressed up. "Sister is so beautiful tonight." "You mean I wasn't pretty before?" "I didn't pull it. It used to be beautiful, but it's even more beautiful tonight." "You kid can talk." The two came to the restaurant talking and laughing all the way. When they came to the restaurant, a Dai and a Duen both came. Seeing Chiba bringing a beautiful woman over, a Dai shouted Chiba's name. Chiba paid close attention to Kato's expression when he saw Tsunade. It seemed very plain, unlike the kind of love at first sight. Chiba ordered many dishes and occupied a private room by himself. Chiba leaned close to Kato Dan and whispered, "This is my girlfriend, how beautiful, don't you wait to say that she is my girlfriend." "Why?" "Because he was embarrassed to find a boyfriend." "So it's like that, I see." Chiba did this because he didn't want Kato to tell the story between them. After the explanation, Chiba returned to Tsunade. "What are you guys talking about?" "Nothing. He asked me who that beauty is. I said it was my sister. He said that you are pretty, but the breasts are flat, not feminine, not his favorite dish, and he gave you a nickname called Princess Typing Boom." Tsunade was so angry that Ade and Adon were shocked and looked at Tsunade inexplicably. "Sorry, just now she heard someone crossing the road and didn't help her grandmother, and she became a little angry for a while." Oh, unexpectedly, Chiba's girlfriend had such a sense of justice, and the impression of Tsunade of Kato-tan and Mate became better. "Sister, please calm down. Just now I told them that you are gentle and lovely, kind, and generous. They still don't believe me, but my brother swears by his virginity. You can't show your stuff. I see, that Kato-jun is really hateful. I have a chance to clean him up. My sister will have a chance later. Aren't you very good at gambling? When you play landlord, the loser will be punished with alcohol and make him drunk and make a fool of yourself. Good idea, just do it like this." Tsunade became interested immediately. "The weather is really good today, everything is under my control." Chiba is drooling, looking crooked. Soon all the dishes were ready. Chiba also ordered a few bottles of sake, and of course the juice he brewed was indispensable. Chiba suggested that everyone play a small game to promote the atmosphere, and then I will introduce the game of Doutazu to everyone. After listening to it, everyone found it very interesting. The 4 people of Doutazu, everyone knows the rules of the game, so I won't introduce them here. As time passed slowly, the people on the table were a little drunk, especially Tsunade's pretty face flushed. Originally, Chiba wanted to cheat to help her win. Who thinks her luck is so bad, even if she releases water, she can't help. He originally wanted to rectify Kato, but now he is drunk. Everyone enjoyed a meal, and in the end Tsunade recognized them as brothers. Well, being a brother Chiba is acceptable, better than being a rival in love. At the end of the party, Chiba is responsible for sending the drunk Tsunade home. "I was not drunk and continued to drink." "You are not drunk, we will go home and drink. Then we will go home soon. By the way, where did the 2 of them go?" "They are tired and go home. I will accompany you home to drink." "Okay." Tsunade's body is not heavy. Although Chiba is thin, she can still help her home easily. He helped Tsunade into her room, where he was familiar with that there was no need for anyone to lead the way. He helped Tsunade into the room, gently put it on the bed, and took off her shoes. Just when Chiba was about to help her cover the quilt, Tsunade clasped his neck with both hands, and Chiba slapped her body against her. At this time, the faces of the 2 people were only a few centimeters apart. Chiba still looked at Tsunade's face so close, it was really breakable and beautiful. "Chiba, I like you, I don't allow you to find other women." Amount. Even after confessing to himself after being drunk, Chiba suddenly felt refreshed. Looking at Tsunade Yintao's small mouth, bright red, Chiba couldn't help but hand it over, and finally the 2 thin lips were pressed together. Just as Chiba opened Tsunade's lips, Tsunade suddenly he nauseated, and then vomited it out. Chiba just opened his mouth, and all the excrement went into Chiba's mouth. The scariest thing was that Chiba swallowed all of it. What? Chiba was very nauseous. He felt nauseated in his stomach. Regardless of taking advantage of others, Kinyi ran outside and threw up wildly. It's disgusting, it's disgusting. Chiba didn't know how long he had been vomiting. Anyway, he felt that his stomach was vomiting out. This was slightly normal, but as long as he thought of the disgusting scene, Chiba still couldn't help but feel like vomiting. Back home very depressed, Chiba went to brush her teeth and rinse her mouth as soon as she got home. After brushing her teeth 8 times, she couldn't smell the disgusting smell. Unexpectedly, this kind of accident would happen the first time he actively kissed, and Chiba's mentality also collapsed. Lying on the bed, Chiba thought about Tsunade's appearance. In addition to her temperament, this woman was really a beautiful woman. Chiba enters the game in bed. This time he was not single-player 4-0, but matched 3 teammates. These 3 teammates are all men, no cute girls. Chiba parachuted with someone casually. That person chose a garage and jumped down. Chiba estimated that he wanted to go to Port N by car. Sure enough, things were as he expected, except that there were many people who thought like them. There was only one garage. It was thrilling that the car came down to 3 teams. Now whoever has a gun has an advantage. Some people rush to the garage to grab the car, some start to enter the house and start looking for a gun, and of course others start to run away. After looking at the situation, Chiba immediately made a decision to abandon the team and run away, mainly because it was too late to search for supplies, and quickly slipped away before fighting. Not long after Chiba ran out, fights started from behind, and several of his teams were knocked down one after another. Brothers, it's not that I can't save myself, but I can't protect myself. We will fight together again when we have the opportunity. Chiba finally ran away and came to a safe housing area. Chiba quickly searched for supplies. I found a few houses and only picked up a few grenades. The grenade is very useful in the finals, but now it has little effect and takes up space. While Chiba was looking for a gun, a footprint suddenly appeared on the map and then disappeared. I am absolutely not mistaken, my footprints are very close to myself, and there is only this house in front of me, which means that people are likely to hide in this house and ambush themselves. Oops, there are only 2 grenades in his hand, so I dare not charge. Chiba instantly settled his attention, and ran away after throwing the 2 grenades in his hand. Chiba pulled away the first grenade with a delay of a few seconds and then threw it out. When one exploded, Chiba immediately threw the second grenade out. With the sound of the first grenade exploding, he threw the second grenade. Maybe I didn't hear it. After throwing, Chiba turned around and ran away. When the second grenade exploded, the screen prompted him to blow up the person with the grenade, right? Good luck. Chiba immediately turned around and went back. Is it necessary to escape at this time? When Chiba entered the house, the man crawled on the ground in despair. Big brother, don't hit me, I will give you everything, please don't hit me to death. What a joke, he can also get the contents of his box if he kills himself. Even if Chiba didn't kill him, could his teammates come to rescue him? Chiba didn't bother to listen to his nonsense, and punched him to death. This guy has searched for a lot of materials, and now it's cheaper for himself. This guy's teammates must be on their way here now, whether they want to escape or wait for them to come here. I don't know how many they will come later. Unable to sit still, Chiba noticed that there was a barrel of gasoline in the room. Chiba picked up the barrel of oil and placed it behind the door on the first staircase. Then, he stepped back a few steps and adjusted the gun to single-shot mode. He shot a few shots at the barrel and then another shot. The barrel exploded. Just when Chiba got ready, there was a roar outside, the voice of Maserati, and Chiba suddenly became nervous. Chiba opened the sight and aimed at the oil barrel. As soon as they opened the door, the oil barrel exploded with just one shot, and the footsteps were getting closer. Suddenly a grenade was thrown in from behind. It seems that these people are old drivers who attacked the building. They were affected by the grenade, leaving Chiba with a little blood left. Those few people threw a bunch of grenades on it. Fortunately, Chiba was in the middle of the stairway, and the grenades couldn't completely blow him. Those few people estimated that Chiba was already crippled, and they rushed up. The moment they opened the door, they saw the oil drum behind the door, and they were so scared that they wanted to run. Unfortunately, it was too late. There was a blast. A few people turned into boxes in an instant. These people must be very depressed, but they didn't expect Chiba to have such a show operation. After searching, Chiba's supplies are very rich. Now let Chiba direct the gun, and Chiba dares. Maserati parked at the door, now his own car. The signal circle brushed to the military base. There is not much time now. I have to drive across the bridge. I don't know if anyone is blocking the bridge. What is called crow's mouth, and I am worried that there will be someone blocking the bridge, but now someone is blocking the bridge. If you drive past by force, you will definitely be shot dead by them. If you abandon the car and swim past the bridge, not to mention the danger, you will say that there is not enough time. Suddenly there was a car coming from behind, and the opportunity came. Chiba speeded up. The car behind was chasing Chiba's car, and the person in front was also driving towards Chiba's car. This is a typical front and rear flanking, just as everyone thinks. When there was no doubt that Kinyi would die, Kinyi actually rushed into the middle of the bridge, and even the car and people rushed down the bridge and fell into the sea. Now the situation has become that those who fought against Chiba have begun to face the battle, and there is no time to fight the fish that slipped through the net. After Chiba fell into the sea, he got on and off from the car, and then quickly swam towards the opposite shore. After Chiba came ashore, the people on the bridge were still beating. Chiba didn't want to see what happened, so he ran away. Come to the finals without risk. Look at the number of people on the left and 10 people. Chiba find a place to lie down. The circle is getting smaller and smaller, but 10 people or 10 people, not one less, they are all Voldemort. Suddenly a person crawled over by himself. How blind it was that he didn't even see himself. Chiba is also embarrassed, now playing him to expose his position. It is a pity not to miss such a good opportunity to play. Chiba chose not to fight. Many people are short-sighted and only care about their immediate interests, but do not have a long-term vision. Chiba can resist this temptation. I have to say that Chiba's equipment is still good. Chiba was like a rock still. The man was crawling and was suddenly discovered. The man was killed at once, like a stone thrown into the pond, breaking the calm of the pond. The gunshots suddenly broke out and the fighting was happening. Become very nervous. Chiba looked at the number of people, and there were only 3 good guys left. Counting myself, there are 2 others. At this time the gunfire stopped again. Chiba wanted to lie down quietly, but the poison circle came again, and Chiba had no choice but to climb inside the circle. Someone threw a smoke bomb. Of course, he wanted to run poison. No, this smoke bomb was to throw stones to ask for directions, and the purpose was to lead them out. Sure enough, the other person couldn't help but fired at the smoke bomb, and even threw a grenade at the smoke bomb. As a result, nothing was blown, but his location was exposed. The smoke bomber stood up suddenly, took the Big Pen chicken and aimed at the man. Just when he killed the man, Chiba quickly stood up and shot the M4 quickly, although the bullet was a bit diao, but that person was killed in the end. Finally ate the chicken, Chiba quickly went to see if there were any fragments in the box, but found nothing. Some book friends say that every time the author explains the game, there must be fragments. This time I will show a game that has not picked up the fragments. You are bothered. Just like Conan, one person must die in every episode, and of course the commentary with fragments must be picked up in the game, otherwise it is the number of water words. Next, Chiba played another round, not to mention the fragments, even the chicken was not eaten. The next day, Chiba and Ade finished practicing together, and they were blocked by Tsunade as soon as they returned home. Seeing Tsunade, Chiba inexplicably flustered. Sister, it's early. Tsunade was drunk last night and didn't wake up until 9 o'clock today. When she got up, she found that her clothes were still intact, but she seemed to have kissed herself in her memory. She was not sure if she drank the fragments at the time. Today, she came to ask Chiba specially. I was drunk yesterday and you didn't do anything to me. Done. What? What did you do? Tsunade suddenly became nervous. I carried you home when you were drunk last night. Anything else? That's it. What else do you want? No, did I say anything? Said. What did you say? Tsunade became nervous again. You said you like me and you must be my girlfriend. You didn't know that I was scared and stupid. Nanny, isn't it? I really said it. Tsunade flushed, and the deer bumped into her heart. She was not sure if she said that she likes Chiba, so she really said it. Sister, you really like me, do you want me to be your boyfriend? Where is it? I won't tell you anymore. Grandma called me to go home for dinner. After Tsunade finished speaking, he fled in a panic. Looking at Tsunade's back, the corner of Chiba's mouth was slightly raised. Small, it's not fair to you. Today's weather is really good. Chiba is walking leisurely along Konoha Street with popcorn in his hand. This popcorn is made by Chiba himself, and it tastes good. One by one popcorn dropped in the air, Chiba accurately caught it with his mouth. I heard that Tsunade, Jiraiya and Ashimaru are cultivating in the woods over the past few days. It seems that Sarutobi Hizen will take time to guide these few days. Anyway, it's okay to go and see. When they came to the place where they practiced, Kinyi saw the three of them far away. The three trained separately. Tsunade mainly practices physique, and Jiraiya and Ashimaru practice ninjutsu. The three people found Chiba and came up to say hello to Chiba. Tsunade happily wrapped his arms around Chiba's neck. Quickly let go, you hapless girl, you have too much strength. Brother Smelly, who are you scolding? Is it a long time since you owe you to clean up? Chiba hurriedly shut up. Other women might just talk about it, but this lady would do it directly. In a word of the earth, this lady is not a good person. Didn't you say that Naruto-sama personally guided you? Where is he? He hasn't come yet. Kiamba, what are you holding in your hand? Jiraiya asked bashfully. Do you want some popcorn? Okay. Chiba took out a handful of popcorn from the bag and stuffed it into his hand. This guy stuffed it all into his mouth. His mouth was really big. It's delicious, Chiba will give me some more. Just as Chiba wanted to take out a handful for him, Tsunade snatched it. Tsunade, you are too much, this is brought by Chiba, how can you own it alone? Deshiwan's reaction was flat and he was not interested in these. Chiba's is mine is still mine, do you have any opinions, do you have opinions to fight? Seeing Tsunade raised his arms and looked at the big fist of the sandbag, Jiraiya drooped his head and became discouraged. Tsunade creaked while eating the popcorn, and Jiraiya was half dead with anger. Just when everyone was talking nonsense, a person appeared out of thin air, and everyone saw that it was Sarutobi Hizen who had used the instantaneous technique to come over. Chiba is there too. Master Naruto. Hello teacher. The three of you didn't train well to be lazy here. Have you been too relaxed for you recently? The teacher is not like that. It happened that Chiba came over, and we stopped to say a few words. Forget it, you have been cultivating for a while, and today I will test you to see if you have made any progress. Hearing that the teacher wanted to test them, the three of them suddenly became serious. When it is time to show the results to the teacher, you must not let the teacher down. The battle between Naruto and Nika Sunin, this kind of thing is rare. Chiba decided to stay and study hard. Picking up the popcorn that Tsunade had placed on the ground, Chiba chose a big tree to climb up and sat on the trunk, eating popcorn while eating melons. Sunin and Naruto stood facing each other, Naruto's hands behind his back, a look of calm and lazy wind, and the opposite Sunin looked very nervous. They held Kyowu and stared at Hokage's movements. The three cooperated tacitly. At the beginning, they had a clear division of labor. Tsunade was responsible for the main attack, because she was good at physique, suitable for close attacks, and Ashimaru was responsible for assists. He was good at ninjutsu and suitable for long-range attacks. Opportunity to attack Naruto. Chiba understood that of the three people, Jiraiya was the weakest, Tsunade came in second, and Ashimaru was the strongest. Naruto can easily defuse all of Tsunade's attacks with just one hand. Tsunade's attack was unsuccessful, and Ashimaru quickly settled. Shadow Clone Shuriken. The two shurikens suddenly split into dozens of shurikens and flew towards Hokage, hitting them. 2 or 3 shurikens hit Naruto, but everyone didn't have a hint of joy. They wouldn't be naive to think that they could defeat their teacher with this kind of crude ninjutsu. Sure enough, the Hokage stabbed by the shuriken turned into a piece of wood. It turned out to be a substitute technique, but when did he use the substitute technique? Looking at the tree, Chiba was also surprised. This Naruto master was really strong. Although Sunen's current strength is not very good, he also has the strength of Zongren, and he was played by Naruto as a kid. Chiba imagined how long he could stay in Hokage's hands, and it was probably not much better. Chiba now has a lot of powerful ninjutsu, but limited by chakra. Now it is impossible to use a more powerful ninjutsu at will, so the overall strength is only stronger than that of Gillet. Of course, it is not impossible for Chiba to defeat Shandren. Without knowing himself, it is possible to use illusion to successfully attack. Tsunade, Ozigmaru and Hokage were fighting fiercely, and Gillet was also standing on the side and couldn't get in at all. Chiba estimated that Gillet hadn't learned celestial arts yet, so the overall strength had not been greatly improved. Tsunade's combat methods are simple and rude. One punch and one kick are powerful. From time to time, the ground is punched or cracked. The power is good, but the speed is too slow. This speed can't even touch Hokage's body. Ashimaru's speed is faster than Tsunade, but his physical skills are much different from Tsunade, so he has not dared to advance. Jiraiya suddenly realized that the teacher turned his back to him and realized that an opportunity was coming, and Kumo quickly threw it out towards Hokage in his hand, but it was a pity that Hokage only twisted his body and escaped from Jiraiya's attack. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Gillet was not reconciled to immediately burst out flames from Kiien's mouth. It's just that the flame reached Hokage's eyes, and an earthen wall blocked the fireball. I didn't expect that Hokage would be able to quickly release the earth escape wall when he was fighting Tsunade. Oshimaru saw that Jiraiya had created a chance for herself even though the attack was unsuccessful, and her hands quickly formed a seal. Too done. Too long bullet. He only attacked in front of Hokage, but was avoided by Hokage with a substitute technique. Where is the person? Chiba was also looking for Hokage-sama, and just as everyone was nervously looking around, a hand burst out from the ground to grab the leg of Ashimaru, and then pulled him under, revealing only one head. Earth Escape. The technique of beheading in the heart. To solve the Ashimaru, the other two were unable to withstand a single blow. Hokage used a short-lived technique to stun Jiraiya with a single knife, until only Tsunade was left. Teacher, I surrender. Tsunade knew that he could never defeat the teacher by himself, so he might as well admit defeat honestly. Your strengths have all improved a lot, especially Ashimaru. Tsunade has also improved a lot, but Jiraiya. Looking at Jiraiya, Hokage sighed. The three of them were unspeakably discouraged. They thought they could be alone, but they were still vulnerable in front of the teacher. In general, your cooperation needs to be strengthened. There are still some shortcomings in the tacit understanding. There will be no tasks. You have to work harder to practice. Yes, teacher. Chiba only has a general understanding of Naruto now. One character is strong, 2 characters are too strong, but some ordinary ninjutsu and physique defeated the 3 ninjas. If he uses fusion ninjutsu or higher psychic, how long can the current 3 ninjas support the technique and the sealing technique? Of course, Sunen is not the Sunen recognized by Hanzo in the future, and there is still a lot of room for improvement in strength. It is rare to watch a good show, and I have learned a lot from it. In short, I must keep a low profile before I have enough strength. Just after Hokage finished speaking, he touched, Master Hokage turned into white smoke and disappeared. Isn't it? It was Cage Avatar who fought with the 3 of them, and Sunen felt even more disappointed. Chiba jumped down from the tree and said while applauding, it's really exciting, this is the battle between ninjas, so I am yearning. Chiba came to Ashimaru and looked at him condescendingly. Ashimaru, do you want to pull you up? Chiba, you are a little gloating. Yes, I'm just gloating. It's really rare to see the 3 of you slumped. Brother Smelly, are you looking for a fight? Ah yo, if Hokage can't beat me, he bullies me, this is too unpromising. The 3 of them turned red slightly. What do you know, isn't it normal that the teacher can't beat him so hard? Gillet also argued. Did I say it's not normal? It's your self-esteem. It's rare to find a chance to taunt Sanren, it's not a pity that it doesn't stubbornly lose a meal. Tsunade came over and bounced you off his head. It hurts to death, the stinky lady murdered her husband. Brother Smelly, when did you become smaller or smaller? Is it because I was too polite to you? What kind of husband do you have? I'll talk nonsense about killing you. Chiba couldn't see that she was unhappy, but there was a flash of joy on her face. Tsunade grabbed the popcorn in Chiba's hand. That's Min. Do you have any comments? Your boss has the final say. Chiba and Zille also joined hands to dig out the Ashimaru from the soil, and Ashimaru said thank you and stopped talking. This guy has a cold expression even when he says thank you, this man with a paralyzed face. Brother Smelly heard that you made a lot of money by writing this book. Tsunade also only learned about it from the nipple yesterday. At the time, she was reading a novel written by Chiba, and she happened to be seen by Mito. Mito asked him to guess who the author was, and how did she know who it was, so she knew the novel after the Smelly brother wrote it. His expression was very surprised. Chiba, you still write a book, so I'll buy a copy of what your name is. Tsunade took out Chiba's novel from his arms. This is it. Gilla also took a look at it, and his expression was also surprised. This recently best-selling book turned out to be written by Chiba. You really wrote it. Of course. Deshiwan was also surprised, but he couldn't tell from the surface. He was getting more and more interested in Chiba. The current Dashuan hasn't been completely blackened yet, after all, it's just a slightly scheming boy. Chiba honestly tells you how much money you made with this book. Gilla also asked curiously, not many millions. What millions? You know that they only cost 100,000 yuan for a sea-level mission, and he writes a novel for several million yuan. Really? Envy, jealousy, and hate? No, you have to make so much money to treat you. Gilla also yelled. When Tsunade and Osameru looked at Chiba, it was obvious that they meant the same. No problem, let's order whatever we want in the restaurant. Great. The four of them came to the restaurant, and this guy Gilea explained what it means to be a local tyrant, and ordered a whole table of dishes. This guy couldn't finish eating, so he had to stuff the rest of the dishes into his stomach. Tsunade, the woman, died again, drunk herself the last time she drank to fight the landlord, but this time she even proposed to fight the landlord. Sister, I think we can just eat and drink, and let the landlord fight. Why don't you believe that I can beat you? Isn't it obvious that Chiba smiled and didn't speak? No, I have to play today, I have to prove my strength. There is no way this woman is strong, just play. The result. This woman basically contracted all the wine on the table. Except for Jiraiya, she also lost a few times. Chiba and Dashimera never lost. Seeing Tsunade drunk talking nonsense and acting rudely, Chiba covered his head with a headache. Satiated with wine and food, Chiba looked at Tsunade, who was drunk and asleep, and had a headache. The cleaning up of the mess had to be done by himself. With Tsunade on his back, Chiba took her home in a familiar manner. With the lessons learned last time, now Chiba dare not take advantage of her casually. He put Tsunade on the bed and covered it with a quilt, and Chiba walked out of the room. Hello, Aunt Mito. Chiba, I heard that Tsunade is drunk again, and I will persuade her to drink less in the future. I know, Aunt Mito. After chatting with Aunt Mito, Chiba left to see the little rope tree. It's been a while since I saw the little rope tree. This little guy is really strong. Seeing Chiba, his little hands and feet kept shaking, and Chiba seemed to understand what he meant. The little rope tree wants to hug. Yeah, this baby's words are translated right and right. As soon as the small rope tree reached Chiba's arms, her little hand grabbed Chiba's clothes. Chiba tried to put his fingers in his mouth, and the little guy immediately sucked. The little guy seemed hungry. Chiba saw a few bottles of milk on the table. Chiba took the milk, poured the milk into the bowl, and fed him with a spoon. The mother of this rope tree is also careless. Children are easily hungry when they drink milk, and they will be gone as soon as they pee. How can they eat on time like adults? Buddy, dare not listen to your brother-in-law, and he will smash your A*****. The little rope tree seemed to understand him, smiled and squeaked, probably translated as I would be obedient. Chiba is holding the small rope tree for self-entertainment. Chiba is like a neurotic talking to himself. When Mito arrived at the door, he thought Chiba was so cute. Finally put the little rope tree to sleep. Exiting the room, seeing Mito smiling kindly to him, thinking of the childish behavior just now, Chiba blushed for a while and did not go to see Mito. That little guy likes you quite a bit. Come and see him more when you have time. Good, Aunt Mito. After asking a few questions about the sealing technique, Chiba got the answer and was about to leave. He saw a female cat with a big belly in the corner. By all accounts, the female cat was almost 2 months pregnant and was about to give birth. It's strange why the cat didn't see it. This rogue cat is just so happy, and now his wife is about to give birth, and he is running around. It's really irresponsible. Chiba looked at the mother cat and stopped caring. Back at his home, Chiba began to practice ninjutsu and illusion. The ping-jin of the practice now is chakra. As long as chakra has the level of shinobi, his entity will at least rise a few levels, and it will not be easy to deal with Zongren. Chiba stopped until the evening of the practice. After cooking and eating, Chiba went to see Tsunade. The good guy was still asleep, and Chiba left speechlessly. I wanted to go home and play a few games, but suddenly I didn't feel interested, so I wandered around the village. I suddenly bumped into someone while shopping. I looked up and wanted to see which one did not have eyes, but when I saw it, I was shocked. It turned out to be Shinura Danzo. It turned out to be Master Danzo. I'm sorry I didn't see you. Please forgive me for offending you. Okay, Shinmura Danzo glanced at him and left. Chiba looked at his back and spit. The B asterisk 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 D obviously hit me and asked Xiao to apologize to you. When I have strength, I will ask you to apologize. Ever since seeing the strength of Sarutobi Risky, Chiba has felt a crisis, and even Naruto's strength can't keep up, so he can only be cannon fodder in the later stage. At this time, Chiba did not pay attention to 400 push UPS, but continued to squat 200. After doing these, I ran 20 laps around Konoha. Today, I did not finish the 20 laps and punished me to skip lunch. Matt Dai was a bit surprised. Did Chiba take the wrong medicine today? He practiced so desperately, but he himself was even more desperate than Chiba. Seeing that Chiba was so passionate in his heart, his youth was about to burn. 10 laps, 15 laps, 19 laps. When he reached the 19th lap, Chiba felt a little difficult to breathe. Seeing that he was finished with 200 meters, his legs were as heavy as lead, cold sweat broke out with every step. Chiba, is determined to become the strongest ninja in Naruto. If I can't do this with difficulty, then I'd better give up early, Chiba said to himself in his heart. Although his body was exhausted and seemed to reach the limit of his body, Matt Dai thought that he should be unable to get rid of his strength, but the strange thing was that he moved with difficulty by will. I can't give up. You need strength. Without strength, how can you protect the people around you? It seems that after hearing Chiba's call, Chiba's body unexpectedly surged out of strength, and Chiba broke through the shackles at the limit of his body. With this new strength, Chiba finally completed today's task. After running 20 laps, Chiba lay on the ground and couldn't stand for a long time. Matt Dai was also a little surprised by Chiba's will, but he himself was such a person, so Chiba was so desperate, he only felt that it should have been. Matt Dai carried Chiba back home. After Matt Dai left, Chiba rested for a long time before regaining some strength. He sat cross-legged to refine the chakra. After an hour, Chiba stopped. She smelled of sweat and felt very uncomfortable, so Chiba took a bath and changed into clean clothes. The amount of food at noon has obviously increased from yesterday. I usually eat up to 2 bowls, but today I ate 4 bowls before I was full. In the afternoon, Chiba continued to practice ninjutsu and illusion at home. Now Chiba not only has to successfully practice all the ninjutsu he knows, but the change of chakra's nature is always in the perception. The power of ninjutsu is not only related to the amount of chakra, but also the perception of the change of chakra's nature. The same sea-level wind escape ninjutsu, ordinary ninjutsu and danzo use different power. Since Chiba's ninjutsu and illusion talents are all enchanting levels, it only takes a few hours a day to spend a few hours on ninjutsu and illusion. Now Chiba has learned all the ninjutsus below the A level and can use them proficiently, and there are also a few ninjutsu above the A level. It's not that Chiba doesn't want to spend more time practicing ninjutsu and illusion. The main reason is that the amount of chakra in the body is too small to support the practice. At the end of the practice, I wanted to play a few games, but finally I felt boring and gave up. Walking on the streets of Konoha, Chiba saw that there were people selling meatballs on the side of the road. Chiba used to buy more than a dozen skewers, eating the meatballs while shopping. Mount. Isn't Uchiha Tomite in front? What is this kid looking at? Chiba walked curiously and took a look. It turned out that he was looking at other people's croquettes. The saliva was almost flowing out. Isn't the Uchiha family very rich? Why doesn't this kid like to eat? Chiba is unfamiliar with Uchiha Fudake. To be precise, Chiba knows him, but people don't know Chiba. If Chiba wants to know him, he doesn't care if people know him or not. I want to eat. Okay. Uchiha Tomite agreed subconsciously. Who are you? I'm your classmate. I saw you when the school signed up. That's it. Do you want to eat meatballs? Why not buy them? No money. No, how come you are the Uchiha clan without money? Did not bring. Well, the answer is straightforward. Do you want to eat meatballs? I have no money. I'm asking if you want to eat meatballs. I really have no money. After serving, how did I become the Uchiha patriarch in the future? I mean, I'll treat you to meatballs. Why, are we familiar? Is it necessary for his aunt to be so direct? Can't people be sincere? It's unfamiliar, but the so-called one is cooked twice. We will be familiar next time we meet. Oh, are Uchiha's geniuses all men with facial paralysis? Isn't it okay to give a smile? It's easy to have no friends so coldly. As long as you recognize me as the eldest brother, how about I'll treat you to meatballs today? Not so good. Chiba almost vomited blood. This person was too difficult to communicate. As long as you recognize me as the eldest brother, how about I treat you to meatballs for a week? This one. If you think about it, I was a little older than you. It's not too much to be your elder brother, and you can eat meatballs for free for a week. You don't lose money in this business. Okay then. Now Uchiha Tomite is only a child, and he has no future plans. How can he control this temptation? Then you first call out, brother, listen. Big brother. Thinking of the future patriarch Uchiha calling himself eldest brother, how did Chiba feel so cool? Today you will count as mine if you eat the meatballs for whatever you want. Chiba gave out 50,000 yuan to the croquettes and ordered him to eat only for him within a week, and the money for the food would be deducted from it. The boss naturally agreed. My name is Chiba. When there are no outsiders in the future, you will call eldest brother when you see me, you know. Got it. Then little brother, eat slowly, eldest brother will leave first. Brother walk slowly. Uchiha Tomitake had a bunch of balls in each hand, and he was eating one in his mouth. Chiba laughed when he heard his vague farewell. A few bunches of balls let Uchiha Tomitake be a kid. How about Hokage minis? This walked on and came to Senju residence. Really, why do you think your brother is so pure? This subconsciously is thinking about Sister Tsunade. A person like me should have lived a life alone. My mother, why did you even put the lyrics of Mao's Heart to Do into it? Every day I want to add a few words to it. No wonder some book friends say that, the sea is all water, so what is the next sentence with 2 legs? Seeing Chiba coming over, Tsunade smiled like he saw a lover, and almost said that I want to hug me and I want to hug me, Wangzhe milk. What kind of mess, this head just can't return to the Naruto world, it's not the whole lyrics, or it's advertising. Chiba, what do you want? Do you want to fly to the sky side by side with the sun? I'm grass, it's the lyrics again. Brother Smelly is so boring, there is no fun in training every day. Sister, what do you want to do? Why don't we go to the casino to play? Cannot be done. Why? Don't want your money this time, I will use my own money. I can't enter the casino, I will vomit when I see a bet. When did you add this problem? I don't know, I guess it started from getting to know you. What do you mean? It doesn't mean I just don't want to go. Chiba is determined to get rid of her gambling problem, so how can she take her there? Or I will take you shopping for clothes. No. Or I will treat you to something delicious. No. It's really hard to wait, don't do this or that. If it weren't for chasing people now, Chiba wouldn't bother to get used to her eldest lady's temper. Chiba thinks about the excitement and fun. There is it. How about we play the pen fairy? What is a pen fairy? It was the first time Tsunade heard of this term, and he felt very interested. The so-called pen fairy. Pen Sien is a game of recruiting spirits, through pen to communicate with a creature called Pen Sien. How to play the pen fairy game 1. The backs of the hands of 2 people are staggered, with a pen in between, and the pen should be perpendicular to the desktop. Point 2. There is also a game in which the same hands are used, for example, 2 left hands are interlaced, and there is also a game where one person has left and right hands interlaced. 3. Relax your hands, but gently hold the pen, call out gently or silently in your heart. The past life will follow the past life. I invite the past life to come and draw a circle. Or similar words, in short, just to ask the pen fairy to come out. 4. If you feel that the pen holder is moving slightly, or you are not sure whether the pen holder is moving, you can try to ask, are you a pen fairy? Tick or cross if the pen really moves at this time, you have already called the pen sense. The time required for this process varies from person to person. When we play, it usually comes out very quickly, but it is said that it may take more than 10 minutes. Pen Sien is a game of recruiting spirits, through which you can communicate with a creature called Pen Sien. According to legend, the pen fairy is called Pen Sien, but in reality it is a ghost. Please pen immortal, in the name of the soul calling, the soul calling person loses the yin virtue and suffers after death. Where can Chiba play Peng Xian? He just saw it in ghost movies in his previous life. At this time, he thought of a funny idea. Chiba's idea is to use Tsunade's fear or fear of ghosts to reduce her psychological defenses, so that she can unknowingly enter the illusion of her structure. Can Chiba really attract ghosts? I don't know this, it's my first time playing. The two came to Tsunade's room, first closed the curtains in the room to darken the whole room, and then Chiba took out the candle and lit it. With the light, Chiba took out a large piece of paper, drew a circle on the paper, and then divided the circle into 12 squares, and finally took out an ordinary pen and placed it in the middle of the circle. Tsunade was inexplicably nervous and a trace of fear in the center of this strange atmosphere. Sister, wait for you to sit opposite me, and then we hold the pen at the same time. I will recite a spell, no matter what you see afterwards, you can't call it out. Brother Smelly, is this really okay? Try it. The two of them held their hands on the pen at the same time, and Chiba began to install the magic stick at this time, and his mouth began to gurgle, not knowing what he was saying. Heaven is spiritual and earth is spiritual and spiritual. The old man of the supreme shows the gods, the 5-star chi, the 6 ji's essence, the 3 true Tiankang King Yun, always Ying Ying Huang, the father and the pure sun guarding the middle 5. The dead in longevity earth flies up to the jade Q ***** to guard the 6 soul boys. Anxious as a law. Chiba's reading speed was very fast, and Tsunade didn't understand a word, but felt very high and strange, unconsciously producing a bit of chill behind his back, and his heart became more and more nervous. In fact, when reading this mess of words, Chiba had already cast illusions on Tsunade through his movements and voices, but now Tsunade was dominated by fear without noticing it. At this moment, the pen in his hand moved on its own, and I didn't know what was written on the paper. Brother Smelly, don't move your hands. Sister, I didn't move. In fact, the pen will move because Chiba is using it manually. At this time, Chiba actor's acting is incisive and vivid. Tsunade became more and more frightened. No matter how sturdy she was a woman after all. Just as the pen had been scribbling on the paper and finally stopped, Tsunade looked at the paper, and a fate was crooked on the paper. Life? What does this word mean? How do you explain the word stinky brother? I guess Pengxian probably wants to say that I will pay my life. What? Tsunade screamed, and at this moment the candle on the table suddenly went out and the whole room fell into darkness. Cracking. A strange sound rang out in the room, and Tsunade was so scared that his palms were sweating. At this moment, something crawled out from under the table. This thing had shaved heads. Her body was like a mollusk, and her hands were broken. As she came out from the bottom of the table, her mouth creaked. Tsunade saw this. This terrifying picture screamed again and again. The thing slowly crawled towards Tsunade, and when she raised her head, she revealed a strange and terrifying face with a slanted mouth and protruding eyes with blood and tears hanging on her face pale. In this scene, Chiba completely copied the image of Sadako in The Grudge. At the time, watching this film, Chiba was so scared that he did not dare to go to the bathroom. Don't come over. Tsunade was so scared that he screamed again and again. Fortunately, this room has good sound insulation, otherwise he would call other people over. Just when the grimace was about to stick to Tsunade's face, Tsunade couldn't stretch anymore, and ran to Chiba in fright, his body hanging on Chiba like an octopus. Don't be afraid of me, brother, protect you. Chiba, I'm so scared. Chiba was funny. Tsunade looked like a woman at this time. Chiba patted Tsunade on the back, like coaxing a child. Is that stinky brother still there? It's gone. Tsunade slowly opened his eyes and the ghost was really gone. Suddenly found that his current posture was very ambiguous, and his face suddenly became very red. Don't tell anyone what happened today. Don't worry, I have a tight mouth. Brother Smelly, this game is too dangerous, so don't play it anymore. Tsunade was scared to death just now. Chiba didn't expect that the illusion of reincarnation was so powerful. Tsunade hadn't noticed it, and if Tsunade was more than 10 years later, she might have noticed it a bit. Now she hasn't found that Chiba used illusion at all. After spending a while with Tsunade, Chiba left. I heard that Tsunade dared not sleep alone that night, so he ran to sleep with Mito. Chiba didn't dare to tell Tsunade the truth. If she let her know, she would be dead. When I saw Tsunade the next day, Tsunade was a little embarrassed to see Chiba. Yesterday I was too timid. At any rate, I was a ninja, the granddaughter of the god of ninja, and was scared like that by a ghost. It was too embarrassing to say it. Brother Smelly, you can't tell others about that. What happened? I don't remember. Brother Smelly, how do I feel that you are quite capable of pretending? Why did I just see you wanting to laugh? Yes, it must be your hallucination. Chiba and Tsunade were shopping while frolicking, and they looked like couples in love. In the morning, Chiba squeezed his physical strength again, and the whole body was relieved and Ade carried him back. Now Ade gave him the title Desperate Momotaro. Thank you, Ade, for bothering you to carry me home again. What are you, polite? We are best friends, Ade said with a smile, showing white teeth. Now that she can't do much without her whole body, Chiba still sits on the bed obediently to refine the chakra. Ade is very strange these days. Why Kinyi has changed so much. He used to practice hard, but he wouldn't work as hard as he is now. Fortunately, Ade is not a person who likes to ask questions. An hour later, Chiba stopped refining chakras. After finally regaining some strength, Chiba got out of bed and took a shower. After washing, she changed into clean clothes. Chiba drank a glass of water before entering the game. These days, Chiba doesn't seem to be very concerned about games, and the frequency of playing games is also much lower. The main reason is that playing too many games is boring. This one chose the ruins on the top of the mountain. Sometimes the materials in the ruins are few, sometimes there are a lot of materials. This is hard to say, but there are relatively few people who choose to land here. This dog, Japanese, even this kind of place has people coming down, and at once there are two full formations. Chiba immediately turned the parachute direction. After landing, a few teammates began to scatter to find supplies. Chiba finally found a spray, and the fight was already happening nearby, and the fight became more intense. Chiba's idea was that the snipe and the clam would compete, and the fisherman would benefit, but his team didn't think so. Don't go on together. Last fart, in this case, the weapon is not good and it is a disadvantage. Go together and I will protect you. Protect me? How to protect me when it comes to fill me up? Is it to protect my box from being licked? He was still hesitating to make it up. One of his teammates sent a message, help me. Look, if you don't listen to the protagonist, you will suffer. If you can't go together, you still have to save people, but you can't get rid of the notoriety of failing to save you. Chiba reluctantly ran up to rescue the teammate, but unfortunately the other two teammates had become boxes and took the next flight. Thank you, brother. The first two pairs are almost played, and Chiba feels that he still can't play hard at this time. The main reason is that the weapons are not strong. The remaining teammate finished the blood and picked up his bison with few bullets and shouted, "Brothers, go together." Chiba hurriedly typed over to make him less angry and let them go first. As a result, people didn't appreciate it, and they scolded himself as a scorn. "Let me go, you'd better not be overthrown, and see if I can save you." As soon as this was finished, the teammate was knocked down again. "Help me." With such teammates, it's hard not to die quickly. "Save it, it's not my character to die." After setting off a smoke bomb, Chiba rushed to rescue him. "Thank you, brother." Chiba hurriedly typed, "Brother, you don't have a girlfriend. How did you know?" "It's too angry. I know that there are all kinds of beautiful pheasants in an alley. The price is not expensive as long as 100 yuan, and you can get a 20% discount when you group. Brother, add a VX to the next game, and we will go to happy in a group." "Brother, where are you from?" "I'm from Guangxi, and you?" "I'm from Fujian. I drove a motorcycle to find you at night." A group of crows flew over Chiba's head. "Big brother, forget it. Recently, my girlfriend is too tight to go out. Really envy you." "Brother, don't be envious, I will introduce Murina to you another day." "Really, brother, now add a VX, I will buy a ticket to find you immediately." "Don't be brother, let me first ask what Nurawa means." The girl was single for 60 years. She suddenly introduced her boyfriend, fearing that she would not be able to accept it. "Single for 60 years, forgot to tell you. He used to be a village flower. Now that he is old, we all call him Tofu Flower." "What?" The brother let out a horrible cry. "Brother, are you okay? I'm going to kill you. You actually introduced me to grandma." "Don't, brother, I meant to introduce the granddaughter of the old woman to you." Is her granddaughter beautiful?" "But she's pretty, we saw her legs become weak." The brother opposite was thinking that it must be beautiful to make a man's legs soft. "Hurry up and add a VX, I will buy a ticket now." "Just forget it." "Why?" "The woman once went out in dark and scared an old man in the village to death. Now the woman has been sent to the zoo." "What?" The brother wailed again in a tragic voice. "Big brother can still be friends. I'm sorry to tease you, but I really want to introduce you to someone who meets it." "Are you sure it's not grandma?" "No." "Are you sure it's not like a flower?" "Absolutely not." The two of them ran to the signal circle while chatting, and they couldn't see a car even after running for so long. Running down the road, there was still a spray in his hand. The two finally ran to an area of the house. Chiba quickly found some supplies, and was about to make a circle again. Finally, a quick search found a Uzi and an AK-47. Although there are not many bullets, they are enough. "Brother, I found a motorcycle. Let's run poison in the car." "Okay." As a result, the two ran to the motorcycle and just got on it, but the motorcycle ran out of gas. "Brother, don't be afraid, I will pick up a barrel of oil, and you will wait for me to come back." Chiba was speechless. There were still a few seconds left to circulate, and they would never get out if they didn't have much medicine. There was still time to find oil at this time, and it was too late to run. Chiba feels very unlucky how to start the game today and meet such a wonderful teammate. Chiba couldn't wait to die, so he had to run away first. After running for a while, the brother drove up on his motorcycle. "Brother, get in the car." Chiba felt that he was saved, and both of them were in the poison ring now, and they should be able to get out of the poison ring if they drive faster. But after getting in the car, Chiba felt wrong and shouldn't put hope on him. What kind of driving skills this guy? He hits rocks or trees all the way. He lost blood originally, but now he has fallen even worse. It was another rollover. The brother fell directly, and Chiba almost fell. As soon as Chiba was about to pick him up, the brother became a box. "Brother, I'm leaving. If you miss me, remember to add VX. Brother, I can't forget you." "Too many disgusting, go to reincarnation." "Staying is also disgusting. Anyway, I can't get out of the circle." Chiba wanted to see if this brother still had medicine, and when I saw this brother's box, Chiba was happy. It turned out to be fragments. "Brother, I misunderstood you, it turns out we are true love." Pick up, sword talent, *1:14. The fragments are dissatisfied and cannot be used directly. "Let me go," and finally found such a powerful piece of debris, and actually had to collect 4. Now Chiba has figured it out. The higher the level of debris, the greater the number of pieces. It is so difficult to find one fragment. Can these 4 fragments really be collected? Chiba expressed no confidence. After playing a few more rounds without seeing any fragments, Chiba quit the game. After dinner, Chiba sneaked out for a walk, mainly to see what Tsunade was doing. Many Naruto fans say that Chiba likes Tsunade very much, but if you don't like Tsunade, why does Tsunade have feelings for him? Don't say the protagonist is handsome, women will be attracted to him by nature. So young, what can I do without licking? Some people say that the protagonist will not be investigated if he is close to the Thousand Hands clan. The answer is yes, but his background is too innocent and young. What can the investigation find out? Chiba really likes Tsunade. Doing something for her is not called licking the dog, which is called shiu in a dying fast. At this time, when they came to Qianshao residence, the people here were very familiar with Chiba, so they didn't care about letting him in when they saw him. When I arrived at Tsunade's boudoir, the door seemed to be open, and Chiba opened the door to enter. Chiba was in a daze. At this time, with a snow-white back facing him, it turned out that Tsunade was changing clothes. Tsunade heard the movement and turned to see Chiba. The loud voice almost lifted the roof. She put her arms around her chest to protect herself. Her expression changed from fright to anger instantly. Look at the smelly rascal, get out quickly. At this time, Chiba was still immersed in the beautiful scene, and ran out of the door quickly when he yelled at it. I'm sorry, you continue. Chiba was standing outside the door, feeling a little uneasy, waiting for Tsunade to commit violence to him, or if he would slip away now, think about it or run quickly, otherwise it will be bad later. Just when Chiba was about to escape, Tsunade suddenly came to him and blocked his way. Sister, I was a little anxious and left beforehand. Don't worry, follow me in first. No need. I really didn't see anything. Your eyes don't seem to be blind, so why are you open your eyes and talk nonsense? Can you get in at all? Tsunade's fist squeezed and crackled, and his face was like an upcoming storm. There was really indescribable horror. I enter. When Chiba entered, Tsunade closed the door and looked at Tsunade's completely angry face. Sister, don't want it. Next. A minute later, Chiba's clothes were messy, his hair was messed up, and the corners of his mouth were bleeding. She was still a little bit painful after being beaten by this girl. Knock on the door before you come in next time, got it. Chiba is downcast, and being so bullied by women as a man, Chiba is not worthy of being a man. Smelly Tsunade, wait for me. When I marry you, I want you to kneel durian every day. When Tsunade saw Chiba's face frustrated, he also felt that he had done too much. He didn't mean to do it. It would be too cruel to start by himself. Does it still hurt? My heart hurts more than my body. You hurt me mercilessly, and you trample on my dignity. Chiba forced a few tears as he spoke. If this acting was seen by the little fresh meat on the earth, he would be ashamed to die. Tsunade also felt a little guilty. Brother Smelly, I'll do it lightly in the future. No, you have to soothe my broken heart. How to soothe it? You knelt down and admitted that you were wrong. Absolutely impossible. Tsunade said angrily. You don't need to kneel down, just give me a kiss. Why don't you even agree to such a small request? Well, we will break from now on, and I will no longer have anything to do with you. Can't I kiss you? Just give it a kiss. Hurry up and don't grind. Boom, Tsunade kissed Chiba's face, and Chiba closed his eyes and felt it. It doesn't seem to feel anything, just like AB***ch licked her face. Smelly Chiba, you dare to say that I am AB***ch? Sister looked behind. What? Chiba took advantage of Tsunade's carelessness and ran away. Brother Smelly, next time I will beat you into a dog. Chiba was very depressed on the way home. It was shameful to be a licking dog, and being so tortured by this woman was not the protagonist's treatment. Passing by the men's and women's baths, Chiba saw a person lying on the wall, and when she saw Chiba dressed up, she recognized Jiraiya. Today, there was nowhere to be angry, so I think you are unlucky. Face the gust of wind. Chiba walked quietly, and when she stood behind Jiraiya, she saw Jiraiya's wretched expression and disgusting drooling at the corner of his mouth. Chiba walked towards his A***. What? Jilai also lay on the wall, was kicked by Chiba volley, and flew towards the bath, and finally fell into the women's bath with a plop. There were many women's frights in the bath, and Chiba stood outside and hid his mouth and laughed. Kill this pervert, so bad at such a young age, kill him. Kirin's Jilai was also surrounded by a group of Obazan. 2 minutes passed. Jilai finally escaped. Which B****************** D kicked my A*******. If I catch him, I will kill him. Chiba pretended to meet Jiraiya by chance. What's wrong with you? Why are you so embarrassed? That one. No, this is a women's bath, you won't be peeping here, your injury won't be. Jiraiya quickly covered Chiba's mouth. You have to keep this matter secret for me, Chiba. Why keep it secret for you? I still have to tell Sister Tsunade about this matter. Hearing Tsunade, Jiraiya also became very anxious. Chiba, please don't tell Tsunade, you can let me do anything. You can do anything. Yes. Let me think about it. I haven't thought of it yet. Anyway, I owe you first and remember to pay me back. Got it. Seeing that Chiba agreed, Jilai was also relieved. Chiba was in a much better mood. You can't just be unlucky. It's better to see someone unlucky than yourself. Chiba didn't want to play jokes all the time, he also wanted to play Dashuan, but Dashuan was thoughtful and smart, and the key was better than being able to fight. He would only play him unless he was stupid. When he got home, Chiba lay on and touched his mouth with his hand. It was still a little painful. This stinky lady didn't act lightly or seriously, dominatrix. Could Tsunade be Kev's life, otherwise Kato-tan would not die tragically in the later stage. Click directly to enter the game. After entering the game, one person invites himself to the game. When I look at the name, Chiba is happy. Isn't this a funny guy in the morning? I licked his box in the morning and picked up the debris. Maybe he is his own Fuwa. Chiba clicked to agree to the invitation. After entering the game, Big Brother still remember me. Remember? Why don't you remember? You are my Fuwa. What Fuwa? No, I mean that handsome guy in the morning. Brother, you can feel that I'm handsome across the screen. Let me just say, someone will find my strengths. Are you so narcissistic? Chiba almost spit it out. It really was a young man of spirits. This is really not a good one. The two parachuted to places where there were few people, and they went wild today. Brother, last time you said that you took me to that alley to find pheasants, and the group gave a 20% discount. Does that count? Of course, as long as you come to Defujian, I will immediately lead you to pretend to lead you to fly. Don't say anything, you will be my eldest brother from now on. Kinyi couldn't smile. This guy who native learned northeastern dialect, and his accent was too funny. Since you recognize me as your eldest brother, elder brother has to say a few words to you. Big brother, please tell me, younger brother, please listen. That is to listen to your ears, don't insult Chinese culture. Excuse me, I have been studying a little, and I went out to study beauty salon before graduating from elementary school. Don't feel inferior, my culture is not high. Tsinghua University went in after 500 points. Big brother tells the truth, I have something to say, so I want to go but dare not go to the place you said. What's wrong? Your eldest uncle is here, he is still a third-degree son, and the palace is rotten. Big brother, you sing duo, you are full of humorous bacteria. That's called a humorous cell, it's terrible to have no culture. Brother Bison submachine gun or not? Mark a point and I'll pick it up. Chiba picked up the Bison submachine gun toward the punctuation. To be honest, although the gun was almost as powerful, it had a large ammunition capacity and a stable shooting. Big brother, stop joking, I'm serious. Okay. My ding-ding is only 5 centimeters. 5 centimeters? Is this length in a normal state or in a stimulating state? It's no small, Huaxia people are just like that under normal circumstances. Big brother, I'm talking about 5 centimeters under stimulation. Big brother can only say that brother, don't be discouraged, you don't have enough hands to make up. Big brother, I'm inferior, I can't, I'm not a man. Fart, a man can't say that he can't do it. A man's ability is not measured by length, but by your comprehensive ability. I'm afraid of being laughed at by pheasants. Brothers are so advanced in medicine now, what kind of extended surgery, or the splicing of the cartilage, don't give up the treatment. Big brother, how long are you? It's longer than you anyway. Is it so long or so long? Chiba's head thinks of a wretched man using 2 fingers to sign the length, and Chiba doesn't know how long he is this long. Don't guess, it is 6 centimeters under normal conditions and 20 centimeters under abnormal conditions. Big brother, you are so embarrassed, a woman must be very happy to follow you. Well, let's not talk about this topic, I'm delicious chicken. Okay. This mental boy is full of wretched thoughts. Isn't it okay to have a good relationship? You have to look for chickens, and you have to look for chickens all over the world. This guy is really jelly. The two of them ran the circle while searching for supplies, and the supplies on the lore circle were already very good. Brother, Maserati is here, I'm fighting with them. Brother, don't worry. Let's find a place to lie on the stomach and let them fight first. There are still more than 20 people. It's not suitable for hard fight. Big brother is afraid of a hammer, the big deal is to restart the game. Chiba still wanted to persuade, but the brother was abrupt at Maserati, and Chiba had no choice but to follow suit. Not afraid of opponents like gods, but teammates like pigs. No one could react to this, the firepower of the 4 guns instantly suppressed them, and the 2 of them immediately lost blood. Big brother, I will die with them. Just when Chiba wondered how he would die together, this guy actually pulled the grenade, and then ran towards the other person. Bump! The picture is really beautiful. The 4 boxes turned into cigarettes, and the brother was not dead, but was struck by a grenade. Brother, I have to admire your quick wit and good work. Chiba didn't care about licking the box first, and saved the silly brother before licking the box. When he licked one of the boxes, Chiba found 2 luminous fragments. My mother-in-law unexpectedly picked up 2 pieces at the same time. My silly brother, your name is Fuwa. Pick up, sword talent, *2, 34, you cannot use it directly if you are dissatisfied with the fragments. It's still 1 piece short, my Fuwa, my big brother, I'm relying on you next. After the brother was full of blood, he ran over and started licking the bag. Brother don't you want it? You traded it with your life, so how can you take it with embarrassment? Big brother is fine, whoever is with us, yours is mine, and mine is yours. Brother, this is wrong. Mine is mine and yours is yours. Whatever mine is yours, when the time comes, Tsunade, my wife, I will lend you to sleep at night, so I want to be beautiful. Big brother just sees outside. You are so missing. After the two licked them, they drove their Maserati into the circle. The Maserati sounded so handsome when it drove. No wonder so many people like Krypton Gold. Big brother is not good, there are cars chasing us behind, and the formation is full. Brother, calm down, there is a house in front, let's go to the house and meet them. Zhou Xian. Okay, this is a fake garage. Chiba blocked the car on the stairs and then blasted the car with a gun so that they could not attack the building. Big brother, you really have a way. Small, I can think of it if my head is normal. Big brother, you mean my head is abnormal? Brother, don't think too much. You are smarter. You don't bother to think about this simple method. You make sense. It's so much more fun than a teenager. The full formation came up, but they couldn't come up. The result was that the grenade was thrown into the house without money, and it exploded so frighteningly. Big brother, why do they have so many grenades? I don't know, I guess they want to eat chicken by grenade. After exploding for a while, it finally calmed down. Big brother, and they seem to be leaving, I just threw a grenade to scare them. Brother, don't waste grenades, stay in the finals. But my brother didn't listen to me. There was a crisp sound and a grenade was thrown out of the window. This is too random. You don't even know where the enemy is. Just throw it away. Anyway, the game is fun. With a blast, the screen mentioned killing 4 people. Shiba was stunned. I'm going to go. That's okay. Is this stupid blessing for stupid people? Brother, how did you do it? I think I have 5 grenade anyway, and it doesn't matter if one is wasted. Needless to say, you are the mascot and you are Fuwa. It is a pity not to buy lottery tickets if you are lucky. The two jumped out of the house to lick their bags. As soon as he licked the first bag, Shiba was stunned. That's right, is it so lucky? But after picking up the pieces again, Shiba couldn't express joy in his heart. Pick up, sword talent, *144, the fragments are full and can be used directly. We people, I am so happy today. Brothers, I love you, oh my Buddhism bless you. Big brother, are you going crazy? Do you want to take some medicine? It's okay, brother is happy. This guy said that he didn't feel unhappy in his heart. Now it depends on how he looks so pleasing to his eyes. The brother watched Shiba standing still and said, Big brother is going to shrink his poison soon, please lick the bag. Stop licking, the ammunition is sufficient, no need to pick it up. Next, Shiba played the game absent-mindedly in order to use the fragments quickly. If it weren't for the reminder of his brother, Shiba was probably beaten to death several times. There are still 4 people in the finals. Shiba forced to forget about the fragments and began to concentrate on the game. Brother, I still have 4 grenade, I threw 2 in each of the southeast directions, please pay attention to see if there is anyone. Okay. Bang bang bang. With 4 buzzing sounds, the screen unexpectedly showed that it was eating chicken. What luck can Shiba say, fools are fools. After the game, Shiba immediately used the fragments. An unspeakable sensation flows through the body, like an epiphany, as if there is nothing, the brain is empty, and the surroundings seem to be much quieter. In this state, all those who practiced the sword before did not understand, now they all want to understand it. When Shiba was still immersed in this wonderful feeling, and wanted to use this kind of insight to take the sword further, this feeling, what a pity that it disappeared. Shiba took the tyrant knife from the wall on the bed. When there was a knife in his hand, holding the knife at this time felt completely different from before, as if the knife were his own hands and moved freely. With this feeling, Shiba began to practice the sword technique and practiced until he went to bed, before Shiba put down the knife and went to bed. In the next few days, except for the morning physical training, Shiba spent all of his time practicing the sword technique. This evening, when Shiba was repeatedly swinging the knife, a kind of blessing was felt. The knife in his hand seemed to have something to break through. Shiba closed his eyes and felt it carefully. It's now. Shiba suddenly opened his eyes, and the knife in his hand swung out in a mysterious trajectory. Along with this path was a bright white blade. Knife marks a few centimeters deep appeared prominently on the ground. Shiba even realized the sword spirit. In the 4 realms of sword momentum, sword energy, sword intent, and sword light, Kinyi jumped directly into the sword energy. The so-called knife is the technique of the knife. Knife air is the air flow driven by the rapid swing. Momentum is momentum, such as erratic, lightweight lifting, and a move with a knife in the wrong direction is a kind of momentum. Sakumo Heiji's current realm is the sword intent, and maybe he will be able to enter the sword in the near future. The fragments of the swordsmanship talent are really awesome, and now Chiba's swordsmanship talent is even stronger than Hagishu Shimao. Chiba was very satisfied with the practice of sword energy in a short time. If Sakumo Hagiki knew that Chiba had practiced sword energy in a short time, he would surely fall his eyes on the ground in surprise. I definitely wondered if my eyes were blind, and he actually saw the talent of the peerless swordsman genius as dull. Since the talent of the sword technique is so strong, the next time I will focus on practicing the sword technique. Suddenly it occurred to me that I hadn't been to see Sakumo Heiji for a long time, and the cheap master seemed to recognize it only for purpose. Let's take a look, but I don't know if he has done any tasks. As one of Kanaha's strengths, doing tasks is a common thing. When he arrived at Kima-clan, Shiba still rudely opened the door and went in. After entering, Shiba saw a tall figure practicing the sword. This person was Shumo Hagaki that Shiba was looking for. Shiba didn't bother Heiki Shimao's cultivation, so he squatted and watched quietly. Some of the sword skills were there, and the more Shiba looked at it, the more he felt. Until Sakumo Heiji finished his last knife, Shiba's sword technique unexpectedly improved a little. This talent is really terrifying. Sakumo Heiji has long discovered that Shiba is here, but he doesn't like to give up halfway through cultivation. The master's knife skills are getting sharper and sharper. Why are you here? Why you are my master? Shouldn't the disciple come to see the master? Sakumo Hagaki didn't have Shiba's sophistry, so he could only let him go. Master, I would like to ask you some questions about knife skills. You haven't given up yet? Didn't you say that your talent is not good, and no matter how you practice, it is futile? This talent can be made up for by a little bit of hard work. Well, you said where did you encounter the problem? In the next half an hour, Shiba talked about all the problems encountered during this period. After Haggai Sakumo's explanation, Shiba suddenly realized that he unknowingly condensed a little sword intent in the center. Sakumo Heiji became more and more surprised. When he felt the sword in Kanba's body, he was so surprised that he could not speak for a long time. Could it be that you read it wrong? I actually saw the sword intent on him. Can it be that he is a genius? Shiba, let me take a look at you. Shiba took the white teeth in his hand and began to play, but as time passed, Sakumo Hagaki's brows tightened, and Shiba's practice of swordsmanship was nothing different from a beginner. This is what you call diligence. Sakumo Heiji was surprised that the questions that Shiba asked just now were very impressive, but why the actual practice is not good. Sorry master, I have worked hard recently, but the theory is okay, but the actual operation is not good. Ugh, everything can't be forced. In fact, Shiba did this deliberately. The current Sakumo Hagaki is not the white teeth of Kanaha during World War II, and his eyes are not poisoned enough to tell that Shiba is cheating. Master, you haven't eaten yet, I'll give you a go. Sakumo Heiji wanted to say no, but thought that Shiba's cooking is so delicious, so he gave up persuading him. The kitchen dishes at the Flagwood house are still very rich. Shiba made a table full of dishes. Although the two men sat together without drinking, they ate very happily. Shiba, I think you are more promising as a chef. I still want to work hard. If it doesn't work, I will do what the master said. After eating, Shiba cleaned up the table and made a pot of tea for the master. Seeing here, there is another Hokage fan saying that the protagonist licks a dog. This is really not a dog lick, but a general respect for the teacher. The two of them drank tea and looked at the afterglow of the setting sun. How this kind of scene will be missed by Shiba in retrospect. Back home, Shiba lay in bed to refine chakras for an hour. Most of the time today is spent practicing sword art, and chakra practice is temporarily set aside. An hour later, Shiba got off the bed and began to practice ninjutsu and illusion. Now ninjutsu has fusion, spiral shuriken, and illusion has reincarnation. It can be said that high-end ninjutsu Shiba already has it. As long as chakra comes up, Shiba's strength will rise to the level of forbearance. I have talked about the illusion of reincarnation before, but the explanation is not detailed enough. Reincarnation uses the scene in front as the second illusion of illusion. When the enemy unlocks the first illusion, he will mistakenly think that he has solved the illusion when he sees the real scene. The real scene he saw was a slightly modified real illusion from Shiba. If the enemy also sees through the second illusion, there is also a third illusion. The third illusion is really the second illusion, so that the enemy thinks this is the real illusion. Really, the triple illusion superposition is hard to defend. This is where the name of the illusion of reincarnation comes from. Time always goes by unconsciously, and a month has passed like this. This month, Shiba's overall strength has risen significantly. Ninjutsu and illusion are not mentioned. Now Shiba has begun to understand the sword intent, but the sword intent in his heart is not too strong, so he can't use the sword intent as he wants. Use the sword technique. Wrong done. Spiral Shuriken is a Super S-level ninjutsu, although it is powerful, but while hurting others, it also hurts itself, unless the body is strong enough to use it. At the time of the Chiba experiment, the output of chakra was controlled very little, and the damage of the Spiral Shuriken was always controlled within an acceptable range. And if it is used against the enemy, the strength of the ordinary ninja is okay, and the upper ninja is not enough. Illusion skills should be enough now. Because of the illusion talent fragments in Chiba's passing through, the souls of the two people are superimposed, so his mental power is much stronger than ordinary people, so there is no obstacle to illusion practice for the time being. The body's cultivation speed is the slowest. After 1 month of devil training, his physique is still worse than that of the next. In summary, Chiba's current strength can easily deal with Zhong Ren, and Shang Ren can barely deal with it. At the end of the morning practice, Chiba was planning to refine chakras at home when Hayagami Izzy, who hadn't appeared for a long time, suddenly rushed in. Chiba, I came to see you, I'm not surprised. Hi, there are shocks. The people in Chiba have been doing tasks for so long, can't you say something nice when you see them? Well, Miss Miyaizi has worked hard. It's so reluctant, there is no sincerity. You girls are really hard to serve. Hee, Chiba hasn't seen me for so long, hasn't he missed me? No. Chiba answered very simply, and Hayagameko heard 10,000 points in an instant. Smelly Chiba shouldn't be so honest and coax me to death by telling a lie. Will not. Kinyi, I caught you to death, I was mad at me. Looking at her long nails, Chiba was so scared that he played with her in the house with an eagle and a chicken. Suddenly Miyaiza seemed to trip over something, and with a scream, Chiba quickly went up to support her. Be fooled, be caught by me, let's see how you run. Kinyi was hugged by her. Zhang Wuji's mom was right. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. Let go of my Miss Miyaizi, please pay attention to the image. I don't want images. Lady, please. I am not a lady in the first place. Please show your face. I was shameless. Okay, Chiba, you did your tricks on me. Miyaiza didn't think about following Chiba's words and said, but she used her own routine. I killed you. I thought this stupid woman would bite other places, but she actually bit her lip. It hurts. Chiba shook her away, touched her mouth with her hand, bleeding. You are crazy. Who told you to scold me? Miyaiza smiled and licked her lips with her sexy tongue. There was still Chiba's blood stains, which was indescribable. Chiba was really afraid of her. He hadn't thought of being an innocent little turkey, but Chiba was not what Chiba wanted to do. He was most afraid of offending other women. Don't be angry, I apologize to you. No need, I buy sugar for you. I'm not a few years old. After Chiba finished speaking, he was stunned. Isn't he just a few years old? Chiba, you are so cute when you are angry. God, what did I do? Why do I arrange this woman to let me know? I just want to love someone, and I don't want to open a harem. Even if I want to, Naruto fans will not agree. They will be in the author's book review. Write the word scum on it. It was hard to coax this little witch away. Chiba is really tired. Women are a troublesome animal. They are often neurotic. It's hard for a man to accompany a woman for a lifetime. To ask for another woman would be like the old star's poison in fate. Long. Without thinking about the mess, Chiba settled down to refine chakra. An hour later, Chiba opened his eyes and got out of bed. After refining chakras before, there was still time to practice other things. After a mess of plums, now it's lunchtime. Just after eating, I was thinking about taking a break and then practicing. I didn't expect a ninja to come over and inform that Naruto was going to summon him. Really weird? How could Lord Naruto summon him? Recently, he has been very low-key, and he shouldn't show his hairy feet. I don't understand and I don't even bother to think about it. When he came to Hokage's office, Master Hokage was smoking his pipe in his mouth. Hokage-sama, you are looking for me. Well, recently, the mission from Union Village will come to Konoha to discuss some things. Your cooking skills are very good, so this time you will be responsible for serving the mission's food. Okay, Lord Naruto. Chiba left Hokage's office and took a look at Hokage's office. It turned out that I was asked to be a temporary cook. Aside from this drudgery, Hokage didn't even talk about remuneration. He really didn't consider himself an outsider. When he got home, Chiba left the matter behind, picked up the tyrant sword and began to practice sword art. If you want to survive in this troubled world, you can't have the strength. What is the meaning of the sword? The meaning of the sword is the will, and determination. Everyone's sword intent is different, and Chiba's sword intent is to guard and be unyielding. Guarding the important people around him and not succumbing to fate is Chiba's sword intent. At this stage of knife training, more is not practice, but sentiment. Chiba held the handle of the knife in both hands, closed his eyes, and communicated with the knife with heart, like a statue standing still. This station is a long time. The sun slowly sets, and the night slowly ends. Chiba was sober from his feelings, opened his eyes and looked outside. It was already dark. Really cultivate without years. After dinner, Chiba wanted to play a few games, but after thinking about it, there are elastic and tight in cultivation, just like a rubber band. It is too big and easy to collapse, and it is just right if it is not loose or not tight. Tsunade went out of the village to do a mission again. That's how the ninja was. He always wandered between training and doing missions. Sometimes the ninja was lonely, so Naruto had so many fetters. Chiba's heart is lonely. No one can understand this loneliness here, anyone including Tsunade. Walking in the streets of Konoha, Shiba suddenly wanted to be quiet. Don't ask who is Jing Jing. Shiba, you are here. Oh, bro Kato, it's a rare encounter on the street. I invite you to eat out for a drink. No, I just had a full meal. It's okay, let's sit in there, just as you pay me. Okay. When the two came to the restaurant, Shiba ordered a few side dishes and 2 bottles of sake. The degree of this sake was far worse than that of Urkiwatu, and Shiba still liked the white wine from the previous life. Shiba, you seem unhappy. No, I just wanted to talk to someone suddenly. That's it. Kato-dan can understand this mood, and sometimes he suddenly wants to talk to someone. The two sat in the tavern for an hour. Shiba drank 2 bottles of sake before they separated. I heard that the delegation from Laiyan village was coming. The men, women and children in the village were all standing on the street looking forward to seeing the novelty. Shiba didn't take this matter to heart. After training with Ade in the morning and refining the chakra, he finally practiced the sword technique for a while, and the talents on Hokage informed him of the past. When Shiba came to the street, he saw the mission of Laiyan village parading the street. There was a carriage in front of it, probably carrying important people, followed by dozens of ninjas, each with their noses upright and arrogant. They think they are handsome, but they don't know that the girl underneath looks disappointed. The ninjas in Laiyan village are all 5 big and 3 rough, and there is no handsome guy. Yes, there are still more handsome Konoha guys. Don't watch Go Home to Work. I didn't watch it either. After a while, except for a group of children playing with the team, the streets dispersed. The ninja in Laiyan village looked embarrassed. Because Laiyan village focuses on the training of swordsmanship and ninjutsu, they are relatively large and have exaggerated muscles. It was the first time that Shiba saw Laiyan village in reality. Shiba wanted to see if it was the same as in the anime. When Shiba was fascinated by it, a ninja from Laiyan village pushed him away. Because he blocked the way, Kinyi's small body was pushed to the ground without precaution. The ninja who overthrew Shiba didn't even apologize after overthrowing him. Other ninjas also looked at him and laughed. Shiba watched them spit out at them. Battle, wait and see. Shiba came to the restaurant that received foreign guests, and someone took him to the back kitchen. After those introductions, the chef here didn't make things difficult for him. Shiba writes down the dishes he wants at noon, and passes the recipes to the chefs inside, and asks them to prepare the ingredients. Shiba is only responsible for doing it, and he does not need to wash the vegetables or other tasks. After the chefs had prepared the ingredients, Shiba asked if they could start cooking. After getting permission, Shiba started cooking. There are a total of 108 dishes. From the fact that so many dishes have to be prepared in an hour, and with such a large amount of work, the chefs here feel that it is impossible for him to complete. They wanted to help, but the adults ordered Shiba to cook all the dishes, and they were only in charge of doing it. Your grandma's bear can't get any benefits, and I still have to be exhausted. If it weren't for living in this village, Shiba really wants to slap his *** and leave. You all go out here and leave it to me. Others are not surprised. Many chefs are afraid that others will secretly learn to cook and don't like others watching them. After everyone had retreated, Shiba gave a sinister smile. Shiba opened 6 pots and stoves at the same time, that is to say, cooked 6 dishes at the same time. This is very difficult. If you don't control it well, the taste will be very different. Shiba's culinary skills are not superb, but they can't be more than a 5-star chef. At the same time, Shiba has mastered the rhythm of cooking. There are a lot of cool actions, such as panning and stir-frying, which is dazzling and breathtaking. It takes an average of 10 minutes to cook 15 dishes, and 108 dishes are finished in an hour. When those chefs came in and saw exquisite dishes, they shouted magically. This 108 dishes Chiba is named Liangshan Hero, a gathering of heroes. The dishes are brought out by people. At this time in the banquet room, the representatives of the two parties had a very harmonious talk, but when you look closely, you can see that the representatives of Laiyan village are approaching step by step. In order to promote cooperation, Konoha retreats step by step. Finally, Laiyan village meets the psychological expectations. Reached preliminary cooperation. When people brought up all the dishes made by Chiba, everyone looked surprised. Is this a dish? It is simply a piece of exquisite works of art. 108 recipes filled the long table. Everyone saw their appetite greatly increased, and many ninjas couldn't help but shed water. Hokage and other Konoha executives felt that they were more competent, and Hokage decided to wait for the end of this meeting to reward Chiba. After Hokage said please do whatever you like, the people in Laiyan village could not wait long ago, and quickly put down their chopsticks one by one, and the food was like being hungry 3 days. Not bad and delicious. It's so delicious, it's the first time I have eaten such a delicious dish. I feel that the things in our Laiyan village are simply too unpalatable compared to Konoha. The people in Konoha village are proud, and the depression that has been suppressed before is now wiped out. Konoha has been trying not to eat in order to carry forward his hospitality. Watching the people in Laiyan village eat so happily, the people on Konoha's side looked anxious. Don't eat it all, save us some. Naruto thought to herself, wait for them to leave, let Chiba go to the table again. Soon a large table of dishes all entered the belly of Lei Yin's mission, completely clean, not even a single chopped green onion. Lei Yin's mission, I'm sorry, I'm starving. Hokage, if you don't take care of it well, please be forgiving. They are all polite to each other, hypocrisy to death. After Lei Yin's delegation had eaten and drank enough, they proposed to leave after a short rest. Naruto pretended to stay again and again, and Lei Yin's mission wanted to stay a few more days, but Master Lei Yin was anxious to negotiate news, so he could only leave with the heart. Lei Yin's envoy came in mighty, and returned mighty. No one was onlookers after leaving Konoha village this time. The Lei Yin mission went for 3 hours. Naruto asked Chiba to make another table. Chiba has a bitter face, he really treats me like a cook. No way, Chiba could only do it, but everyone didn't notice that Chiba took out a packet of powder from his arms and sprinkled it on the dish. Lei Yin's mission was walking halfway, and suddenly the adult sitting on the carriage had a pain in his stomach. Stop! The carriage stopped, and the adult jumped off the carriage, and then ran behind a rock to defecate. While everyone was waiting for the adults, some people had stomach cramps one after another, and all of the teammates suddenly had stomach pains. Everyone quickly looked for shelter and had diarrhea. The whole road was stinking. The adult looked comfortable after pulling, but just about to lift his pants, his stomach felt uncomfortable, so he immediately squatted and continued pulling. This happens to many people. An hour later, none of the Lei Yin mission could stand, all of them were weakened to the ground, and they all pulled off. There was a lot of smelly stool all around, but no one cares whether it smells or not, it's so painful. The reason why Lei Yin's mission was like this was because Chiba put a laxative in the food. This laxative would not cause an attack immediately, and it would take a few hours before it happened. Isn't Chiba afraid that Konoha would have diarrhea after eating? Chiba was afraid of a hammer, so he thought of a way. As long as Konoha eats vegetables, Chiba will deliver tea mixed with the antidote afterwards, and they will all be fine. Unexpectedly, all these dishes were eaten by Lei Yin's mission, and he didn't expect that Hokage would let him make a new table, which also saved him from putting the antidote into the tea and just put the antidote into the dish. This time Chiba did a good job, and Hokage rewarded Chiba with tens of thousands of dollars. After Chiba came back, he was in a good mood. The next day, Chiba had just returned home from practicing, and an Anbi ninja informed him that Naruto would summon him. Chiba would not foolishly think that Hokage is going to reward himself. He had already rewarded it yesterday, and it is probably related to the Lei Yin mission. Sure enough, when he came to the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hizaki and Shinmura Danzo were both present. Chiba, did you do this thing about diarrhea of the Lei Yin delegation on the road? Yuan Fei's attitude is still gentle, and the questioning is not hurried or slow. Shinmura Danzo's eyes are a bit sharp. What's the matter with Master Naruto? Lei Yin's mission was diarrhea. How could this happen? They don't pay attention to food hygiene, don't drink raw water or eat raw meat. Hey, so careless. Chiba looked surprised and his expression was very good, as if he had just heard the news. Yuan Fei handed this kid to me, and I have a way to make him tell the truth, Danzo said with a cold face. With a pipe in the corner of Yuan Fei's mouth, his expression remained unchanged. Assassin Tuanzang, I will give you all the women, don't push me, or I will do my best to kill you. Chiba, you honestly said that you didn't make you do it. Yuan Fei asked again. Because of this incident, Lei Yin proposed to invalidate the cooperation and demand compensation for the loss. Master Naruto is wronged. You asked me to come over to cook. I didn't know that the Lei Yin mission was coming. Second, you prepared the kitchen stuff. I was just responsible for making it. Third, you also ate yesterday. After eating the same dishes, why are you okay? They have problems. This can only show that they are unaccustomed to the food and are not used to the food on our side. The expressions of several people looking at Chiba didn't seem to be lying, and a child's acting skills could not escape the eyes of several people. Could it be that he did not do it? How do they know that Chiba's thin body hides the soul of an adult? The reason why Sarutobi Hizaki didn't hand over Chiba to Danzo was that, first, he didn't believe that Chiba would do such a thing at a young age, and what was his motive for doing so? Didn't he know the danger in it? Secondly, Chiba has a very good relationship with the Qianshao clan. If they were arrested, would they offend the Qianshao clan? Several people looked at each other, and they didn't think that this thing was done by a 6-year-old kid. Could it be that an enemy entered the village of Konoha and deliberately provoked the conflict between Konoha and Lei Yin? The more you think about it, the more likely it is. You go back first. It's Hokage-sama. After Chiba left, Tuanzang questioned Yuan Fei. Why don't you give that kid to me? That child has an unusual relationship with Mito-sama. A mound. Danzo suddenly thought of the relationship between Chiba and the Kishao clan, and his dissatisfaction was temporarily suppressed. Could it be that undercover agents in other villages deliberately provoked the conflict between us and Lei Yin village? This is very possible. Let Umbu investigate immediately. At this time, we must find this undercover. Yuan Fei said. Lei Yinkan wants us to explain how to deal with it now. Zhuan Xiaochun asked. If they ask too much to go to war directly with them, Danzo said fiercely. I will send someone to negotiate with Reikage on this matter. I will not advocate war until the last minute. Yuan Fei's style of dealing with affairs is relatively conservative. After Chiba came back, he didn't take this matter too much. It's a big deal to escape from the village. With his current strength, he still has a 5% chance to escape. If you do it again, Chiba will still prescribe medicine, and Chiba's principle is that if there is grudges, we must retaliate. Putting away his thoughts, Chiba began to sit on the bed and gather chakra. The current amount of chakra is still inferior to the ordinary ninja. It is still necessary for chakra to limit his strength. If there is Naruto wireless chakra, he may now have shadow level strength. After refining the chakra, Chiba took out the domineering sword and began to swing the sword in the room repeatedly. Now if there is anything that can quickly increase his strength, except for illusion, it is sword art. Why does Chiba have a talent for ninjutsu, but ninjutsu can't increase their strength quickly? That's because all the release of ninjutsu requires chakra support, and the more powerful ninjutsu requires more chakras, so Chiba temporarily cannot quickly improve your strength through ninjutsu. But Chiba basically learned the ninjutsu that I have seen. Some Naruto fans have suggested how Chiba's chakras are small and how he learned helix pills in Chidori. If it takes a lot of chakras to release the spiral pill to make it powerful, but if it is just to learn the spiral pill, you only need to understand its principle and be familiar with its operation. It takes time to learn a ninjutsu. It's not the same as having a talent for swordsmanship. After only a few days away from Shumo Heiji, Chiba's sword intent became stronger and stronger. Chiba emptied his mind and body, leaving the whole body in an ethereal state, holding the domineering sword in his hand, and carefully comprehending the meaning of the sword. At this moment, Kinyi suddenly opened his eyes, and the knife in his hand flashed a cold light. Isn't there anything happening? Wrong, I saw a knife marked dozens of centimeters deep on the wall. If Sakumo Hageki knew that Chiba's swordsmanship had improved so quickly in a few days, he would definitely shout enchanting. After the sword technique was completed, Chiba practiced ninjutsu and illusion. Ninjutsu is mainly to practice chakra nature changes. Illusion is to increase the real effect of illusion. It wasn't until dark that Kinyi's practice was over for that day. After eating, I felt that there was nowhere to go, so I had to lie on the bed and play a few games, and then go to bed. After entering the game, Chiba played in 4 rows solo and chose a place with few people. After a search, there is an additional M16A4 in the hand. This gun has 2 modes, 1 click and bursts. A burst can eject 3 or 4 bullets. The advantages and disadvantages are obvious. The advantage is that more bullets are ejected at once, the disadvantage is that there is a time interval. It's too boring to play while alone. Chiba plans to visit Peace City, there should be more people there. Seeing a motorcycle and riding the motorcycle, Chiba galloped towards Peace City. Sure enough, when he came to Peace City, he was already playing lively. Chiba quickly found a house to go in, hide his body, and wait for the unlucky person to come. It didn't take long for a person wearing bear skin to come in. This bear skin person came in and saw a few first aid kits on the ground. They went up to pick them up without even thinking about them. Chiba put these first aid kits deliberately. When he bent over to pick it up, Chiba shot him with the M16A4 in his hand and knocked him down instantly. Brother, I was wrong, don't kill me. You are really wrong. Really wrong, Baba, go quickly. Throw things out. Baba gives you all without killing me. This person was really embarrassed. Chiba licked all his supplies and ran away. As for whether he would die, whether his teammates would come to rescue him, it was none of his own business. As soon as Chiba left, he saw a girl from a distance to rescue him. For the face of your name, Baba, I didn't go to fix a grenade. By the way, this guy is estimated to be a post-0 person, and his speech is very cute, and how many people this guy killed, the materials are quite abundant. It's a pity, this guy really has a bad life. Just after being rescued by his teammates, a full formation rushed up, and the 2 of them died suddenly. Chiba looked from a distance and couldn't help but mourn for him. Seeing that you call me father, as a father, take revenge for your son once. Give back my son. Chiba opened a grenade and threw it toward the window on the 2nd floor opposite with a delay of 3 seconds. There was a blast, and there was no prompt that anyone was blown down. Chiba wanted to have another one, but he saw 4 steps on the map coming here quickly. Sorry son, let's dissolve the relationship between father and son. Actually, I am not your father. You should call me uncle. Where did Chiba have beaten for? And now I don't know if it is too late to escape. Chiba threw a smoke bomb in the room, and then quickly slipped away through the window. After running wildly, Chiba looked at the map and there were no footprints, then he was relieved. A plane flew overhead, and it seemed that there was an airdrop to drop. Chiba hurriedly chased the plane. Sure enough, the plane on her head dropped into the airdrop before it flew far, and Chiba quickly went up and waited. The airdrop finally fell. Chiba dropped a smoke bomb to avoid being sniped. It's really fragrant. There are auspicious clothes, sister control, third-level head and third-level armor in it. All belong to me. Chiba quickly picked it up. After picking up, Chiba quickly leave the place of right and wrong. Sure enough, not long after Chiba left, the two cars over there crashed into the airdrop and fought. The pair that won the final victory, but also lost two teammates, look at the airdrop, oh grass, who picked it up, lost the wife and broke down. Chiba has been running to City Y. There is a full formation on the top of the third floor in front, 1 man and 3 women, this combination is very 3+1. Chiba hit on a back slope, took out the 6x sister control, and hit the man. As a result, Chiba heard a funny scene, and it turned out that they started whole wheat. He kept hitting me with his underwear, so cruel, said the male teammate. He has been hitting me with Lianko ha 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 ha, oh my cao. Wait a minute, wash those panties too. It's definitely going to be washed, he is jumping there with his underwear, it's scary. Ha ha ha, he bounced with his underwear, oh, I can't bear your voice. Ha ha ha, take off those panties. The laughter of the 3 girls is so magical. Chiba guessed that these 3 girls are all from Sichuan, which is too substandard in Mandarin. Chiba couldn't help but smile when referring to the sister-in-law as underwear. They all say that they are not afraid of the sky, and that they are afraid that the Cantonese speak Mandarin. This Sichuan girl speaks Mandarin and is amused. No matter how cute the funny ratios on the other side are, Chiba should fight or fight. Chiba's 6x sister takes 3 shots and knocks down a person. If one goes up to save, Chiba will shoot that person in the head. I really served these little cuties, and they went to help people stupidly. Didn't you know how to put a smoke bomb? Of course, Chiba would not kindly remind him. In the end, this lovely full formation all died under 12 rounds. The lethality control of this girl is still not stable. To solve this full formation, Chiba didn't even bother to pick up their boxes. It's not easy to shrink the circle quickly. Chiba hurried to the signal area, and finally ran into the circle in the last 5 seconds. In order to run this poison, Chiba wasted more than a dozen bottles of medicine, and now there is a bottle of medicine in the bag. Nor. Chiba can be killed with just 1 shot, and Chiba must be careful. I am a Voldemort and no one can see me. Chiba slowly wriggled into the circle, the speed was too slow, there was no way, there are still 7 people, even if he is poisoned to death, he can't stand up. The circle is very small, and now the 7 people are starting to take out their grenades and throw them at the suspected place. Fortunately, a dozen grenades didn't blow up to Chiba. This wave of grenades killed 3 people, and it is unknown whether the remaining people have any remaining blood in Chiba. You have lost all of your grenade, hehe, I just endured not losing it, let's face the gust of wind. There were 4 grenades in the Kinyi bag, and Kinyi threw them one by one in 4 directions around him. With a loud explosion, a person was killed by luck. The last 2 people left, it is estimated that they are also residual blood, and they are probably fighting medicine now. Chiba threw 2 smoke bombs at his side. This place had been exposed before. As long as they were full of blood, they would definitely come back. Taking advantage of the smoke, Chiba quickly moved aside. Sure enough, not long after the move, the place where he was lying was hit by 2 places at the same time, and Kinyi was grateful to himself. The remaining 2 shots have been exposed. What Chiba has to do now is to wait and see the changes. The 2 men started to shoot in each other's direction, and it was so lively when you came and I played. Suddenly one of them was hit by a stray bullet in the head and instantly turned into a box. Chiba saw the rare opportunity to get up quickly, opened the lens to aim and shoot, the action was consistent, and the last one was finally wiped out. Chiba quickly went to look at the nearby box. What a pity, although I ate the chicken, I didn't find any pieces. After playing 2 more games, Chiba still did not see the shadow of the debris, and Chiba quit the game and went to sleep. It is normal that no debris can be picked up, and Chiba still keeps it well. The next morning. At this time, Chiba was running with sweat, and now it has been 15 laps. Today, he has to finish 20 laps before he can rest. Yesterday, when I met Kanaha's senior executives, Chiba was forced to have no choice but to run away. This was too incompetent. Without strength, he would have no right to speak. Chiba felt a deep crisis. He didn't know how Kanaha's senior management planned to deal with this matter. Could it be that he really handed over himself? Even if they handed over themselves, Leian village would be satisfied. Wouldn't they suspect that Chiba is just a trivial scapegoat, and that they have a relationship with the Thousand Hands? Isn't Kanaha's senior management not much scrupulous? The possibility of going out is unlikely. The development of the matter is similar to what Chiba thought. Leian village sent a protest to demand compensation. Kanaha here only promised to compensate 2 million yuan, and explained that this matter was done by people in other villages. Raking please don't in the count. The reason for the compensation of 2 million yuan is because this incident happened in Kanaha, who did not do the protection work. Rakage weighed the pros and cons and felt that Kanaha made sense. How could Kanaha's own people poison his own village? Only a fool can do this, so it is most likely that other villages deliberately provoke. Moreover, the members of the mission just vented that no one died. Kanaha's compensation of 2 million yuan is already the greatest sincerity. If he is forced to start a war, he is not ready yet. Raikage finally agreed to Kanaha's compensation method. Chiba did not expect that he would inexplicably resolve the crisis. Time is the most ruthless thing, and time is also the most just thing, and a month passes quietly. This month, Chiba's overall strength has improved. The more the strength is in the later stage, the smaller the improvement, but every time it improves, the combat effectiveness increases exponentially. Chiba now has attacking ninjutsu, illusion, and swordsmanship, and even physique can barely handle it, but the speed is unsatisfactory. I mentioned earlier that Chiba wanted to imitate Uchiha's instantaneous technique, but because of lack of knowledge, he temporarily gave up. Later, because there were too many things to cultivate, he never studied and practiced. The instantaneous technique can generally be divided into several categories. The first is the temporal instantaneous technique, and the most representative is the flying thunder god of Bofeng Shuman. The second is the body instantaneous technique. Uchiha Shisui's instantaneous technique can also be attributed to the body instantaneous technique, which achieves multiple afterimages through a small-scale instantaneous body, and finally realizes the combination of virtual and actual. After Metkai opened the dead door, the Yakai he used was also instantaneous. There are also ninjas in Union Village who use thunder attributes to stimulate and activate cells, which greatly increases physical strength and speed at the same time. The speed of this ninjutsu is also a kind of body instant. The third type is ninjutsu instantaneous. Half-length Sancho Fish Hanzo uses water instantaneous body and Sandstorm Igara uses sand instantaneous body. Although the speed of this kind of instantaneous ability is not fast, it is also a kind of instantaneous body. The fourth type is the evasion technique instantaneous body. This kind of instantaneous technique refers to the instant exchange of the body and the medium through the escape technique. The substitute technique that everyone knows is actually a kind of instantaneous technique, but the movement range of this technique is not as fast as the aerial instantaneous technique, and the attack power is not as good as that. Physical instantaneous technique, but used to escape or avoid attacks, is a kind of magical skill. Chiba's low amount of chakra is an obvious weakness, so ninjutsu-type instantaneous skills are not considered for the time being, but they still have to be learned. Chiba still advocates Uchiha's instantaneous technique. Chiba believes that Uchiha's instantaneous technique is a combination of body instantaneous and illusion to achieve the effect of transforming the real and the virtual to tempt the enemy. Chiba's physical strength is very weak. If you want to increase your speed by exercising your physical strength, the effect will be very slow. If the thunder attribute is used to stimulate the cell to achieve a speed increase, this is also not applicable to Chiba. The thunder attribute stimulating cell itself requires the body to be strong enough, like the Raikage of Union Village. The biggest advantage of the Traversers is not to know the plot in advance, but they have a lot of brains. After the explosion of information in the previous life, Chiba is not lacking. Chiba has already learned Tsunade's strange force technique. The principle of strange force technique is to control the chakra precisely. The operator concentrates the chakra on the whole body so that the whole body is covered with the chakra. After that, a powerful air current erupts, which can easily hit the wall. Broken. If Chiba does not control chakra to the whole body but to the part, for example, to the fist, then the power of the fist can break the wall with one blow. If it is to the foot, we know that the effects of force are mutual. If enough explosive force is generated on the foot instantaneously, then this force reaches the ground, and the ground gives the foot a reaction force, and then this reaction force can be used to achieve instant rapid movement. And the direction of the control force can control the direction of the body. Chiba's ninjutsu talent is very good. After several experiments, Chiba's body is constantly flashing around in a small forest. Now Chiba constantly controls the amount of chakra output on the feet, and the goal of each experiment is to use the smallest amount of chakra to achieve the afterimage effect. Finally, after a few minutes, Chiba succeeded in creating an afterimage. Just when the afterimage was created, Chiba stopped increasing the output of the chakras of the legs. It should be known that if the reaction force is too large, it will hurt the feet. Chiba must control the body to withstand the range. Now that the afterimage has been created, illusion must be added to the instantaneous technique, which is even more confusing. Illusion works through body movements, sounds, pictures, and drugs. In this regard, Chiba refers to Kanaha Ryuyanage, one of the ninjutsu of Kanaha Shita Ninmera Sikosuk. Kanaha Ryuryu is a combination of illusion and swordsmanship. There is no need to fight at close quarters. First launch swordsmanship at the enemy, and launch illusion spells to make the enemy look like he disappears in the leaves dancing with the wind, while restraining the enemy so that it cannot move, and launching suddenly from the enemy's blind spot. It is a deadly trick that can kill the enemy with one blow, and it is also an unavoidable lightning attack technique. In the same way, Chiba can use the Overlord sword to release the illusion of Kanaha Ryuryu. This ninjutsu Chiba has seen it in the Chiba library. The body is instantaneously changing between virtual and real plus Konoha and Ryuryu illusion. Chiba's instantaneous technique has reached the height of Uchiha's Zishui, and it is even stronger. You must know that Chiba's talents for ninjutsu, illusion, and swordsmanship are all enchanting. As long as you know the principle, there is no reason why you can't replicate it. After spending an hour getting acquainted with this instantaneous technique, Chiba put away his tyrant sword, adding more confidence in his heart. When he got home, Chiba slobbered fiercely, so he was too thirsty. After drinking the water, he washed his lower body casually and put on clean clothes before Chiba started cooking. After eating, Chiba walked out of the house and hadn't seen Aunt Mito and the rope tree for many days. When he came to the land of the Qianshao clan, Chiba went straight to see Aunt Mito. Sure enough, Aunt Mito was watering the flowers in the yard and saw that Chiba was coming, with a kind smile on her face. Chiba has rarely been busy with anything these days. Busy practice. Oh, Mito didn't take Chiba's cultivation seriously. She knew Chiba's talent. No matter how hard she tried, she would not become an excellent ninja, but she was happy for his persistence and not giving up. Aunt Mito, let me water the water for you. No need, now except for watering the flowers, I'm bored every day. Aunt Mito, I'm going to make you some good food. Hearing this, Mito movement stopped. That's great, how long have you not been here? You can greedy me to death. Wait for me to get it for you. If Chiba approached them with purpose in the past, now it is from the heart. After carefully preparing a few side dishes and desserts, Chiba put them on the table and watched Mito taste deliciously. After Mito finished eating, Chiba made tea for her. Mito looked at Chiba with kind eyes. Aunt Mito, can I ask you something? You kid is so polite when you have something to say. I want to see the forbidden area in the library. Mito put down the cup and looked at him with surprise. The forbidden techniques you know are very dangerous. It's not good for you to watch them too early. I know, you know that my talent is very poor. I just want to see more information to see if there is any way to improve my talent. I promise not to learn the things in the scroll of forbidden art. This one. Mito is still hesitant. Aunt Mito, please, I promise I will just see and not learn. Mito hesitated for a while, but couldn't bear Chiba's plea, so he had to agree. You promised me that I would never learn what's inside. Okay, I promise you. Mito thought about it. In fact, he was too much, not to mention whether Chiba can understand it. Even if he wants to learn the ninjutsu, he can't do it, let alone Chiba who has no talent. Chiba followed Mito to the underground library. The library has a special seal, and it is impossible to enter without the people of the Senshao clan. Of course, if Chiba wants to forcefully enter and spend some time, he can still release the seal. After entering inside, the two came to the forbidden area. Looking at so many scrolls of forbidden technique, Chiba's saliva was about to flow out. If the amount of chakra is sufficient, Chiba can untie the scroll on the seal. Mito unlocked all the scroll seals on the forbidden area and explained that Chiba must not practice before leaving. Chiba was a little excited, took out a scroll and opened it to take a look. This scroll is the art of walking in darkness. The ninjutsu created by the second generation of Naruto creates a dark environment, blocks the opponent's vision, and takes away all the light illusions. In the dark world where black silk and satin descended, even the most powerful people could only be forced to reveal their position. Chiba quickly memorized the contents and read it 2 or 3 times, and Chiba was sure that he had completely remembered it. You know, Chiba's memory is still very good. Chiba spent the rest of the time constantly reading the scrolls, and now there is no time to study the forbidden techniques inside, so I can only memorize the contents in his head and study it slowly later. I don't know how long I watched it. Anyway, there are still a lot of things I haven't watched anyway, but my head is a little dizzy and swelling. Chiba decisively stopped remembering. There are enough things to remember tonight. Flying Thunder God is included in the forbidden technique of Chiba memory. Chiba walked out of the library a little tired, without saying goodbye to anyone, and went straight back home. Chiba fell asleep soon after arriving home in bed. In the next few days, Chiba went to the Qianshao library to read the scrolls after completing his practice. After a few days, the scrolls on the shelf were basically seen. It is emphasized here that Chiba is only memorizing the contents, not practicing, and the memory speed is still faster. There are also 2 reasons why the forbidden technique of the Qianshao family will be open to Chiba. First, Chiba has a very good relationship with Mito and Tsunade, and Mito regards Chiba as his grandson. Second, Mito thought that Chiba's talent was not good enough, so even if he watched it, he couldn't practice. Let him watch it just to satisfy his curiosity. After reading the forbidden area, Chiba has already begun to practice secretly except for ethical forbidden skills. As for the ethical ninjutsu, such as reincarnation of the dirty land, this technique can summon the souls of ninjas who have passed away and resurrect them in physical form. The resurrected person can be controlled by the caster, but the caster can release the control. In addition, if the caster knows the reincarnated filthy soilian can voluntarily cancel the contract of rebirth from the dirty soil. It is worth mentioning that even if the 6 immortals are not the performers, they can directly solve the art of reincarnating from the unclean soil. Although Chiba doesn't practice, he still needs to study, and he will have some understanding of this technique in the future. With the talent of ninjutsu, Chiba's cultivation of forbidden techniques can be said to be a matter of course, except for the difficulties encountered in cultivating Fei Lei Shen, other ninjutsu after 2 months, all successfully practiced. God of Thunder needs time and space talent for cultivation, that is, sensitivity in space. Chiba has no talent in this aspect, and it takes a lot of effort to practice. Except for the smooth painting technique, other things are very hard to practice. It's been a long time since I saw Tsunade. That's how the ninja is. You can go back to the village in a few days when the task is easy. It is estimated that the task encountered by the Tsunade trio is a bit tricky, but I believe that with their talents, they will complete the task and come back soon. I have been cultivating desperately for the past 2 months, and now I am a little tired of cultivation. The cultivation needs to be loose and tight. If it is tight for a long time, the effect will not be good. When I came to Mito's house, Chiba and Mito went to see the rope tree after they said hello. The rope tree is now chubby and very pleasing. It is almost 1 year old. In Hokage, children over 1 year old can stand and walk. Seeing Chiba at this time, the little guy staggered over, and when he reached Chiba, he hugged Chiba's legs and didn't let go. Hug. Oops, I can talk again, it's amazing. Chiba picked up the rope tree and looked at the diaper under him. Hush, Chiba P*************** D the rope tree so that the little guy wouldn't wait to spray himself. A water column crossed a beautiful arc and fell on the ground, and soon there was a pool of water stains on the ground. Fortunately, I will pee for you, or you might pee on me again. The little guy looked very happy after urinating, and there was a burst of swelling against Kinyi's hair. Stop, my silky hair was messed up by you. The more you say this, the more vigorous the little guy is. It's strange to say that I was quite happy just now, and soon cried. Chiba suddenly became anxious. I was innocent, I didn't beat him. Chiba looked around in a panic. If they misunderstood him, he would be wronged. Chiba hurriedly put the little guy on the ground, keeping his distance quickly. It was so annoying. The little guy stopped crying when he was put on the ground. Chiba tried to walk over and pick him up again, but guess what, he cried again, and then he stopped crying on the ground. Could it be that he didn't cry anymore? Little guy, don't cheat me today, or I won't come to see you in the future. Hug. Still hugging. What if you cry again? Hug. Looking at him with his open hands, Chiba looked so cute that Kinyi finally hugged him softly, but he didn't cry this time. After holding him and playing for a while, the guy cried again. Chiba watched him put his fingers in his mouth. He was hungry, so he fed him milk. Although this child is not capable of doing anything, he is capable of making you unable to do anything. This afternoon, Chiba was urinating, breastfeeding, and feces. He was not so diligent before serving his parents. If you dare not call my brother-in-law in the future, I will definitely push you into the toilet to wash your face. Fortunately, his mother came over and took away the rope tree. Otherwise, Chiba would really break down, and it would be too exhausting to take the baby. If you don't believe me, ask your mother. Just about to walk out of the gate of Thousand Hands residence, I suddenly heard several meows. Yeah, isn't the cat giving birth? I haven't seen it yet. To say that the cat can marry a wife or it is his own merit. Now he is going to see his children by himself, and he still can't welcome him warmly. Following the sound to find the kitten, Chiba counted and dropped a total of 5 cat cubs. The strange thing is that the color is different from the 2 of them. It is not pure white or yellow, but white and yellow with cross stripes. The kittens are very cute, and they are not afraid when they see themselves staring at them. It's strange that since the cat got married and gave birth to a child, Chiba never saw it again. Could it be that he suspected that he would be a stray cat again in his life? Chiba suddenly understood why those who were beggars in the previous life would rather be beggars than go to the asylum, because there is no freedom. Although most of the forbidden techniques have been learned, but due to the chakras, they cannot be used at will in battle. Chiba estimates that chakras will bottom out if any forbidden technique is forbidden, and it will be very dangerous if there is no chakra. A disturbing incident occurred in the last 2 days. Due to the long time and aging of the wood, the small house I lived in is now cracked, and the roof may even leak on rainy days. After several months of receipt of the contribution fees, Chiba has now accumulated more than 13 million in deposits. If you don't consume so much money, do you still have to marry a wife? In the past, Chiba never wanted to build a house in order to keep a low profile, but in this situation, it doesn't work if you don't want to build it. This time Chiba does not intend to hire ninjas, he intends to hire all civilians. Why do ninjas build fast? Why not use ninjas? Chiba wants to use work for work to improve the lives of Konoha's villagers. Either do not build it, but build a larger one, with an estimated area of 1,000 square meters. The main house occupies 4/5 of the total area. The remaining open space is used for planting flowers, and grass, and the courtyard is larger and more convenient for cultivation. This time, the villagers' wages were twice as high as usual, regardless of 3 meals. Chiba's original house was not enough, so he could only ask Aunt Mito and Konoha to buy it, and finally spent 1 million to buy the land use rights around the house. If 1 million is on the earth, you can buy a house with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room on the second and third lines. Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou estimates that they can't even afford a bathroom. After the land was approved, Chiba began to recruit workers and contact building materials dealers. The design of the house was drawn by Chiba himself. His drawing technique is very powerful, and the sketches he designed made the architect amazed. Chiba added some of the design elements of the ancient houses of previous generations, such as symmetry, such as carvings. Mito-sama sent someone to help, and Chiba paid a lot of money, and all 500 construction workers were filled in one day. According to their skills, they are all assigned to their respective positions. If you have money to do things quickly, the foundation will be completed in 2 days, and a quarter of the house has been built in a week. During the construction period, Chiba temporarily lived in the Chiba clan. Chiba gave out a lot of money to attract the attention of many caring people. Everyone was investigating why he is so rich. Finally, it was found that the author of a very popular book was Chiba. Although everyone was surprised, they were only surprised. In addition to strength, all hobbies will not attract too much attention. It doesn't matter to Chiba, it's easy to find out this kind of thing if you want to investigate it. Ever since the identity of the author of Chiba was exposed, I could meet my fans on the street, either to autograph or give birth to a monkey. The most annoying thing was that an ant actually shouted to support Chiba. Stars are not necessarily happy. Sometimes, Chiba can't even think about practicing well. In the end, Chiba simply hides in the land of the Chi and Shao clan and can't come out. The house was finally built in half a month, and Chiba could finally move out. The golden nest and silver nest had to be his own kennel, and now his own house cannot be called a kennel. Moving things in, Chiba looked at the flowers and plants just planted in the courtyard. It was really pleasing to the eye. The large wooden house, although the area is a bit larger, but 500 construction workers have been fighting for half a month, and it was quickly completed. There are 2 reasons for this to be built in half a month. First, it is rich. Second, there are too many village names involved in the construction. Chiba settled the materials and workers' wages, and spent a total of 6 million. If you add the money to buy the land, a total of 7 million will be spent. Such a beautiful big house needs a name. It's called Baiko Garden. There are more than 100 kinds of flowers and plants planted in this house. There are thousands of them, so the name is not exaggerated at all. I wonder if Tsunade will be surprised to see my house when he comes back. The house has just been built, and it must be half a move-in ceremony. Chiba doesn't plan to invite too many people. Just ask a few friends who are usually close. Of course, this ceremony will be held when Tsunade returns. Naturally, someone came to congratulate the housewarming of Chiba. Aunt Mito sent a complete set of furniture. Kato sent a quilt. Matt Dai brought new tableware. Naruto-sama didn't give anything, but he personally wrote the house number for Chiba's new house. By Anju, written by Hokage, is magnificent and unspeakable. Living alone in such a big house is indeed a bit deserted. If you want to raise a cat, just think about it. After seeing the troubles of cats, Chiba is too lazy to raise a cat. At this time, Chiba was entertaining some of them for tea. Lord Naruto had official duties and left after finishing writing, leaving a few friends from Chiba. In the evening, Chiba prepared more than a dozen dishes, and a few good friends had a good time before returning. This time, Chiba's master Sakumo Heiji had not come back because he left the village for a mission, so he did not come to congratulate Chiba on the move. Everyone was gone. Chiba cleaned up the mess by himself. After cleaning up, Chiba took a comfortable bath and then lay down to sleep. The next day, Chiba got up early and heard the chirping of birds when he came to the yard. Chiba looked comfortably at the garden full of flowers and plants, and then began to practice. In the past, the place was not open for small exhibitions, so you had to go outside. Now the yard is not small, and you can complete cultivation in your own yard in the future. First complete 200 squats, then do 300 push-ups after finishing, and finally run around the house until there is no strength. From 6 o'clock in the morning until 9 o'clock in the morning, Chiba finished his physical training. He sweated like a rain, and he lay on the ground for a while to recover some strength. Then Chiba stood up on the ground and walked into the house. Physical training should not be opportunistic. Every advancement is a lot of training. Unless you pick up physique fragments, you can only complete a lot of exercise every day in a step-by-step manner. Compared with before, Chiba's current physique has improved a lot, and it is estimated that the current physique is similar to that of the 5th and 6th grades in the school. I have to say that in the past few months, due to a lot of training and good food, Chiba's height is 1 centimeter longer, and now Chiba is 1 meter tall. After breakfast, Chiba took a bath and then sat on the bed to refine the chakra. Chakra progresses very slowly, just like physique. There is no way. Chiba has too little physical energy, so even if the mental energy is good, the extraction efficiency is not high. This is like a fish pond. There are only a few fish. No matter how good the fishing skills are, so many fish can be caught. After chakra was refined, Chiba began to practice the sword technique. The sword technique is still in the process of comprehending the sword intent, and only by fully comprehending the sword intent can the sword intent be truly used. Chiba's method of brewing sword intent is also very simple, that is, repeating basic moves constantly. Any subtle sword technique is composed of basic sword styles, so the foundation is very important. After swinging the knife tens of thousands of times, from morning to night, Chiba took the knife and ended his knife practice. After dinner, study ninjutsu and illusion, and play 2 games before going to bed. The day's training is over. It looks very busy and fulfilling. A few more days passed, and that day I heard that Tsunade had returned to the village. Just when Chiba was about to visit her, Tsunade delivered him to the door by himself. Tsunade came to Chiba's new house for the first time. Seeing how beautiful it was inside, Tsunade couldn't help admiring Chiba's vision. When Chiba came out of the house just to meet Tsunade, who was watching the courtyard, a strange attraction connected the two eyes together. Sister, brother Smelly. At this moment, a picture appeared in Chiba's mind. Tsunade couldn't control his missing mood, rushed over to hug Chiba hard, and then gave him an affectionate kiss. But the reality is, bump. Chiba's head was tapped by Tsunade's fingers, and Chiba's head was so painful that Chiba screamed, "You are crazy, why hit me? Who told you to have a wretched look, and the corners of your mouth are still running water? You must be thinking about nasty things." Yaya, how accurate is this woman's sixth sense? Although she was surprised at Tsunade's perception, she couldn't admit it to death. "You're not me, how do you know that I'm thinking about nasty things? Then you said what you were thinking just now." You can't tell, brother Smelly is so small and full of mind that adults are not suitable. "Sister, we haven't seen each other for so long, can't you be gentle?" "Why are you gentle? Who are you?" "I am your boyfriend." Kinyi blurted out these words, covering his mouth as soon as he finished speaking, regretting how he said what was in his heart. I'm actually talking nonsense, do you believe it?" Tsunade seemed to be frozen, looking dazed and confused. At this moment, Tsunade's heart seemed to be touched, and his face became redder and shy. "Brother Smelly, really? Is it true that she is actually willing to be a boyfriend in her heart, so she is not angry when he says this?" "It is true, if you are drizzle, I am a breeze, if you are a flower, I am a bee, if you are an ocean, I am a submarine, if you are a poop, I am a fly." Tsunade was very moved when he heard it at first, and was about to accept his confession, but when he heard that he was POO, all of his favors suddenly disappeared into a cloud of smoke. "Brother Smelly, go to hell." Kicking Chiba out of the wall with one kick, Chiba Fei has been regretting in the mid-air center, why bother to talk about it? "Once there was a beautiful girl standing in front of me. I didn't cherish it. I regretted losing it. If God gave me another chance, I would definitely say 3 words to that girl, I love you, if I have to. Love to add a time limit, I hope it is 10,000 years. This confession that could have been successful was destroyed by Chiba's stinky mouth. Next time, I don't know if there is a chance to confess again. Tsunade went back angrily, but on the way back, remembering what Chiba had said, his cheeks were a little hot. "Smelly Kinyi, obviously I am about to agree. Why do I say such disgusting things? I hate you." Generally, girls say they don't want it, and they say that I love you when they hate you. Girls have to listen the other way around. Just when Chiba was lying on the ground very upset, a familiar face appeared on top of her head, which made Chiba back again and again. When she saw that face was Jiraiya, she felt a little angry. "Chiba, what are you doing while lying on the ground? The movements are quite chic, very 6+1. Looking at Jilla's stubborn face, Chiba couldn't wait to slam on his face with 30-size shoes. "Don't you know that scary people can scare people to death? You know, aren't you dead? I have never been sullen and have nowhere to vent. This is your own door, don't blame me for bullying honest people." "Brother Jiraiya, do you remember owing me something?" "When I owe you, I don't know." "That's the time you peeped into a woman's bath and was beaten by Obazan." "Is there anything? Why don't I remember?" "You." Unexpectedly, Tang Tang future son turned out to be a rogue who didn't admit it. "Ha ha ha. Don't get angry, Chiba-kun, isn't it just one thing?" "What are you talking about?" "Then I'll just say, I just made Tsunade's sister angry. I want you to hang a sign on your neck, and it says, I am shameless, I am sorry." Gillette was also stunned. "What the hell is this? Didn't you apologize? Why should I wear it?" "Don't you owe me something?" "Then I won't do it." "You help me and I treat you to a big meal." "Then I won't do it either." "Add one more photo book." Thinking of S bloody figure, Ji Lai also looked wretched. "Deal. But you have to shout from the Senshao clan and Hong, I miss Ni, it's wrong, it's Sister Tsunade, I'm wrong." A group of crows flew over Jiraiya, and only now did he realize that Chiba is a spoof. The two made an indescribable deal, and Chiba personally wrote a sign and hung it on Jiraiya's neck. Chiba personally brought Jiraiya to the Qianshao clan. Along the way, everyone couldn't help but laugh at the sign on Jiraiya's neck. Jiraiya also regretted agreeing to Chiba, and now he lost his face. If the teacher knew about it, it would be done, and it would be a shame to the teacher. Jile also lowered his head and dared not look at the people around him, so Chiba almost held a board, otherwise he looked more like a parade with prisoners. The two came to Thousand Hands Clan. Can you stop calling Chiba? No, you promised me. Then can I whisper? Jile-kun, are you here to make a joke? Do you whisper to yourself? I'm sorry to call that. As if you are on the opposite side of Dashimaru, you yell at him, and imagine how insulting he would usually be when he speaks. Jileya's head flashed some words about Ashimura scolding him for the tail of the crane and an idiot. His expression immediately became angry, and he opened his mouth and shouted, Sister Tsunade, I'm sorry. The whole Chien-Shao clan came out to look, and even Mito came out curiously to look. After Tsunade came out, he couldn't help but feel hot when he saw Chiba. Looking at the sign on Jireya's neck and hearing the words in Jireya's mouth, he wondered how Chiba made Jireya do it. What are you doing? Don't be ashamed here. Chiba walked over. Sister, if you refuse to forgive me, I will let Jireya keep calling. Tsunade was a little angry. There was nothing wrong with him, so he had to make a fuss so that everyone knew. Do you forgive me or not? I can't forgive you, let him stop screaming, it's a shame. Jile also don't call. Jile also stopped and wiped the sweat from his head. Chiba and Tsunade returned to the Chiba clan together as before, and Jireya wanted to follow along. A child came over and looked at the sign on Jireya's neck. Nothing, no future. Jireya watched the little kid walking away, tears streaming down his face, and shouted in his heart, this is not mine. In the morning, Chiba completed the arduous physical training, went into the bathroom and took a shower and saw a surprise scene. Tsunade swaggered into his house with his luggage. What's the matter? I plan to move here, anyway. You can't live in such a big house without a single person. You don't need to entertain me too much, just find a master bedroom for me. Don't worry, I won't be polite to you. I won't pay the rent. You don't have to take me to choose a room, I'll go up and find it myself. Seeing Tsuna started to choose his room with his luggage, Chiba wanted to yell, this seems to be my house. But in a blink of an eye, Kinyi was enraged. This cohabitation day came so fast. I was not ready yet. The happiness came too suddenly. What should I do? Brother Smelly, I want this room. This room has good lighting and fresh air, and it has a large space and a big bed, so I want it. Sister, this room belongs to me. Before it was yours, now I am mine. If you have opinions, hold back if you have opinions. Too strong and too unreasonable. Chiba suddenly thought of the life after marrying Tsunade in the future, but would he have to live in such a high-pressure state in the future? I don't want to be a wife. Brother Smelly, can you throw away the milk you drank, and how can you throw your unwashed socks on the bed at will? It's disgusting. He watched Tsunade throw his stinky socks and finished milk into the trash can, and then pulled out the entire sheet and threw it in the aisle. Chiba is getting more and more annoyed as he sees it. Eldest sister, can you respect the feelings of the client and don't treat yourself as an outsider? Chiba held a wooden stick in her heart and twitched her *** vigorously. Brother Smelly helped me install curtains in this room today, preferably dark cloth, which has good shading effect. Seeing Chiba looking at him stupidly, Tsunade shouted angrily, did you hear that? Heard it. The voice is full of innocence and sensibility. There is also a lack of a dressing table in my room. You can make one for me. You have to prepare my quilt and bed sheets for me. You must fix it before going to bed tonight. Got it. I kicked you out, who is the master of this house. By the way, this floor is a bit dirty. Go to the bucket with water and scrub it. First, Chiba picked up the sheets that were thrown on the ground, then chose a random room to go in, spread the sheets, and moved back and moved all his belongings to his room. Tsunade has put his clothes in the closet. Brother Smelly, you have to knock on the door when you enter my room, and you have to knock on the door when you go to the bathroom. You can cook 3 meals a day, and you can wash the dishes. Got it. The protagonist of his own dignified traverser, the legendary protagonist, was actually suppressed by a two-dimensional girl like this, and Chiba expressed his grievance. After finishing his room, Chiba started cleaning the house with water. It was always too sloppy to live by himself before. Tsunade moved in, so he had to be diligent and not make a bad impression. The Tsunade items Chiba will find someone to order for the exterior, and they will be able to deliver them in the afternoon. This unknowingly it's lunch time. Although Tsunade moved in, some of the requirements were very strong, but the unpleasant mood instantly improved a lot when thinking of living with Naruto Beauty in the future. After buying a lot of vegetables at noon, Chiba made a big table. Time to eat. Tsunade came out of the room and saw a very rich table of dishes. He took the dishes to eat without washing his hands. Chiba hit his hand with chopsticks, and Tsunade was embarrassed to withdraw his hand. If candles are lit at night, this is the so-called candlelight dinner. Come to celebrate our first day of living together. Cheers. Hearing the word cohabitation, Tsunade's face was embarrassed. Seeing that she didn't clink glasses, Chiba didn't care, so she took care of herself and started drinking. Come to eat the dishes I made. You can see that you have been out for 2 or 3 months. It must be very hard outside and the food is not good. You see your face is shaky. Chiba stretched out her hand and grabbed her face. Tsunade blushed and her heart beat, and she was shy and afraid to look at Chiba. How thin is it? The voice is very small, not as loud as before, shouting at Chiba. Come and taste this pork belly. It's fat but not greasy. It's not too delicious. Chiba took a slice for her, and then sucked up the chopsticks with his mouth. Brother Smelly, can you stop making such a disgusting move, and take it to someone and suck it? Oh, sorry, prepare a pair of serving chopsticks next time. The two ate a meal comfortably. In the afternoon, Chiba practiced swordsmanship in the courtyard. Tsunade sat on the stone bench in the courtyard and watched Chiba practice. Kianba, what kind of knife do you practice? It's just one movement over and over again. It's annoying. There is no way, the talent is too bad, and you can't learn one movement well, so I dare not learn other things. In the afternoon, Gillette also came to visit Chiba's new residence with Ashimaru. It's just that the two people came here empty-handed because they didn't know the manners. Of course, Chiba wouldn't give them a good face, and they would not be invited to sit down when they came, and they would not even serve tea. The two guys are really welcome when they saw the snacks on the table and picked them up to eat. You are embarrassed to eat my snacks empty-handed. Chiba-san, don't be so stingy. Everyone is a friend. Besides, you are so rich that you won't take our gifts. Jalea has a thick-skinned face, and when you look at Dashimaru, he probably meant the same. Inadvertently making friends, the two stayed at Chiba's house until the evening, and it seemed that they were here to eat. Chiba complained that they didn't bring gifts, just joking, and he was very happy to come. Barbecue in the courtyard at night. Chiba-kun, your house is so good, I can't help but want to move in. You didn't see Tsunade move in, so you want to come and live. Chiba also talked to Gillette in a low voice. No. Chiba doesn't know what he thinks when he looks shy. Dashiwan seems to be only interested in barbecue. It's just that sometimes he will insert a few words when everyone is happy. But everyone knows his character, the more he is not surprised. This Dashiwan will be very good at fooling children in the future. If he thinks that his eloquence is not good, and he is not good at expressing, then he will be wrong. The best eloquence here belongs to him. After eating and drinking, the two patted their buttocks and left, leaving behind a bunch of things for Chiba to clean up the mess. They really made friends accidentally. The most hateful thing was that since Tsunade had moved in, she should also be obliged to help him, but the woman lay on the grass and watched indifferently. Am I your free servant? How can you eat and drink mine in peace of mind? Sister, can you sweep the garbage off the ground? I don't have time. You lie down and say you don't have time. Do you think I'm blind? After cleaning up the mess, Chiba is going to take a shower in the bathroom. This bathroom is designed by Chiba, imitating the traditional Chinese shower head and bathtub, and there is also a toilet in the bathroom. This toilet is hand-lifted and flushed, and the feces are directly in the water. Drain into the river. After entering the bathroom, Chiba suddenly thought of a spoof Tsunade's attention. He went back to the room and took out a bottle of superglue, then tore off the paper on the superglue, then pasted it with a piece of white paper, took out a brush and wrote shampoo on it. After doing these, Chiba made a wicked smile. Chiba quickly took a bath, and when he came out, he saw Tsunade holding his clothes and preparing to enter the bath. Brother Smelly, you have washed it. Well, just washed. Tsunade was about to enter the bathroom when Chiba called her to stop. What's up? The shampoo in the bathroom is mine. Don't use it. Sniff, I brought it myself. Who rarely uses you. Seeing Tsunade enter, Chiba covered her mouth and smirked. After Tsunade went in, he took off his clothes a few times, picked up the nozzle and started washing his hair. Just about to get his shampoo, he suddenly saw a bottle of shampoo on the cabinet. Brother Smelly, you don't let me use it. I use it absolutely. You have to use up yours. See if you dare to be petty to me. Tsunade took the super glue and squeezed it forcefully, and a large amount of super glue flowed into her hand. Tsunade wiped her hair without even looking. A few seconds later, a tragedy happened. I saw Tsunade's two hands sticking to the hair, and Tsunade pulled them hard but didn't separate them. The point was that the hair was sore. Smelly Chiba, what is your shampoo? Why is it so sticky? I can't take it away. Chiba stood outside the door laughing so that his stomach hurts. Sister, didn't I tell you not to use my shampoo? It was super glue that I accidentally took by mistake. What should I do now? My hands are stuck and I can't wash them with water. How about this? I'll come in and help you open it. No, I'm not wearing clothes. That's hard to do, sister, I can't help it. Tsunade really wanted to cry without tears inside. Now that his hands were stuck and he wanted to wear clothes, he couldn't do it. After the super glue hardened, the whole hair was very uncomfortable. Brother Smelly, think of a solution. Don't worry, I will think of a way. Kinyi was thinking, I told you to be polite to me, aren't you awesome? Show me again. 1 minute has passed. Brother Smelly, did you think about it? I'm thinking about it, don't worry. At this time, Chiba was lying on the rocking chair while eating fruit while cheating. Time slowly passed. Half an hour later, Tsunade howled from collapse to normal, until now he squatted on the ground with a frustrated and weak expression. Smelly, think, no. You see how many words are omitted, how frustrated she is. Chiba saw that it was almost done, so he dropped the fruit in his hand onto the plate, stood up and pretended to be surprised and shouted, Sister, I thought of a way, but I'm afraid you can't agree. Anyway, as long as you get rid of the damn things on your head, I agree to anyway. You really agree? Really, I really agree. Say verbose. Tsunade yelled like crazy, and Chiba quickly covered her ears, the voice almost deafening herself. The method is to cover my eyes with a black cloth, then go in the dark to help you get things off your head. Tsunade still seemed hesitant. Now he was naked and let a man in. He felt a little bit upset. Although this man could only be regarded as a boy, he was a male. But now there is no better way. Can you let yourself be like this all the time? Then come in blindfolded, and remember to be a little tighter. Let me know you peek and see if I will not kill you. Sister, who are you? How dare I peek at you? A righteous, honest, and caring boy like me disdains to do that kind of thing. Then you come in quickly. Chiba found a black cloth and came to the bathroom door, and she blinded her eyes tightly. Sister, I have blindfolded, can I come in? But, it's okay. Chiba opened the bathroom door and walked forward with both hands touching in the dark. Tsunade watched Chiba walk in blindfolded, feeling very nervous, watching Chiba walking blindly, and finally made sure that he was blindfolded. I'm here, where are you going? You squeak over there and watch me go blind. Chiba followed the sound, and suddenly the sole of his feet slipped, and the whole person rushed forward quickly. Clatter! With a crisp sound, Chiba's hands hit something, carefully experiencing the delicate and smooth skin. Ah, stinky rascal, where do you put your hand? Tsunade let out a deafening scream, and Chiba's ears were almost deaf. Sorry to skate, what? Chiba was suddenly at a loss, he really didn't mean it. Sorry sister, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean to take the hand away. Chiba's hand moved away like an electric shock. Wait, if you dare to put your hand out of the way, I will cut off your hand. Sister, right? Don't be so cruel. Tsunade was on the brink of collapse, trapped in the bathroom for half an hour, and his head was very uncomfortable, and now his body was touched by Chiba. In order to hug his hands, Chiba was more cautious. He first opened the water with the sprinkler, and first washed Tsunade's hair. After washing for a long time, it still hasn't been untied. Tsunade almost cried. Chiba was also anxious. Sister, don't cry, let me think of a solution. Yes, it seems that if the hands are stuck with super glue, the reaction can be diluted with chemical substances. The only thing that can be used at home is wine. Sister, wait here for me to go out and find something. What are you looking for? Liquor. After Chiba finished speaking, he felt the black and followed the feeling. After going out, he took off the black cloth, found the wine from the house, and went to the bathroom door to blindfold again. Chiba followed Tsunade's voice. Sister, keep your head down, and I will clean it for you with wine. Can this thing work? It should be okay. Chiba poured the wine on Tsunade, then slowly rubbed it, and after a long time he finally separated his hands from his hair. Sister, I'm going out first. Okay. After Chiba went out, he took off the black cloth and breathed a sigh of relief. This was far more thrilling than fighting. Tsunade stayed in it for a while before washing it out, and she washed the damn hair and added it again. After coming out, Chiba's eyes were about to breathe fire. Brother Smelly, come here. I won't go over, just stay there if you have something. I count 3 times if you can't come anymore, the consequences. Looking at her with a vicious look, Chiba slowly moved over with fear and fear. The bloody violence will not be described. 5 minutes later, Tsunade was lying on the rocking chair and eating fruit, while Chiba squatted down and looked at Tsunade sadly with his clothes on the side. Said, you don't slap your face, you. Seeing Chiba's miserable face, Tsunade was in a much better mood. The next day, Chiba got up early and came out to see that Tsunade's door was closed. He probably hadn't woken up yet. Chiba came to her courtyard. The air in the courtyard in the morning was very good. Chiba took a deep breath and began to warm up. The practice ended at 8 o'clock in the morning. When he walked into the room, Chiba took a few sips of the water on the table. After drinking the water, he suddenly felt urinary and wanted to go to the bathroom. When I saw that the bathroom door was closed, Chiba tried to pull it slightly, but the inside was locked. Could it be that Tsunade was inside? Sister, are you in it? What's the name? It's not me, who else is? Hurry up and I'll use it in a hurry. You wait. Chiba first came to the room to change his sweat-soaked clothes, then walked out of the room and saw the bathroom door was still closed. Sister, can you hurry up? I'm a little anxious. Hold it. What is Tsunade doing inside? She was sitting on the toilet and looking at the novel written by Chiba. Looking at the messy hair, and the pajamas have not faded, it must have solved the physiological problem by going to the bathroom first. As it is solved while watching the novel written by Chiba, the personal image has not been sorted out. Chiba's previous life TV watched too much and knew that a woman would not be able to get out without tossing in the bathroom for half an hour. Now he could hold it back, so he went to prepare breakfast first. Breakfast is relatively simple: eggs, bread and milk. After Chiba was ready, Tsunade was still inside. I said, "Sister, can hurry up, I'm ready for breakfast." "What is it called?" "Eat yourself first, my old lady hasn't freshened up yet." "What, hasn't been freshened yet? What is she doing in there?" Chiba waited for her to come out while eating breakfast. After drinking a full glass of milk, Chiba felt his stomach and was full. Not good. After drinking the whole glass of milk, it was even more uncomfortable to have urgency. "Sister, come out quickly, I really can't hold it anymore." "Okay, get it." 5 minutes passed. At this time, Chiba covered her underneath with her hands, looking very sad. "Okay, no, I really can't hold it anymore." "Almost done." 5 minutes have passed. Chiba is about to collapse. What exactly is this woman rubbing inside? And Tsunade is slowly washing her face and brushing her teeth at this time. "I can't stand it." Suddenly Chiba saw a drink bottle on the table, and now it was too late to run outside, so he quickly took the drink bottle. Chiba took out his own little ding-ding and put it in the bottle mouth. There was a rapid sound of water. 20 seconds later, Chiba put his brother into his pants with a comfortable expression. Chiba finished pulling and placed the bottle on the table. At this moment Tsunade suddenly came out. "I'm done, you can use it." Tsunade came over, but Chiba hadn't reacted yet. Tsunade picked up the drink bottle with urine in it and drank it into his mouth. Kinyi was in a daze, and his heart was half dead. When this was over, she had to have a cerebral hemorrhage. "Why is this drink weird? It might be overnight, it tastes bad, right?" Tsunade didn't doubt that he was there, and put the drink on the table again. Watching her spit out her tongue and lick the urine at the corner of her mouth, Chiba's throat grumbled, a strange stimulation. No wonder some people in previous lives were so perverted, whip and drop wax. It turns out that this kind of stimulation is so excited. Thinking of how evil his thoughts were, Chiba shook his head and quickly destroyed the bottle on the table. One morning, Chiba felt guilty when looking at Tsunade. This matter must be in his stomach, and he didn't even dream of killing him. "Brother Smelly, go out to go shopping together in the afternoon." "No, I have to clean the house in the afternoon." "You have fun. You said why don't you hire a servant?" "Am I afraid to spend money?" "Sniff, stay home by yourself, and I will come back tonight to prepare something for me." "Understood, please send the queen out." Tsunade looked back and smiled sweetly. Loquacious. Seeing Tsunade walking away, Chiba sat down on the ground. "Is this a cohabitation? How does it feel different from TV?" "This cohabitation is as exciting as a spy movie." Of course it was impossible for Chiba to clean up the house. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to gather chakra. In order to prevent Tsunade from knowing his strength, Chiba practiced sneakily. After practicing chakra, Chiba studied the forbidden techniques in his memory. Now Chiba is studying the 8 doors of Dunjia art in his memory. Beiman Dunjia is the preparatory work before using Lilian Hua, lifting the body's restriction on chakra. In the chakra's flowing meridian system, the places that inhibit and control the chakra in the body are the 8 doors of opening, rest, life, injury, Duman, Jingman, and death doors. 8 gates will set a limit on the amount of chakra in the body, but Lilian Hua can use chakra to force it to exceed this limit, which leads to a trick that is dozens of times stronger than the original. Therefore, while gaining power, the operator himself may be injured. In the previous life animation, Matt Dai has mastered this ultimate physique in 20 years. Chiba didn't know how much Matt Dai had mastered in this life, and which door he could open now. Based on the duel with Dai, Chiba could probably guess that he could open the first 4 doors now. The state where the 8 doors are fully opened is called the 8 doors Dunjia array, which can instantly gain power dozens of times stronger than the 5 shadows, and at this time it is a state of burning the body. After the study, Chiba felt that he did not meet the training requirements for the time being. The prerequisite for using 8 doors is super routine training, overload training, and training beyond the limit. In this way, the various organs of the body can be exercised to adapt to the load after the door is opened, and the damage to the body caused by the huge energy after the door is opened is minimized. Chiba's current physical condition is far from reaching the first door, so after studying the 8-door Dunjia, Chiba chose to ignore this technique and wait until the body meets the requirements before practicing. I was immersed in one thing and time passed quickly. I remembered to send Tsunade away at noon to start practicing, and it was already evening. Looking at the sky outside, Chiba hurried to cook. Is he destined to be a cooking man in this life? Tsunade is responsible for doing business outside, he is responsible for housekeeping at home. If there are 2 children, he is also responsible for raising children. Think about this kind of life in the future. Chiba is less about the future many enthusiasm. I am back. You are back, you have worked hard, the food is ready, please Misamizi. Chiba crawled over on her knees and took her slippers for her. Tsunade is a little strange to see that Chiba is really attentive. Brother Smelly, are you ill? No. Then why are you so kind to me all of a sudden? Chiba suddenly pretended to cry. Let alone tears. Tsunade looked even more inexplicable. I had a dream in the afternoon, in which you marry someone else, don't marry me. What? After listening to Tsunade, holding his stomach and laughing, Tsunade kept laughing. Brother Smelly, are you crazy? I'm still waiting for you to marry me. After Tsunade finished speaking, he realized that he had missed his mouth, and hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand. Chiba was secretly happy as he listened. I can't marry you. Chiba looked sentimental. Why? You are Princess Kanaha, your grandfather is Hokage, and your teacher is Hokage. You are noble and I am not worthy. This. You said I am handsome, rich, honest, and steady, what else do I have? The more Tsunade listened, the more he felt that he was complimenting himself. Don't be funny, I'm hungry for dinner. Yes. The two finished their dinner warmly. Tsunade is more and more enjoying life now. Time is the most unforgiving thing. Unknowingly, a week has passed, and the two people living together are pretty okay. I said, sister, can you wash off the clothes you changed in the bathroom in time? Don't worry, wash them together in 2 days. Chiba is helpless and has never seen such a lazy woman. Every time she goes into the bathroom and sees the red, white, and pink, Chiba's head is flashing, and her body is about to move. You have been talking about this for a few days, and you have changed more and more clothes. When can your procrastination be corrected? In the past, Tsunade had someone to help take care of his life, so he cultivated his average living ability. Apart from being lazy in life, other cultivation practices were considered hard. Why don't you help me wash it, and tidy up the room by the way, please? Don't pretend to be an actress, I won't do this, and your personality is not like this. What is Tsunade's character set? Anyway, it's simple and rude. What is a person? Personal design is that you shouldn't beg me, but people are really too lazy to wash the hemp. Xiao Chiba, you are the cutest and the most kind. Tsunade's palms joined together to make a begging motion. Your clothes are so private, it's really not easy for me to move. I don't mind, what do you mind? This. Chiba suddenly had nothing to say. Just wash it. When she came to the bathroom, Chiba threw all her dirty clothes into the bucket and put a lot of detergent. Chiba didn't know how to wash her with her hands one by one. When she took off her shoes, Chiba stepped barefoot into the bucket and then began to step on her clothes with both feet. If Tsunade saw him washing the clothes like this, she would be crazy. Not possible. After stepping on it for dozens of times, Chiba changed the bucket of water to wash away the foam. After washing, Chiba took the bucket and went outside and hung her clothes on the rope. Sister washed it. Chiba sat down on the ground, pretending to be tired. Tsunade met with a smile and leaned over, licking his lips on Chiba's face. Sister, isn't it? I help you wash your clothes, and you still take advantage of me. Go to hell, smelly Chiba, you should be happy if you can get this princess's kiss. Kinyi was cheating in his heart, but there was a very bad expression on his face. Tsunade's hands were tickled by Chiba's humble appearance. After the Chiba play, I was too lazy to pretend, grabbed the snacks on the table and ate them, and was snatched by Tsunade just a few bites. This is my snack for you, but I bought it. I have eaten what you bought is mine, you have an opinion. No comment, no comment. The second half of the first sentence was spoken very quietly. Don't know when it will begin. Tsunade's fun is to fight against Chiba. Seeing him deflated, I feel very happy for some reason. Maybe the subconscious of liking each other is hurting each other. Chiba once saw a couple. They expressed their likes in a very special way. They beat each other. One said you hated it, and the other said you hated it. In the end, the two started to fight in the street. Isn't it funny, the most funny? The thing was that a kind little brother went up to persuade him to fight, but the two of them suddenly called the little brother to be nosy with the enemy. In the end, the two of them are baby, boring, little dear, don't mention how disgusting. Brother Smelly is so boring. Chiba was deducing a new ninjutsu in his mind at this time, and was suddenly interrupted. What? I said it's so boring, you want to have fun. If you are bored, won't you go out shopping, or ask you to come and play with them? What's fun about them? Hurry up and have fun. Chiba has no choice but to think about it. There is a go bang. Let's play backgammon, and those who lose have to put stickers on their faces. Okay. Hurry up and say how to play? Chiba carefully told her how to play go bang. With Tsunade's clever brain, he learned it after listening to it. Go bang is much simpler than chess. Chiba found the paper and drew a grid on it, and each of them had 24 small pieces of red and black in each hand. In the end, if the accompanying pieces of paper were gone, whoever lost. In the first few rounds, Chiba has been steadily winning. Tsunade also posted a few small notes on his face, and slowly Chiba found that the pressure was getting heavier and more slippery as Tsunade played. When the sixth game was played, Chiba unexpectedly lost. This is just the beginning, and then it is time to witness the miracle. As time passed by, Chiba's face grew more and more papers, and in the end there was nowhere to post it except his eyes. Stop playing. Chiba dropped the paper and looked discouraged. This doesn't fit Tsunade's personality at all. Doesn't he always lose every bet? Am I more unlucky than him? In the end, Chiba had to admit that apart from luck, Chiba's IQ was indeed not as high as Tsunade. Seeing his victory over Chiba, Tsunade couldn't be more happy. This was the first time he had won so easily. Brother Smelly has another round. This time I will let you 2 pieces of paper. Stop playing, you just let me 10 pieces of paper and I won't play anymore. Chiba removed all the small notes on his face. Chiba vowed that he would not compare IQ with Tsunade, but would be better than luck. The next morning, after Chiba finished his physical training, Tsunade got up. This woman is as casual as she is in her own home. How can she come out in pajamas? Don't you think of me as a man? Well, I'm just a boy. Chiba watched her enter the bathroom, so she went into the room and changed into clean clothes. The drenched clothes were taken off and thrown into the bucket. After coming out, they began to prepare breakfast for the two. After eating, Tsunade began to practice today. Tsunade generally practiced ninjutsu. Fortunately, she didn't use strange power, otherwise her courtyard would become pits. Chiba pretended to rest, but secretly refined chakra. An hour later, seeing Tsunade still cultivating, Chiba drew out his beloved sword and swung the same movement in the courtyard. After this period of insight, Chiba's sword intent became stronger and stronger, and I believe that it won't take long for Chiba to fully grasp the sword intent. Tsunade didn't use a sword, and his experience was not very rich, so I couldn't see the purpose of Chiba doing this. Because Chiba didn't release the sword intention specifically, Tsunade didn't know that Chiba was feeling the sword intention. The two practiced their own, without disturbing each other. The picture was too harmonious. I thought that such a beautiful picture would last until dark, but I didn't expect an untimely voice to suddenly think of it. Oh, you are all here. Chiba put away the knife without turning around, knowing that Jiraiya was also here. Tsunade still didn't look good when he saw him. Why are you here? Tsunade asked without curiosity. I just passed by to see you guys. Do you need any help? Gillette, you won't go with your tadpoles and run to me all day without any problems. Are you looking at my old sister? Ah, Ji-Lai is always blushing. How could it be possible that a ghost would like her if she had no figure and no B***BS? Chiba touched his head and sighed and finished. At this moment Tsunade clenched his fists and his face was very angry. Gillette, you are looking for death. Jiraiya realized that he had said something wrong. The next scene is very bloody, so I won't describe it here. Today's weather is really good. It's rare for Chiba to relax and have fun. Please don't get me wrong. Chiba will not find a woman when she is young. Even if she grows up, Chiba will not find it. It's not the Virgin Mary of Chiba. But how can wild flowers have the fragrance of home flowers? Walking in the streets of Konoha, Chiba put his hands on the back of his head, whistling in his mouth. Big brother. Chiba looked over at the voice of a little kid. It turned out to be Uchiha Fudake. It's your second brother. I haven't seen you for a long time. How has your mouth been recently? Uchiha Tomitake was embarrassed to touch his head. Recently I went to eat meatballs every day, but I didn't see you. Isn't that money spent yet? Well, I only eat 2 skewers a day, so I can eat it longer. It's good that you can control your desires at a young age. No wonder you can become a patriarch in the future with this kind of control ability. A Uchiha woman walked over with a girl about the size of a rope tree. The little girl is as cute as a porcelain doll. Brother, isn't that your family? Do you know the name of that little girl? I know, it seems to be Uchiha Mikato. Isn't Uchiha Mikato the future wife of the guy in front of him? Chiba suddenly got a bad taste. Brother, do you think that little girl is cute? Will you be your wife in the future? Big brother, what did you say? I'll ask you if you like it or not. Dislike. This guy answered very simply. He still has no concept of marrying a wife, and he still doesn't know how beautiful his wife will be in the future. Little brother, eldest brother has learned a little bit about looking recently, so he can figure out your future situation. Really? If you don't believe me, brother will do the calculations for you. Okay. Chiba pretended to pick up his left hand and look. As the saying goes, men look at the left and women look at the right. Chiba pretended to look at it seriously, and then gave it a hand. Unbelievable little brother. What's happenin'? Uchiha Tomitake was a little nervous. Your fate is the appearance of great wealth and nobleness. The so-called golden scales are things in the pool. When you encounter a storm, you will transform into a dragon. You can become a high official in the future, and you may even become the head of Uchiha. Really? Brother, I can really be the patriarch. In the Uchiha clan, the ranks are deep and the patriarch's identity is very noble. It can be said that most Uchiha people yearn for the position of the patriarch even more than one Hokage. Not only that, I also know that the little girl just now grows up to be your wife, and you will have 2 boys after you get married. Big brother, isn't it true? Believe it or not, everything can be seen from the palm of your hand, but your 2 children in the future are ill-fated, and even brothers will kill each other. You must choose a good name to resolve it. Brother, what's the name then? Big brother counts. Chiba became nagging again, stomping his feet for a while, and muttering words in his mouth for a while, making Uchiha Tamitake feel anxious. Yes, your eldest son is called Uchiha Itachi, and your second son is Uchiha Suzuki. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Suzuki? These two names sound very intimate, and they are in line with my own wishes. Then eldest brother will do the calculations for me. How old am I? The secret cannot be leaked. My eldest brother has already leaked the secret today, and it has lost a lot of my life. If I continue to disclose the secret, I am afraid that I will die soon. Ah, is the eldest brother so serious? The eldest brother is so kind to the younger brother. He actually spent his life to help me. Please be respected by the younger brother. Chiba was secretly proud that in the future, Uchiha Itachi and Suzuki were named by himself. I don't know that these things will happen one by one day in the future. One day Suzuki asked my father, is there a fairy in this world? Uchiha Tamitake didn't hesitate to say that there is a fairy. Later Uchiha Itachi and Suzuki admired Chiba very much. Of course, this is something later. Now that I met, my eldest brother will ask you to eat delicious food, so I don't need to save money for my eldest brother today. If you spend less today, my eldest brother will be angry. Big brother promised to complete the task. The two ate from East Street to West Street, and from South Street to North Street. How about the little brother's enjoyment? Big brother eats well, today is really enjoyable. My name is Chiba, and I live at ##. Come and play with me when I have time. I know the big brother. After the two separated, Chiba went home directly. Taking Uchiha Fudake as his younger brother was nothing more than Chiba's evil taste, and he didn't take Uchiha Fudake at all in his mind. I'm back, where are you dead? Don't cook food, wash your clothes, don't sweep the floor, what are you doing, flying? Chiba's face was stunned by the sudden roar. What's the situation? Aunt Tsunade is here. Look at what time it's time to come back now. I want to starve my old lady to death. Anyway, I'm full. It's up to me whether you eat or not. What? Say it again. Just say, whoever is afraid of who, what do you want to eat, spicy or sour? Chiba looked pleased. This woman had turned into a super tyrannosaurus, and she would have to die. If you are acquainted, just cook something, just make 7 or 8 dishes, and remember to pack it back next time you go out to eat alone. Yaya, this Diozi was born in the great Chinese nation, with noble blood, and was called by a woman of your low-level nation. I am too ashamed of the face of a Chinese man. I see, sister. Seeing Chiba's confession, Tsunade felt much better. Chiba came to the kitchen with a kitchen knife in his hand, and said in his mouth, 1 cut Tsunade, so you don't have to wash your hands every day, 2 cuts. After Chiba vented his anger in the kitchen, he walked out with the vegetables. Who is coming for dinner? You are right, that beautiful and lovely woman. Hate. Tsunade came over with a smile, knelt down on the ground and started eating. Chiba casually found a place to lie down. Seeing Tsunade like a hungry sow, Chiba's little mouth chirped endlessly, and Chiba couldn't wait to pull her face. Sister, do you want Aunt Mito? Yes I do. Then do you want the little rope tree? Yes I do. Go back if you want. Tsunade stopped the chopsticks in his hand and looked at him with a dull expression. Finally spit out 2 words. No way. Kinyi looked helpless. Kinyi was not very diligent in the first place, but now he still has to serve her like an old mother. It's too sad today. Tsunade finished eating the dishes on the table, and now Chiba finally knows what his zodiac sign belongs to, which is pig. Tsunade was a little embarrassed to see Chiba's expression. Too hungry. Chiba couldn't believe that Tsunade hadn't starved to death before. What do you think about these dishes? How to do? Tsunade asked back. You come to wash it. I have just eaten and I am about to exercise to digest. Tsunade folded his hands and cracked his knuckles. That I mean, how is it possible for you to wash? Of course I did this kind of rough work. Wang Ba Lao, marry you in the door sooner or later, let you kneel on the keyboard every day. There is a saying, the housework started with the baby, and after a period of cohabitation, Chiba did the housework. You must say that I am cheap. Whoever crosses, meets Tsunade, who is cheap. Don't laugh at me if you are half a catty, and I don't say you, everyone is awkward. Chiba still feels a bit of machismo in his heart. He always thinks that doing housework is a woman's job. Now that Chiba is in front of Tsunade, Chiba has finally realized that he is a woman. Last night the two fought the landlord and stipulated who would lose the first 20 rounds, and tomorrow he would take care of the housework. As a result, when he woke up the next day, Tsunade actually said that he had lost his memory and that he remembered that he had lost. Oh my god, when it comes to gambling, this lady is not a good person. Do you know that life is a matter of persistence? She can make you persist until you doubt life. Chiba had no choice but to wipe the floor obediently. The most irritating thing is that this lady is holding a bamboo stick to supervise herself, accidentally being lazy, and the little *** immediately eats the bamboo shoots fried pork. She wanted to train herself to be a man. Where there is oppression, there is escape. Chiba took advantage of Tsunade's inadvertent wave and threw the rag away, and ran out. Suddenly I felt that the sky outside was so blue, and even the air was full of freedom. Walking on the path of Kanaha, the old lady in the street was singing, "Oh oh, oh, listen to her sing. It's not good that in broad daylight, someone has molested the Liang family girl, and how this girl looks so familiar. Take a closer look, oh grass." It turned out to be Hyaga Plum. Chiba's heart suddenly became angry, and he was about to rush to the hero to save the United States, thinking carefully, Miyaizi is a ninja, the two are just ordinary villagers, and it stands to reason that Miyaizi has no reason to stand and let them bully. Chiba is not busy saving the United States, first to see what's going on. The chick looks pretty good, I'm a brother and wife. Yes, beauties, although the two brothers look a little stubborn, but the two brothers are not bragging, the skills of the two brothers have nothing to say, they are simply top-notch. After hearing this, Chiba couldn't help muttering, what is first-rate is obviously indecent. I wonder if this plum is mad, standing still and letting them flirt with words. In fact, Hyaga Miyaizi has seen Chiba a long time ago, and the reason why two gangsters molested him was to see how he would react. The two gangsters drank a lot of alcohol, but they didn't realize that the girl in front of them was from the Hyaga clan. The exclusive white eyes were the inherent symbol of Hyaga. Brother, look at this girl with fair skin and how beautiful her little face is. Big brother, I don't know about it. I guess I often post cucumbers. The two swayed and supported each other. One of them was itchy and stretched out his big dark and rough hand to touch Miyaizi's face. Miyaizi avoided his dirty hands with a simple action. Brother, did that girl hide away just now? Big brother, I can't tell, I guess I didn't hide, you try again. The man touched the plum again, but didn't touch it again. Brother, the eldest brother probably drank too much, he can't beat alcohol. Big brother, take a break and change for me. Brother worked hard. As a result, another person still can't touch the plum. Big brother can't do it, I guess he's very drunk. Why don't the two of us go up together to catch, and we catch our wives together, 1, 2, 3 belong to you, and 4, 5, 6 belong to me. Big brother is wrong, there are 7 days a week, who owns the 7th day? Big brother's brain is flawed, you let the big brother think about it, yes, on the 7th day she will drink with us both. Big brother has a good idea, see how my mind didn't expect it. Chiba squatted and watched, tears came down from his laughter. If the brothers went to Dion Club, there would be nothing wrong with Guodi Gang. The two discussed that they were going to catch plums. Miyaizi saw that Chiba was watching a good show, and was not angry. Chiba, you just watched me being bullied by a gangster. You can't clean up these two choppy by yourself. I'm a girl and want a lady, don't you know? Let me go, tell me ladies now, why did you go early? Since Miyaizi could shame on this, Chiba had no choice but to cooperate with him to save the beauty. Stop. Big brother, did you hear someone calling to stop? I didn't see it, maybe it was a hallucination. Chiba walked over and patted the shoulders of the two of them. Hey, here, where do your eyes look? The two looked down and saw a very beautiful child. Children, do you call us? I won't ask you who to call. What are you doing with our brothers? She is a servant in my family, you can't bully her. While listening, Miyaizi grabbed the soft flesh on Kinyi's waist with her hands. It seems that women are born with this trick. It hurts, Chiba's eyes are about to touch each other because of the pain. Big brother, what are they doing? I don't know if I took the wrong medicine. The two guys were drunk and their mouths were still so broken. The two eldest brothers are discussing something with you. What's the matter? Let us go. Big brother, he seems to be drunk too. I think it's the same, the kid will just tell you this, there is no discussion about this matter. Then don't blame me for being impolite, I am a person of courtesy first and then not arguing. Shoot, a loud slap in the face. The man's face hurt instantly, and he was sober with alcohol. Just when the two were about to punch Chiba, Chiba turned a magic trick and turned a piece of 1,000 yuan. One mouth, $500, don't bully you. The two looked at the money in Chiba's hand with green eyes. The kid is really 500 yuan per mouth. Really, this young master lacks everything but no money, either of you will come first. Children, don't bother you to do it, we will do it ourselves. The next two people's mouths crackled, until 200 times before they stopped. Looking at the faces of the two of them, the good guys have become fat after using hormones. A total of 400 shots, 200 shots for every person, a total of 40, 10,000. After all, Chiba felt tired. Kinyi said that he had a letter to transfer 200,000 to them. It is not easy to watch them make money. The two of them got so much money, thinking how much wine they have to drink to spend it all. Today this meal is really worth it. Little friend, next time, and this is good thing, let me know, brothers. The words are leaking, it's really hard, don't say it, hurry up and take the money to drink, it is best to drink cystitis. After the two sand sculptures left, Chiba looked at Miyaizi, who was already laughing at this moment. Chiba, you are too bad. Why am I broken? My hero did something wrong to save the United States. How can you let them slap? They are willing, how am I embarrassed to stop? You don't know there is a saying that blocking people's wealth is like killing a parent. Just now you said I was you. What did I say? Look at the big flying saucer behind me. Isaac turned around to see where there was a flying saucer, and then looked back at Chiba. He had already run away. Smelly Chiba, stop for me. This lady chased him 5 streets, and in the end, if she didn't hide in the men's room, she would probably be killed. Today is Aunt Mito's birthday. Just after Chiba came back from practicing outside, she saw Tsunade drawing her eyebrows and even applying light powder to her face. Not to mention that after such a simple makeup, the whole person became more it's pretty. I said, isn't it just my sister's birthday? What are you doing with makeup? Show you guys a little bit of color. This was too skillful, and Chiba said he couldn't refute it. Uzumaki Mito's birthday is celebrated every year, and each time it is a simple celebration with his family. This year there are 2 more people, Chiba and Nizuki. Chiba, is your cake ready? Not yet, I will do it right now. Since the last birthday, Chiba made a cake. Tsunade always reminded me to make a cake when his birthday was about to be celebrated in Mito. The materials needed to make cakes are low-gluten flour, cornstarch, vegetable oil, butter, whipped cream, eggs and so on. The last time Chiba had a dream, some Naruto fans said that Chiba can't make cakes in Naruto world. This is just nonsense. May I ask if there is no Hokage world above? Maybe they will still say that you have an oven. Do you have cake making tools? There is a word in this world called flexible. The purpose of riding a train is the same as riding a carriage. You squat on the toilet and sit on the toilet, and the effect of solving the problem is the same. So the cake making tool can be replaced by others. There are also the patterns on the cake. Can Chiba's hands be so skillful that he can't draw them by himself? The most exquisite pictures in the world are drawn by humans. I also dreamed that Naruto fans said that Chiba is an orphan, where the money to buy these things, Konoha's relief fund, is very small. Chiba will explain again that he has saved a little bit over the years. In order to get close to the Chien Shao clan, Chiba has been ruthlessly making money. In the future, such problems will not be explained. It takes several hours to make the cake. Chiba is practicing chakra while waiting for the bread to be cooked. Tsunade also prepared for Grandma to continue today. Chiba wanted to take a look, but the woman was so mysterious that Chiba was not allowed to see. It took 2 hours to complete a beautiful cake. Chiba took out the cardboard box and put it away, and tied the ribbon on the outside. It was almost noon now, and Chiba took a quick bath, changed into clean clothes, and rushed to the land of the Senju clan with Tsunade. As soon as he entered the clan, the good guy came to so many people for his birthday. It is estimated that there are at least 100 people. 2 Konoha consultants, including Sarutobi Hizaki and Shinura Danzo, also came, and the patriarchs of other major families also came to congratulate. It seems that Uzumaki Mito plays an important role in Konoha. In fact, this is easy to understand. The wife of the first generation of Naruto God, the princess of the Uzumaki clan, and the first generation of Zulai, she is also very strong. It is not surprising that she has such a status. When Tsunade and Chiba came, Mito said happy birthday to everyone. In order to eat Chiba's feast, the chef in the kitchen has cleaned up the dishes afternoon today, and waited for Chiba to come to cook. There is a saying that it is not wrong for those who are able to work more, and now Chiba regrets that it's okay to show some cooking skills. No matter what the relationship between Chiba and the Chaiza clan is, his identity is still very humble in everyone's eyes. There are a lot of guests here today, and with the addition of people from the Thousand Hands, there are many dishes to be made today. Fortunately, the dishes are all washed, as long as they are responsible for making them. Chiba's cooking does not shy away from being watched. If they can learn their own cooking skills, they are considered capable. Cooking in Chiba is very cool, with various actions at your fingertips. Watching Chiba cooking is like watching an acrobat perform. The anger outside is very harmonious, at least on the surface. After 2 hours of uninterrupted hard work, Chiba finally finished all the dishes. With hundreds of dishes, Chiba even sweated his face even if he had good physical strength. The vegetable was taken out by someone, and Chiba took a few sips of water and took off the scarf before he walked out of the kitchen. The birthday party officially started. Chiba pushed the cake out. This cake was 3-tiered, with a small candle lid on the top layer. Everyone was a little surprised to see the shape of this cake. I thought about making one on my own birthday. Chiba sang a happy birthday song while pushing the cake. Of course, the song was covered in Japanese, so don't feel embarrassed. Everyone thinks this kind of celebration is very fresh, and the song is catchy, and everyone can't help but learn to sing after listening to it. Chiba pushed the cake in front of Aunt Mito. Happy birthday, Aunt Mito. I wish you 18 years old forever, and live younger and younger. What kind of person Mito is, his heart has been hardened by practice, and the corners of his eyes were moistened by Chiba's actions at this time. Thank you, kid. Mito looked at Chiba with gentle eyes, as if looking at his own child. Happy birthday, Grandma, this is a gift I prepared. Chiba stared at the thing in Tsunade's hand. What is it so mysterious? Mito happily took it. Grandma, take a look. This is a gift carefully prepared by the granddaughter, and of course she will open it to see it. Mito slowly opened the package, not to mention that the package was too exquisite, and the skin used was too beautiful. When you opened it, it was a piece of clothing. When it was unfolded, it turned out to be a cheongsam. This cheongsam has two patterns of dragon and phoenix. There are a few peony flowers on the chest and the collar is knitted with gold edges. This type of cheongsam is called dragon and phoenix cheongsam. Shiba remembers the last time he was bored and drew it from memory, but he did not expect Tsunade to hide it and secretly let the tailor make it. The dark purple fabric makes the whole dress look noble and mysterious. Everyone was attracted by this dress, it was so beautiful, especially the girls present showed a look of envy, really wishing to have such a dress. Mito liked it as she watched it, and she liked this year's gift very much. Thank you, I am very happy. Next, everyone gave congratulatory gifts, but with the above two gifts, the other gifts looked eclipsed. This year's birthday was very lively. Everyone not only saw beautiful things, but also ate delicious food. They were all fortunate to be able to participate in this kind of birthday party. At the birthday party, the girl gathered around Tsunade and asked her where she made her clothes. Knowing that this design was made by Chiba, Shiba instantly became a friend of women. Shiba didn't get tired of it. In the end, she was so annoyed that she had no choice but to agree to help them design. It's just that a piece of this kind of dress is not cheap, and it costs tens of thousands to say. These women are not bad money, and I heard that they can help them design. Competing for money. Shiba has millions more in his hands. In fact, this kind of clothes only costs a few thousand yuan after all the expenses are deducted, and Shiba makes tens of thousands of dollars on a piece of clothing. No wonder some people say that women and children make the best money. When I got home, Shiba began to design. In fact, this kind of thing is very simple for Shiba. In an hour, Shiba draws dozens of pictures. Shiba calls Tsunade to give her half of the money and ask her to find a master do, the rest of the money is hers. Seeing that he could make so much money, Tsunade certainly agreed. The bland days in life always account for the majority. Several days have passed since Uzumaki Nito's birthday. At this time, Shiba was lying on the wooden sofa with her eyes closed and rested. This sofa was made by Shiba 2 days ago. Based on the function of the sofa in the previous life, Shiba drew the draft himself and taught it to the carpenter. This sofa can be folded up, it is a wooden bed when it is opened, and it is a sofa when it is folded. Shiba spread a blanket on the sofa and put a few pillows on it so that he would feel very comfortable whether he was sitting or lying down. Since having a sofa at home, Tsunade's favorite thing is to occupy this sofa. As long as she wants to lie down, even if Chiba lay on it first, she will ruthlessly drag him to the ground and take it for herself. While Tsunade was busy with other things, Chiba lay down for a while. After Tsunade washed his hair, wiped it with a dry towel, and finally wrapped the entire hair in the towel. Stand up. Why, I lie down first. By the way, I am your sister. I said, beautiful women, you can't help but make sense. I'll give you a stroke. May I ask who made this sofa? You. Who owns this family, please? May I collect your rent again? Would you please come over and live? No. Then why do you make me take it for granted? By the way, I am your sister. You don't make sense. Women are unreasonable at first, how about it? Are you angry? Bite me, I don't eat pork. Brother Smelly, I've been too good to you lately, do you want to taste the fist? Tsunade looked vicious, and Chiba seemed to see a heavy hammer with that clean white fist. I have to make you not okay. Confucius said that it's hard to raise women and villains, and that's true. Tsunade lay down, holding a novel in his hand, and looking at the cover. Isn't it the one written by Chiba? How long have you read this novel, and haven't read it yet? Is it really that good looking? Brother Smelly, are you busy lately? It's not busy, what's the matter? You are not busy, why don't you write a novel? After reading this novel, what do you want me to read? I don't want to write, it's boring. You said that, it saddens me so much that you have fallen. Cut. Tsunade read a few lines, took out snacks from the side with his right hand and delivered it to his mouth. If you can write another romance novel, I will promise you one condition. Shiba's already listless spirit immediately started. All conditions are fine. Shiba looked at Tsunade with a longing and wretched look. Tsunade seemed to be violated by her eyes. Don't have dirty thoughts. Sister, are the words on my face obvious? It's not obvious yet, the saliva is flowing out. Shiba was so scared that he wiped off his mouth immediately. Where there was saliva, he was clearly cheated. Sister, you hate it. The conditions I'm talking about are on the basis of ethics, and on the basis of being reasonable, legal, and reasonable. This restriction is a bit excessive. Then let me say a condition for you to refer to. Say it. Shiba hesitated whether to say it or not. This said what the consequences would be. At ordinary times, Shiba was not ashamed or irritable, and he screwed it up when it was a critical moment. Sister, I am what if, I said what if. Stop talking nonsense. Can you be my girlfriend? What? I can be your boyfriend. Tsunade sat up from the sofa in surprise, looking at Chiba with a confused look. Chiba was staring uncomfortably. Sister, I didn't say if it was wrong. I agreed. What? Agreed. Chiba buckled her ears with her fingers, with an unbelievable expression on her face. Sister, did you hear what I said? Do you want to repeat it? Aren't you just being your girlfriend? As long as you write another novel, I will promise you. Wow, I feel that life has reached its peak, and it feels that life has reached its climax. Chiba patted her face with excitement, and then quickly did push UPS on the ground. What are you doing? Leave me alone, I'm already intoxicated. Tsunade watched his funny behavior and chuckled softly. This silly brother was too funny. In fact, Tsunade has long liked Chiba. If it wasn't for the two people's age difference, he might have agreed before. Now just follow the situation to speak out. Kinyi did hundreds of push UPS. Ha ha ha. Chiba gasped heavily. Don't be happy too early. If I am not satisfied with the novel, I just take it back. No problem. I can't guarantee other things. I have talent for writing novels. Besides, I can't read more than 100 novels in my previous life. Just copy the classics, it's not so easy. Where are you going, brother Smelly? I went into the room to make a novel. Tsunade gave a gentle smile when he saw the Kinyi monkey scorching in a hurry. Back to the room, Chiba put his chin on, biting the pen with his mouth. What on earth was he writing? Just thinking about it at random, several inspirations pouring out of my mind. In the last life, there was a famous novel called The Day of Living with a Stewardess. Stewardess is about the pure love life of Shanghai white-collar worker Lu Fei and flight attendant Ran Jing. The savage and gentle flight attendant Ran Jing, lost in love and drunk, was picked up by white-collar Lu Fei and returned home. Because of Lu Fei's stupidity and humor, Ran Jing began to actively contact him. After that, he accidentally got the keys to Lu Fei's house, and soon began the incredible cohabitation life. The beauty Ran Jing is the princess and hostess of the family. Lu Fei likes Ran Jing. The name of Chiba's new book is The Day of Living with a Ninja. This book only needs to change the names of the two protagonists, and then modify the environment inside to retain the interesting content of the two people living together, and then add some creativity to ensure that this book will surpass the book in the previous life. Chiba first wrote the outline and detailed outline. Since this novel has only a few 100,000 characters, there are not many outlines and detailed outlines. Because of his talent for writing, Chiba's inspiration continues to burst. Originally, he had to write more than 100,000. It is estimated that this novel will be finished with 600,000 words. A novel with 600,000 words in the previous life and a few million words at every turn is not too long, but in Hokage it is a novel. Busy late into the night, Chiba's outline was finally written, and then just write according to the content on the outline. Tsunade was outside waiting for Chiba to come out, but until he went to bed, this guy didn't come out. He looked inside and the lights were still on. Tsunade smiled, and said softly with a fisted gesture, Daddy, I'm waiting to be you. Girlfriend. Chiba was so excited to be lying in bed, so excited that I could hardly fall asleep. No, I want to finish writing the novel as soon as possible. I didn't see Ji in either, but there was a burst of white smoke, and the smoke spread out and a shadow clone appeared. I'll leave the following things to you, I'll go to bed first. The body has worked hard, go to sleep, leave this kind of work to me. Because Chuck Ruby has improved a lot before, so this time the shadow clone can last for an hour. Chiba was so sleepy that she fell asleep shortly after lying down, leaving only the shadow clone to write hard. The next day, when Chiba woke up, the shadow clone had automatically disappeared, and on the table was the result of the shadow clone's 1-hour battle last night. Chiba picked up the saved manuscript and read the content inside. It was very good. Even someone who knew the plot couldn't help but want to read it down. You can imagine how other people would react. The word count is about 3,500 words. It's not bad to be able to write so much in an hour. After collecting the manuscript, Chiba opened the wooden door and went outside to start morning exercises. Chiba's weight has now increased to 30 jin. At this time, Chiba was sweating and doing squats. He had already jogged and pushed UPS before. Strength does not come out of thin air. The fragments in the game can only increase one aspect of one's talent, and talent does not represent strength. If you want strength, you must practice hard. After 400 squats, Chiba sat down on the ground, panting like a cow. After taking a good rest, Chiba walked into the house after his body regained some strength. He glanced at Tsunade's room, and it seemed that he hadn't gotten up yet, and Chiba didn't bother him. He took clean clothes from the room to the bathroom for a brief wash. After coming out, Chiba began to prepare breakfast for the two. After breakfast was done, Chiba sat down to eat slowly. Tsunade woke up at this time, and saw that Chiba was eating breakfast, showing a sweet smile. Morning, early, it's quite early, it's 9 o'clock in the morning. Looking at Tsunade with messy hair, wearing pajamas, and bare feet, Chiba really felt that this woman was a bit sloppy. After eating breakfast, Chiba walked into the room and sat on the bed directly to refine the chakra. Chakra is the basis for all ninjutsu. No matter how powerful ninjutsu you have mastered, without chakra, you are also a lamb to be slaughtered. Chiba's current shortcomings are obvious: his body is weak, and his chakra is insufficient. Even if there is only an ordinary chakra at the lower level of forbearance, Chiba can display the strength of the upper forbearance, but it is a pity that the wishes are beautiful, and the reality is cruel. Even if the amount of Chiba chakra is very small, but with some skills such as swordsmanship and illusion, unexpectedly, Chiba even has the opportunity to kill the elite Shangnin. After refining the chakra, Chiba took out the saved manuscript and looked at it, and then wrote down the plot below. Tsunade finished breakfast, walked to Chiba's room, quietly opened the door, and saw that Chiba was struggling to write a book, and his heart was as sweet as eating honey. This smelly brother wants to be his girlfriend so much, come on. Smelly brother. Chiba kept writing until 12 noon, then put down the pen and rubbed his sore hands. Chiba picked up the results of these few hours and was very satisfied. Since the outline has been prepared, Chiba's novel writing is particularly smooth, and there is almost no case of cave-in, and a total of 12,000 words are written in a few hours. Chiba carefully put the deposited manuscripts in the drawer. According to the current progress, I write an average of more than 15,000 words a day. If you write 450,000 words in a month, you can finish the novel in 1.5 months. In other words, Tsunade will be his girlfriend in 1.5 months. Thinking of this, Chiba couldn't help a wretched smile on his face. Walking out of the room, Chiba saw Tsunade lying softly on the sofa, eating snacks in his mouth. Seeing Chiba coming out, his eyes were clearly shining. "Brother Smelly, do you want to starve me to death? What time is this and I still don't cook? There is no way. In order to end the life of a single dog, I can only do my best." Tsunade chuckled. "How old are you? Are you so anxious to find a girlfriend? Can you not be in a hurry? Good cabbage has been swept away by pigs these years. If I don't act first, I won't be able to pick up cabbage roots." The more Tsunade listened, the happier he became. "If you can talk, go cook, you are starving to death." "Okay." After eating a meal, Tsunade picked up the medical scroll and began to study medical ninjutsu. I have to say that Tsunade is still very talented for medical ninjutsu. Chiba had also read medical information before, but because there were too many things to practice, he didn't go to research medical ninjutsu for the time being. Medical ninjutsu is a type of ninjutsu in which the surgeon stimulates the cells through chakras to heal the wounds of the patient. The effects of detoxification and attack can also be achieved through changes in the form. Pharmacist's pocket is an example. At this time, medical ninjas are still very rare. Later, because of Tsunade's proposal and the prominent role of medical ninjas in the war, medical ninjas will pay attention. Now Tsunade has begun to practice medical ninjutsu, and he has a lot of medical knowledge. Chiba had such an idea that he put forward the concept of the 100 grand art in advance, so that Tsunade's airport could be completely wiped out. Ninja method Yin Seal creation regeneration by how art is to release Yin Seal during the battle, so as to produce a large amount of chakras in the body, which can carry out physical regeneration without sealing, and can realize the undead in seamless battle. This effect will create a large number of cells and will compromise lifespan. We all know that the body grows because of the continuous decomposition of body cells, and this technique can theoretically achieve rapid growth of any part of the body. Chiba looked at his little ding-ding, and had an evil thought in his heart. Tsunade can use Bauhaus technique to promote the rapid development of the chest in the chest, and Chiba can of course allow the small ding-ding to develop quickly. Because the number of cell divisions in a person's life is limited, the experiment can only be done in a certain part. A book friend said that the Yin Seal can only be used by women. Chiba has not studied this deeply, but Chiba can indeed use the Yin Seal. If you want to ask why, it is because of the talent. I am the protagonist. Chiba pretends to be ninjutsu and does not understand the theory and Tsunade's detailed description of creation and regeneration and the technique of 100 powers. The more Tsunade listened, the brighter her eyes became. This was originally her signature ninjutsu in the future. Naturally, she has this talent. Chiba just said the theory, and Tsunade had many ideas in her mind. "Sister, tell me if you can make your body bigger if you use my theory." This is already suggesting that Tsunade wants to enlarge his breasts. Do we practice this technique quickly? "Brother Smelly, don't practice arbitrarily, wait until I understand, and then teach you." Tsunade didn't doubt that Chiba didn't know so much, because Chiba had been in the family library, and his memory was very good, and he had practiced the Yin Seal, so it's normal to think like this. Seeing Tsunade sinking into contemplation, Chiba took the Overlord sword and practiced sword art in the courtyard. Now Chiba has felt more and more knife intent, as if it was just separated by a layer of gauze paper. As long as he pierced it, he could see a whole new world. And this layer of sandpaper needs an opportunity to pierce through, and when this opportunity will come, no one knows this. It can only be seen how Kinyi's talents are for comprehension. How exquisite the knife technique is. It is composed of the basic knife technique, so the foundation is very important. After practicing the knife for a whole afternoon, Shiba walked into the room and saw Tsunade holding his chin still thinking. Shiba didn't bother and went into the room to continue creating. In the evening, Shiba asked Tsunade to come over for dinner after preparing the meal. Seeing Tsunade still sitting there thinking, "Eat first and think about it later. Don't bother me, let me be quiet. People are iron, rice or steel, so you panic if you don't eat a meal. You said why you have explained the theory so clearly, but in actual operation, you feel that there are difficulties everywhere. Isn't this nonsense? This technique was created by you N years later, now you. It's not that I attacked you. It is impossible to thoroughly figure out this technique with your current knowledge and experience. You should eat first." White Tsunade is keen on this technique. In fact, the majority of Naruto fans know. Now that I know Chiba, I want to get rid of the name of a poor breast girl even more. Seeing Tsunade's absent-minded appearance, Shiba regretted speaking out this technique prematurely. Shiba added vegetables to her bowl. The woman thought about things, but didn't see that there was no more vegetables in the bowl. She just ate rice. After eating, Shiba cleared the table, washed the dishes, and was about to enter the house to continue writing novels. Tsunade looked at Shiba and said, "I want to move back to live." Why, is it because she is tired of living? To be honest, at this stage, Shiba is eager for her to move, so that it is much easier to do what she does. "I want to go back and check the information easily. If you don't understand, you can ask Grandma. Then I will help you carry your luggage tomorrow." "No, I pack my things and leave now." Shiba pretended to be reluctant, but actually wanted her to leave. "Sister, I can't bear you, can't you go?" Tsunade was very moved when he saw his sadness. "Or I won't leave." "Ha, don't leave, although you don't want to part with your sister, but for your sister's progress, you should go." Shiba was shocked. Why did this stinky mouth say such things? "Well, Brother Smelly will wait until I have studied this technique before moving back." "Okay." Shiba helped Tsunade move the luggage back. After moving it, he ran away without drinking any water. He was afraid that Tsunade would regret it. Back home, Shiba leaves a shadow clone to continue writing novels, and he enters the game himself. Recently, the time for playing games has been getting less and less. Actually, when you count it, games are your main business, and cultivation is a sideline. As long as you get good pieces, it's better than your own cultivation. I played a few games tonight and found nothing. Shiba quit the game, opened his eyes and saw that the shadow clone had been automatically released. After reading the manuscript on the table, Shiba didn't move and closed his eyes to sleep. When I woke up in the morning, Shiba looked at the deposited manuscripts on the table and probably watched the plot, and then put the deposited manuscripts in the drawer. The book now has more than 20,000 words. Now there is only one person in the huge house, and no one cares how to toss about it. Coming to the courtyard, the morning air is particularly fresh. It's been a long time since I practiced with Ade, and Shiba put on the negative gear and ran all the way to the training ground. After coming, Shiba didn't care about seeing Ade yet. He came a bit early. Shiba did the warm-up exercise first. Just after the warm-up exercise, he saw Ade running over. "Kinyi is you. I haven't practiced together for a long time. The blood in my body is beginning to boil, and my youth will be like this." Although Ade's words are very different, they have to be said that they are still very motivating. "I haven't practiced together for many days. The old rule is to run first. Whoever gets tired first gets down and asks the other person to eat ramen." "Yoshi, all right." Ade drew a thumb, showing a mouthful of white teeth. The two stood on the same starting line. Shiba started shouting, and the two ran forward desperately. 4 laps, 8 laps, 12 laps, 18 laps, 20 laps. After the 20 laps, Kinyi was really dying. At this time, he was sweating and panting like a cow. Every step he moved was as heavy as lead on his feet. In the end, Shiba got down. Looking at Ade, although this guy is sweating on his head, his speed is still very fast. He is really a stamina monster. After a good rest, Shiba started doing push UPS, then squats. Running, push UPS, and squats must be completed every day. Shiba gave up every time these 3 projects reached their limits. After practicing in the morning, Shiba and Ade came to the Maple Ramen restaurant. Still the same way, Shiba ordered a bowl and ordered 2 bowls for Ade. Shoo, the 2 of them ate noodles as fast as they were reborn like starving ghosts. Ma Po Po likes others to eat noodles like this the most. This is the best affirmation of her noodles. After separating from Ade, Shiba walked on the road and saw a huge physique with the family pattern of the Kaido clan on his clothes. Judging from his age, he was probably about the same age as Sarutobi Risky and Danzo. This person should be a forebearer. To be honest, Shiba doesn't care much about the Akuto clan, but it's not that Shiba doesn't approve of their strength. The Akuto clan is still very strong. As the ancient family of Konoha, passed down from other families, it's impossible to have no skill. The Kayodeo clan is one of the elder families who joined Muiin village during the initial creation of the Land of Fire. The family members are large in size and possess the special ability to transform fat into a large amount of chakras. They use secret medicine pills, doubling technique, meat bomb chariot, acupuncture meat bomb chariot, local doubling technique, super doubling technique, etc. The family's secret ninjutsu has been passed down from generation to generation. In terms of the destructive power of physical arts, the Kyoto clan is the strongest among Konoha's clan. Seeing Chiba staring at him, he smiled at Chiba. The people of the Kyoto clan are relatively gentle, at least in normal times. Hello, senior. This person kept eating with snacks in his hand, and didn't know how many snacks he put in his pocket. Hello, I saw you at a buffet party last time. Your singing is great, but I appreciate your cooking more. Senior praised, it is my honor to be recognized by you. I dare to ask Senior's surname. My name is Chu-Deo to take the wind. Autumn Road takes the wind. The Shinobu family of the Akuto clan of Muine village, the country of fire, was a member of the elite guards of the second generation of Hokage when he was young. Uchiha Mirror is a teammate. He often showed extremely strong power. The battle between him and the Golden Horn troops in Union Village made him famous in the ninja world. Unfortunately, he died while fighting against Nine Tails in the incident of the Nine Tails attacking the village. It turned out to be this fierce man. Senior, my name is Chiba, please advise me. The little guy is very polite. When will he go to my house and help me make a big meal? I have time at any time, noon or evening. Then night. The family members will be there by then. Good senior. The reason why Chiba agreed to him was only because he wanted to make friends with the Chu-Deo clan. As for the so-called flattery, Chiba would not do it. After agreeing to senior, Chiba went home directly after separating from him. At this time, Chiba was holding the tyrant knife and closed his eyes and concentrated on feeling. When he swung the knife 1,000 times, inspiration suddenly came. And this kind of inspiration was fleeting, and Chiba wanted to recapture this feeling. Chiba emptied his body and mind, and his mind was empty. Everything in the world could no longer affect him. Only the knife in his hand was in his heart. This knife was part of his body. He tried to communicate with the knife. There are knives in people, and there are people in knives, so that people and swords are one. If people and swords are one, they will become swords, ***ch, people. As time passed by, Chiba just stood still, like a statue, with a bug falling on his hand, as if he hadn't noticed it. At this moment, with Kinyi as the center, there was a wave of air around him, the wildflowers and weeds under his feet were blown out, and the insect that fell on Kinyi's hand was actually blown away by Kinyi's body. Blow away. There was no wind in Kinyi's clothes, and the aura exuding on his body became more terrifying. Suddenly he opened his eyes suddenly and looked at his eyes as sharp as a knife. The tyrant god slashed. Chiba drank lightly, and the knife in his hand quickly dropped from top to bottom. A round of knife energy slashed on the ground with a mysterious knife intent, and a terrible, bottomless knife mark appeared on the ground. At this moment, Chiba finally completes his sword. Of course, the Overlord sword slash was what Chiba said casually, and the Flagwood swordsmanship did not have this trick. If Sakumo Heiji knew that Chiba had achieved full sword intent at the age of 6 years of weak crown, he would have his jaw dropped to the ground. You must know that he is only a new sword intent, and how old he is now, in his teens. The reason why Chiba reached the completion of the sword intent so quickly was that on the one hand, he practiced hard, and the important point was that his talent in swordsmanship was enchanting. You are welcome to say that his current talent in swordsmanship even surpassed Heiki Sakumo. Chiba was very satisfied with the knife and removed the evidence on the ground. Chiba carried the knife and walked into the house. After taking a few sips of water, Chiba took a look at the time, and it was too early to make an appointment with the senior. Chiba simply cleaned it, changed into clean clothes, and was about to go out. Before going out, Chiba left a shadow clone to continue creating, and walked out of the house. When they came to the land of the Chu-Deo clan, the Chu-Deo clan could be regarded as a big family. The chakras of the Chu-Deo clan must be gathered through food. The Chu-Deo clan can convert the calories in the food into chakras through food intake. It can be said that as long as the food is carried with them, the Chu-Deo ninja can fight for a long time without weakening the combat power. This amazing transformation ability makes it possible for the Chu-Deo clan's extremely consuming chakra secret technique, whether it is doubling, super doubling, chakra, as long as there is food there is chakra can be activated. No one stopped him when Kinyi came to the gate of Chu-Deo clan. It is estimated that Senior has already explained it. The position of Chu-Deo to take the wind in the Chu-Deo clan is quite good. After going in, I saw that everyone from the Kyoto clan was eating snacks. People who didn't know their condition would think that this clan was a foodie. Chu-Deo took the wind to greet him personally, which also showed that he had an easygoing personality and had no pretensions. Other people in the clan also greeted Chiba one after another. Chiba was a little flattered, knowing that his current status is only a civilian and an orphan. The Akuto clan is very different from other clan. Chiba believes that if he goes to the Uchiha clan or the Hayaga clan, he will definitely not receive this treatment. Don't talk nonsense, it's too early to see Chiba, let's do it. After arriving in the kitchen, Chiba looked at the ingredients, most of which were high-protein meats and very few vegetables. Chiba is not surprised, their bodies need high energy, so meat is the best choice. The population of the Kyoto family is not very large, nor is it too small. Chiba has a lot of things to do. Fortunately, there are chefs from the back kitchen to help clean up the ingredients. It's easy to understand why Chiba is going to make a big pot of meat mixed with meat tonight. It means to put all kinds of meat into a pot and stew, which is the same as stewing in a big pot of beef. The key is to find a pot that is big enough. This is not a problem at all. They were ordered to take a large wooden barrel. This barrel was 1 person high, wide, and 1 arm open and long. This barrel was originally used for storing grain. Chiba put the big wooden barrel in the cauldron, put clean water in the cauldron, and burnt wood under the cauldron, using the steam of water to cook the meat in the cask. In order to make the water in the barrel boil early, Chiba pours it with boiled water. After the water boils, Chiba puts the secret sauce into the barrel, then pours all the cut meat into it, adds cooking wine, sesame oil and other condiments, covers the lid, and steams for 2 hours. This is the first time everyone has seen this practice, and don't know if it tastes good. Chiba makes people continue to add firewood, the more the fire, the better. Wooden barrel stew, the most important thing is that the meat should be rotten and chewy, because the wooden barrel is sealed, all the taste of the meat is inside, not emitted, but absorbed by the meat, so the taste is also the purest. 1 hour passed, but there was no smell outside, and no one knew what was inside the barrel. Chiba looked at the water in the cauldron and added some water if it wasn't enough, be sure to ensure enough steam. Just when everyone was waiting impatiently, Chiba touched the wooden barrel, feeling almost. You can open the wooden lid. When the wooden lid was opened, a strong scent came out, and everyone smelled the saliva. Chiba put all the noodles in, and when the noodles were almost cooked, he poured all the vegetables in. Holding a clean wooden stick and stirring vigorously by the Chudeo clan, everything spreads evenly. Everyone can eat. Hearing that it was ready to eat, they were holding bowls in their hands and squeezed forward one by one. Of course, there is orderly respect and inferiority. Those with high status in the clan prosper first, and then one by one according to generation. Everyone was given a large bowl. This large bowl was full. Chiba only needed half a bowl to be full. As for them, Chiba didn't know. Each person holds at least 4 bowls for such a large wooden barrel. It should be enough to eat. If it is not Chiba, there is no way. After everyone got it, they ate it quickly and yelled at the same time that it was delicious. If this group of people go to eat and broadcast, they will definitely attract a lot of fans. Even if the air is suddenly quiet, everyone is desperately destroying the meat in the bowl, and they all feel that talking now is a waste. In only 20 minutes, all the food in the barrel taller than a person was eaten up. Everyone is so happy and so happy. After dinner, Chiba and Chudeo take the wind to drink tea together. Chiba, thank you very much, this dinner is very delicious. You're polite, senior, I just did something. After returning from the Chudeo clan, Chiba returned to the room, looked at the archive left by the shadow clone, and then wrote down the plot. The breakthrough in the realm of the sword technique made Chiba's combat effectiveness much higher at once. Although he did not break through the sword, but when the sword technique reached this realm, he could deal with the general shinobi only with a knife. Putting away the arrogance in his heart, Chiba knew that he still had a long way to go, so he couldn't slack off on the road of progress. Taking advantage of Tsunade's return, no one disturbed herself, Chiba decided not to visit Tsunade for now, and kept writing at home. When busy, time always flies quickly, and a few days go by like this. In the past few days, Chiba conducted physical training in the morning, followed by an hour of chakra refinement, and finally set aside a few hours to practice ninjutsu, illusion, and seal, and the rest of the time was spent writing books. After a few days of hard work, there are now more than 80,000 words in the manuscript. Chiba wrote the last word, then put down the pen, put the manuscript in the drawer and put it away before going out to find Tsunade. The strange thing is that Tsunade hasn't come to see herself these days. Is she really that diligent? When they came to the land of the Chiba tribe, Chiba said hello to Aunt Mito before going to see Tsunade. Hearing her aunt said that she was in the library underneath, Chiba planned to go over and take a look. As soon as she entered, Chiba saw a young woman at a table holding a scroll in her hand and reading it carefully. This girl sometimes frowned and sometimes appeared in a daze. With Tsunade's ability, Chiba came in and didn't lower her steps specifically. She should have found out, but when Chiba came behind her, she didn't notice it at all. It is said that serious men are attractive, and the same is true of serious women. Chiba mischievously covered her eyes with his hands, and then said in a strange voice, "Guess who I am?" Tsunade was thinking deeply. Suddenly, his eyes went dark, and an unknown voice came from his ears. He was shocked and was instinctively defensive. Tsunade hit Chiba's chest with an elbow. In this case, the woman still used strange force. Kinyi's chest seemed to be hit by a hammer, and her whole body flew back, and finally hit the ground. Had it not been for Chiba's instinct to retreat a few centimeters, it is now estimated that the sternum has been fractured. Oh, it hurts me to death. Tsunade heard this voice. Isn't it Chiba? Turning around, it was really Chiba. Seeing Chiba's sadness, Tsunade ran over anxiously, but she knew the strength of that moment. Are you okay? Do you think I look okay? Sorry, I didn't mean it. Chiba was so painful that she was sweating, and there was a huge pain in her chest. Tsunade became more anxious when he saw it, and hurriedly used her little hand to help Chiba rub. Chiba, don't move, I will use healing techniques to help you recover. Tsunade's little hand rubbed his chest. Although his chest still hurts, he felt a little comfortable when he rubbed it with this gentle little hand. After Tsunade's medical ninjutsu cure, Chiba recovered almost, but he was reluctant to remind Tsunade to stop. It was too comfortable for Tsunade's little hands to rub. Does it still hurt? Another point. Is it okay now? There is still a little bit of pain. Okay. Seeing Tsunade pull away from her little hand, Chiba looked at the white tender little hand a little bit obsessed. Seeing Chiba staring at her little hand, Tsunade's face was rarely shy. Okay, I can't get up yet. Do you want me to help you up? Then trouble you. You want to be beautiful, stand up by yourself. Chiba didn't bother to play a rogue and stood up by himself. Why did you stand behind me just now? Don't you know how dangerous you were at that time? I'm just joking with you. I didn't know you were so cruel. I just wanted to be your boyfriend. You planned to kill me in the cradle. What nonsense. She's shy again. It is said that Tsunade's shyness is still rare in Hokage, that pride in Chiba's heart. Are you wrong? What? I asked if you were wrong. What's wrong with me? You answer first. Are you wrong? Okay, I'm sorry. Where did you go wrong? I was wrong. I was wrong everywhere. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. You haven't come to see me these days. Do you still have my sister in your heart? It turned out to be because of this. I was shocked, thinking that she had discovered the spoof before. Fortunately, Chiba has watched such a story before watching a video. As long as your girlfriend asks you if you are wrong, whether you are wrong or not, you will admit that you are wrong. This is not wrong. The first rule of love is that your girlfriend will always be correct. I am not encouraging everyone to lick the dog, just a clever handling of the relationship between the sexes. I want to see you too. This is not to be your boyfriend earlier. I've been staying at home for the past few days and writing a book. 2 red clouds floated on Tsunade's white face. You are only a few years old, and you think about these things all day without shame. I'm ashamed to be worth a few dollars. Can I get a girlfriend? Tsunade sneered. You little rascal. I am a rogue, who I am afraid of. This world is not ruthless in my heart, and my position is unstable. Sister, what did you find out after many days of retreat? After reading the scrolls and asking Grandma, I already have a preliminary solution in my mind. I will experiment next. Chiba was a little surprised. Tsunade's medical talent is really strong. She has a talent for ninjutsu training, and she has a good amount of knowledge in her mind. She can't think of a way at the same time. She didn't expect that she would figure out a way in a few days. This person, it's really incomparable. Sister, don't move. What's happening? Tsunade looked a little nervous. Chiba slowly stretched out her hand until she was almost close to her face. Tsunade's heartbeat accelerated and her cheeks became hotter. He thought to himself, is this too impatient? You haven't become your girlfriend yet. But the next scene. Chiba's hand went straight through her cheek to her hair. You have spider webs in your hair. Chiba removed the spider silk from her hair. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief, just why he felt a little lost in his heart. Oh, maybe I accidentally touched it when I was looking for the scroll just now. Let's go for a walk. Konoha was not built in a day, and the effect will be good if you combine work and rest. Okay. Chiba has an illusion that Tsunade is getting more and more away from the human setting, so Chiba doesn't know if this is good. The sunset is wireless, but it's near dusk. Chiba Satsuna held his head together, and the two walked together more like siblings, and no one believed that the couple was killed. Brother Smelly, how many novels have you written? There are already more than 80,000 words. Can you bring it for me to see first? I don't want it anymore. I'll show it to you first when I write everything down. Chiba doesn't want her to force herself to write a book every day after reading it. Chiba writes a book for mood. If you are in a good mood, write more. If you are in a bad mood, don't write, and feel free. After shopping for a while, Chiba sent her back, and then went home slowly. Mom's next door. It's inconvenient for not enough chakras. The efficiency of writing novels every day is too low. If the chakras are enough, Chiba splits up a dozen shadow clones at once, and writes them at the same time. Will be done. Don't the dozen or so shadow avatars afraid that the plot will not be connected? The answer is no, because the story of each chapter in the outline is clearly written, and even if there is something that cannot be connected at the end, it can be rounded back with excellent brushwork. In the past few days, Chiba has been practicing and writing books with peace of mind. Apart from going out to buy groceries when necessary, he basically did not go out. The strange thing is that none of Chiba's friends came to look for him. It was a failure to be a man. Today I wrote that I was suddenly depressed and irritable. Throwing away the pen, Chiba opened the door and put on shoes outside, and went out to relax. Konoha's streets are very lively during the day and are too quiet at night. Chiba doesn't understand why they don't have the habit of shopping at night. While thinking about things, he suddenly bumped into someone. Chiba was not strong enough and was knocked down. Mom doesn't have eyes next door. Sorry, I didn't mean it. It turned out to be the big brother. Chiba looked up and saw that it was Uchiha Tomitake. It's pretty destined to bump into each other. Uchiha Tomitake was embarrassed to touch his head. Is your kid distracted by walking? Sorry, I was thinking about ninjutsu, and I accidentally bumped into Big Brother. You said how old you are, just so desperately. I don't want to be forced by my mother. Your mother, forced? Yes, my mother forced it. The two always think this is a bit weird, and it seems a bit uncivilized. Oh, don't talk about this. Now that I met, eldest brother will treat you to something delicious. Big brother, I'm sorry, every time you spend money. It's okay, you have a good future, take care of Big brother. Okay. The two came to Konoha restaurant, which is delicious and economical. After the two entered, Chiba chose a seat by the window where the street could be seen. Oh Zamangzi, what can you two have for you? A woman in a kimono has a heavy powder on her face, and the most important thing is that her lips are very bright red, and she kneels to serve them as soon as she comes. Bring up the signature dishes from your store, and another bottle of sake. The degree of sake is very low, similar to the degree of fruit wine in the previous life. Chiba and Uchiha Tomitake talked about their recent encounters, and two Uchiha people came in. These two Uchiha people came in with very arrogant faces. Ren, where are you dead? Can't you see if the uncle is here? The woman inside stepped on small clogs and quickly pulled the curtain out of it. Macy Nasai, you two want something to eat. Give me some grilled meat, another ramen, and finally a few bottles of wine. Okay, just a second. These two Uchiha people are much older than them, and they are probably 15 or 16 years old. You know them. Well, I know, but I rarely speak. The dishes that Chiba ordered were quickly prepared, and Chiba filled their glasses with wine first. Big brother, I can't drink while I'm young. It's okay. It's okay to drink a little less wine. Men who don't drink will be laughed at. Oh? The two of them talked and laughed as they ate, and their voices were a bit loud, which attracted the attention of the two Uchiha boys in the distance. When one of them was wearing Uchiha costumes, he was sitting with a commoner child, and he felt humiliated. How noble are their Uchiha clan, how can they be on the same level as ordinary people? Let's take a look at who lost the face of Uchiha's clan. A closer look turns out to be Uchiha Tomitake. Uchiha Tomitake's status in the family is not bad. Unlike some novels, he was reborn in the Uchiha clan, but his mother was a junior, and he was excluded from the clan. Isn't this Uchiha feudake? It's a shame to the Uchiha clan. The dignified Uchiha clan is sitting with a lowly commoner. That's right, it's a shame to the reputation of our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Tomitake twitched his mouth, his face was ugly, his fists were tightly clenched. He just wanted to stand up and explain. Chiba pressed his shoulders. Little brother, let me take care of this. Chiba stood up and wiped the oil from his mouth with paper. It's not me that the lowly civilians in your mouth are talking about. That's right, you said. Why do you have any opinions? I don't dare to take it seriously, I just don't say a few words unhappy. If there is a fart, just say something. Yes, shit, F***K, get out of here. I would like to ask if Uzumaki Mito, Tsunade, the third generation of Hokage-sama, Akide Otori and Sakumo Heiji are considered lowly civilians in your eyes. They are naturally not respectable. You say what they do, are you one of their relatives? That's not true. It's just that I have an unusual relationship with them. Uzumaki Mito, I call her aunt, and I often go to her house for dinner. Naruto-sama has talked to me and eaten the dishes I cooked, and Hagishi Shushage personally gave instructions. Pass me, do you say I'm a lowly commoner? The two suddenly had nothing to say. Even if they were from the Uchiha clan, it would be difficult to talk to one of them, not to mention the unusual relationship. If they can make so many big people, they are considered lowly common people. What are they, beggars? Sorry we misunderstood, please don't take it off. No wonder, I will brush my teeth first when I go out, my tone is very stinky. Yes, this is what Chiba likes to do the most. It takes too much effort to do it. Then am I qualified to sit with him? Of course, please feel free. It's an honor for him to sit with you. Chiba returned satisfactorily and sat back in his seat again. Uchiha Tomitake looked at him in surprise, not knowing what he said just now, to make the two arrogant brothers so jealous. Big brother, what did you say to them? It's nothing, it's just calm and reasonable to show the facts to them. Is it really? Uchiha Tomitake is not an idiot, he will not believe that this is the case. But he is relatively calm, and he doesn't ask anything that shouldn't be asked. The two talked and laughed again. Suddenly, moths appeared again over there. What's the matter? Why are you so indifferent? Does the store do not want to open? Just now, the two of them had nothing to do with Chiba. Sorry, I'll change another bowl for you. Is that so? Our brothers have been wronged by you. How do you calculate the mental damage fee? Is there a mental loss fee in Hokage? How about I lose 250,000 taels? He said cautiously. He has a small business and may not make much money for a few days. Everyone with Uchiha's fierce name Konoha knows that he can't afford to provoke a plain-headed common man. Faced with Uchiha's aggressiveness, the boss had a hard time talking. Boss, come here. Sorry, someone called me over there, I'll go over first. The two Uchiha teenagers who watched the call were Chiba, and the boss agreed with him without embarrassment. Does the guest have any instructions? Go to the back kitchen and bring me a packet of salt. I don't know what the guests want salt for. Is the food too weak? If you ask you to go, just go. Nonsense. It's a guest. It's really hard to open a store now, no one can afford to offend it. Uchiha Tommy Take is also puzzled? Big brother, what do you do with salt? Wait, please watch a good show, amount. The kitchen came out soon after the boss went in, holding a bag of loose salt in his hand. The salt you want, the guest. Chiba took the salt and got up with a calm expression and walked towards the two arrogant boys. The two teenagers also looked dumbfounded. What is this guy doing? Chiba came to them, her calm face suddenly changed to a smile. It's because you think the noodles are a little bland, right? That's right. I specifically asked the boss for some salt for you. This is too polite. Yes, what's your status? Why add salt to the boss? They are the ones who do this kind of thing. It's okay. The two brothers and I didn't quarrel and didn't know each other. Now we are good friends. You won't deny me this friend. Of course we would be happy to be friends with you. Since you agree, don't refuse my kindness. Chiba opened the salt and poured salt into one of the bowls of noodles. The smashed salt was poured too much like no money, and the two people were dumbfounded. It's too much. Sorry, I thought you told me to pour all the time. This taste is too strong. The people in the shop were dumbfounded. This operation slipped. Seeing that the salt in the two bowls of noodles has overflowed the soup, how can I eat this? You two, eat quickly, it won't taste good when the noodles are cold. The two of them looked at each other with chopsticks and couldn't make their mouths. This is the first time I pour salt on someone. If you don't eat it, you will look down on your brothers. If you don't want to be friends with me and don't want to be friends, then you can only be an enemy. I forgot to tell you. Before you come out, Water Master who said that if anyone makes me wrong, she will let that person be admitted to the hospital. Chiba said nonsense. Even if Aunt Mito knew about him, she wouldn't blame him, and it was impossible for the two of them to ask in person, let alone know whether what Chiba said was true or false. The two of them were very embarrassed, looking at the noodles in the bowl, with a bitter expression on their faces, and lingering in their chopsticks. Could it be that the two of you really want to fight me? Then okay, we'll see you later. Don't wait, let's eat. They believe what Chiba said. No one in Konoha dared to use the name of a high-level person at will, and it is easy to verify this kind of words, so most people will not talk to high-level people. The two tried to get around the salt and pick up the noodles with chopsticks. When they first entered their mouths, their expressions were very wonderful. My mother, it was too salty. The two really couldn't eat after a few bites. Brother, let us go. Yeah, because our brothers have eyes but don't know the sun, you just put us as farts. Then you guys are still too indifferent. No, it tastes better if it's lighter. Yes, I will eat light noodles in the future. That's all right, you settle all the cash for everyone here, and you can go. The two of them just wanted to run after paying. Stop. The two teenagers looked aggrieved and wept. Big brother, I really know it was wrong. I know you are wrong. I want to ask, did I bully you, amount? The two of them froze for a moment and then shook their heads neatly. No. Well, I also think I convince people with reason, so let's go. Hearing Chiba let them go, the two ran faster than the rabbits. You may ask that two Uchiha boys are scared by what you say. Isn't this nonsense? Then I tell you, as long as your acting skills are good enough and your eyes are lethal enough, even if you say that there are aliens on the moon, some people believe it. Chiba returned to his original seat. Uchiha Tomitake looked admired. The operation just now was too handsome. Big brother, yours is my elder brother, I take it, please be respected by the younger brother. Chiba still wanted to stop. This guy had already bowed to him 3 times. No, didn't these 3 bows respect the dead? Hurry up and stop. If you continue to worship, I will die young. It's not that my admiration for my eldest brother is endless, like the water of Konoha that is endless, out of control. I was ruthless and even said ways I obeyo's lines. Kinyi looked surprised and even doubted whether he was a traverser. Xiao Yuiyu, tell me honestly, have you seen Dragon Ball? The Odekdake here is Uchiha Fudake, not Tokyunchiyu Yunpeng. Please don't get me wrong. Dragon Ball? What the hell is it? How come I don't understand what you said, brother? It's okay, I just asked casually. Oh, The two separated after eating. As for why Chiba is so good, I always ask Uchiha Tommy Take, that is because Chiba's psychology is at work. Of course, after getting along for a while, Chiba feels that Uchiha Tommy Take people are pretty good. Some people will say, where can a child be bad? There is a saying that looks at the old at the age of 3. As soon as I got home, Chiba found that the door of his house was open, wondering if it was clearly closed when I came out. Did the thief or Tsunade come in again? Chiba walked carefully into the house. I don't know what to do when I see a person in the bathroom. Are the thieves so bold now that they don't leave after stealing things? Chiba wanted to see if the thief had 3 heads and 6 arms. Chiba stepped lightly and slowly approached the bathroom. It is strange how the figure of a girl is, and the image is a bit familiar. When Chiba was just remembering who it was, the woman turned her head suddenly, shocking Chiba. It turns out that this person is not someone else but Hyaga Plum. To be honest, Plum Hyaga looks like a fifth of Hinata in the future. No, am I that scary? Miyai's said with a smile. What are you doing? Wash the clothes. Whose clothes? Of course it's yours, don't you have other people living here? Chiba has a habit of soaking the clothes that were changed that day in water and washing them together the next day. I mean, how can I let you wash my clothes? My pleasure. You're happy, I'm not happy yet. What are you not happy about? Have you never heard that it is the hardest to accept the grace of beauty? I can't afford your kindness to me. I don't want you to pay it back. That's not okay. Why? Anyway, it just doesn't work. Chiba snatched the clothes in her hand. Miyai's eyes were a little disappointed. Chiba didn't want to be so ruthless, but he had already decided Tsunade, no matter how beautiful other women were, it didn't matter to him. You, don't cry. When someone saw me, I thought I was bullying you. You bullied me. I don't have any. Yes. Well then, I will let you take a bite to relieve your breath. I don't eat pork. Amount. Kinyi was speechless. This woman was getting harder and harder to deal with. Miyaize burst into tears when she saw Chiba's face in a daze. Hurry up and compensate me for good food. Chiba just came back from eating outside, but seeing the plums, Chiba readily agreed. Miyaize finally left after eating dinner at Chiba's house, leaving Chiba in a daze looking at the washed underwear in the room. A few days have passed unconsciously. After this period of hard work, the number of characters in Chiba's novel has reached about 150,000 characters, and the entire novel has been completed by a quarter. Although the progress of the novel is very good in the eyes of outsiders, Chiba feels that it is very slow. If you waste time on writing novels, your cultivation will fall a lot. No matter how good a ninja novel is, it will only get money and fame, but the comparison of money, fame and strength is not worth mentioning. Without strength, even if you are as rich as the big name, you can take your life in the eyes of those masters at any time. Of course, if you have money, you can ask people to protect yourself, but can they protect themselves 24 hours a day? Real masters don't bother to be hired. Since the sword technique breaks through the realm, Kinyi feels that the more difficult it has become in the past few days, even if he has a talent for swordsmanship, and the evildoer also finds it difficult. Sometimes the more you want to get, the less you get. Everything depends on chance, and you can only fight for everything. On this day, Chiba and Ade finished their morning physical training and met Jiraiya on the way home. This Jiraiya also put his hands on the back of his head, his nostrils facing the sky, and he wore wooden clogs under his feet, walking around, not knowing what he was thinking. Chiba estimated that he was going to peep again. This teenager is so curious about that. Chiba walked towards him, kicked him on the A****, and Jiraiya immediately lay down on the ground like a dog. Who kicked my A****? Jiraiya also got up angrily, and when he turned to see Chiba, he was immediately discouraged. It's Chiba, why did you kick me? I think you have a wretched expression, maybe you want to do something bad again. This is to wake you up. Where is? It's just that his confidence is obviously insufficient, and it is estimated that Chiba will think about it. Jiraiya hasn't seen you where it's been for a long time. I have been practicing in Miyama Mountain for this period of time, and when my practice is fruitful, Tsunade and Osameru will be surprised. Speaking of Miyama Mountain, Chiba has signed a psychic scroll for a long time, but there has been no experimentation with psychics, mainly because Chiba doesn't know whether he is summoning a big toad or a small tadpole. If it's a big toad, it's very moving and it's easy to attract other people's attention. I want to go to Miyama Mountain. You use the psychic scroll to call your psychic beast, let it use the reversal psychic art to teleport me there. Why don't you let your psychic beast use reversal psychic art? Sorry, I haven't used spiritism yet. Jiraiya was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that Chiba had signed the psychic contract for so long, and he didn't even try to summon the psychic beast. Well, I let my psychic beast Toad want to teleport you to Miyama Mountain. Thank you, you're welcome, invite me to a big meal next time, no problem. Jiraiya's hands were sealed, and with a touch, a cloud of white smoke appeared, and a scroll appeared on the ground after the smoke dissipated. This scroll was the psychic scroll. Of course, Chiba can also use Jin to summon psychic scrolls. Then Jiraiya bit his thumb, and then the blood swept across the psychic scroll, and then quickly sealed. A burst of white smoke, a huge toad appeared. This toad is the Toad Wenta. Toad Wenta was holding a pipe in his mouth and looked lazy when he came out. It's Jiraiya, what's the matter for asking me to come out? When Terran, his name is Chiba, and I want you to use reversal spiritism to send him to Miyama Mountain. Toad Wenta spit out a big cloud of smoke. You are the kid who signed our Miyomushin. That's right, it's me, my name is Chiba. I would like to ask everyone for advice. Well, very polite. When I go back, I will use reversal spiritism to send you over. Trouble your lord. With a touch, the toad text disappeared too much. Soon after Toad Wenta disappeared, Chiba felt that his body was attractive to involve herself in the space. Chiba knew that Toad Wenta was using the technique of reversal spirits to summon herself, so the body did not resist. Seeing his body being drawn into the dark and terrifying spacetime tunnel, Chiba only felt black before his eyes, and then his body fell from the sky above Miyama Mountain. Chiba quickly used chakra to stabilize his body, and finally landed safely. This is Miyama Mountain. The vegetation here is very high, the air is exceptionally fresh, and there is plenty of energy here, making it a good place for spiritual practice. Chiba soon saw Toad Wenta. I'll take you to see Immortal Big Toad first. Okay, the Big Toad Immortal lives in a temple deep in Miyama Mountain. The ancestor of the Great Toad Immortal Miyama Mountain, the Toad Pill, which has survived for more than 1,000 years from the Hui era, is revered as the Great Toad Immortal, and has extremely accurate prediction ability. The Big Toad Immortal who rules the mysterious land of Miyama Mountain, which is as famous as the Longdi Cave and the Wet Bone Forest, has an extremely powerful Xianshu chakra in his body. Its orange body sits on the throne that enshrines it with the word Xian written on it. Chiba followed the Toad mantra for a while and finally came to the temple to see the Big Toad Immortal. The Big Toad Immortal that Chiba saw was orange with yellow eyes, a string of prayer beads on his neck, and a lavender opal in the middle, with the word oil written on it, wearing a doctor's hat on his head. Seeing Chiba, his smile was very kind. There are two toads beside the Big Toad Immortal. They are the Big Toad Immortal guarding Shenshuo and Shima. When Chiba saw the Big Toad Immortal, he bowed to greet him politely. Hello, Big Toad Immortal, my name is Chiba. Okay. The Big Toad Immortal saw that Kinyi was neither humble nor overbearing, his eyes were firm, and his appearance was polite, and he was very satisfied. You're psychic? I'm sorry Toad Immortal, I haven't used psychic technique yet, I don't know what my psychic beast is called. Then you try now. Okay. No Chiba-ji, a psychic scroll appeared on the ground, and then Chiba bit his thumb, and the bloody thumb quickly ran across the scroll, and then there was no Ji-in. There was a huge cloud of smoke, and the smoke slowly dissipated. A huge toad was exposed. Meet the Big Toad Immortal. Well, your psychic beast is Toad Guang. Chiba quickly greeted his psychic beast politely. Toad Guang is the brother of Toad Wenta, so he is similar in size, and his combat effectiveness is not much worse. Toad Guang looked at Chiba with no expression, as if it would be the same for anyone psychic. After meeting the Toad Immortal, Qianba was led by Toad Guang. After Kinyi left, Shenzhou asked Immortal Toad, "What do you think of this child, Immortal?" Immortal Toad closed his eyes and said, "This child's future is shrouded in smoke, and I can't see his future." The two guard toads were surprised to hear what the Toad Immortal said. This was the first time that the Toad Immortal could not see through. Is he the son of destiny? After the toad came out, Chiba looked at the huge body. This is the partner who will fight together in the future. My name is Chiba, please give me some advice. You are welcome. Fighting with the summoner is originally the mission of our psychic beast. I think I will practice in Miyama Mountain for a while, I don't know if it's possible. Of course, we will fight together in the future. It is necessary to get along for a period of time to understand each other's abilities. The secret realm of Miyama Mountain can indeed be called the sacred place of Daowen. The flowers and plants here are very lush, and the height is very high. There are also particularly many insects here, and they are bigger than the ninja world. Can the majority of people ask you a question? Okay. May I ask who you are better than Toad Wenta? Toad Guang stopped jumping and closed his eyes as if thinking about the problem. Toad Wenta is my brother. It used to fight side by side with the second generation of Hokage. If you need to ask about its strength, maybe it will be stronger, but the strength of the psychic beast is closely related to the strength of the psychic. As long as the two cooperate tacitly, it will work. The weakness of the spirit beast can also display its super combat power. This is what Chiba deeply believes. For example, Naruto's psychic publishing in the early days and the future Jiraiya's psychic publishing in essays, the combat effectiveness of the two is much different. Can I learn immortality for the vast majority of people? Of course, it's just that cultivating immortal art is very dangerous. The first step in cultivating immortal art is to perceive natural energy, and the first step is very dangerous. The composition of Xianshu chakra is compared with ordinary chakra. Ordinary chakra equals person's own spiritual energy plus person's own physical energy. Zayansha chakra equals person's own spiritual energy plus person's own body energy plus natural energy. Chakra must maintain the same energy ratio of each component in order to be able to exert its ability. The shape will not change. Due to the huge natural energy, ordinary people will start to become frogs or other snakes if they consume more than 1/3 of their own energy. When natural energy is much greater than mental energy, physical energy, they will be transformed into nature, a part of. So it is very dangerous to practice celestial chakra. To perceive natural energy, the body and natural energy are highly compatible. Explain that the white spot is whether the physique is easier to absorb natural energy. For example, his physique between the pillars is new done. We all know that new done is the patent of Tou's physique is new done. Because it is a sacred tree, it is wood. Because of this nature, the pillars absorb natural energy fast. Next is Naruto. Naruto has 9 tails in his body, and the 9 tails are formed by cutting a part of the 10 tails. After all, the 9 tails are also natural energy, so Naruto absorbs natural energy quickly. Jiraiya and Bofang Watergate are relatively slow, and the two of them, Naruto and Zuma, have one thing in common, that is their innocence and simplicity. Understanding natural energy requires emptiness of oneself and no distracting thoughts in the mind. If you think too much, it will be easy to get lost, that is, petrification. Chiba doesn't know if he can absorb natural energy smoothly. Even if it is dangerous, it shouldn't be a problem to have toads. Chiba visited MT Miyamu under the leadership of Tomohiro, and generally had a preliminary understanding of MT Miyamu. It was dinner time, and Toad Guang invited him to be a guest at home. Chiba thought of eating the terrible bug, but he felt nauseous in his stomach, but he warmly invited if he refused, wouldn't it be too polite? When he came to Toad Guang's house, his wife brought the vegetables up. Chiba saw the dense worms on the plate. The names of the various worms could not be called Chiba. Anyway, there were worms of various colors. The most frightening thing is that these bugs are alive, they crawl around in the fat man. Chiba's scalp was numb. In fact, worms are rich in protein and vitamins, which are very good foods. Toad, the majority of people, can I process these bugs? Processing, yes, I believe the processed insects taste good. Toads are used to eating raw insects, and if they are eaten raw, they are not unpalatable, but very delicious. Chiba poured all the bugs into a bowl, set the pot on the fire, poured oil into the pot, waited for the oil to warm up, poured all the bugs into the oil and fried. After they were fried, Chiba fished them out, and then divided the fried bugs into 3 evenly. Chiba picked up the fried worms and ate them. It rattled and tasted similar to potato chips. Toad Guang and his wife also tried to eat it, not to mention the taste is really good. One person and 2 toads eat the worms in the disc, and it feels a little unsatisfactory after eating. Chiba found that these insects were very nutritious, and he was full after only eating a plate of insects. As everyone knows, the insects of Miyama Mountain grow in an environment full of natural energy, and the natural nutrition is higher than that of other insects. From now on, my mother will no longer worry about me eating bugs. After he was full, Toad Guang began to teach Chiba how to practice Zayanshu chakra. Chiba has a good memory, and he remembers almost all of it in one go. The first is to comprehend the energy of nature. When comprehending, Toad Guang will apply toad oil on Kinyi's body, which makes it easier to perceive and absorb natural energy. After applying toad oil, Chiba sits cross-legged on the stone. Toad Hero stands beside him with a stick. If Chiba becomes frog-like, it will hit the back of Chiba's head with the stick in his hand to force out natural energy. In vitro. Chiba's advantage is that his chakra control ability is super strong. This ability condenses the fairy magic chakra is not useful. Chiba empties his brain and feels the energy of nature with all his heart. After 5 minutes, Chiba successfully felt the energy of nature, and Chiba tried to pull these energy into the body. At first, Chiba didn't dare to take in enough natural energy, so he could only take it slowly. Things went smoothly, but suddenly natural energy accelerated into Chiba's body, and Chiba's face appeared frog-like. After Toad Guang saw it, he immediately hit the back of his head with a wooden stick in his hand, and Chiba returned to normal. In the next few days, in addition to eating insects and sleeping, Chiba spent all of her time condensing Zayanshu chakra. Until the 5th day, Chiba finally succeeded in condensing Zayanshu chakras. Because of his strong control ability of chakras, the speed of agglomeration was very fast. And because of the small amount of chakras, the amount of Zayanshu chakras condensed was also not much. Chiba took advantage of this time in Miyama Mountain to save some fairy magic chakra tea and seal, which can be used during battle. Chiba was not at home for 5 or 6 days, and Chiba was worried that Tsunade could not find him, so he went home first. After returning home, Chiba opened the door and saw a thin layer of dust on the floor and table, proving that no one had come in. Chiba estimated that Tsunade might have been studying the technique of 100 powers recently, and the research was too devoted, so he forgot to come to him. When he got home, the first thing Chiba did was clean up. Although he still had to practice in Miyama Mountain for a while, he seemed to be uncomfortable because of his mental problems. This should be an obsessive-compulsive disorder. After spending an hour tidying up the house, Chiba went to the kitchen to prepare lunch and ate bugs for a week. Now I see other foods and find it very delicious. A simple hajang noodle, Chiba tasted a big meal, and stopped after eating several plates. After washing the dishes, I haven't seen Tsunade for a week, and Chiba is very curious about what she is doing. When he came to the land of the Chiba tribe, Chiba went to see Aunt Mito first as usual. After chatting with Aunt Mito, Chiba went to Tsunade. Originally, Chiba thought Tsunade was still in the library. When he went there to find someone, he just gave up. Chiba came to Tsunade's room and found her here as expected. Tsunade looked surprised when he saw Chiba suddenly appear in his room. "Brother Smelly, why are you here? I'm not welcome to hear what you said, then I'm leaving." "That was not what I meant." Chiba saw that her hair was wet, it should have just been washed. Chiba saw a clean towel, picked it up and walked towards Tsunade. Chiba wanted to dry Tsunade's hair with a towel. "Do not move." Tsunade was a little shy and wanted to come by herself. Chiba pressed her shoulder with a little force. "Tsunade's hair quality is really good, even if I use Rejoice every day, I can't wash it out." "Brother Smelly, why haven't you come to me for so many days? Are you writing novels at home? I haven't moved the pen in the past few days." "Why? Don't you want me to be your girlfriend anymore?" Tsunade was a little anxious when he heard that. Could it be that Chiba gave up pursuing himself? Did he no longer like himself, or liked others? "What do you think? I have been to Miyama Mountain these few days and practiced there." "Miyama Mountain?" Tsunade knew that Jiraiya's psychic beast seemed to come from MT Miyagi, and that guy preached how powerful his psychic beast was. "Why do you want to sign the psychic beast of Miyama Mountain? Did that guy lie to you?" "If you want to find the psychic beast, Sister's psychic beast is very good. The psychic beast that Chiba is looking for must be a combat type. Although slugs have good abilities and can squirt mucus acid, they are very corrosive, but their abilities are still biased towards medical treatment. Their combat power is actually better than that of Dashuan and Jiraiya. The psychic beast is a little worse. The psychic beast who didn't choose the Ashimaru was because the snake came out of the psychic with a violent temper and asked the living people to sacrifice at every turn. Chiba did not like the cruel psychic beast. Taken together, Chiba thinks Miyama Mountain's psychic beasts are good. Chiba can also search for psychic beasts on his own, but psychic beasts are so easy to find, don't have ready-made ones, try to find them, and Chiba is not so stupid. It's not the problem with Jiraiya, but I asked Jiraiya to also let me sign a contract with the Miyamushin psychic beast. Tsunade watched Chiba gently rubbing her hair. Her cheeks were a little hot, but her heart was a little sweet. "How about my sister's technical research? It's still worse now." Chiba was a little surprised when he heard this. It has been researched for a long time, and this talent is really strong. Had it not been for the system, Chiba would have been beyond the reach of Tsunade in this life. Looking down from above, Tsunade's white collarbone is very sexy. Tsunade saw that Chiba hadn't responded for a long time when he spoke. He turned around and saw that Chiba was staring at his collarbone. He blushed and hurriedly got up from the chair. "I'm sorry, I can't help it." Tsunade didn't mean to blame Chiba at all. Instead, he secretly rejoiced in his heart so that people who like it can appreciate it. This is every girl's wish. Let's take a look at the rope tree. Tsunade was shy and afraid to look at Chiba, and spoke a little bit unfavorably. "Okay, I haven't seen him for a while." When the two of them walked out of the room, their anger was not so ambiguous and embarrassing. The two saw the little rope tree, and the little rope tree can now walk. Hokage children over 1-year-old can walk normally, even children 1-year-old, 6 or 7 months old on Earth can basically walk. Chiba and Tsunade opened their hands at the same time, waiting for Kodoki to choose whom to embrace. "Chiba, let's make a bet. As long as the rope tree chooses whoever will win, the loser will have to agree to a condition for the other side." "Okay." Tsunade is so confident because of the long time she has been with Nezuki. Usually this younger brother likes herself a lot, so this time she will definitely choose herself. As a result, Zaya Shengsha saw that Chiba ignored Tsunade and plunged directly into Chiba's arms. Chiba looked at Tsunade triumphantly, and Tsunade held a hug posture, as if being held down by a fixation technique, with a frustrated expression on his face. Chiba picked up the little rope tree, and the little rope tree's chubby little hand kept pulling on Chiba's clothes, yelling in his mouth, not knowing what to say. Chiba put the little rope tree on his head, and the little rope tree was very happy. Why is that? Tsunade didn't understand why he was his sister and why he was so close to Chiba. "You want to know why? Okay. Because I am loved by everybody, and when the flowers are in bloom, I like me up to 99, down to the first time I can leave." "Cut, don't come, you guess what means was used." "I swear I didn't, I really conquered him by charm." Seeing Tsunade's dejected face, Chiba felt much better. "By the way, we made a bet just now, whoever loses will have to promise a condition for the other side, you won't regret it." "Mike, Tsunade is willing to bet and lose. Tell me what you want me to do." "Let me think about it. Is it to make you kneel and hammer me, or to learn how to bark on your stomach?" Tsunade heard Chiba's muttering words, his face getting worse and worse. Don't go too far. I didn't ask you to say I was too much. If you say that, then the bet is fine. No, I will do it if I lose. Tsunade gritted his teeth and said in his heart that he would do it even if it was too much. Tsunade gambling products are still very reliable. I've decided what I want you to do. You kiss me here. Chiba pointed to his lips and said. Tsunade didn't expect this request, and his face was a little surprised. Tsunade hesitated for a long time and did not act. It was not that she was unwilling, but it was too embarrassing. Forget it if it's embarrassing. Tsunade bit his lower lip, then with a heart attack, he approached Chiba, closed his eyes and quickly kissed Chiba's mouth. Tsunade's face turned red after the kiss. That's all right. It doesn't feel much, it seems like a cat has licked it. Chiba, I will kill you. Let's run to the little rope tree, your sister is crazy. Tsunade chased Chiba and ran around the house. In the end, Chiba was still caught, and then Chiba was rubbed and abused. After telling Tsunade that he would practice in MT Miyoki for a while, Tsunade told him to pay close attention to the novel, and she was still waiting to read it. Chiba didn't understand whether she was really waiting to see, or couldn't wait to be her girlfriend. Back home, Chiba took out the saved manuscript from the drawer and glanced at the plot, and then wrote down. Chiba is not afraid of being stolen by others. This kind of thing is not very valuable in Chiba's eyes. After Chiba wrote about 2 hours with a sore waist and back pain, Kian made a shadow clone for him to write, while Chiba lay in bed for a while to rest. If you practice Chiba in Miyama Mountain, you will definitely not be able to write novels, so write more braille before going over. Just now Chiba entered the fairy mode to start the shadow clone, so the shadow clone will last longer. We all know that Zayanshu Chakra is a fusion of physical energy, spiritual energy, and natural energy. Ninjutsu launched with Zayanju Chakra is Zayanju, and to activate Zayanju, you must first enter the fairy mode, and there are 3 types of ninjutsu. The ratio of energy should be even, too much will be swallowed by natural energy, if too little, it will not enter the fairy mode. Chiba has been cultivating hard these days. After returning home and doing housework, he didn't have a good rest when he came back. He just squinted his eyes and fell asleep unknowingly. When Chiba woke up and saw that the shadow clone was still struggling to write, Chiba thought that she hadn't slept long, but when she looked at the time, my god, it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon, which means that 3 hours have passed. The shadow clone launched by Zayanshu Chakra is more durable. Chiba was startled by a thunder outside, and Chiba opened the door. My god, the rain was so heavy, and the sun was still shining at noon. How could it rain so heavily in the afternoon? Chiba was about to close the door. Suddenly the door was violently pushed open. Chiba was pushed back so hard that he could not help but back. Just about to scold his mother, he looked up and it turned out to be Hayaga Plum. At this time, Hayaga Miyaiza became a soup chicken. His whole body was wet. The rain was flowing down his long hair. He was originally wearing white clothes, but it became translucent when he was soaked in water. Things, not the 2 things you think. Chiba was very embarrassed when she saw her wet look. Maybe she was getting wet and her body was a bit cold. She couldn't help shivering. What are you doing, running here on rainy days? It suddenly rained heavily on the way. Fortunately, Chiba was at home, otherwise she would go for nothing. Come in. Chiba ran into the bathroom and took out a dry towel. Hurry up and wipe it. Thank you. Miyaiza knelt on the ground, wiping her hair with a towel. Do you have clean clothes? My clothes are all wet and uncomfortable to wear. Chiba saw that her clothes were soaking wet. If she wears them for a long time, she can easily catch a cold. Chiba goes back to her room and takes out a set of fairly new clothes. I want to borrow your bathroom to take a shower. Go ahead. Miyaiza walked into the bathroom with Chiba's clothes. After walking in, she took off directly, and Chiba panicked when she saw it. What are you doing? The shower is not closed. I'm afraid of ghosts. I think you look like a ghost, and you are afraid of ghosts. Chiba quickly closed the door after speaking. Smelly Chiba, who do you think is a ghost? Anyone calling a ghost is a ghost. Of course Chiba is a normal man. Although Miyaiza's figure hasn't grown, she is already exquisite and graceful. Chiba doesn't want to take advantage of others. In the end, she might be responsible for them. There was the sound of water in the bathroom, and Chiba couldn't help thinking of images that were inappropriate for adults. Chiba shook his head to get rid of those unclean thoughts. Seeing that she hadn't come out yet, Chiba went into the kitchen to make a bowl of ginger soup for her to get rid of the cold. He looked at the kitchen and gave her a pack of noodles. Chiba boiled water, put the noodles in, and added an egg and a sausage. The difference between a woman's bath and a man's bath. The woman feels her body slippery in the bath, and sighs that her skin is so good. The man feels her body slippery in the bath. Men take a shower in 5 minutes, but women can't get out for an hour. Chiba's noodles are all done, but the plums are still not coming out. Whether it is washed, it will come out after washing, and the skin will be washed out after washing. When Chiba shouted like this, the bathroom door opened. When the plum came out, Chiba's breathing was a little bit quick. Kinyi's clothes only reached 1/4 of her legs, and 3/4 were exposed to the air, and those beautiful legs were dazzling, so Kinyi's eyes were blurred. What is Chiba looking at? Am I pretty? This woman turned a circle in front of him, and the flying clothes made Chiba see the bloody scene. Guess what color? Don't guess, it's pink. Chiba's heartbeat speeds up, and something seems to be squirting out of her nose. You, a woman, seduces minors. This is a crime. Seeing Chiba's stunned look, Miyaizi was very satisfied with the effect. Are you okay? Remember to bring an umbrella next time you go out. Miyaizi chuckled. Chiba, you are so cute. Seeing the ginger soup and egg noodles on the table, Miyaizi smiled happily and felt very sweet in her heart. Chiba, you are so sweet, I'm not welcome. Chiba shook his head and went into the bathroom to help Mei dry her change of clothes. When I came out, I saw the plum gorging on it. You eat slowly, no one will fight you. It's so delicious, it's been a long time since I tasted this taste. Seeing Plum gorging himself, Chiba feels a little bit painful. The girl is too persistent with herself. If it weren't for Tsunade, Chiba might try to accept her. The rain outside is still heavy, and it will probably not stop for a while. After eating the plum, it was like an octopus lying on the ground with its limbs spread out, and Chiba accidentally saw what he shouldn't look at. Please pay attention to the image, there are still living people here. I'm not afraid of what you are afraid of, just watch it if you want to. Too lazy to tell you. Chiba took the dishes and chopsticks on the table back to the kitchen for cleaning. When I came out, I saw Miyaizi looking at him with her legs crossed, her hands supporting her chin. See what you haven't seen, a handsome guy. Miyaizi couldn't help but laugh, and Chiba's serious speech was so cute. You are so stinky. I'm telling the truth. If I were not a handsome guy, you would love me to the death. Miyaizi was said to be shy, and Chiba spoke too directly. But what Chiba is telling is the truth. I liked him at the beginning, not because he was too beautiful. However, I liked Chiba later because of his carefulness and unique temperament. Your clothes are being roasted on the fire and won't dry right away. Better don't do it, Miyaizi whispered. What did you say? I mean to trouble you. Okay. The two had been fighting, the sky gradually darkened outside, and the damn rain finally stopped. Miyaizi took the dried clothes to the bathroom and changed them, folded Chiba's clothes and returned them to him. Chiba, I'm leaving now. Okay. Aren't you trying to keep others? Would you like to keep you overnight? I hate it. Miyaizi opened the door and ran away shyly. Seeing Mei went out without closing the door, Chiba shook his head helplessly. I concentrated on writing a novel for a few days at home, with the help of Xianshu. Shadow Clone now has about 300,000 manuscripts, and the whole novel has been half completed. Putting the saved manuscript in the drawer, Chiba brought a few changes of clothes, and told the toad of Miyomushin to send him there. Miyama Mountain is really a good place for spiritual practice. It has a beautiful environment, lush vegetation, and abundant natural energy. After Chiba teleported over, he went to find Toad Guang first. Toad Guang is different from Toad Wenta in that Toad Guang does not smoke, and in the eyes of Chiba, the big toad looks similar. However, Chiba felt that Toad Hero was more prestigious than Toad Wenta, because it had 2 ninja swords on its back. As Toad Wenta's brother, I believe that the skills are similar. Toad likes to live in dark and humid places. Chiba is a human, so he likes to be dry, so he chooses a place in Miyama Mountain to build a temporary cabin by himself. Chiba has no experience in building a house, but the small wooden house does not require too much complexity. Just put up the shelf, spread a layer of leaves on the shelf, and then cover the inside of the wooden house with hay, so that the ground will not feel cold when you sleep at night. The night in Miyama Mountain is much colder than during the day. Chiba will light up firewood at night, but in the middle of the night, the firewood will be wet and extinguished by the dew, and Chiba will always sleep until the middle of the night and wake up cold. Later, Chiba thought of a way to make firewood with toad oil. He filled a jar with toad oil, and then punched 3 holes in the jar. The upper 2 holes were used to thread the rope, and the lower hole was for the toad oil. The oil drips down. Due to the small hole area and the quality of toad oil, the rate of drop is not very fast. Chiba tied the jar with a rope to the branches above the wooden house, and then put a small pot under the jar with dry wood in it. After lighting it, the flame was not small with toad oil. Toad oil will still burn when exposed to water, so Chiba does not have to worry about the fire going out in the middle of the night. The main purpose of Chiba looking for Toad Hero is to practice their tacit understanding. Chiba has many ninjutsu skills, so there are many ways to match Toad Hero's immortality. After learning Xianshu Chakra, many of Chiba's ninjutsu powers have become stronger. Most intuitively, Chiba can turn Rongdun Spiral Shuriken into an enhanced version of Xianshu Rongdun Spiral Shuriken. It's just that the release of this technique will hurt himself. If Chiba does not exercise his body to be tough enough, he will not release this ninjutsu at will. These days, Chiba has been familiar with each other's fighting methods. After these few days of familiarity, Chiba has a comprehensive understanding of Toad. While in Miyama Mountain, Chiba condensed more Xianshu chakras and stored them in the yin seal, which can be used at critical times. Chiba's fairy mode and Zille are also imperfect, and Chiba's face is still frog-like when entering the fairy mode. Chiba has tried his best, but when this happens, it can only be said that Chiba does not fit well with natural energy. The other toads in Miomushin heard that the worms fried in Chiba are delicious, and they all asked for them to be fried. Chiba had no choice but to agree. Soon all the ordinary toads went out to catch insects. Within a long time, Chiba's big tank was full of insects, and the densely packed insects crawled inside, making the scalp numb. Chiba took out the cooking wine and poured a few bottles into it, then added spices and salt, and then marinated for 2 hours. The purpose of this was to remove the fishy and flavor. After marinating, Chiba pours flour into the big tank. Now all the bugs in it are drunk. There are no dead bugs, and the taste is freshest. Pour a bag of flour and stir with a thick wooden stick to fully coat the surface of the insects. After stirring, just start the pot and burn the oil. The temperature of the oil is best to see the smoke and bubbles in the pot. Divide the worms in the big tank into several times and pour them into the pot to fry. Chiba is surrounded by toads, big and small, and everyone is curious to watch. After the worms were fried, Chiba fished them out and put them on a large iron plate to let them cool. Then pour out most of the oil in the big pot, put the remaining oil in the green onion, ginger, garlic, chili, and then put the fried bugs into it and stir fry. The scent came immediately. Chiba put the fried worms in a large iron plate. Then take out the dish and start distributing the bugs. According to the level of seniority, the amount of worms is different. The higher the seniority, the more the number of points. Everyone has no opinion on this division. Each toad spit out a long tongue, and then the tongue rolled, the worm was curled up, and then quickly entered the mouth. Every toad that eats worms has a face of enjoyment, and the taste is almost bursting, and the taste of eating worms is totally different from the past. This kind of taste is unforgettable for a lifetime. After all the toads were eaten, their expressions were still unsatisfactory, but there were so many insects that they could only look at Chiba with a begging expression, hoping that he would do it a few more times. Through the food, the relationship between Chiba and Miyama Mountain's toads is getting better and better, even surpassing Jiraiya. In the evening, Toad accompanies Chiba in actual combat. Speaking of which, Chiba's worst experience is actual combat. Don't think the toad is very big, but it is fast and agile. Chiba's speed is also very fast, especially after practicing the Phantom Body Instant technique. Chiba's current speed is not much different from Uchiha Shisui. Chiba only used speed to dodge and could not counterattack with ninjutsu. The purpose of this is to maximize Chiba's responsiveness. Toad was very surprised when he saw the speed of Chiba. It is estimated that only the second generation of Hokage's Flying Thunder God can win the speed of this guy. In fact, one kind is Body Instantaneous Technique, and a kind of Time-Space Instantaneous Technique. The two are not comparable at all. Like the high-end instantaneous technique of Flying Thunder God, the Body Instantaneous Technique cannot be compared. However, Fei Lei Shen, unless it is the same time and space instantaneous technique. Chiba ran out of chakra before stopping. Chiba was panting. Your speed is very good, I can't attack you even with 8 points of strength. Chiba knew that if Toad used a wide range of fairy techniques, it would be difficult for him to avoid it completely. During the period in Miyama Mountain, Chiba's physical training has not fallen. Since I ate Miyama Mountain insects for 3 meals, his strength has increased rapidly recently. Practicing natural energy can also subtly change the physique. Time passed slowly in the practice. 1 month later, Chiba felt that further practice would have little effect, so he planned to leave Miyama Mountain. Having not returned to Konoha for a month, Chiba still misses Tsunade very much. It's strange that I've been to Miyama Mountain for a month, so why didn't I see Jiraiya also come to practice? It turned out that Jiraiya and the 3 of them went out of the village to perform their tasks. Chiba is about to leave, and the toads of Miyama Mountain are very reluctant. During the time Chiba is here, their food is too much. When Chiba is leaving, they have to eat raw insects again. Originally, they eat raw insects, but there is no harm if there is no comparison. After eating the insects made by Chiba, the taste is too bad and it is a bit difficult to swallow. Back to Konoha, Chiba hadn't gone home for a month, but after entering the house, he was surprised to find that there was no dust in the house. Who helped him clean up the house during his absence? Chiba was the first to think of Tsunade, but he immediately denied it. Tsunade was not so diligent, so there was only one person, and that person was Miyaize. Chiba was right. The person who helped him clean up the house was Miyaize. Miyaize came to Chiba's house and found no one. Seeing the note left on the table, she knew that Chiba would be away for a while, so she took the initiative to help Chiba clean up house. Chiba returned home, took a shower, and then lay down on the bed after drying her hair. While practicing in MT Miyamu, Chiba is strict with himself, so I haven't had a good rest. Chiba fell asleep shortly after lying in bed. I don't know how long I slept, Chiba only felt that his nose was itchy. Chiba touched his nose with his hands, but the nose still felt itchy, and Chiba woke up immediately after feeling something wrong. Chiba's vigilance has always been high, but this is in his own home, so he put down all his precautions. Opened his eyes, a beautiful face appeared in front of him, and it was still very close. I have to say that the skin of Plum is so good that no pores can be seen at such a close distance, and the skin is smooth and delicate like a peeled egg. The vermilion cherry little mouth looks so alluring. At this moment she was condescending again, and that posture was simply too ecstasy. Seeing Kinyi staring at herself in a daze, a red cloud appeared on Miyai's face. What do the idiots look at? Look at the toad. Where is the toad? After a second, Miyai reacted. Smelly Chiba, you even said that I was a toad, and I killed you. I was wrong, you are not a toad, you are a dog. Smelly Chiba, I have to kill you today. Miyai pounced on Chiba, then turned into an octopus, wrapped her limbs around Chiba, and finally bit down on Chiba's shoulder. What? Chiba let out a scream, this crazy lady really bites. Chiba wanted to push her away, but she was tied tightly, and Chiba was afraid of hurting her too hard. Can you come down first? I won't. One thing Chiba is very strange, why are Hokage girls giving up? Sakura likes Sasuke, and Hinata likes Naruto. Of course, Chiba hates Sakura's way of licking a dog, and because he likes Sasuke often satirizes Naruto, it can be said that Chiba hates Sakura the most in Naruto. Of course, some people hate it and others like it. This is normal. Please, miss, don't you think this is indecent? I do not care. Chiba has a headache. Although Miyai's body is soft and flexible, Chiba enjoys it, but reason, morality, ethics, and loyalty make him refuse such ambiguity. Then how do you get down? Miyai's eyes wandered around, and Chiba had a bad feeling. Don't go too far. Absolutely not too much. I'd rather die than surrender my chastity. Don't want your chastity. I'll resist the same when betraying my youth. Your youth is as worthless as your virginity. Okay then. Chiba breathed a sigh of relief. I want you to kiss me here, the time must be more than 3 seconds. Miyai pointed to her small mouth and said, oh my god, you'd better kill me with a knife. Chiba looked very hesitant. Chiba, anyhow, I am also a beauty, so I shouldn't be so embarrassed. No, in fact, I can't talk about it. What's happenin'? Seeing your mouth, I will remember that I kissed a sow. Chiba, you are looking for death. Next, Chiba tasted the soft fists of the Hyuga clan, and the taste was more painful. After venting her anger, Mei stood up and sorted out her slightly messy clothes. Dare to talk nonsense next time, you just wait. Mei cut his neck, and Chiba's body shuddered. Look at Kinyi squatting on the corner of the bed. His clothes are torn and messy, his hair looks like a bird's nest, and there are a few scratches on his face. It's like being insulted. Chiba's appearance of humiliation and grievance was so pitiful that Miyai feels a little bit sorry to see him like this. I will be responsible for you. Chiba felt that these words were very strange, shouldn't they be said by a man? After the fight, Chiba drove Miyai out of the room, changed his clothes again, adjusted his hair, and then walked out of the room. Miyai looked upset when Chiba came out. Chiba, I didn't mean it. You didn't mean to torture me to death. If you deliberately, do you still have my life? Can't you be gentle? People are still a big boudoir. Miyai was laughed to death by Chiba's words. Chiba is dying, my stomach hurts so much, can you speak normally? Humph. Chiba cleared his throat and said solemnly, are you hungry? Miyai looked at him in a daze. Okay. Chiba walked into the kitchen and began to prepare lunch. Miyai feels very relaxed with Chiba. This guy always says strange things, but it's pretty cute. There was no food at noon, just make a few, because the humiliated woman just now, no, because she was bullied by a girl. Chiba took out her treasured fruit wine. After everything was on the table, Miyai hadn't waited for Chiba to say it was ready to eat, so he ate it first. Chiba looked at Miyai, and she became less and less of herself as an outsider. Just when Chiba was about to eat, someone knocked on the door outside. Chiba wondered who it would be at this time. Jiraiya, didn't they leave the village to do the task? When the door opened, it turned out to be Matt Dai. Ade is you, come in quickly. Chiba, I came to you to tell you something. What's up? So you guys are eating, don't mind if I join too? Of course I don't mind. Ade sat in the position of Chiba, and didn't ask if the chopsticks on the table were used by Chiba, so he picked up the dishes. Chiba had no choice but to take a pair of chopsticks again. Chiba, why did you drink at noon? Because I am afraid of drinking to death sooner or later. Nanny? Miyai and Ade didn't know what Chiba said. No kidding. They couldn't hear such a cold joke, and they lacked humorous bacteria. By the way, Ade, didn't you just say something to tell me? That's it. I took a mission to escort a batch of supplies to other villages. The distance is not too far. It is estimated that it will take 2 days to walk normally. The mission is not dangerous. 2 of my teammates, one has been sick recently, and the other is disgusted. The commission is too low and I don't want to pick it up. Now I'm the only one to go. I feel lonely on the road and ask if you want to go with me. So this is Chiba thought about it. Recently, she has nothing to do except for training. Besides, she has basically never been out of Konoha village. It's not bad to be able to go for a walk. And this task is only a simple D level, it shouldn't be dangerous. Well, I promise you. The departure time for this mission is tomorrow morning. Chiba felt that there was no need to pack up his luggage for a few days back and forth, as long as he had enough money. Chiba's wine is so delicious. It's delicious. I named this wine Beguo wine. It has been fermented for 7 to 9 days, then purified and filtered, and finally added to the koji shell. It takes about 2 months to drink. Is Chiba really brewed with 100 kinds of fruits? 100 kinds are not so many, dozens are still available, the name is just a name, the key is whether it is delicious. It's delicious. This kind of wine has a degree similar to that of sake. The key is that it tastes good, and regular drinking can help soften blood vessels and have a cosmetic effect. When you go back and take a bucket back. I wanted Chiba too. Well, I will give you a bucket later. Miyaizi also thinks this wine is delicious. Chiba brewed a large jar of fruit wine and gave them 2 barrels, which is nothing. It is the first time that Miyaizi and Ade have met officially. The two obviously didn't talk much when they sat together, and Chiba was talking to them most of the time. After the meal, Mei left, and Ade saw that the Chiba garden was so big, so he started training. I have just eaten a full meal and haven't digested it. Chiba doesn't want to exercise. He wants to persuade Ade, but even if he says it, the effect is almost no. Seeing Ade working hard to cultivate, although he worked very hard, it was far from him. If this were not the case, Ade would not succeed in opening 8 doors in the future. In Ade, Chiba saw what it meant to be hard work and persistence. After Ade left in the afternoon, the two agreed to meet at the entrance of the village tomorrow. Chiba returned to the room, took out the previous saved manuscript, read the final plot, then picked up the pen and continued to write. Tomorrow, I will leave the village to do a task with Ade, and Chiba didn't waste Chakra releasing his shadow clone to help him. It was not until dark that Chiba put down the pen in his hand and rubbed his sour hands. Chiba put the finished manuscript in the drawer. In a few hours, without a trace of koan, Chiba only completed 12,000 words, an average of about 3,000 words per hour. Now this novel has been more than half completed. I believe it will be completed soon. I haven't been in the game for a long time. After dinner, Chiba just sat on the bed and played the game. Only when it was time to go to bed, Chiba couldn't pick up the debris either. Chiba doesn't care now either. He has enough talent now. As long as he works hard, it is only a matter of time before he becomes a strong one. On the second day, Chiba arrived at the entrance of the village of Kana at the agreed time. When he arrived, Ade was already waiting for him at the entrance of the village, and there were several trucks of goods beside him, which was to be escorted this time. Originally, the goods didn't have much money, and the boss didn't plan to hire a ninja, but in order to be afraid of accidents on the road, he still spent some money to hire a ninja. Seeing a teenager and a little kid, the boss didn't care. He didn't pay much, so it would be nice to have a ninja to pick him up, no matter what strength ninja. Obviously the boss attributed them to Xiao Ren, who had just graduated from school. Generally, students in school do not have the right to receive tasks. Although Ade's physical skills are okay, his other abilities are too bad. It's good to be able to receive tasks. Regardless of the rewards for the tasks, he knows his abilities, and he dare not accept even more difficult tasks. This is also his financial difficulty the reason. Taking out the mission certificate opened in the village, the guard at the entrance of the village let them out of the village. The merchant's business is not big at first glance, depending on the goods and attendance, as well as the merchant's own appearance. Adding the two of Chiba, there are only 5 people in total, and the other 3 are just ordinary people. Starting to set off, Chiba sat on top of the cargo, lying down and looking at the blue sky. Ade chose to walk. Walking was also a practice for him. The boss sits in the car in front, with 2 entourages guarding the sides. The road inside Naruto was difficult to walk. Chiba sat on the cargo and swayed, looking at the surrounding scenery a little dazzled. Maybe it's because I haven't traveled far, and I'm not used to this way of travel. After walking for a while, Chiba finally adapts. Along the way, there are sparsely populated people. Even if you pass the village occasionally, you can only see a few villagers working in the field. Seeing them passing by, I just looked up curiously and looked down at work. Chiba saw numbness in their eyes. In Hokage, it is not easy for ordinary people to live, not to mention higher pursuits, so it is not surprising that the villagers have such eyes. The further away from Konoha, the harder it is to see the village. This is actually a good explanation. The closer the village is to the village, the safer it is. Generally, robbers and bandits don't dare to offend easily, because if the village is harassed, there will be ninjas in the village. In the eyes of ordinary people, ninjas are mysterious. At noon, everyone took out the dry food to eat, and Kinyi was dumbfounded. He brought nothing but money. When Ade saw that Kinyi didn't bring anything to eat, he shared his dry food with him. "Thank you, sorry, I didn't explain it clearly yesterday. Chiba couldn't eat this kind of hard steamed buns. There was no store nearby and no ingredients, so he could only deal with it first. Fortunately, it feels hard to the touch, but it is not too unpleasant in the mouth. Compared to Chiba and the others, the merchant's food was much better. He was eating meat and drinking wine, and Chiba swallowed his throat as he watched. Moving his eyes away, Chiba ate the mobile phone buns fiercely a few times. After a few sips of water, his belly felt a little full. Ade had to hand over the steamed buns, but Chiba stopped eating, because he ate too much and squatted his teeth. After eating, Chiba wants to lie down and rest, but the evil capitalist wants them to go right away in a hurry. There is no way to call them hired. This time through a village, Chiba asked to stop. Chiba came to do business with the villagers. Chiba used 3 times the price to buy their coarse grains and vegetables. When they saw a piece of bacon, Chiba bought it at a high price. The villagers all smiled when they got the money, thinking that the people of Chiba are stupid and have a lot of money. Chiba is not stupid with a lot of money, but because the villagers are so poor and deliberately help. Chiba continued to drive the car with things. At night, everyone stopped to rest and didn't drive at night. Chiba started cooking with the pot, and of course he bought the pot with the villagers. The conditions in the field are limited. Chiba can only do simple things. First, stir-fry the meat and vegetables, then add the washed rice, and finally add water. That's right, what Chiba is cooking is bacon rice. When the water in the pot is almost dry, the rice is basically cooked. Although there are no more seasonings, the aroma still comes out. The businessman looked at the steaming pot, and the things in his hands suddenly became tasteless. Chiba opened the pot, all eyes were on the pot. Chiba took a big broken bowl and filled Ade with a big bowl. Ade, here. Matt Dai looked at the big bowl of pilaf and his saliva was about to flow out. Chiba also served himself a large bowl, and the two of them squatted on the ground, and 2 pairs of wooden chopsticks quickly grabbed rice in their mouths. It was delicious. The businessman and the 2 servants were drooling. The businessman couldn't help it anymore and came over. I think there is still something in your pot that allows me to eat a bowl. Chiba raised his eyes to look at him, then lowered his head to quickly pick up rice. I can pay for it with you. Chiba put down his bowl and chopsticks. How much do you plan to pay for it? How about 100 yuan? You have a thick skin, so stay where it's cool. The corners of the businessman's mouth twitched, and his face was a bit unbearable. The kid spoke too badly. I'll add another 200. You have to know that a bowl of rice like this can only sell for 50. Then you can buy it outside. You, what am I? I saw us eating steamed buns when you were eating meat. You didn't tell us to eat it. I don't blame you, but you chirp. This is your fault. Why should I ask you to eat it now? What's this? Believe it or not, you say one more thing, I will smash your pig face. The boss hurriedly covered his face in fright, and then ran away with a bad face. In Naruto world, don't despise the opponent just because he is a child, because the strength of the ninja has nothing to do with age. So this big-faced businessman didn't dare to offend Chiba. The 2 of them were full, and Chiba didn't even bother to wash the pot. Ade was very winked. When he saw Chiba's appearance, he quickly took the pots and chopsticks to the stream to clean. At night, there are a lot of bugs in the wild, and some bugs are quite poisonous. If you don't have insect repellents, don't want to sleep well at night. Fortunately, Chiba carried the Frog brand mosquito coil with him. By mistake, it was Myomushin toad oil. This thing was rubbed on the body, cooling and repelling mosquitoes. I have to ask how effective it is. Who knows who uses it? Kianba, what did you wipe? It's disgusting to be black. You also wipe it. The insect repellent effect is very good. Really, I'll try it. After wiping, the 2 of them told them to sleep in the open without setting up a tent. As soon as it was daybreak, they looked at their hands and there was no red spot. Then when they looked at the merchant, the 3 of them were bitten by bugs and their faces were red. And I didn't sleep well at night. Isn't this what it deserves? It's near the water's edge, and there are villagers' domestic garbage nearby. Who believes if you say there are no mosquitoes? Why haven't you been bitten by mosquitoes? One of the servants didn't understand and asked why they were bitten when they were living in the shed, but they were all right when they were sleeping outside. Look at this, Miyama mountain toad oil. Mosquito repellent oil is a must when you go out. If you want to ask where this oil is sold, please come to Konoha to find Chiba. Yes, I used to work on tasks and stayed overnight at night. I was always bitten by mosquitoes and was annoying. Since using toad oil, my mother never has to worry about my sleep. Ade and several other people were a little dumbfounded when they watched Chiba's self-directed and self-acted performance. Where did this fool come out? It's not the Miyama Mountain Lunatic Asylum. Chiba put away his teasing temperament and took Ade's steamed buns to eat. After breakfast, we set off again. The weather is a bit sultry today. Looking at the weather, it is estimated that it will rain in the afternoon. Chiba has the skill of weaving straw. He cut a few grasses with a knife on the side of the road, then sat in the car, knitting dexterously with both hands, and it didn't take long for a straw hat to be completed. Ade and a few others were stunned. This kid is too strong. Can Chiba help me make one too? Ade came over and asked, facing her face. Of course there is no problem, I will do it for you. Can you make a few tops for us? No time. The other three people looked at each other and looked discouraged. The difference in treatment was too great. Chiba quickly compiled Ade's hat. Ade happily took it and put it on. Not to mention it was quite suitable, just enough to fit his head. Just as Chiba was playing with the straw hat in his hand, suddenly Chiba felt that someone was in ambush. Stop, Chiba yelled, and everyone else looked at him strangely. Adai came up and asked, what's wrong with Chiba? There is an ambush nearby. Have it. Hearing there was an ambush, everyone panicked and looked around, but saw nothing. Chiba, did you make a mistake? It is absolutely impossible. Chiba can not only feel the murderous aura in front of him, but also use ninjutsu to perceive it and make sure that someone is lying in front of him. Just when everyone was suspicious, 40 or 50 people suddenly ran down on both sides of the hill in front. Look at the costumes of these people, it's not what a bandit is. There are countless large and small bandits in Hokage. The main ones are the continuous wars and chaos of the Hokage company. The people's lives are difficult. Many people are forced to fall into the grass. Of course, these people who fall into the grass are just to survive at the beginning, and then they do bad things to destroy their conscience. Since he chose to be a bad guy, Chiba would not be merciful. The businessman saw so many people, his legs were weak in fright. Unexpectedly, a few worthless goods were also robbed. The bandit blocked the road, and suddenly 3 figures appeared in front of the bandit out of thin air. Ade, who was still calm, saw that 3 ninjas suddenly appeared in this group of bandits, and at first glance they were all of Zongren's strength. What will Chiba do? I am a little sure about dealing with 1 ninja, and I have no confidence in dealing with 3. Don't worry, I am here today, I won't let them succeed. Although Ade knows that Chiba knows how to do ninjutsu, he doesn't know how strong he is. The businessman was even more discouraged when he saw Ade's bitter face. You know everything and leave everything behind so that you don't get my uncle's knife dirty. Speaking in the front, one of the ninjas is holding a big knife. The knife is not a magic weapon, and the edge of the knife is a bit curled. The other 2 ninjas had nothing on their hands. The 3 of them crossed their hands and looked very hanging. Seeing the people in Chiba, the group of bandits was a little unsatisfied. Not to mention the 3 ordinary people, just the green-skinned boy. At a glance, he knew that his strength was not very good. As for Chiba's too young age, ignored directly. As for the ninja world cannot use age to observe the strength of people, but at the age of Chiba, even if you start to practice from the womb, under normal circumstances, there are 3 middle ninjas. They only know the general situation, but Chiba is not the general situation, he is open. The boss saw that it would be difficult to leave without leaving money today, so he agreed. Things for you, you can let us go, you can go now. Wait, Chiba's voice instantly attracted everyone's attention, and everyone was surprised and puzzled. What are you doing? One of the ninjas asked. I want to tell you that this caravan was escorted by us, and you can't take it away without our consent. Chiba's tone was very arrogant, and Ade looked at the sweat and was about to come down. Ade can only open to the second door of the 8-door dungeon, and the second door wants to deal with the 3 Zongren, almost dreaming. But Chiba's words have already been spoken, and they have already taken the task. If the task fails and there is no resistance, it will not be easy to go back and explain. Little devil, are you impatient with your life? Said the ninja with the knife jokingly. Chiba's face was indifferent, with his hands folded on his chest, as if I was impatient. Brother, don't talk nonsense with a kid, please solve them quickly so we can leave with our things. After the man finished speaking, a shuriken suddenly shot over. Seeing the shuriken shooting towards Chiba, the merchant and others were scared to death. Just when everyone thought that Chiba would die, Chiba could easily clamp the flying shuriken with just 2 fingers. Chiba can easily catch it. First, the other party didn't deal with Chiba seriously and used his strength casually. Second, this speed is too slow in front of Chiba. The thief on the opposite side was also taken aback. It's a good kid, there are 2 things. I have more than 2 hits, I still have 3 hits and 5 hits. Do you know how the villain died? How did you die? Too much nonsense is dead. I think you are looking for death. One of them seemed a bit irritable. After Chiba said a few words, he couldn't help but start. The other 2 ninjas looked at it as if they didn't mean to do anything. It seemed that they thought that only one person was enough to deal with Chiba. When the ninja came up and shot Kunao towards Chiba, the ninja didn't expect Kunao to shoot Chiba, but Chiba didn't even dodge, and Kunao shot Chiba's body. Chiba, Ade yelled anxiously, and he instantly opened one of the 8-door dungeon, spoiling Chiba extremely fast, trying to rescue Chiba. No, this kid has only this kind of strength, and he dares to be arrogant. Just as they mocked Chiba, and when Ade was about to approach Chiba, they touched, and a burst of white smoke rose quickly, and the smoke quickly disappeared, revealing a piece of wood on the ground. Nanny! The bandit on the opposite side showed a surprised expression, and Ade stopped his running body and looked at the wood on the ground in surprise. Everyone has a surprised expression. Especially the three ninjas were even more horrified. They didn't even see Chiba-ji and then he escaped by using a substitute technique. How did this happen? Just when they were stunned, Chiba suddenly appeared on a tree. Where is he? A thief accidentally saw Chiba and shouted in surprise. Everyone looked in the direction of Chiba. Big brother, third brother, I think this kid is not easy, let's go together. Okay. Seeing that the three people were going to deal with Chiba together, Ade opened the second door and took the initiative to stop one of them. If you want to kill my brother, step on my body first. Ade said with a serious face. He was holding a shuriken in his hand, and his body was flooded with green steam, which was the effect of using the 8-door dungeon. The ninja who was stopped was also a little surprised. The funny-looking boy in front of him had so much increase in chakra in an instant, and the speed was much faster. Seeing that Ade used the secret technique, the ninja didn't dare to take it lightly. The ninja confrontation method is not complicated. Generally, they use hidden weapons first, then personal sparring, and finally use their own proficient ninjutsu. Because in actual combat, the time left for the two sides to seal the seal is very short, and you usually come and go with one punch and one punch. Unless it is a long distance, there is enough time to release ninjutsu. Of course, those with fast G and speed, or some Muji ninjutsu can be done instantaneously. Physical exercises are very disadvantageous when dealing with ninjutsu, because there are so many tricks in ninjutsu that they cannot be prevented. Of course, the premise is that the strength of the two is similar. If there is too much difference in strength, physique can kill ninjutsu in a flash. The battle between the two sides not only depends on the strength of the two sides, but also the combat awareness. One who can adapt to the situation in the battle, even if the strength is almost able to turn things around. Ade and the ninja fought fiercely. Both wanted to overwhelm each other with strength. Although Ade opened 2 doors, his speed and strength were still worse than that of the ninja. After all, the ninja seemed to be more than 30 years old. How many years Adidas practiced? Soon Ade appeared defeated. Ade hit the ninja with all his strength, and the ninja was beaten out. When Ade was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he touched a puff of white smoke. It turned out that it was wood that flew out. That ninja actually used a substitute technique. Ade looked at Niwa with helpless expression. In the battle just now, his physical stamina was consumed very quickly, and he felt that his use of 8-door dungeon was almost reaching the limit. The ninja saw that Ade was almost reaching the limit, and his hands quickly formed seals. Wind escape. Thousand-faced wind. Suddenly thousands of small wind cuts attacked Ade. This technique was too fast, and it was too dense to dodge. Ade's mind showed his father and mother, and finally the appearance of Chiba appeared. Goodbye my favorite person. Ade closed his eyes and died. Just as ninjutsu was about to attack Ade, Chiba came to Ade in an instant, then hugged him and quickly disappeared in place. Ade didn't feel the pain, and opened his eyes to see that he was actually held by Kinyi, and he didn't even die. Chiba, you saved me. You can't die if you have me. Then leave it to me. You can rest behind. After putting Ade down, Chiba walked slowly towards the 3 ninjas. The game can be over. What do you mean? Didn't he use his best before? He has been playing with us all the time. Don't speak too loudly. Big brother, don't talk nonsense with him, let me come and kill him myself. The 3 people used ninjutsu at the same time, with fire escape and wind escape. Seeing that the power is sea-level ninjutsu. Just as ninjutsu was about to attack Chiba, many Chiba appeared instantly, easily avoiding all attacks. What is that? Is it clone technique? The 3 of them shot Kunao at the split Chiba, and the Kunao who was split by Chiba separated them with shurikens. Wrong is not the clone technique. The clone technique has no attack effect. Could it be the shadow clone? If it is the shadow clone, the amount of chakras of this kid is too terrible. In fact, they are all wrong. This is the effect of Chiba's high-speed movement. It's not good that we got an illusion. When did it start? Why didn't we realize it? In the illusion, the vines entangled their bodies, making them unable to move. They immediately disrupted the chakra in their bodies to relieve the illusion. As soon as they unlocked the illusion, they saw a crescent-shaped white chakra sword energy quickly drew towards them, and there was no time to dodge them. The 3 people were cut away by the sword energy containing the meaning of the sword, and the 3 of them immediately disintegrated. The remaining bandits looked at Chiba with horror. The 3 masters whom they thought were invincible couldn't make a move in their hands. They didn't rush to run. Ade was the first to see Chiba's strength. At this time, looking at Chiba stunned, he thought this was Chiba's true strength. In fact, this was just the tip of the iceberg of Chiba's strength. He knew much more than Ade thought. Many. At this time, the merchants looked at Kinyi with awe and did not dare to disrespect. They secretly said that it was very lucky that they could spend such a small amount of money to invite such a powerful master. Seeing the bandit trying to escape, Chiba gave a ghostly smile and quickly formed seals with both hands, the shuriken shadow clone technique. Several dozens of swords were separated in the air, and then they shot towards the bandit's back. The screams were endless, and no one could stand in front of the bandit 2 seconds later, and all of them died. Ever since he came to Hokage, Chiba expected to kill someone one day, so he kept telling himself that being kind to the enemy is cruel to himself, so he must be ruthless to the enemy. After finishing all the enemies, Chiba slowly walked towards the people behind. He had just killed someone, but the murderous intent on his body had not disappeared. Except for Ade, the other ordinary people were afraid of retreating. You guys go and collect all the corpses and pile them up. Chiba, you don't want to bury them. I'm not so kind, I want to burn them all in one fire. Chiba has already shown his strength, and the 2 subordinates did not dare to neglect, and immediately acted according to Chiba's instructions. After a while, all the corpses of the bandits were stacked together. You guys get out. After the 2 servants retreated, Chiba quickly sealed his hands. Art fire escape ho fireball. Fire spouted from Chiba's mouth, and finally formed a large fireball. The fireball quickly flew toward the corpse. The fireball collided with the corpse and exploded with a sound. All the corpses ignited a raging fire. After about a few minutes, the fire slowly disappeared. A gust of wind blew by and all the ashes flew into the air, and finally disappeared. Chiba's hands are sealed again, this time using water escape ninjutsu to clean the burned ground. Kianba, why did you bother to destroy the corpse? Ade is very strange that killing bandits is not a normal thing, so why is it unnecessary? Ade, I hope you promise me something and can't tell anyone about my strength. Oh, although I don't know why Chiba did this, he must have his own reason. The businessman ran over with a flattering expression. The little hero is amazing. If it weren't for you today, my goods would not be kept. Well, continue on the road. The boss wanted Chiba to take the car in front of him, but Chiba refused, so he wouldn't take the same car with the businessman. After a rush in the afternoon, I finally arrived at the destination in the evening. Originally, even after escorting the guests to the destination, they could leave, but the hypocritical boss kept them for dinner. Anyway, the capitalists don't eat for nothing, and after a day's journey, they are hungry, so you're welcome. This village is not too big, it is estimated that the population is only a quarter of Konoha. This merchant's house is pretty good. Compared to other villagers, it's incomparable to Chiba's house. The merchant welcomed them into the house enthusiastically. As soon as they entered the house, 3 girls in kimonos knelt down on the ground, then slowly crawled over on their knees to change their slippers. Because the 3 women buried their heads very low, Chiba couldn't see their appearance, but from their body shape, it could be guessed that they were not very old. The youngest was probably a few years older than him. Probably means to welcome distinguished guests. The voices of these 3 women are nice, and they feel like an island cosplay girl. Adai was a little nervous, not used to this kind of enthusiasm, and kept smirking and touching the watermelon head with his hand. Chiba's performance is relatively calm. I want to introduce you, these are my 3 girls, none of them are married yet. Chiba thought it was the servant that the merchant invited to the house. He still wondered if the servants are all dressed so well now. It turned out to be his daughter. Seeing his look like a pig, the daughter he gave birth could not see where he was going. My daughter will introduce you to these 2 little heroes. They are both from the Konoha ninja village. They are very powerful ninjas. The 3 girls kneeling on the ground raised their heads curiously and took a peek at them and Chiba. After seeing Chiba, the 3 girls were shy and lowered their heads again. The eldest daughter was thinking, wearing green clothes next to him looks rough, but the little boy next to him is very beautiful, but it's a pity that he is too young and only suitable for the 3rd sister. The second daughter was thinking, the one in the green dress looks average, but the boy next to him looks very beautiful, although I am 80 or 90 years older than him, as long as he doesn't dislike him, I'm willing to wait for him. The third daughter was thinking that dad would definitely leave that beautiful boy to herself, who usually looks like 2 sisters. Chiba walked past them wearing clogs. When they looked up just now, Chiba accidentally glanced at them, and could only say that they looked pretty good, and they couldn't compare with Tsunade and Miyaize. The businessman followed Chiba to lead them. What does the little hero think of my 3 daughters? Not bad. The businessman smiled and became more enthusiastic about Chiba, but Ade followed them stupidly, probably without any thoughts in his mind. The merchant opened the wooden door and a large room appeared inside. Inside the room was a table with tea sets and a coal stove next to it, which seemed to be used for making tea. Please come to the table with 2 little heroes. In fact, Chiba didn't want to drink tea in his heart. Can he serve the meal directly? But the host is so enthusiastic. Although Chiba is a Japanese person, his soul is a dignified Greater China. Our Greater China is a country of etiquette. Want to eat? The merchant's eldest daughter came in carrying a pot of water. When she came in, she glanced at Chiba, then shyly bowed her head and walked to the coal stove. The merchant began to scoop 2 spoons of tea into the teapot with a spoon. My water is not ordinary water, but spring water. Ordinary boiled tea water will be a bit salty, because ordinary water has a low pH value, which means it is acidic, so it tastes bad when it is cooked. Of course, ordinary people cannot drink it. When the water boiled, he used boiling water to scald the porcelain again. This was called cup washing. Anyway, the process is very complicated, and Chiba seems a little sleepy. It takes so much effort to drink a sip of tea. If you are thirsty, you don't want to die. Seeing that he is so professional in making tea, Kinyi complained in his heart that the tea art came from Waxia. How can a Japanese be more professional than most Chinese? The tea is finally cooked through many processes. The merchant came to Guangdong to tour the city, and then held tea in front of them in both hands. Please have tea. Damn it, I can finally drink tea. Ade was relatively simple, drank the tea, and the corner of the businessman's eye showed contempt. Chiba picked up the cup with one hand, first smelled the tea, then took a sip, tasting it in his mouth, and finally drank it. The businessman admired Chiba's movements even more. Chiba accompanied him to finish pretending, and then the three of them talked about irrelevant topics. From the chat, Chiba knew what business he was doing, as well as information about his 3 baby girls. At this moment, Ade's stomach rang, and Ade showed embarrassment on his face. Sorry, we haven't eaten until this afternoon. Ah, it's because I didn't think about it well. I guess the food is ready, please follow me. The two accompanied the merchant to another room. This time in Chiba, they saw the merchant's 3 daughters busy serving the dishes. The 3 of them made this table. This businessman is not a big businessman, but a small businessman with some assets. The house has no servants at all. As for the person who delivered the goods together before, it was just a shop assistant. Seeing the table full of food, Adai's mouth was already running water. Don't be polite, please use it slowly. You're polite, a hammer, I'm so hungry, I'm not in the mood to be polite. We're welcome. The next 2 people stunned the whole room with their food. This is how long they have been hungry. The other people didn't eat much food at a table, and all went into the stomachs of the 2 people in Chiba. After eating and drinking, Chiba wiped his mouth with a tissue. I'm sorry you continue to enjoy. What else to enjoy? Except for a fish bone on the table, the other dishes are cleaner than the face. Chiba took out a toothpick and covered her mouth with her hand to fetch her teeth, then loosened her trouser belt and lay on the ground with one hand supporting her head. The taste is okay, but that dish of tofu stir-fried greens tastes a little bit weaker. Hearing what Chiba said, the eldest sister and the second sister covered their mouths and watched the third sister chuckle. Chiba knew at a glance that she made this dish. The businessman looked at Chiba with a smile. The little hero is still satisfied. Okay. Ade nodded in agreement. I'm not blowing, my 3 daughters are famous for being gentle and capable. They can get in the bed and get off the kitchen. What's in bed? Chiba was shocked by his words. In his previous life, Chiba had seen it in the film of the country of Japan. If his daughter was going to marry, his father would personally train him. Seeing Chiba's misunderstanding, the businessman quickly explained. I mean to be beautiful. Ade's simple thoughts didn't hear anything. The dishes the little brother can taste are made by my eldest daughter, and which dishes are made by my remaining 2 daughters? Is this to test yourself? He dared not say anything else, he hadn't been afraid of anyone yet. Just now Chiba said that tofu stir-fried vegetables already knew that this dish was made by the 3rd daughter, so you can pick out a few dishes on the table to exclude. The remaining dishes are made by the eldest daughter and the 2nd daughter. The rest of the food tends to have 2 flavors, one is slightly spicy and the other is slightly sweet. The cooking temperature of the slightly spicy is better than the sweeter. I think that sweet and sour fish is. Chiba deliberately sold a pass, but actually wanted to see the expressions of the eldest sister and the second sister. Sure enough, when the second sister was a little nervous, Chiba knew it in his heart. The few dishes are made by the elder sister, the few dishes are made by the second sister, and the remaining few dishes are made by the 3rd sister. Chiba pointed at the plate and said. Every time he clicked on one, the 3 sisters' expressions were surprised. In the end, their mouths opened wide, and they all guessed correctly. The businessman saw his daughter's expression and knew that he guessed it. By the way, I can't help but admire Chiba's ability. Even if it was their biological father, he couldn't tell which daughter made all those dishes. Little brother is good at it. Ade looked at Chiba with admiration. Chiba didn't feel proud. As the protagonist, he appeared just to pretend to be slapped in the face. I don't know what the little brother thinks of my 3 daughters. Not bad. Then I have a suggestion. I don't know what the little brother intends. Tell me the story. When the 3 daughters heard this, they all seemed very nervous when they knew that their lifelong event had come. The 3 looked at Kinyi with a shy expression. I have 3 daughters, all of whom are the jewels in my palm. If you are interested in one, I will marry her to you. Chiba was still lazy, but he immediately became frightened when he heard this, and he sat upright. Chiba glanced at the 3 girls not far away. Seeing Chiba looking over, the 3 girls lowered their heads shyly, and fidgeted with their clothes uncomfortably. Boss, you're really joking, how old I am, and I don't want to find a wife for the time being. If you are young, you can wait a few years before marrying them. Look at my third daughter, who is only a few years older than you. You can consider it. Forget it, thanks to the wrong love of the boss, please choose another good son-in-law. When the three girls heard Chiba's answer, their expressions were a little sad. The businessman also looked disappointed, his eyes lit up when he saw Ade, who was in a daze. Ade was in a daze when she was bored, and suddenly her body shuddered inexplicably. Which one do you like, that little brother? Me? Ade pointed at herself with a look of surprise. Yes, it's you. Ade looked excited. To tell the truth, he looks ordinary and has a poor family. It would be nice to have a girl to marry him. Now he still lets himself choose. This is too exciting. Me. Chiba's heart sighed. No, if Ade chose the businessman's daughter, would the future Emperor Kai come out? If Medi was not born, then Chiba would have sinned, and all Naruto fans would definitely scold themselves. Besides, Chiba likes Emperor Kai very much, and absolutely can't let this happen. I object. Chiba's voice was very anxious and loud. Everyone looked at him strangely. You don't want it yourself. People who want to marry you still object, and whoever you are, object to him. Chiba, you. Ade looked puzzled. Others also waited for him to explain. I mean, the marriage should not be rash. Parents must agree, and then the matchmaker should give a gift. Chiba exhaled after speaking. It turns out that it's me, Meng Lang, so please go back and tell the other respect, we choose a time to make a marriage. Okay. Ade happily agreed, and he looked at the three beautiful girls not far away, feeling happy. By the way, you haven't said which daughter to marry me yet. Ade looked at the businessman's three daughters, and looked at the past with his eyes. It was difficult to choose for a while. Kinyi looked anxious in his eyes. This fool was so spineless. He is a full man. He doesn't know that the hungry man is hungry, and he doesn't care if he is full. Ade was very hesitant. The eldest sister is charming and generous, the second sister is beautiful, and the third sister is pure and lovely. Can I choose all three? Everyone looked at him in surprise. Chiba was even more angry with his chin knocked on the ground. Is this the pure and passionate Ade he knew? This is too greedy. The three girls did not have a good impression on Ade, but now they are even more disappointed. Daddy, we don't marry, we must always wait on my father's side. Me too. Ade was completely dumbfounded. In ancient times, a woman would say this if she met someone she liked, and her father was the master. If she met someone she didn't like, she would say this: Father, I will not marry, and I will always wait on my father's side. In ancient times, if you met a hero to save the beauty and the hero looked good, she would say this. The little girl had nothing to pay for, and could only agree with her. The little girl has no retribution, and can only be a cow and a horse in the next life, which has been a routine from ancient times to the present. Since my daughter doesn't want to marry, then I can only respect the daughter's thoughts. The little hero is sorry. Ade looked at the three beautiful girls, crying without tears in his heart. How could he have such 1,000 mouths? If time could go back, he would close his eyes and choose one randomly. Looking at the way Ade looked, Chiba laughed and cried inwardly, making you greedy, and now you are a scumbag. After eating, the merchant went to work on his own business, and Chiba and Ade were led by his three daughters to visit the house. The eldest daughter is more generous and stable, the second daughter is more charming, and the third daughter is more lively. It was basically the third daughter who spoke along the way. Ade was hit and is still listless. This is the hot spring bathing, because there is geothermal under the hot spring, so the water here is warm throughout the year. Soaking in it for half an hour, you will feel refreshed. The third daughter looked at Chiba and said with a smile. The eldest daughter opened the wooden door, a rush of steam came in, Chiba and the others walked in. This hot spring is not very big, it is estimated to be enough for 7 or 8 people to wash. There are bubbles coming out of the hot spring, that is, the eyes of geothermal heat. The water is driven by the water wheel to alternate the old and new streams outside to ensure the clean water quality. Chiba squatted down and touched the water with his hands. The water temperature was about 40 to 50 degrees, which was very suitable for a bath. Would you like to try the two heroes? Okay. Chiba has exactly this meaning. After rushing for a day during the day, after another battle, his body is a little tired. Seeing Chiba's promise, the three sisters stepped forward to help Chiba take off his clothes, and Chiba was shocked. Don't bother sisters to do it, I will do it myself. Ade looked at Kinyi Yanfa not shallow, with a look of envy. The three sisters are a little strange to see that Chiba has been reluctant to undress. Why doesn't the hero undress? Chiba wanted to say that the three of you stared at me, am I embarrassed to change clothes? Please avoid the three sisters first. Hearing what Chiba said, the three sisters covered their mouths and chuckled. He was so shy and cute. WA is a machismo country. Since Hokage was written by the Japanese, this tradition remains unchanged. The women of WA are the most virtuous women in the world. Of course, virtuous here means enslavement. Therefore, it is normal for a woman to give a man a bath. The status of ordinary women in Hokage is very low. Ordinary women are a little bit charming. They are either snatched to be cottage ladies or become the playthings of the powerful. Compared to the situation in Naruto, the status of the woman in China where Chiba was in the previous life was the highest in 1,000 years, and it will be even higher in the future. There are many women and boys, and things are scarce. This is the fundamental reason. Even people who look like Sister Fang, ordinary men still look down on them. They have to be young and golden, suave, and romantic. Moreover, Chinese men dote on their own women the most, so some women are becoming more and more squeamish and less self-reliant. The divorce rate of Huaxia in the previous life was very high. The most bizarre reason for divorce that Chiba has heard was that on the day of 520, only 5.20 was sent to his wife. Because of this number, the wife said that the husband did not love him, and the two finally got divorced. In fact, 520 does not stipulate what holiday it is it Valentine's Day? No. Is it Women's Day? No. Then why do boys give girls red envelopes? Please listen to the girl's answer: because I am a girl. Women pay attention to equality in everything, and women are half the sky. As a result, women do not recognize equality in many things and become the obligation of men. Chiba also saw the behavior of these three sisters, which triggered thinking about the status of men and women. Generally speaking, Chinese men are the best men in the world, and those women who look down on Chinese men, you do not deserve to have him. Qinyi's previous life was abandoned by a woman, and this grievance was a bit heavy. Here again, many Chinese women are also virtuous and capable. Remarks: I'm afraid that some girls will see this text and pull the author out and beat them to death. So add an explanation. The hero doesn't need to be shy. Daddy explained that he should serve the two well. Then why don't you take him off? Chiba pointed to Ade and said, because he doesn't look as good as you. Miss San whispered. What? Nothing, I mean to help you take it off first, and then help him take it off. Miss San let out a sigh of relief. Ade also looked expectant, expecting the three beauties to undress herself, but the three young ladies did not look at him at all, and he was doomed to fail. Really not necessary. The three ladies quit the hot spring with disappointment. Chiba, why don't you let them help? Ade, I found that you are depraved. Are you still the passionate, pure, responsible, and so on, you I know? Ade was embarrassed and kept holding his head with his hands. No woman bothered. Chiba took off the clothes on her body, and then walked into the hot spring. It was really comfortable, this old thing would enjoy it too much. After soaking for more than 10 minutes, the two of them came up, dried their bodies and put on their clothes again. I opened the door of the hot spring and saw the three young ladies waiting outside. Although they were guests, they didn't need to be so enthusiastic. Let you wait a long time. Nothing. The three sisters looked at Chiba and smiled. I'll take you to the restroom. Okay. Originally, Chiba thought they would arrange a dye in a room with themselves, but they were separated. This is a bit strange. Chiba didn't bother to ask, and sleep in a room at night without listening to a dye snoring. Chiba tidied the quilt and was about to lie down. He heard a knock outside the door, and Chiba opened it to see that it was the eldest lady. I'm sorry to disturb you, can I go in? Please. The eldest lady looked at him and walked in with a smile. I don't know what's the matter with the lady who came to me. Hearing this young lady's face was shy, she hesitated to act, and finally took out a handkerchief from her hand behind her back. The pattern on this handkerchief is embroidered by me myself and I will give it to you. Chiba looked at the handkerchief in her hand and did not dare to reach out to take it. Seeing that he didn't want to ask for it, the eldest lady was anxious to put her hand parcel into his hand. Don't tell the second sister, the third sister I've been here. After speaking, he leaned down and kissed Chiba's face, and then ran away shyly. Chiba wiped his face, still not reacting to the situation just now. Looking at the handkerchief in his hand, Chiba really didn't know what to do. Chiba closed the door, concealed her handkerchief at random, and was about to lie down when someone knocked on the door. It would not be the lady who came back. Chiba opened the door and was talking to ask her to take her handkerchief back. It was not the eldest lady who came, but the second lady. What's the matter with the second lady who came to see me? May I come in? Okay. The second lady came in and looked around and found no one. She was relieved, and then turned to face Chiba. She took out the wallet in her arms and handed it to Chiba. This is the wallet I made by myself for you. Seeing that Chiba was not picking up, the second lady forced her wallet into Chiba's hand, kissed Chiba's face when she left, and ran away shyly. Looking at the wallet in his hand, Chiba couldn't laugh or cry. Chiba put on the wallet casually, and just about to lie down, there was a knock on the door again. Who? This time Chiba couldn't guess who it was. It turned out to be Miss San. Miss San took out a pair of insoles from her body. Chiba knew what she would say next without guessing. The insoles must have been made by herself. This insole is made by myself, stitch by stitch, and I will give it to you. Sure enough, seeing that Chiba hadn't picked it up, Miss San forced the insole into Chiba's hands, and then kissed her face. Sure enough, Miss Sen gave the insole and kissed Chiba on the face, and then ran away shyly. Have the three sisters made an appointment? How to speak and act in the same way? I am really so popular, please beg me to be a child. Chiba threw the insoles on the bed at will, and then was about to lie down, but just after lying down, he got up and looked at the door to see if anyone was knocking on the door. After a while, he confirmed that no one was disturbing, and Chiba lay down at ease. The next day, Chiba and the others left and went back. The three sisters looked at Chiba with a look of dismay. They almost shouted, "Little brother, I won't forget you, remember to marry me." At this time, Chiba and Ade were walking on the intestinal path, and suddenly a wallet fell from Chiba. When Ade saw it, he picked it up curiously. "Chiba, is this a wallet?" "The nonsense is not what a purse is. This purse was given by Miss ER. They also gave handkerchiefs and insoles." Ade looked envious. "Why no one gave it to himself? Do you want to? Okay. All for you. Isn't it given to you by them? If you don't want it, I will throw it away." Chiba pretended to throw it away as he spoke. "Don't lose it, I want it." Chiba threw three things into Ade's hand and looked at them. Ade remembered the three young ladies in his mind, each with its own merits, which is really missed. Do you think of the three young ladies? Okay. When Ade thinks of the three young ladies, his heart aches. Why did he say that he wanted to marry three? Otherwise, one of the young ladies has already followed him. This world has everything, but there is no regret medicine. This incident has become a pain that Ade would not want to mention all his life. Ade carefully hid things in his clothes. This is what he wanted to do in the future. Don't think about it, Ade, there will be better girls waiting for you in the future. Now let us have a youth game. Well, Ade showed his white teeth and raised his fist to the sky, seeming to cheer up again. The two stood on the same starting line, did not use chakras, and ran purely physically, to see who could not run first. After running for nearly 5 kilometers, Chiba couldn't run anymore and sat on the ground. Ade retreated, and he was also panting. "Chiba is very good and has made great progress, I still lose to you." Ade was speechless. He was much older than him, and his training intensity was much greater than that of Chiba. If he still lost to Chiba, the blow would be too great. If you lose to Chiba in other respects, you will lose hope if you lose to Chiba in physical skills. After running and stopping, after a day of driving, finally arrived at Kanaha after dark. "Since I had a meal at noon and now I have not eaten anything, I am already hungry." Chiba took Ade to the ramen restaurant to eat noodles. One person ordered 2 large servings and ate them like a starving ghost. After eating, the two separated. Ade reported on the task, and nothing happened to Chiba afterwards. As for the reward for the task, Chiba had already said that he had no money. Ade knew that he was rich, so even if he quarreled a few words, brothers don't need to care too much. When I got home, Chiba looked tired and wanted to lie down and sleep, but his body was sticky, so Chiba had to take a shower first. After the shower, he wiped off his hair casually, and went to sleep regardless of whether the hair was dry up. After this sleep, I slept until dawn, and I was refreshed after getting up. Chiba ran out to find Ade for morning exercises, and then went back when he was exhausted. When he went home, he cooked something to eat and started to refine the chakra. After chakra was refined, Chiba began to practice ninjutsu, illusion, and seal, and continued to practice until the afternoon. I saw that the time was still early before dark, and Chiba didn't plan to practice anymore. I didn't write a novel for many days, so Chiba took it out. I read the saved manuscript, and then wrote the plot below. Writing until dark, Chiba ate something, and then continued to write until he went to bed. After looking at the results of the second half of the day, it was not bad, more than 20,000 words, which is not bad. Entering the fairy mode, Chiba uses Zyanshu chakra to release the shadow clone, and then goes to sleep. After I got up the next day, the shadow clone had disappeared automatically. After reading the saved manuscript, it was not bad. Almost 30,000 words were written. The shadow clone created by the Zyanshu chakra is longer than the shadow clone produced by the ordinary chakra. It takes a lot longer. Unknowingly, half a month passed. On this day, Chiba finally saw Tsunade, and they had been out of the village for a month and a half to do a task. They hadn't seen it for a long time and I really missed it. The two met, looked at each other without talking. Suddenly Chiba opened her arms with tears in her eyes and rushed to Tsunade, and then hugged her tightly. "Sister wants to kill you." Tsunade was hugged by Chiba and still looked unresponsive, mainly because Chiba's performance was too exaggerated. In fact, Tsunade missed Chiba very much, but she didn't expect Chiba to miss her so much, and she was very moved. The main reason for Chiba's exaggeration is to take advantage of Tsunade. Chiba only let go of his hand after taking it for granted. Chiba looked at Tsunade affectionately, making Tsunade blush. "Don't stare at people like this." Tsunade lowered his head and whispered, "Sister, you are getting more and more beautiful." "Where is it? Which woman doesn't like sweet talk?" Tsunade felt very happy after hearing it. "How is your novel written?" "Not written." "Why don't you write?" "No, you have to write." "Why?" Chiba faintly said with a smile. Didn't you say you want me to be you? When Tsunade realized something halfway through, he hurriedly covered his mouth. Sister, what do you want to do with me? Chiba almost couldn't help it, seeing Tsunade's anxious look. Chiba really wanted to laugh out loud. That's it. Why did you forget so quickly? Which one? Tsunade is really going to be mad. Chiba clearly said that he would be his boyfriend after the novel was written. Now he has forgotten such an important thing, but what is so shameful that people say? Dead Chiba, smelly Chiba. Tsunade must be Chiba's girlfriend, and if he dares not want himself, she will beat him to death. You said that when you finish writing a novel, I will be your girlfriend. Don't you say anything. Oh, about this, I thought you were joking. Brother Smelly, who was joking with you? Tsunade was about to cry anxiously. Chiba felt that he was playing almost the same, so he didn't make jokes with her. Sister, I lied to you. I have written more than half of the novel, and I will basically finish it in half a month. I also look forward to letting you be my girlfriend. Dead Chiba, smelly Chiba, dare to play with me, watch and fight. Tsunade looked ashamed, and Chiba ran away in fright when she saw her punching fist. Sister, no, I was wrong. Smelly Chiba, stop me. My wife was wrong. Hearing Chiba's shout, Tsunade stopped for a moment, then his angry face blushed again. Smelly Chiba, stop me and tell you to talk nonsense. The two had fun all the way, and the last two talked and laughed and went shopping. After dating Tsunade, Chiba returned home and had eaten with Tsunade just now. Chiba was not busy writing novels when he came back, and hadn't played games for a long time. After lying down, he entered the game directly. After playing for a few hours, I ate a handful of chickens in the middle, but unfortunately I didn't see any fragments during the whole process, and Chiba didn't care, so he quit the game and went to sleep with his eyes closed. Cultivation is like traveling against the current and then retreating without advancing. Cultivation is also addictive. After mastering the power, one desires more power. Human desires and greed are endless. Because of these, there are contradictions and struggles. In the next few days, Chiba practiced during the day and went shopping with Tsunade at night, and had a very good life. Today, the weather is good. Chiba had just returned from exercising. When he got home, he saw Tsunade standing in front of his house, looking forward to it. Seeing Chiba's return, he looked happy. Before Chiba could walk over, she ran over and hugged Chiba's arm. Since the relationship was opened, Tsunade has become less shameless and impatient, except for not showing affection in public. No one is very clingy in private. Of course, don't get me wrong. The two have not finalized the relationship between men and women. If you want to ask when it will be confirmed, then it will be seen when Chiba's novel will be completed. In fact, Tsunade has already determined that Chiba is his boyfriend, but he just wants a step up, and doesn't want Chiba to get himself so easy. Chiba is not in a hurry. He is still young and knows the plot later. The rivals that will appear in the future have been settled by him. It will be a matter of time before Tsunade becomes his girlfriend. The two entered the house. Chiba asked her to wait outside, went to the bathroom to wash herself, and sweated a lot during training in the morning. Tsunade played with the gadgets made by Chiba in the outside living room. They were all animals and insects woven from grass, and each one was lifelike. Tsunade likes these gadgets very much and plans to wait for Chiba to come out and ask for some to go back. After fiddling with the gadgets on the table, Tsunade walked into Chiba's room. As soon as she entered, Tsunade was surprised and covered her mouth. She saw the wall full of drawing paper, and the painting was all herself. This one is when he is happy, smiling, this one is aggrieved, this one is in a daze, and this one is the one when practicing. These 4 walls are covered with portraits of myself. There are hundreds of them. How long will it take to paint? Tsunade's heart was full of emotion, and tears of excitement flowed from the corner of his eyes. Chiba actually liked her so much. In fact, Tsunade didn't know. The night before, he knew that Tsunade would come to his home the next day. As soon as Chiba came home, he thought of this idea as soon as he entered the room. So he unlocked the yin seal and released the Zyansha chakra inside. 10 shadow avatars were printed at a time. The paintings on the 4 walls are all masterpieces of 10 shadow avatars. As for the body, slept soundly on the bed. Chiba is a scheming man, and he keeps constant routines in order to conquer Tsunade's heart. Chiba washed it out and saw that his door was open, with an intriguing smile on his lips. Chiba pretended to be okay and went in when he saw Tsunade was moved. Sister, why did you come in? As soon as Chiba finished speaking, Tsunade turned and hugged Chiba tightly. Sister, what's wrong with you? Because Tsunade held Chiba tightly in his arms, he didn't see Chiba's sly smile. Don't call my sister anymore. Don't you call your sister's name? Aunt, and then you call it again. This Yang Guo is a one-armed man, and he was still an old virgin until he was in his 30s. Kinyi didn't want to be Yang Guo. Call me by name directly. But you said you have to wait to be your boyfriend before you can call. You don't have to wait, you can do it now. You will be my boyfriend from now on, and I will only love you for the rest of my life. My sister meant, you agreed to be my girlfriend. Well, didn't you tell me not to call my sister? Dear, I'm talking about names. Baby, you are so bad. Men are not bad and women do not love. Ask 100 girls whether they like scumbags or honest guys. 90% of them like scumbags. Why are they so? Men are not bad, women do not love. Scumbags are more familiar with this, and many women can't escape their painstakingly managed love clutches. When the love is strong, he can even say, I know he's scum, but I still love him, I believe he will turn his head because of my prodigal son, and so on. We all know that if we can find a beloved forever, who wants to waste our youth on the scumbag? But the reality is, in this world, those good men who are honest are not as popular as scumbags. Because they understand women's thoughts better than ordinary men, and use their love skills to perfection, and women who are more emotional than rational are often confused by these appearances. If you want to ask about the grade of Chiba scumbag, it's really not high. If you don't believe it, see the table below for scumbag. Level 1, just talk without practice, love to talk. Level 2, I just want to tease, but I don't want to lose my mind. Level 3, he understands you, you don't understand him. Level 4, central air conditioning, send warmth at hand. Level 5, selfishness and self-interest. Level 6, you think it is true love, but he is only ambiguous. Level 7, play in the present without talking about the future. Level 8, I don't want to solve a problem when I encounter a problem. If I don't agree with it, I will be cold and violent. Level 9, not very tall, not very handsome, and has no money, but it's just scumbag. I have S*X with you and other people. It can be said that the first grade is higher than the first grade, but many girls eat this set, and are deeply trapped in it, unable to extricate themselves, and regret not when they can't recover it. Tsunade's strength was so great that Chiba's thin body couldn't bear it. Baby Panasonic first. Tsunade also noticed that he had used his strength too much, so he was embarrassed to quickly let go. Sitting on Chiba's bed, Tsunade opened the drawer casually. Seeing a large stack of paper in the drawer, Tsunade picked it up curiously. Life with a Female Ninja. When Tsunade saw the title of the book, she started to think that the female ninja in the title of Chiba was herself, and Chiba created it based on herself. Chiba, the heroine of this novel, didn't write according to me, right? Chiba was a little surprised, but Tsunade would misunderstand him. Want to know? Okay, then satisfy one of my requirements. Talk about what you want. Can you tell me if you can? Then you do it. Chiba walked over to Tsunade while she was still confused, pressed her body on the bed, and quickly closed Tsunade's mouth. 5 million words are omitted here. It took a long time for the two people to separate. They kissed so realistically, kissed so earnestly, and almost died. It was the first time that Tsunade kissed so deeply, and it was so wonderful to recall that feeling. Chiba, you are good or bad. You weren't crazy just now. You are not allowed to talk anymore, it's shameful. How about we do it again? Okay. This time Tsunade behaved impatiently and rebelled against the guest. She pressed Chiba down and kissed her domineeringly. Chiba's legs twitched as she was kissed. 2 minutes later, Chiba looked bullied. Tsunade wiped his mouth, licked his mouth with his tongue, and said casually, brush your teeth clean next time. Chiba always feels something is wrong. How come these words come out of her mouth is a little offensive. The first love, men and women always want to be together 24 hours a day, but Chiba can't help it. But Tsunade has been running here all the time when things are all right, and he has been entangled all day long, and Chiba doesn't have enough time to practice. Chiba can be said to be painful and happy. To be honest, it is not Chiba's hypocrisy. It is true that he regrets the determination of the relationship so quickly, and it will not be too late to wait for him to be strong enough to fall in love in a few years. But now that the relationship has been determined, Chiba can only cherish it. I just returned from exercise in the morning. When I got home, I was about to cook something to eat. Tsunade came again. I saw that Chiba had prepared breakfast. It's no good. I took the bowl of Chiba to eat. Chiba has nothing to do. Redo. After breakfast, Chiba wants to refine the chakra, and Tsunade asks him to accompany him to go shopping. Chiba finally let her agree to stay at home. Tsunade held his chin in boredom and watched Chiba refine the chakra. She didn't quite understand why Chiba's talent was so bad. Why didn't she give up? But seeing her boyfriend making progress, she can't drag her boyfriend back. An hour later, when Tsunade was about to fall asleep, Chiba finally finished the refinement. Seeing Tsunade's listless look, Chiba smiled and walked over and touched her head. So boring. I said, what are you doing? You are now in a period of rapid strength growth. You should work hard to cultivate instead of running here all day. You dislike me, Tsunade said as the corners of his eyes began to dim again. How can I despise you? It's good if you don't despise me. How dare I mean we are still young and we must work hard to cultivate. Oh, but they want to be with you. Chiba patted her head, but she still didn't listen. Seeing Chiba like this, Tsunade was embarrassed and stuck out his tongue. They promise you that you will practice hard. Don't talk about this, let's have a mini game first. What, that's it. Chiba hugged Tsunade's head, and then kissed him aggressively. After 2 minutes, the two separated. Tsunade blushed. I hate it. I'm going to die. Don't you like it? Ignore you. Tsunade seemed to complain, but the expression on his face had already betrayed her. Chiba knew at a glance that she was duplicity. Just when the two were deeply affectionate, a person suddenly ran in. Chiba and Tsunade were startled, because they were still holding hands together. It seemed that the person was Hyaga Plum, and the two quickly moved apart. Miaize rubbed her eyes in disbelief to determine if she was dazzled. You guys. Don't get me wrong, I shook her hands because of her cold hands. Cold? It's July now, and it's dying hot outside. Tsunade lowered his head and dared not look at Plum. You wait, it's hot, I'll go to the kitchen to cut some fruit. After Chiba left, Mako sat next to Tsunade. Frankly explain what happened just now. What's going on? I clearly saw Chiba holding your hand. It's not normal that he is my brother. Come on, the look you look at each other is not the look of your sister and brother. As a good girlfriend of Tsunade, Tsunade's behavior is too abnormal now, saying that it's okay, she doesn't believe she killed her. Are you dating? What? I got it right. Okay, didn't you say that you don't like Chiba type before, but now you guys. Miaize, listen to me explain. I won't listen to the explanation, you betrayed our friendship. Miaize looked sad. Tsunade has a very carefree personality, and now she looks like Miaize and doesn't know what to do. How about I divide him into half of you? Fearing that the air suddenly became quiet, Miaize was stupid when she heard Tsunade's words. I'm not sure that Tsunade said this. Wasn't she very powerful and domineering before? Besides, I share the money for the food. I haven't heard of the boyfriend. You sure? As long as you don't get angry, what can you do if you divide it in half? You would like others to share your boyfriend. Of course I don't want to, but who told you to be my only good girlfriend? Can Chiba agree? He dare not agree. Where would he look for such a good thing? Naruto world did not observe monogamy like the previous life of China. It is normal for a man with talents in this world to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Of course, most women still want a man to marry only one, and which woman is willing to share her boyfriend with other women? Chiba didn't know that Tsunade had betrayed himself the moment he entered the kitchen. Chiba came out with a fruit tray. Eat fruit. Tsunade and Mako looked at each other and laughed. Chiba is inexplicable. What are you laughing at? Mei picked up a piece of fruit and gave it to her mouth. Tsunade looked confused when he saw Chiba. I have agreed to divide you into half for Miaize. Do you think of me as pork? Half of it. I mean your Yanfu is here, and Miaize will be your girlfriend in the future. Chiba was eating fruit and suddenly heard this, the fruit in his mouth spurted out, and Plum was sprayed on his face right at him. Ahem. You say it again. Yes, Miaize will also be your girlfriend in the future. The surprise in Chiba's heart cannot be compounded. To tell the truth, having 3 wives and 4 concubines is every man's dream, but after being educated in the traditional Chinese ideology of the previous life, Chiba has never thought of setting foot on 2 boats. Chiba doesn't know what Tsunade's mind thinks. It's no wonder that his previous life was called a cow chariot by Naruto fans. You are not willing. Of course I don't want to. Why? Because I can't raise 2 women. Mako and Tsunade looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Whether you agree or not, it's so happy to decide. And we don't need you to raise it, so don't worry. Chiba, why don't you dare to look at me? Miaize said while looking at Chiba. I'm afraid every look in my eyes is like confession. What? The two looked surprised. The stinky boy is too good at teasing his sister. Miaize looked shy. Tsunade was a little bit vinegar. Suna asked with luck, which one do you like me in her? Like you. It's so resolute and decisive. Don't be so direct and worry about the feeling of plums. You still ask if you know your concerns. Enough of you, don't show affection in front of me. Miaize can't stand Chiba's answer. This is too straight. Anyway, I am also your nominal girlfriend. Even if you don't love, don't hurt each other. I killed you. Chiba couldn't dodge and was bitten by Plum. Why do you bite him? I want to. What? Chiba took a bite on one of his shoulders, and now both sides are symmetrical. Why do you bite? I bite again. I'll bite again. Chiba suffered physical and mental pain. Enough! Chiba shouted loudly, and the 2 women stopped and looked at Chiba embarrassedly. Does it hurt? I didn't mean it. I rubbed it for you. God, I really don't want to have 2 girlfriends. The majority of male compatriots, women are at risk, and multiple choices need to be considered. Excuse me, have you asked me if I agree? Chiba asked weakly. I didn't ask just now, now I will ask again. Would you like to give you 3 seconds to consider? 1 second, 3 seconds is up. This Plum is too rascal, how can there be such a thing? Tsunade looked amused. Why don't we show our hands to vote and agree that Miaize will be Chiba's girlfriend and raise our hands? Only Chiba didn't raise their hands, they both raised their hands. I protest. The protest is invalid. 2 votes are passed and there is no need for further discussion. Tsunade's head is definitely sick. It's the first time I see a woman who is so diligent to help her boyfriend find a mistress, who is happy for this kind of woman. To ask Tsunade why he agreed with Miyaizi to be Chiba's girlfriend, this matter has to be discussed from before. We all know that Miyaizi is Tsunade's best friend, and they can talk about everything in the boudoir. Once, Miyaizi said that she liked Chiba and wanted to be Chiba's girlfriend. Let Tsunade not fight with her, and Tsunade promised not to prove with her. She also said that only she would like a little kid like Chiba, she would not like it. As a result, today's scene was very slapped, and Tsunade suddenly felt guilty, so she short-circuited her head and made such a bad idea. The strange thing was that Miyaizi even agreed. Chiba can only lament that it is not that he adapts too slowly, but that the world is changing too fast. Chiba didn't say anything anymore, and it seemed that Chiba was a bit too hypocritical if he refused it a few times, and even was scolded by the majority of Naruto fans as hypocritical. The two women talked more and more vigorously, and soon became the same front alliance. Chiba seemed to hear them saying that they should be optimistic about themselves, lest other women take the opportunity to come in, and later heard that they wanted to control the financial power of Chiba. Chiba is speechless. Please, girls, are we married? Please do not go beyond your authority. Draw a dragon with the left hand and a rainbow with the right hand. At this time, Chiba's left and right hands were occupied by them. Chiba, do you think Miyaizi and I are beautiful? You are pretty. As soon as Chiba finished talking about the soft flesh on her waist, the plum was rotated 180 degrees, making Chiba grinning in pain. What are you doing? Sorry, I didn't control it for a while. Please, this is a terrible reason. I'm sorry, people didn't mean it. Chiba has never seen anyone who can open her eyes and talk nonsense, or she has to be her girlfriend. Chiba would definitely choose to return the goods for 7 days without reason, and pay for the postage. By the way, you said that Tsunade and I are both your girlfriends. Who is bigger and who is the younger? Tsunade became interested when he heard this question. Yes, Chiba, please tell me who is bigger and who is smaller. Chiba looked at them with unkind expressions. This question is very difficult. This question is a very serious question. I have to think about it. You are waiting here. I will go in quietly and think about this question. Watching Chiba enter his room, the two women looked at each other. The rising anger was about to ignite the house. Miyaizi, I tell you, I will be bigger and you will be smaller. No, I will be big and you will be small. Why, I became Chiba's girlfriend first, so of course I will be bigger. You said before that you won't compete with me for Chiba, of course I am bigger. I said you don't have to be an inch in the A***. Don't be too arrogant about that flat-breasted girl. What's the matter? What's the matter? If we are not convinced, whoever wins in a fight will be bigger. Come on, whoever is afraid of whom. 1, 2, 3, rock paper scissors. The two shot at the same time. Seeing the result, that Tsunade opened his eyes and smiled excited. Miyaizi looked discouraged. Miyaizi slapped her hand severely and told you to cut out the scissors, regretting death. Chiba went back to the room and lay on the bed, still feeling that the previous thing was incredible. This kind of plot could not be made up even in a brain-dead novel, so I made it quietly. I remember a fortune teller in my previous life said that I would add a yellow robe at the age of 22, and Dun would be a companion to Deudero. I believe you a ghost, it's true to her size. Kinyi really added a yellow robe later and Dun would be a company with Deudero, but it's for takeaway. In this life, Chiba has forgotten to find a fortune teller. Is it because of peach blossoms? Later, wives and concubines will be in groups. Think about Chiba going to bed at night to turn over the sign, and go to Keii's room to sleep tonight. I hope this wonderful thing will not happen. He doesn't want to be at a young age. This is simply suffering from the peach blossom tribulation. Chiba didn't think about what happened just now, and another picture appeared in his mind. Tsunade and Chiba's little wife gathered in a crowd to gamble, making the whole house smoky. Chiba was holding a baby in front of him and a baby on his back. A 5 or 6-year-old child on the left is pulling his clothes, a child on the right is pulling the other clothes, and a child behind his but is pulling his clothes, and Chiba only frees one hand to cook. I do not want. Chiba shook his head and called out loudly. It's terrible, there is no freedom in this kind of life. Chiba didn't know the outcome of the arguing outside, so he still didn't want to go out now. Chiba was practicing swordsmanship in the room. Speaking of practicing swordsmanship, he hasn't practiced swordsmanship since he entered Miyama Mountain until now. The main reason is that there are too many things to practice, and those things will not be effective in a short time. All advanced swordsmanship are combined with the most basic sword techniques. Chiba has always attached great importance to the foundation. It is necessary to know that high-rise buildings without a solid foundation are easy to fall. Similarly, if the foundation is not strong in cultivation, it is impossible to go long. I don't know how long I practiced. Kinyi only felt that his arms were sore, so he closed the sword and stopped practicing, wondering how quietly outside the door, but they all left? Chiba opened the door and saw that Chiba was surprised, and saw that the two of them were holding the saved novels they had written and were watching and eating melon seeds. The ground was full of melon seeds. It's my own home here. Can you two be polite to me? You're polite, it's all a family. When will we become a family? Have we received the certificate? Has the state recognized it? Tsunade and Miyaize looked dumb and didn't know what he meant by getting the certificate, and what they wanted the country to agree to together. I forgot to tell you. From now on, I will be the big house and the plums will be small. Don't mess up the order. From now on I will be the main house. Chiba didn't know how they negotiated, and the result was too calm. Chiba, your novel is so good. Yeah, if Tsunade didn't say you wrote another novel, I would still be in the dark. Chiba, can you finish writing quickly? I can finish this novel today. Yeah, it's not enough to see. Chiba is speechless. When did these two women have a common hobby? Aren't they competing for favor? Looking at the time, the good guys are already 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and they are not going home for dinner yet. It seems they are going to eat here again tonight. I went to cook. Chiba, don't cook and write a novel. Yes, we are not hungry yet. You are not hungry, I am hungry. Ignoring the two female nerves, Chiba walked into the kitchen and started preparing dinner. The next day, Chiba had just returned home from practicing outside, and heard the arguing inside before entering the house. I'm big, so I want this room. Why do you want this room? Because you are a big one. I should live in this room. You are deliberately picking things up. You just pick things up deliberately. Why don't you accept it? Do a fight if you don't accept it. Come on, I'm afraid of you. The two women rolled up their sleeves and prepared to fight fiercely. Chiba didn't dare to let them fight inside, especially Tsunade, who was so destructive that he could demolish the house without paying attention. Chiba quickly opened the door and went in. Stop it all to me. When the two women saw Chiba coming back, they put away the vixen's face, and said with delicate expressions, honey, she bullied me. Although Tsunade wanted to act like a baby, her character was not pretentious to be a little woman's posture, and her character was already carefree. Isn't it just one room? Is there a need to fight? There are also a lot of rooms here. No, I want this room. I want this room too. Seeing that the two women are bound to win, it seems that this matter cannot be handled simply, and Chiba will not give up her room for world peace. Well, I will ask a few questions. Whoever answers the most correctly will sleep in this house. Well, I agree. I'm okay. Fortunately, since everyone agrees, whoever loses is not allowed to go back. Whoever regrets it, who is the puppy? That's right, who repents and who puppies. Chiba didn't understand. Aren't the first two best girlfriends? If you have any good things to share, you can't give up on this matter. These two women began to perform Jen Huan's biography. If there were more, it would not be a thrilling spy movie. Okay, please listen to the question. May I ask? 6 birds flew up on the tree, and 2 more flew away. There are 8 birds left. How many birds were there? This is a problem for elementary school students, so it shouldn't be difficult. Start rushing to answer. The two of them took out 10 fingers at the same time and kept counting there. They were still thinking for a long time. Is this problem that difficult? The majority of Naruto minis say it is difficult. What kind of problem is Chiba? It's so difficult. Yes, I can't even count my toes together. I can't think of it. So simple. Where is the usual cleverness, especially Tsunade, so you can thoroughly understand such advanced medical ninjutsu, so simple elementary school counts. You really can't think of it. I really can't think of it. The two shook their heads at the same time. Chiba took out his pen and paper to start teaching time. Assuming that there are birds on the tree, 6 birds flew to at 6, 2 flying away -2, and the remaining is equal to 8 birds. The formula listed is plus 6 2 equals 8. The answer by this formula is 4. Have you learnt your friends? It's not that simple. How come I didn't expect it? Do it again. IQ was not in the state just now. Yes, let's ask the question. Excuse me, 15 years ago you were 15 years old. How old will you be 15 years later? It's too easy. 30 years old. Tsunade replied without thinking. Wrong. Miyaize looked thoughtful, and then suddenly awakened. I know, it's 45 years old. Answer, correct. Add 1 point. Yay! Miyaize jumped up for joy and cheered. Tsunade woke up after thinking about it a little bit. Why didn't I react to such a simple thing? Let her take the lead in vain. Don't be proud that it was my carelessness just now. Next, I want to use 20% of my strength. Even if you let the horse come here, I will definitely clean up your humble convictions. Please listen to the question. If 1 equals 5, 2 equals 6, 3 equals 7, 4 equals 8, what is the value of 5? 5 equals 9. Wrong. Equal to 2. Wrong, wrong. The two Sailor Moon are a little trapped. How many do they mean? What is the number of Chiba? Yeah, this is too difficult. Didn't I just say first class 5? Of course that 5 equals 1. It's equal to 1. How could it be so simple? Two women who think they are smart are now seriously suspicious of their IQ. It's not counted just now. We didn't listen to the topic clearly. If you have the ability to work out third-grade questions, what kind of skills are you going to first year? Yes, it's amazing on the whole point. In the third grade, I think your IQ is at the third grade level at most. It's really boring to play with two fools. Please listen carefully. This time, the two of them used 100% to concentrate on listening to the question. How many heads does a cow have? A head. The two replied at the same time, and both learned to answer. I haven't finished the question. How many corners may I ask? 2 horns. How many legs? 4 legs. Hey, what? Why? Both of them were blindfolded. What a problem. A cow has 4 legs, where and why? Yes, this question is wrong. Feed the grass. Both of them looked surprised when they heard the answer. It's not why, it's the one who feeds things. What do you think? The two suddenly felt that their IQ was facing the biggest challenge in their life. Could it be that they had flaws in their heads and why they couldn't answer such a simple question? If you give another one, I don't believe that I can't answer it. Yes, I have to prove that I am smart today. Chiba looked at them with an irritable look, and felt amused in his heart. You are definitely not convinced. That's definitely not convinced. Yes, I don't believe I can be stumped by your question today. Well, please listen to the question again. There are 2 glasses of water in the desert, 1 glass of urine and 1 poison. Which one would you choose? I chose to die of thirst. Drinking poison is also dead. Drinking urine is too disgusting. I would rather die of thirst. How about you? I would rather choose to die of thirst too. This is your answer, you are sure? Okay, and sure. Then why don't you choose those 2 glasses of water? I didn't mean that there are 2 glasses of water in the desert. Hearing Kinyi's answer, the two of them suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood, and they were depressed, not to mention, they had already begun to doubt their IQ. Oh my god. I want to kill and don't stop me. Tsunade, you die first, and I'll come later. Seeing the comparison between the two, Chiba smiled cruelly. In the next time, Chiba asked strange questions, but they couldn't answer any of them. The final picture is like this. 2 silly women kept bumping against the wall, saying, I'm not an idiot, I'm not an idiot. Seeing that they were crippled by success, Chiba went back to the room and closed the door to start refining chakra, regardless of whether they died or not. An hour later, Chiba finished the refining and opened the door to see that Chiba was stunned. The 2 women were crazy. They were tearing paper while stuffing them in their mouths. They whispered, I am not an idiot. It's so pitiful. Chiba felt that he was too much. After walking over, one person slapped a slap, and then the 2 of them woke up. What happened to Chiba just now? It's okay, you have a nightmare. In the end, the room allocation method is the simplest rock paper scissors. In the end, Miyaizi won, and Miyaizi asked for the well-lit room. Days always pass mercilessly, and Chiba has finally realized the troubles of happiness for so many days. On this day, the weather was particularly good, with no clouds, only the sun was shining in the sky. Chiba is a beautiful woman on the left and a beautiful woman on the right. Chiba is holding the hands of the 2 beautiful women. The strange thing is that the pedestrians on the road don't feel envy and hatred when they see it, but they look normal. Chiba felt that it was a failure. He knew the reason. Everyone regarded him as a child. Of course, he was a child. Everyone looked at him, but the 2 big sisters took care of the younger brother. There is no sense of accomplishment in such shopping. To be honest, although the girls are all female, the body fragrance and the handle of the girls are not the same. Tsunade's body scent has a grassy scent, plums have a scent of orchids. Of course, girls can't avoid spraying perfume or powder on their bodies, but Chiba still smells their essential body scent by looking at their more sensitive sense of smell than a dog's nose. As for the feel, Tsunade's hands feel smooth and delicate, and Miyai's hands feel smooth and fleshy. At this time, the 3 of them were walking in Kanaha Street, and their attention was high, mainly because the appearance of these 3 children was too high, especially the youngest child in the middle. Everyone could not distinguish his gender. To say that Chiba is a woman, but he is dressed like a man, and he is said to be a man, but his face is even more beautiful than a girl. In a word on the internet, I am also confused. Most of the time the 3 of them were walking on the street, Tsunade and Miyaizi were talking, while Chiba lowered his head and didn't know what he was thinking. Mainly they are discussing topics about girls, such as clothes, cosmetics, skincare and other topics, and girls are always happy about these topics. Chiba is not interested in these at all. Chiba. Suddenly Chiba heard someone yelling to himself from behind. Looking back, it was Kato-tan who hadn't seen it for a long time. Kato ran to Chiba with a look of excitement. Tsunade, you are here too. Who is this? Katadan looked at Miyaizi with bright eyes, and seemed to be very interested in Miyaizi. She's called Hyaga Plum. When he heard the word Hyaga, Kato knew that this girl was from the rich family of Kanaha. Hello, my name is Kato-den, please advise me. Well, nice to meet you. Wow, her voice is so good, and she is so good looking, it won't work, I suddenly feel in love. Chiba saw that Kato-dan had been staring at Unko, and he seemed to be reluctant to let go. Chiba knew that this guy hadn't looked at Tsunade, but instead looked at Yumi. Does this guy have to wear a green hat for himself in this life? Why are there so many girls who always have a relationship with him? Humph. Chiba pretended to be coughing. Only then did Kato-dan realize that he was a little bit abrupt, and when he saw Miyai's look embarrassed, Kato-dan felt embarrassed and touched his head. He pulled Chiba aside. I like this beauty, you must help brother. What can I do for you? Help me catch her. The B************* D wants to soak his second wife. This guy only chooses his own woman to start, can't you like others? It's not impossible to help you, but I haven't eaten for a long time since I came out. No problem, I invite you to eat out and order any food. This is a great opportunity to meet beautiful women. A meal is nothing, every day is fine. Then brother broken will cost you money. Brother said, why do you remember to help me chase her? I can only do my best. I can't guarantee if I can catch it. Do your best. Chiba came to the two women. Tell you good news, brother Duan wants to invite us to dinner, let's go. Great. The two women were surprisingly happy. The four of them came to Kanaha's largest restaurant, and as soon as they entered Chiba, they shouted, is the boss there? Guests here, what do you want to eat? The boss has a professional smile. Tell me all the delicious food in your store. Guest, are you sure? Don't worry about money, right, bro? Exactly. Just looking at his expression with a painful look, Chiba didn't dare to laugh. Can Chiba order so much to finish eating? Brother bro, I'm helping you, don't you know? Help. Do you know what it takes to chase girls besides being bold and thin-skinned? What do you need? Of course you need strength, and this strength is your financial resources. Just ask which girl can dislike Gaofu Shui. You order so many things, one proves your financial resources, and the other proves that you are generous and not stingy. It's not full. After hearing what Chiba had said, Kato had a clear understanding, concisely to the famous saying, thank you brother for bothering. Know that I'm good for you, don't feel sorry for that little money. If you marry a girl from the Hayaga family in the future, the money is not big. Yoshi, say you are exhausted. After hearing Chiba's fallacies, Kato felt that the meal was too worthwhile. The table was full, and finally couldn't put it down. The boss used 2 tables to form one, which was barely enough. Chiba is too much, how can we finish it? Tsunade whispered in his ear. If you can't finish eating, take it away and continue eating at night. Okay, you are welcome, come to Miyai's and try their signature dishes. Kato cut the plum with chopsticks and put it in her bowl. Plum looked at Chiba and saw that he didn't respond, so he smiled reluctantly. Thank you, Miyai's, do you usually have any hobbies? No hobbies, except for cultivation is cultivation. Oh, it is difficult for Chiba to continue with such an answer. You must be very good now. Okay, this is no longer a word for words. The atmosphere now becomes very embarrassing. This is the time for Chiba to come out to adjust the atmosphere. It's boring for everyone to eat like this. Why don't we play a little game? Okay. Tsunade clapped his hands and applauded, but the other two had no objection. Let me tell you the rules. After a while, everyone understood the rules of the game. The crabs have 1 claws and 8 claws. Both of them are so big with pointed ends. They squeezed their eyes and shrank their necks. They crawled and crawled across the Shehi River. If the two of you are okay, who should drink it? Then both sides gave an index and shouted with one punch, one of them guesses right and wins. The winner says it's yours to drink and the loser says it's my drink. When neither party shouted, they said who should drink together, and then continued shouting punches until the winner was determined. So many dishes are a bit boring without drinking alcohol, this game can't be played without alcohol. After the game started, Chiba first played with Kato-dan, then Tsunade and Kato-dan played, and finally Miyai's played with Kato-dan. Careful, you will definitely say that this is not a chariot war trying to get people drunk. That's right, Chiba means that. How did Kato-dan think that they were a group and had a good time, and as a result, he drank a lot of alcohol, and finally fell directly on the table. Chiba and the others continued to eat vegetables until they were full, and Chiba called the boss to settle the bill. It's okay to make a joke between friends, and it's not enough to kill a friend. Looking at the drunk Kato-dan, Chiba could only carry him back home with a thin body. After the three of them returned home, Miyai's asked someone to chase his girlfriend why he didn't care. Chiba said that someone chased his girlfriend to prove that she was beautiful. Miyai's didn't blame Chiba when she heard this. When they got home, Chiba and the two of them put the bags in their hands on the ground. They didn't need to cook at night. It is estimated that 3 people could not finish eating these nights. Chiba was about to turn around and enter the room to rest, but Miyai's called him to stop. Why are you watching someone chase your girlfriend? I have a girlfriend, do you have any other girlfriends? Chiba pointed at Tsunade, meaning that she is my girlfriend and you are not. I want to hit your girlfriend. Chiba thought she was going to play Tsunade and was watching a good show, but Miyai's lightly patted her face. I don't like weak women. Miyai's thought for a second and hit her face harder. I don't like girls who hesitate. Unexpectedly, Mei Ziai directly slapped her face. My mother said she wouldn't let me play with fools. Tsunade laughed crazy on the side. These two silly guys are too cute. Smelly Chiba, have you acted enough? Next time I'm indifferent to my old lady, my sister and I will take care of the family. Family law? When will there be a family law in our family? Even if there is a family law, shouldn't it be made by the head of my family? This family law is aimed at you, so of course we made it more fair. Appreciate further details. Family Law 1. Respect women and recognize women's status at home. Probably the content is women who must not be domestic violence. Every holiday must have a surprise. You must say goodnight to your girlfriend every day when you sleep, and you must be responsible for raising your girlfriend to be fat, and protecting your girlfriend from heterosexual harassment outside. Inside, the female dominates outside, the woman manages the financial power. After listening to this, Chiba was immediately silly. The 8-nation unequal treaty is not yet equal. Talk about domestic violence. If you don't have domestic violence, I'll be fine, and I'm still growing fat. Is this raising pigs and managing financial power? Will the first grade 999 multiplication table memorize it? I object. I don't agree. The objection is invalid. This bill was formulated by the Supreme Women's Association. You have no right to make comments. Then I'll strike, Chiba said indignantly. Sorry, you have signed a lifetime employment contract with us. If you strike, you will be killed on the spot. Isn't it? You want to be so poisonous. It's so poisonous. Haven't you heard of the most poisonous woman's heart? But you are girls. Girls are also women. Chiba has nothing to say. Never reason with a woman, otherwise you will doubt life. Chiba walked into the room with a decadent expression, and the two women clapped and cheered. The battle for women's status achieved a preliminary victory. After returning to the room, Chiba put aside the unpleasantness in his mind for a while, took out the archived manuscript in the drawer and then wrote the previous plot. 2 hours later, Chiba dropped the pen, stretched out his stiff body, put the written manuscript in a drawer, and finally lay on the bed to rest. Chiba is out for dinner. Miyaizu yelled softly from outside. Kinyi was going to get up and go out to eat, but when he thought about going out like this, it didn't mean that he gave in, and he wanted them to beg me to go out. I'm not going to eat anymore, you can eat it. Tsunade and Mako looked at Chiba's closed door from outside. Do you think he will be really angry? It's possible that we were a bit too much in the morning? Then what to do? You go in and apologize to him and let him come out. I'm not going. I didn't tell you at noon. It was you who proposed the family law, and whoever made the shit wiped it out. Mako looked at Tsunade angrily. Didn't you agree at the time, and you had the happiest smile at the time? I'm a big one, you can go if I ask you to go. You always use the big room to press me down. Stop talking nonsense and go. Starve my husband to death, and we will be widows in the future. Go to hemp, push whatever you want. Miyaizu timidly opened the door and walked in, then closed the door and saw Chiba lying on the bed with her back to herself. Chiba, little dear, have you woken up? Chiba moved his shoulders and told him that he was awake, but he was in a bad mood and didn't want to talk. Still angry with me? What do you think you are angry with as a big man? Chiba turned over and looked at her with sharp eyes. Miyaizu was completely uncomfortable being seen. First, I am not a big man, I am a little kid. Second, I am really angry. And third, if you are so comforting, then please go out. Don't be angry, the previous words were all joking. You're kidding me seriously, you said you can speak so smoothly without this idea. This is not a draft, who will believe it in advance. This, played on the spot. I believe you a ghost, you stinky lady is too bad. Anyway, I'm upset, you are going to find a way to coax me. Miyaizu walked to the bed and held Chiba's head to her face and kissed her. Is this okay? No, the time is too short, I don't feel it. This time Miyaizu kissed him directly. This was the first time the two kissed each other. A minute later, Miyaizu said with a flushed face and lowered her head. Is it all right? Well, you took the initiative just now, this time I will be replaced. What? Chiba took advantage of her carelessness and returned the carbine. 2 minutes later, the two separated. Miyaizu flushed and panted, almost suffocated to death. Miyaizu never thought that the kiss could be so beautiful. It felt like electricity flowing through her body. Let's eat out. Chiba took Miyaizu's hand and walked out of the house. Tsunade saw the two happily coming out, and the two were still holding hands. Miyaizu's face looked a little strange. After the two of them sat down, Tsunade leaned into Miyaizu's ear and asked in a low voice, "How did you fix him?" That's it. Tsunade was surprised when she saw that she was seriously lacking in confidence, but couldn't tell what was strange. Tsunade and Plum just eat a little and don't eat it. What's the matter? Eat so much. Lose weight. Recently, the guy in Chiba eats so well, this body has gained weight, and the girl pays the most attention to her figure. Isn't it good to lose a little bit of obesity? A smile on a round face is warm, and a slightly fat body is sexy and hug in your arms. How soft, it can give you a full sense of security. It can warm the bed in winter and shade the sun in summer. It is gentle, honest, and kind. It's better than a routine fake love scene. I'm so ridiculous, Chiba, where did you learn the strange tune? Yeah, it's always funny. I'm playing on the spot, just my eloquence can go out and shout my. What is calling my? You don't understand it, just set up a stall to sell it. Oh, I'm tired of it. Chiba, if you don't be a ninja, why don't you just go into business? What am I selling? What are the two women thinking about selling? I tell you what to sell. What to sell? Sell tofu. Why sell tofu? It's safe to make tofu. When it's hard, it's dried tofu. When it's thinner, it's tofu noodles. When it's thinner, it's tofu skin. When it's gone, it's soy milk. And when it's stinky tofu. It makes sense, Chiba. I support you in making tofu. I also support being supportive. If I make tofu, I will sell tofu Wudalan directly in the future, and then my wife will be called Pan Jinlian, and there will be a scumbag named Zymanking. The two women were at a loss as to what they were talking about, and they didn't know a name. Chiba is purely joking, using his ability to make tofu without seeing who the protagonist is. Time always goes by inadvertently, and a month passes quickly, leaving nothing but memories. Although they are living together now, don't get me wrong, they choose a room to sleep in. Of course, Chiba is so small and the tools of crime are not mature, so naturally they can't do much. Soon Aide and Miyaizu will come to live 2 days a week, and at other times they will go home to accompany their family or work hard at home to practice. Chiba's practice has not fallen. Physical fitness, ninjutsu, illusion, seal, and immortality have been practicing and have been making steady progress. Since this month, Chiba has written 6,000 words a day, and he has written hundreds of thousands in a month. With the addition of the previous manuscripts, there are still tens of thousands of words and the book is over. The previously written novel has sold hundreds of thousands of copies, and Chiba has earned millions of dollars. For the time being, he is not so eager for money. Now he is eager for strength. It's strange to say that the game of Peace Elite hasn't exploded fragments for a long time. Could it be that the playing time has become shorter recently? That's right, that's the only reason. Today, I suddenly didn't want to practice. It's been a long time since I saw the Chief Master, and I don't know if he is going to do the task. As one of Kanaha's high-end combat capabilities, Sakumo Heiji has a lot of tasks, and he will come to him if he can't find a suitable one for many difficult tasks. Needless to say, Sakumo Hagiki has the fighting power of Shinobu, although it is not his peak time, but he has already shown his sharp edge in the world of Shinobu. Matte and Sakumo Heiji are about the same age, but the strength is much worse. There is no way to be so talented, but Chiba knows that in the future, Matte will open 8 dead ends is also very powerful, but the door is like a flash in the pan. After blooming, people died. Chiba came to Sakumo Hagaki's house. After entering the door, he was at home, and he was practicing swordsmanship at this time. Sure enough, I worked very hard, no wonder my future strength is so abnormal. Seeing Chiba coming, Sakumo Heiji just nodded, and then continued to practice. Chiba casually found a clean place to sit down and watched him practice quietly. Sakumo Heiji doesn't like to give up halfway through cultivation. It is not surprising that Chiba knows his habit. Besides, Chiba is fine. It's fine to wait. Watching him practice is also a good teaching. The sword intent of Sakumo Heiji is different from that of Chiba. Chiba's intent is to guard, and his intent is to kill with one blow. It's really impossible to compare who has a powerful sword intent. It can only be said that they are very powerful in the depths of comprehension. The more Chiba looked at it, the more he felt, and now many obscure places were understood one by one. If you change it to someone with ordinary talent, you can't see anything at all, which also shows that Kinyi's talent is abnormal. I don't know how long I watched it, but when Sakumo Heiji put away the knife, Chiba came back to his senses. Chiba, you haven't been here for a long time. Master, I came once when you were not at home. Maybe I went out to do a task. Has your practice fallen? Although he was disappointed with Kinyi's cultivation talent, there was still a trace of hope in his heart. Master is not my bragging, now I guess you are not my opponent either. Since comprehending the intent of the sword, the practice of chakra, and the practice of forbidden skills, Ashimaru and the others are no longer their opponents, and even Sakumo Heiji may not have been able to beat Chiba. Sakumo haha laughed. He knew Chiba's habit of making jokes, and at this time he just took his words as a joke. The master wants us to compete. Bring it on. Sakumo Heiji will also test the level of Chiba's swordsmanship, hoping that it won't be too bad. Chiba drew out his domineering sword. The moment Chiba drew the sword, Sakumo Hagaki's eyes lit up. This spirit was completely different from before. This kind of temperament has only been seen in some masters. Originally, Sakumo Heiji wanted to deal with it casually, but now his eyes were very serious. The two held knives facing each other, and time passed by 1 minute after another, but they just held each other still and did not fight together. Although they did not fight together, but with them as the center, the dust and leaves on the ground rose without wind, and the air became colder and colder. It seemed that there was no fight, but the aura of the two had no idea how many times they collided, and sweat fell on their faces. Sakumo Heiji was already astonished with nothing to add. He didn't expect that Chiba's aura was equal to his own, and was slightly better than him. Finally, Sakumo Hagiki couldn't help taking the lead. The sword in his hand was as fast as lightning, and a cold light ran across Chiba's eyes. Before the electric flint, Chiba's sword traversed a mysterious trajectory to block the white teeth in his hand. When they collided, sparks flew everywhere. The two people retreated, and the swords of the two of you came and went, and they were very thrilling. If outsiders were to be frightened by the momentum of the two, they would be speechless. 5 minutes later, Chiba cut the clothes on his arm with a half move to win. Sakumo Heiji couldn't tell the surprise in his heart. Why was his talent so terrible before? Why is he now showing his super talent, even better than himself? Master, I know what you want to say, why I am so different from before. Okay, actually, I didn't deliberately hide from the master, but I deliberately hid it. In fact, I don't want to expose my talent, just to protect myself. There is a saying that the wind will destroy it if the tree is beautiful in the forest. What are you afraid of? Isn't it a good thing to have talent in Konoha, so that it will be favored by big people and get more training resources? Master, some things are not as beautiful as you see. Where there is sunlight, there is darkness, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. This world is unpredictable. How can you think so much when you are so young? Chiba also wanted to be simple, but he was a man of 2 generations. After watching Hokichi's entire anime, he would naturally not take things simple. Master has some things that I can't explain clearly. If I want to say, I can only say that my personality is like this. Why Heiki Shimao would commit suicide in the future? It was because he didn't know how to hide his edge and move the interests of some people, so he would have that kind of evil result. Now, no matter what Chiba said to him, he would not believe it, and Chiba didn't want to do that kind of thankless thing, only to have a chance to save his life in the future. At this time, Sakumo Heiji had no future plans. He didn't want to say more when he saw Chiba, so he stopped asking questions. Master, I ask you to keep it secret for me. Okay. Since Chiba didn't want to reveal his strength, he naturally wouldn't deliberately say it. Master, we haven't eaten together for a long time. Today you will try my craft to see if there is any regression. Okay, it's been a long time since I've eaten the dishes you made, a bit missed. Chiba went to the kitchen to prepare a table of hard dishes. The 2 masters and apprentices drank wine and ate the dishes. The atmosphere was so harmonious. After eating, Chiba helped clean up the dishes and chopsticks, and then accompanied the master to drink tea. The two chatted for a long time, and many topics resonated, and there was no generation gap at all. It is not that Chiba's soul lives but is an adult. Of course, what they say is expected. 1 month later. Ever since Chiba and Sakumo Hagishi discussed each other, Chiba has a clear understanding of his own strength, and his current overall strength should be the elite. This strength self-protection is still okay, but wanting to walk sideways is wishful thinking. Originally, Chiba thought that Kato-tan was just curious about plums, but he didn't expect that this kid really liked plums. This month he started a crazy pursuit, sending flowers, eating, etc. Chiba was a little touched by his persistence, but Chiba was not touched by Miyaize, and there was a little disgust on his face. It's not that Chiba just came out of the room to practice. Miyaize slammed the door and came in. What's wrong? So angry. Miyaize knelt down on the ground angrily, picked up the water that Chiba had drunk on the table, and didn't bother to drink it in one sip, and patted her chest after drinking. I'm so mad at me. Why is that person so hard to deal with? He said he didn't like him, but he still posted it shamelessly. Chiba knew who she was talking about as soon as she heard it. This Kato Duanchai girl had mastered one of the essences. She had a shameless face, but she was still lacking in technique. Chiba didn't know how Kato-tan caught Tsunade in the first place. Why are you laughing? Did I laugh? You read it wrong. You obviously laughed. Even if I laugh, I can't laugh. What's wrong? Then I will cry for you. You are more shameless than him. Can this face be eaten as a meal? Ignore you, rascal. Chiba looked like a hippie smile, and everyone was pursuing his girlfriend, but he was indifferent and furious. Aren't you afraid of me being chased away by him? What are you afraid of? It's so easy to chase away, and it's not worth my love. You are really mad at me. Ignore you, I will go to my sister. The older sister in her mouth is Tsunade. In the morning, Chiba had an appointment with the previous publisher to discuss a new book. That's right, Chiba's novel that took more than 2 months was finally over. It had been written over 10 days ago, and it has been delayed until now. The main reason is that Chiba does not take the publication of books seriously. Of course, Chiba is not too noble to not take money seriously, but the root cause is too lazy. Chiba lay down and rested while waiting for the man to come over. It didn't take long before that person appeared. When he saw Chiba, he was flattering. Seeing Chiba is more dear than seeing his parents. The person in front of him is the god of wealth of their publishing house who must be careful. Sorry, I've been waiting for a long time. It's okay, I'm fine. After the man knelt and sat down, Chiba poured him a glass of water. Thank you. The man took out a card from the document bag and a pile of documents. My lord, this is the contract and the sale of the physical book this month. Please check it out. Chiba moved the card to the side of the table, picked up the contract and looked at it. Chiba reads a manuscript of more than a dozen pages with one eye and two lines. Chiba will read it in 2 minutes. The treaty is basically the same as before. The main reason is to adjust the share ratio. This time the share is much higher than last time. This time Chiba can get 21% of the net profit of physical book sales. Chiba was also satisfied. Seeing that Chiba did not show any discomfort, the person who secretly observed Chiba's face couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. My lord, it's okay. No problem. Chiba picked up the pen handed by the man and wrote down his name in a dashing manner. After the contract was signed, the man carefully put the contract into the package. Chiba also handed in all the prepared manuscripts. The man took the deposited manuscript carefully as if looking at a treasure, and looked at it from the beginning. A few minutes later, my lord's novel is as exciting as usual, and I'm sure this book will sell better than before. Isn't this nonsense? This is a best-selling novel from a previous life, coupled with my super strong writing ability. It would be a hell if I don't sell well. After sending the man away, Chiba put the card away. After entering the room, Chiba dropped the card in the drawer at will, and then began to practice. Chiba won't be complacent just because he won Heiki Sakumo by fluke. There are many people who are good in Naruto. If he satisfies the current situation, he will be one of the cannon fodder in the future. The training time always passed quickly, and when Chiba came out of the house, it was getting dark outside. Chiba made noodles casually and went out to digest after eating. Compared to other places, Konoha is fairly quiet and safe. Chiba was pressing down on the road leisurely, and suddenly he was slapped on the back, and Chiba almost reflexed and attacked. Looking back, it turned out to be Kato Denmark. Why don't you know that scary people can scare people to death? Is it that exaggerated? By the way, why didn't you see Miyaizi with you? Aren't you tired of being together every day? Everyone needs their own space. Anyway, I'm not tired of it. I can't wait to be with her 24 hours a day. That's what you promise. No way, love will make me lose my fighting spirit, and love will make me unable to extricate myself. I think you are hopeless. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Miyaizi doesn't like you, your mind will be lost. I believe my sincerity will definitely impress her. Too lazy to care about you. Wait for me, Chiba. Chiba was not afraid that he would chase Miyaizi away. If he could chase Miyaizi away, Chiba would bless him instead. Originally, he and Miyaizi were just wishful thinking. Later, although they had feelings, they were definitely not love. Tsunade is enough in this life. What are you doing with me? You must know where Miyaizi is. Take me with you. Please, brother, I don't want to find him. Even if I beg you, take me. Chiba had no choice but to take him to find Miyaizi. Chiba remembers that in the morning, Miyaizi said that she was going to find Tsunade. At this time, she was at Tsunade's when she was not in her own house. Chiba walked straight away, and she came to Tsunade's house and saw two women talking and laughing. The two women smiled happily when they saw Chiba, and ran towards Chiba. When Kato saw two people running with open arms to ask for a hug, Tsunade must have rushed into Chiba's arms. After all, it was his girlfriend. Whose arms did this plum rush into? Kato was excited when he thought of this. He opened his arms to welcome the beautiful woman's embrace, and the happiness came too suddenly. Just when he opened his hands to greet his happiness, the two women passed him at the same time. Watching the two women throw into Chiba's arms at the same time, Kato looked dazed. What's the situation? Tsunade and Chiba can understand what is going on with this plum. Husband, why are you coming to see me now? I miss you so much. This delicate voice came from Miyaiza's mouth. Husband? Hearing these two words, Kato Swan was like a bolt from the blue, with arrows piercing through his heart. Chiba looked at Kato in pain and embarrassed his face. Brother broken, listen to me to explain. However, he saw Kato cut his mouth and ran away with a collapsed face. Miyaizi, did you mean it? Yes, I did it on purpose, just let him give up. This is cruel. He pestered me all day, he was really cruel to me. Chiba doesn't know how to explain to Kato. It seems that he will find a girlfriend for him in the future. I'm sorry to cut off my brother. I have robbed all the women you like. I promise to return one. It is often said that the fastest way to forget a relationship is to start another relationship. I feel a little guilty for Kato Den Chiba, robbing his future lover, and now taking the girl he likes. Chiba wanted to help him find a suitable girl, but it was not easy to find a suitable girl. Miyaizi, your family is about the same age as you. It doesn't matter if you are as beautiful as you, or uglier than you. I have to think about it. There are a few, but I'm not sure if people want it or not. You go back and secretly show me their pictures, and I will choose the right ones to show him. Fine. In the next few days, Chiba met Kato Dan, and the guy turned his head and left, ignoring Chiba. Chiba was helpless. could you give me a chance to explain? On this day, Chiba passed by Aunt Yamanaka's flower shop. It's Chiba, it's been a long time. Auntie Yamanaka, I'll help you. Chiba helped her move the flower pot to another location. At this moment a sweet voice came from inside. Aunt, I have watered all the flowers. Chiba followed the voice and looked at it, and a pure and beautiful girl ran out with a sunny smile. Seeing Chiba staring at herself, she nodded politely. Who is this little girl, Auntie? She's so pretty. Auntie Yamanaka couldn't laugh at this. Chiba was also depressed. It was not the first time that he was mistaken for a girl. He is not a girl, he is a boy. What? He is a boy, and the boy can grow so beautiful. She looked at Chiba up and down, wishing to strip his clothes to see if he was a real boy. Chiba was uncomfortable being seen. Jinling is rude not to stare at other boys. I'm sorry, I'm a little gaff. This is a lovely, lively and generous girl, about the same age as Tsunade and others. Almost. Suddenly, Chiba's brain flashed, and he really had nowhere to look for it, and it didn't take much effort to get it. Great, Chiba, what is so good? No, I said today is a good day. Your name is Jinling in the mountains, right? Yeah, nice to meet you. Me too. Chiba chatted with Yamanaka Jinling, and when she saw a guest, she went to receive it. Auntie Yamanaka, do you have a picture of Jinling? Yes, what do you want photos for? I am useful. Auntie Yamanaka believes I don't ask. Well, you wait for me to find it for you. Chiba thanked Aunt Yamanaka for her unconditional trust. Soon Aunt Yamanaka found a picture of Jinling Yamanaka. Looking at the photo, Chiba was a little tempted to tell the truth. She should be able to see it if she wants to come to Kato-dan. Chiba placed the photos carefully. After Jinling Yamanaka finished receiving the guests, Chiba leaned forward. Sister Jinling, I would like to invite you to the day after tomorrow's party. The place is in my house, just. Chiba clearly stated the location and looked at her expectantly. Okay, I will definitely go then. Seeing Chiba's beautiful and lovely face and her star-like eyes, she couldn't refuse. That's great, I'll go first, see you tomorrow. Now Jinling has agreed, and Kato is the only one left. Regardless of his gentle personality, this guy is also very stubborn. On the way back, Chiba tried to break his head and didn't figure out how to get him to agree to the party. I was thinking about it and saw a guy who looked like Kato Swan, and Chiba suddenly came to him. Brother Broken, we meet again. He couldn't help but want to talk when he saw Chiba, but soon recovered his stinky face and walked away. Stop for me. You don't want a brother for a woman. I'm so disappointed in you. Is this a brother's business? You deceived me. Haven't I heard the saying that a friend's wife should not be deceived? What's the mess? First of all, I have to correct you. First, Miyaize has not agreed to be your girlfriend. Second, I have not promised to be Miyaize's boyfriend. This is her wishful thinking. Later, I will make mistakes. I want to help you. Didn't you see you soak up my girlfriend? Did I keep silent? The fourth and most important point is that people don't like you. What can I do? Kato Swan was refuted with nothing to say. Brother Broken, don't be discouraged. Brother knows that you are lonely. Recently, I have been asking people to find a girl for you. The Emperor has paid off, and with my efforts, I finally found a girl suitable for you. For me? Are you true? This can lie to you. You see, I brought you all her pictures. Chiba took out the photo of Jinling Hayaga from his arms, and Kato hesitated to take it. At this glance, the eyes are pinned to the photo. The girl in the photo is only a little uglier than Hayaga Miyaize, but she is also very beautiful. The key is that her smile is very warm, and Kato-tan's heart becomes more excited as she looks at it. Compared to Hayaga Miyaize's arrogance, the girl in the photo shows that the little sun can melt snow and ice. Chiba, do you really want to introduce her to me? Nonsense, I worked so hard to find it for you. I didn't introduce it to you, could it be me? That's her name. Jinling in the mountains. Kato-tan said the name repeatedly. Looking at him like this, Chiba felt amused in his heart. Brother Kato, if you don't like this girl, I will help you find another one. Chiba will get back the photos after finishing talking. Don't, this girl is pretty good, but what? But even though I am fond of others, I don't know if they are fond of me. As long as you see it, I will help you catch her. Could this girl also be your girlfriend? What are you talking about? I have to live a few more years. What do I want so many girlfriends to do? Kato saw that Chiba's expression was serious, not like lying. This guy was scared by himself. I have asked her to come to my house for a party tomorrow, and then your chance will come. Then what should I do? Aren't you cheeky when you chase Miyaize? You still want to use your strengths. The most important thing is to understand her preferences. Are you complimenting me? Why don't I feel like it? Then what does she like? I've also helped you find out this. She prefers plants. Go and memorize some information about flowers and plants. When the time comes, the two people have a common topic. This method is good. When the party is over, I will arrange another hero to save the beauty. You will be a hero at that time. Think about the scene. When she is lonely and helpless, you suddenly appear. How great your image is. Great, just do as you say. Seeing this guy look excited, Chiba breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he liked it, otherwise he would have to look for it again. Don't think this kid is very casual, but the requirements for girls are still very high. After the two separated, Kato went to the bookstore to find the books. Time was tight and the task was heavy, so he had to hold his back. Chiba looked tired when he returned home. It was harder than practice at the time. Was it easier for me? The party only started the day after tomorrow, and the most important thing now is to go home and have a good rest. When he returned to his home, Chiba found that Tsunade and Miyaizu were both there, and what they were discussing in those few photos of them. It was too involved, and he didn't even know when he entered the door. What are you doing? The two looked up at Chiba and continued to fix their eyes on the photo. Didn't you see that we are choosing a concubine for your friend? The word picking concubine came out of their mouths quite fresh. How about having a good partner? Isn't it right? I feel that these people are almost the same. It's so difficult to choose. Let me see. What do you look at? A little man has few hairs. Speaking of this, Chiba is anxious. How do you know that I don't have many roots? You have seen me take a shower. However, who rarely looks at broad beans? What is broad bean? I am a dragon, okay. Chiba is about to spit out old blood. Tsunade's words are too bad, but she is telling the truth. But can Chiba admit it as a man, and won't admit it to death? It's also a dragon. If you can get an earthworm out, I'll be so happy. Chiba is bleeding and can't talk to a fool. She will bring your IQ to the same level as hers. Wait for me, one day you will see what majesty is. I tell you, who knows women best? Men are, of course, and you women don't think women are as pretty as you are. Sister, what he said makes sense. Then let him see. Let's see. Chiba took a few photos in Tsunade's hand and looked at each one carefully. This woman has little fleshy nose and poor luck. This girl is not full of heaven and has a bad life. This woman has a mole on her eyebrows and her eyes are so heavy that she can easily wear a hat for a man. Chiba commented on these women's character, and said the two women in a daze, and they did not know whether they were true or not. You still look at the picture. I know a little. Then you show me if I am cough. You really show me. If you say let you see nonsense. Tsunade's voice suddenly became louder. Chiba's face slowly approached her, almost touching Tsunade's face, and then looked at it seriously for a few seconds. Do you see anything? I see it. Chiba has been staring at it. To tell the truth, Tsunade feels uncomfortable. Miyaizu looked at Chiba with curiosity, wondering what he saw. What did you see? You have goggles in the corners of your eyes. What? Tsunade hurriedly wiped his eyes with his hands, but there was nothing on his hands, knowing that Chiba had been cheated. Smelly Chiba, I will kill you. Miyaizu, please help me. He wants to murder her husband. You don't want to be a widow and help me. Miyaizu watched them chasing and frolicking, quite fun, so she couldn't laugh. Chiba, I can't help you. Who told you to be stern? Chiba was pressed under her body by Tsunade. Sister, please be forgiving. I won't dare to to you again in the future. Call 3 times, Grandma, Aunt, listen. Grandma, Grandma, Grandma. Forgive you. Auntie is a Tyrannosaurus. Chiba whispered, what did you say? I said Grandma would be the best to watch. Count you acquaintance. Fortunately, she didn't hear her, otherwise she would inevitably be needed. If it weren't for not beating women, Chiba would definitely beat Tsunade with his current strength. You don't have to bother to find him, I have helped him find the girl he likes. Did you find it? The two looked surprised. How did you find it? Want to know? This throat is a bit dry, cough cough. Miyaizu hurried to pour water for Chiba. This foot is also a bit sore. Smelly Chiba, it's not that Plum is not used to your stinky problems. Sure enough, Tsunade is not feminine. Wouldn't it be nice to be gentle? Do you think I'm very upset? Then why did you agree to be your girlfriend in the first place? Why can, of course, be for the people. Ha, stinky Chiba, say it again. Believe it or not, I drown you with foot washing water. Thank you, eldest sister, I was wrong. Being your boyfriend is a blessing that I have accumulated in my last life. It's pretty much the same. Please be careful. You have been swollen recently. Is there? I don't feel much changed from before. Before, you always called sister very kindly, and then all kinds of flattery. Now, you are yelling at me, or you will tell me to do something. Have you ever reviewed after the exam? Ha, are you itchy again? I'm wrong, can't you? I keep threatening me all day long, and I don't want to learn from Miyaizu. You look so gentle, thank you. Chiba took the water that Miyaizu handed over and said with a smile, okay, you dared to despise me and look at my guardian feet. Sister, don't want to be dead. When Tsunade heard this, his flying feet slowly retracted, and Chiba wiped off the sweat on his head. No kidding, in fact, that girl is the niece of Aunt Yamanaka. I just met at the flower shop and asked for a photo with Aunt Yamanaka. Then I met Kato Den on the way back and showed him the photo. Seeing it right, I made an appointment for the two to attend a party at my house the day after tomorrow. What will happen to the two of you then? Guess what? Anyway, I can't guess it. Maybe I will be rejected as well. Kato Dan is not ugly, he should succeed. Of course it will succeed. There is no reason to fail if I go out. What's the matter with you in this? You don't understand, I'm the director of this game. How could they be together without my arrangement? Two women came interested. Quickly talk about the arrangements. Yeah, just say I can't help but want to know. Then I will send Mercy to tell you. Shiba dragged out his plan completely, and the two of them were dumbfounded. Does this work? Yes, if it's an ordinary girl, it might work, but if it's an extraordinary girl, this set may be useless. Of course there are your roles in the middle. What's our business, how to do it? When the time comes, you will be in the ear of Jinling in the mountains to say good things about Kato Dan from time to time, about how good he is and how brave he is. Can it work? I'll know if it works or not. I look forward to the day after tomorrow. Smelly Chiba, how do I feel that you are so experienced? Where did you learn it? Of course it's in the book. Let me know in the future that you are going to die if you talk to girls indiscriminately. Don't dare, I'm already satisfied with you. It's pretty much the same. It was a bit ridiculous to say this from a boy of a few years old, but it was so normal in Hokage. I have to say that the children of Naruto world are terribly precocious. After talking so much, Chiba was also a little tired. After finding an excuse, Chiba went back to the room and rested. As for the two girls, they talked more happily without him. Everything has been arranged. In order to play the hero and save the United States, Chiba did not spend much money, mainly because the extras sat on the floor and raised the price. Time comes to the day after tomorrow. At this time, Chiba has dressed up the house very lively, all kinds of ribbons, balloons, etc. Now that people have not yet come, Chiba is already preparing food for the evening. Since there is a lot of food to be prepared, Chiba must prepare in advance. For this gathering, Chiba invited all the good friends he knew, including Ashimaru, Jiraiya, and Matt Dai. All those who should be invited were invited. Sakumo Heiji was not invited because he went to do the task again. After busying for several hours, Chiba finally prepared all the food, and then Tsunade and Miyaiza took them out and displayed them one by one. After everything is ready, we wait for the guests to come. As time passed, someone finally came. The first to appear was Ashimaru and Jiraiya. Chiba finally waited for your party. How long hasn't it been held? Wow, so many delicious ones. After Jilla finished speaking, Dashiwan nodded with approval. Sure enough, Junlang is usually very cold and does not speak, and when he speaks, he can be crippled. It's an honor to welcome you all over to the party. Tsunade, you too. Geleta was surprised when he saw Tsunade's expression, and immediately leaned in. Stay away from my mother. Jiraiya had become accustomed to Tsunade's irritability, not surprising at all, but rather kind, and hadn't been yelled like this for many days. Chiba sometimes wondered whether Jiraiya had a hobby of being abused by Tsunade, so why did he enjoy it at that time? While they were talking in Chiba, Matt Dai also came. They were a little embarrassed when they saw Dashimaru. They might be a little inferior. The three of them are Naruto-sama's lovers, and they are just ordinary ninjas. In fact, Tsunade and the three of them don't have any pretensions but are very common people. They will know after getting along for a long time. Chiba can eat the food you cooked again, so I look forward to it. Today you will let go of your belly to eat, and make sure you have enough. Great. In the middle of the conversation, Kato Jun also came. After coming in, I saw Chiba's friends, some of whom knew, some did not know, and those who did not know Chiba introduced one by one. Everyone will be good friends in the future. Kato-tan was a little embarrassed to see Miyaiza again, and even felt ashamed. He only chased after others and now likes other girls. He has a little doubt whether he is a scumbag. Miyaiza didn't react at all, and he nodded as if nothing happened. Kato-dan looked around and didn't seem to see Jinling in the mountains. Where is she? Oh, I haven't come yet, I guess it's coming soon. I asked you to prepare, are you ready? Get ready. I have endorsed at home without going out for the past 2 days. Now when I close my eyes, I have all kinds of flowers and plants in my mind. That's good, the opportunity is reserved for those who are prepared. Who are you talking about? Who else hasn't come? Jilla asked curiously. A girl, the protagonist tonight, is also the object of Brother Broad. How do you look beautiful? Jilea asked with a wretched look, and when he touched it, Tsunade punched out a bag on the head. I am telling you this is the girl Kato-dan is chasing, so don't make any ideas. I can't ask. Chiba felt sorry for him when he saw Jileta. He was destined to be pinched by Tsunade in this life. Of course it's pretty, isn't it pretty? Wouldn't the brother-in-law try to chase it? Just as they were talking, someone outside shouted, "Is anyone at home?" When I heard the voice, I knew that the protagonist was coming tonight, and Kato suddenly became nervous when he heard the voice. Don't be nervous, behave naturally. Okay. Chiba went up to help open the door. "Welcome to my party, please come in." Jinling in the mountain was holding a pot of flowers in her hand. "This is what I planted and gave it to you. Please don't dislike it for a small gift." "Where is it? I like it." Chiba accepted the flower pot and then took Jinling in. After entering, Jinling saw that there were men and women, most of whom did not know each other. Jilei also saw Jinling's face, which is too pretty. Kato Dan's heart beat faster, his palms tightly clenched and sweating. From a distance, Kato looked at Jinling Yamanaka from a distance. The more she looked at it, the more she felt better than the photo, especially the smile melted her heart. Chiba was introduced to her one by one. "This is Ashimaru, young and handsome, but colder and less talkative. This is Matt Dai. Although he doesn't look very good, his perseverance is the best of all. This is Tsunade, you should know it. This is Hyaga Plum. He likes gossip and desserts. Ideally, he will never get fat. This is Jiraiya." Jilei just wanted to hear how Chiba introduces himself, but the introduction of himself was only a few words. Jilei also grew up with a big mouth and couldn't say what he wanted to say. "Now I will give you a grand introduction to this person. His name is Kato-tan. He has a handsome appearance that men envy. He is a warm man at heart. He loves various plants, likes to help others, and dreams of being a Hokage." Kato-tan was embarrassed by Chiba's words, and wondered in his heart that he was really so good. "Nice to meet you." Yamanaka Jinling stretched out her soft, boneless hand, and Kato-dan hurriedly stretched out her hand to hold hers together in a panic. After hearing Chiba's introduction to Kato-dan, Jinling also had a good impression of him. Katoken gently shook his hand and immediately released it, and Chiba secretly praised it. "This size is well grasped. Well, everyone, the food is ready for everyone, please enjoy it." Hearing the food, Matt Dai was the first to rush up, and the others also went to get their favorite food. Chiba came to Katadan. "Now is the time for you to act. Hurry up and take the initiative to help people pick up some food." "Thank you, Chiba." "You're welcome, goddamn father." Kato-tan is still very active in chasing girls, so there is a great chance of success. Kato-dan took the plate and took the initiative to help Jinling Yamanaka pick up food. Chiba had already inquired about what Jinling liked to eat before and told Kato-dan, so he was not afraid to catch something she didn't like. When Kato cut the plate to Jinling, Jinling was a little surprised. "I'll just do it myself, it's too much trouble for you." "It's not troublesome at all. I think you're shy and haven't dared to take it, so I took it for you. How do you know that I like to eat these things? Especially this fruit salad is my favorite. I think you like these, take it by feeling." Jinling's favor with him slowly increased. The two of them talked more and more vigorously while hiding aside. Everyone knew the purpose of this gathering, and they didn't bother consciously. In order for everyone to enjoy this party, Chiba cooked hundreds of dishes and took so much effort to make up for the guilt of taking away his brothers and girlfriends. "You like flowers too." Jinling Yamanaka was excited when she heard that Kato-tan also liked flowers. "What flowers do you like?" "I like lilies. Lilies are cool and hardy. High-temperature areas do not grow well. They like dryness and are afraid of waterlogging. Too high soil moisture can cause bulbs to rot and die. The soil is not strict, but the soil is deep, fertile, and loose sand. In high-quality loam soil, the bulbs are white in color and thick in flesh. Heavy soil is not suitable for cultivation. The root system is strong and well developed, and it is resistant to fertilizer." After hearing Kato's professional explanation, Jinling already believed what he said. If she didn't really like flowers, she wouldn't know them so well. There is also an event at the party, which is the collision of balloons. As long as you smash all the balloons on the opponent, you will win, and the winning pair will be rewarded. The rules of the game are as follows: a pair of two tied one of their feet together with a rope, and then slammed into each other in unison, until all the balloons on the opponent's body were broken. It was considered a victory. Now it's the group: Chiba and Tsunade, Osameru and Jiraiya, Matte and Miyaize, Kato-tan and Yamanaka Jinling. Of course, the group of Kato-dan and Jinling was deliberately arranged. The rewards of this game are very generous, that is, 2 Chiba bestsellers plus autographs, and an additional reward of 100,000 yuan. Of course, the rewards are all given by Chiba. Now he is so rich, he is not afraid to spend a few dollars. The purpose of this game is to increase the tacit understanding between two people and increase the feelings in the game. The game Chiba was made with great care, and of course the purpose was to get Kato-dan and Jinling together. With the enthusiasm for rewarding everyone, Jiraiya is not satisfied with Chiba's distribution. Why is he not teaming with Tsunade, and why should he team with Ashimaru? After the game started, Chiba group versus Kato cut 1 group. The game hadn't started. Crack and crack, there was a burst of noise from the room, as if someone was setting off firecrackers. In fact, it was not firecrackers, but Zi Lai Ya and Ade were playing with balloons. "Can you stop playing and listen to me tell the rules of the game?" Chiba is also speechless, the two are amused. After Chiba announced the rules of the game began. Chiba and Tsunade deal with each other's Kato Den and Yamanaka Kinrei. Looking at the opponent's two generals, Tsunade felt nervous and thought, I must step on the opponent's two balloons and try not to let them step on my balloons. After the two sides confronted each other for a few seconds, the other side launched a fierce attack on Chiba. Chiba also stepped on the balloon on Kato's broken foot. However, Chiba patronized and stepped on his balloon, but didn't take care of his balloon. When Chiba recovered, Chiba's balloon was broken by Kato and burst too. Seeing Kato Dan's happy look, Chiba became angry, and rushed to Kato Dan and Jinling's balloons aggressively, and was about to step on them. At this time Tsunade's feet slowed down a bit, and Chiba tripped to the ground and threw himself. The balloon on his chest burst. Seeing everyone's amusement, Chiba is too unlucky to call directly, not afraid of opponents like gods, but also like opponents like pigs. Tsunade is too weak. The main reason is that the heights of Chiba and Tsunade are too cute, which is why they have the same footsteps but uncoordinated movements. Kato Dan and Jinling clapped and cheered, both of them were very excited. There are not many balloons on Chiba and Tsunade, but none of the balloons on Kato broken them are broken, which is very embarrassing. The ninja's movements are very agile. After the mistakes made just now, Chiba and Tsunade cooperate more and more tacitly. After all, their body control is very strong. Kato Dan wanted to use his back to hit the balloon on Tsunade's back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chiba dipped his head and broke the balloon on Jinling's back. Chiba, you are too cunning. To each other. I won't be polite anymore in Chiba's offer. Who is afraid of letting go? Everyone finds it very interesting to watch the excitement they play. They are eating delicious food while watching the game, which is so enjoyable. Next, Chiba's group and Kato's group will come and go. After the initial mistakes, everyone has become more and more careful. It is not easy to break other people's balloons easily. About 10 minutes later, Kato stood with one foot broken, and then pulled Jinling's body to make a 380-degree rotation. Jinling used this opportunity to grab the balloon on Tsunade's chest with one hand. In this contest, Kato finally won by breaking a group. The two clapped their hands in celebration, and they were very excited and happy to see them. Next is the Dashuan group against Matt Dai. 5 minutes later, Oshimaru won in a group. The main reason was Oshimaru was too cunning. He often used misplacement and confusion to make Matt fooled. In the end, Oshimaru repeatedly succeeded. The final contest was decided by the Kato Cut group and the Ashimaru group. At the beginning of the game, the two pairs quickly approached each other. At the beginning, Kato Dan wanted to sacrifice himself and hit the two under him. However, he was eager for success. When Jinling slowed down accidentally, he tripped and fell to the ground first. Fortunately, he was agile and supported the ground with his hands. Ashimaru and Jirei also saw a rare opportunity to jump and wanted to push them to the ground. They didn't know that Kato-tan was too cunning. They grabbed each of them by a foot, and then used Jinling's body to try to push them. The two fell down. But Ashimaru is not a simple character. He grabbed Kato's broken clothes with one hand, and used the color to give it to Jiraiya. The two of them worked together for so long, and one eye had already understood the meaning of each other. Jiraiya took advantage of Kato Duan's inability to make a move, and turned over. With this strength, Oshimaru lifted Kato Duan, and then Jiraiya Sanjiong went to see and quickly grabbed the balloon in front of Kato Duan's chest. Jinling looked anxiously, and grabbed the balloon on Dashiwan with her hands. She didn't know that Dashiwan was so soft that she escaped at a weird angle. Everyone held their breath and watched nervously. It was really exciting. Just when everyone thought that Ashimaru was going to win in the group, Kato Dan unexpectedly hit the two bodies of Ashimaru with a backrest mountain. After the collision, he quickly brought Jinling's body over and used the inertia to superimpose the power of Ashimaru. The two were knocked to the ground without force. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the two stomped on the balloons on their bodies. The final victory was when Kato cut a group. The two embraced excitedly. Chiba, Tsunade, and Mako looked at each other and smiled knowingly. In fact, Chiba saw that the group of Ashimaru had made an intentional concession, otherwise the Ashimaru had a chance to catch the balloon on Kato's broken body before. Everyone went up to congratulate them, and Chiba handed them 2 autographed books and 100,000 yuan. The two were so happy to receive the prize. The game is over, everyone continues to eat and drink. Kato Dan and Jinling hid with food and talked and laughed. It seems that good things are not far away. After eating, Chiba suggested to play Daodazu. Jinling played for the first time, and Tsunade was responsible for teaching her. After the church, everyone was divided into 2 groups to play their own games. Jinling thought it was very fun the first time she played it. Of course she had to have a lot of money in the game, and the lottery is a sticker on whoever loses. I have been playing late, everyone is covered with notes on their faces, but everyone is very happy. When the party ended shortly, Jiraiya and the others went back first. Jinling Chiba deliberately asked Kato to ruin her, and Kato-tan was very excited to give Chiba a grateful look. Jinling did not refuse. Chiba felt it was a good sign, indicating that Jinling had a good impression of Kato-tan. I have to say that if it weren't for the appearance of Chiba, Tsunade would still be unable to escape the claws with Kato's abilities. Seeing everyone left, Chiba and the others looked at each other with contented smiles. They didn't expect to be so happy to help others. But when he turned around and saw the food waste everywhere in the house, Chiba was helpless, and they had to do the aftermath. Chiba didn't know how to do it himself, looking at the two little beauties next to him. My body is a little tired, and I will rely on you to clean up the house. Well, it's okay, go and rest. They feel that Chiba has been busy preparing food for several hours, and playing with them for so long will naturally be very tired. The advantage of being a ninja is that some housework does not have to be done by yourself, you can leave these things to the shadow clone to do. The two women knit seals at the same time. Tsunade's shadow clone came out relatively quickly, and Miyaizu was slow for a second. I will leave it to you. No problem, go and rest. You see how close and warm the shadow clone is. In the dead of night, the two girls were also tired. They went back to their rooms to sleep without washing their bodies. The two shadow avatars did not inherit their two procrastination problems. You see how profitable the work is. It didn't take long for the entire room to be cleaned up, and even the dishes were neatly arranged after washing. Could it be that the personality of the shadow clone is the opposite of that of the main body? There are two flowers and one branch each. Dana Kato became a flower protector, and he was following Jinling Yamanaka at this time. I don't feel embarrassed when there are many people, but now I am a little shy when I am alone. Will you be free tomorrow? Kato asked carefully. Jinling thought for a while and said, I will be free tomorrow, what's wrong? Can I invite you to go shopping together? This one. Jinling in the mountains was a little shy and nervous. It was the first time that she was alone with a boy so late, and it was the first time that a boy asked her to go shopping. At this time, she thought a lot and seemed more hesitant. Kato-tan was a little anxious, whether he could agree or not. I will think about it again. Still considering this kind of thing? Suddenly Kato felt that the road ahead was so confused, but in a blink of an eye, she didn't refuse, didn't she? This is not to say that she is also hesitating in her heart, she still has a big chance. Oh yeah, goddamn dad cheer, beautiful women belong to her. It's strange that Chiba didn't arrange a hero to save the United States. Seeing that the road has been halfway, why the good show has not started? What happened to you? Jinling saw that he was unsettled, and thought it was the reason for the ambiguity just now, or she agreed to him. But think about what the aunt said, girls should be reserved, too easy to chase and don't know how to cherish. So her soft heart pretended to ignore it. At this moment, a few drunken brawny men came to face each other, and a few people walked crookedly, and at first glance they drank a lot. Look at the little girl in front of me who is so pretty. A few people looked at the plums as they were really beautiful, they were superb. Brothers, such a beautiful flower girl, we are blessed tonight. Let me come forward and molested. Several people walked towards Jinling with a wretched look. The strange thing is that she should be afraid to hide behind Katadan, but she has a calm look on her face. Kato thinks about it carefully and knows the reason. Although Jinling Yamanaka hasn't shown her strength, it is not enough because he should have already attended the advanced class of the ninja school or graduated at his age, so she has no fear. No, she must not be allowed to knock down a few drunks, or else the scene would be impossible to perform. There is really nothing to say about the acting skills of these extras, and I don't know where Chiba came from. The little girl accompanies my brother to play and make sure you are comfortable and want a call. Yes, don't look at my lean body and muscles, long back muscles, rhythmic work. Yes, my little sister asked us to find a place where no one is disturbed and play a game together. Jinling in the mountain looked disgusted, feeling that what they were saying was disgusting. She had already clenched her fists and only waited for those people to get closer to let them realize why the flowers were so red. Kato saw that Jinling was already in the explosive stage, and it would be too late if she didn't make a move, so he decisively walked to the front to block her. Ah, here comes a little brother, this is to help the beautiful woman get ahead. The brat recommends that you hurry up, or you will feel better later. This time is the time to embody Kato's acting skills. He looked back at Jinling slowly, then looked at her with a firm look. Don't worry, if there is me, no one will hurt you. Jinling in the mountains looked at his handsome face and determination to guard. She was very moved. Boy, you really want to stand up for this girl. Yeah, you can figure it out clearly. You guys do not matter if you start your hands. If you become a brain disabled, you will be finished. Don't say it, unless you trample on my body, otherwise I won't let you touch her hair. Kato. Jinling Yamanaka said, his name moved. Don't worry Jinling, I'm here, okay. Jinling has never felt protected, but now she is suddenly protected, feeling at ease in her heart. I remember the aunt said, the man who Jinling can give her life for you is the man worthy of love. Seeing that although the figure in front of him is not very tall, he is extremely safe. In his heart, he slowly overlaps with him, and Jinling smiles at Kato's broken back. Since you don't know whether you live or die, don't blame a few brothers. A few people rushed up, but it didn't take long for Kato to be beaten on the ground and couldn't get up. You must know that Kato was not merciful for the truth. Several people lay on the ground and wailed constantly, and they wanted to cry. It was not easy for her mother to earn this money. Jinling looked at Kato Sui with admiration. Jinling frightened you? No. Then I will continue to take you home. Okay. In fact, there are many flaws in this matter. For one thing, Konoha has guards, ordinary people, and even ordinary ninjas who dare not go to the streets to T girls. Second, since the two drunk men were drunk, but they spoke clearly and moved vigorously, they were not drunk at first glance. If you look closely, you can find that they have no alcohol in their breath, but the smell of alcohol on their bodies, which is obviously caused by alcohol, on the clothes. Thirdly, the eyes of these drunks did not have other strange things such as licentiousness. So there are flaws, but they are all covered by their acting skills. This did not go to waste of Chiba's previous training for them. Kato finally sent Jinling Yamanaka home. Just when Kato thought it was all right, Jinling suddenly said, "Tomorrow we will go shopping together." Kato was full of surprises. Great, he finally agreed to go shopping. This is a huge breakthrough, thanks to Hokage, thanks to Chiba. Seeing Kato doing with a happy face, Jinling covered her mouth and walked in with a smile. Kato-tan was in a good mood and sang songs all the way home. At this time, Chiba was already asleep, and he no longer knew what was happening outside. In the next few days, when Chiba saw Kato-doan holding Jinling Yamanaka's hand while shopping, she knew that he had caught up. At first, Chiba thought it might take half a month or even longer to chase him, but he didn't expect this kid to chase him so quickly. Chiba couldn't help admiring Kato's ability. No wonder Kato's ability to chase Tsunade in the later stage. Fortunately, he had already wiped out this rival in advance, otherwise it would be really difficult to deal with in the future.